In the realm of Blue Star, he stands as a resplendent beacon guiding the inhabitants towards the cosmos. In the primordial universe, he emerges as the illustrious leader, enabling humanity to dominate the vast ocean of the universe, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. Upon the origin continent, he is an unparalleled genius, sought after by myriad forces, shining through the ages. Within the Hunyuan space, he instills trepidation among formidable Hunyuan warriors, his reputation echoing across the myriad realms. He is Wang Yi, an unremarkable time traveler. Chapter 346 has arrived. Yeah. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then joy illuminated his countenance. Jiejia refers to a protective battle armor, a treasured artifact prepared by the mountain guest for the leader of the Earth lineage, his third disciple. As the Earth lineage emphasizes the cultivation of soul and spiritual insight, their physical prowess tends to be weaker. Thus, apart from the Nine Catastrophes Secret Tome, the mountain guest also crafted the Jiejia for the Earth lineage. Currently, the Jiejia resides with the leader of the Yin God clan, Yin Di. Yet, through signing in at the Star Tower, Wang Yi has acquired a Jiejia of his own. This armor can evolve into various forms such as battle armor, general armor, and royal armor, and when donned, it bestows immense divine strength upon its wearer. The Jiejia requires activation, demanding a physical strength equivalent to 100 million times that of a realm master. Typically, only those of cosmic reverence can achieve such power. This is indeed a peak treasure. Wang Yi gulped. This Jiejia was crafted specifically for the leader of the Earth lineage, rendering it unrecognizable to other powerful beings. Although Yin Di can recognize it, he can only wield a fraction of its might. Like the Tower Pearl, whoever attempts to claim it meets their demise. While the Jiejia may not be so absurd, other powerful beings find it utterly unusable, with even Yin Di able to access only a portion of its powers. Wang Yi, being of earthly descent and having cultivated the Nine Catastrophes Secret Tome, is equally capable of recognizing the Jiejia. More importantly, the sign-in panel directly grants Wang Yi the capability to wield the Jiejia. Cannot use it? There are restrictions? I declare you can use it. Therefore you can. The sign-in panel is that audacious. Wang Yi has yet to encounter anything it cannot achieve. Currently, Wang Yi's physique does not meet the requirements for the Jiejia. But with his 100% immortality, he reaches the pinnacle of demonic kingship, ensuring his divine body can indeed fulfill the criteria. With his profound understanding of laws, his divine form will immediately attain the peak intensity of a king, equating to 100,000 times the strength of a realm master. The genetic level of 10,000 times translates to 1 billion times the strength of a realm master. Thus, utilizing the Jiejia is more than sufficient. Not to mention, he possesses the amplification secret method, which magnifies his power by 100-fold, yielding 1 trillion times the strength of a realm master. The usage of the Jiejia is contingent on the strength of the divine body. If the divine body is insufficiently robust, even the highest comprehension of laws will be futile. Should the divine body be sufficiently strong, even a minimal understanding of the laws suffices. The Jiejia manifests in 3 distinct forms. The first form requires 100 million times the strength of a realm master to activate. Once activated, it can diminish material attacks to 1,000th and soul attacks to 1/10th, while bestowing the wielder with 1 billion times the strength of a realm master. The second form necessitates 1 trillion times the strength of a realm master to activate. Once activated, it diminishes material attacks to 1/10,000th and soul attacks to 1/10th, granting the wielder 1 trillion times the strength of a realm master. The third form requires 100 trillion times the strength of a realm master to activate. Once activated, it reduces material attacks to 100,000th and soul attacks to 1/10th, bestowing upon the wielder 100 trillion times the strength of a realm master. This is an extraordinarily formidable protective treasure. Wang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Such a superlative treasure, if unveiled in the primordial universe, would undoubtedly incite fierce conflicts among numerous cosmic lords, leading to the demise of one or two of them being entirely plausible. The human lineage possesses few peak treasures. As far as Wang Yi knows, even the esteemed Chaos City Lord does not possess a protective armor as potent as the Jiejia. Onward, Wang Yi felt invigorated once more. Time flew by, and soon over 30 years had passed. This Wang Yi is still soaring through the skies. What on earth is he searching for? The superlative beings of the human lineage who stealthily trailed Wang Yi were left speechless. These formidable entities were all revered masters in their own right, each capable of commanding the universe. Yet, they now felt as though they were merely accompanying a child in a game of make-believe. Meanwhile, Wang Yi remained blissfully unaware of the silent ridicule from these lofty figures, tirelessly exploring the outer regions of the Star Tower. The Star Tower is immense, standing at a height of 9 light years, not to mention its vast expanse. Relying solely on flight to explore it, that would require an eternity. Wang Yi spent over 70 years, yet had scarcely explored 1/millionth of the area surrounding the Star Tower. It evoked a sense akin to the foolish old man moving mountains. On this particular day, the sign-in panel chimed, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in, reward, original soul." Wang Yi could not help but smile at the prompt from the sign-in panel. He had finally achieved a sign-in. Over these 70-plus years, Wang Yi had signed in countless times, even acquiring Emperor armor and Emperor soul sufficient for 3 bodies. Yet the Jiejia had remained elusive until now when he finally signed in for the original soul. In truth, this was far quicker than Wang Yi had anticipated. He had thought it normal to wait a millennium or even 10,000 years without a sign-in. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The universe's strongest being, the mountain guest, left behind 2 treasures for his second disciple. One was the Yin divine spear, and the other was the original soul. For his third disciple, Luo Feng, he also left 2 treasures. One was the Star Tower, and the other was the Jiejia. The Star Tower, during its creation, underwent unforeseen circumstances that augmented its power, elevating it to the level of a supreme treasure, when in reality, it should have merely been a pinnacle treasure. It was only through the fusion of a golden miraculous light that this incredible evolution occurred, transforming it into a god-king level treasure, a phenomenon even the mountain guest could not fully comprehend. The Jiejia, Yin divine spear, and original soul, however, belong to the same echelon of treasures. Each is exceedingly rare within the universe. The Jiejia leans towards material defense, while the original soul is inclined towards spiritual protection. If a sovereign of the universe were to simultaneously acquire the fate armor and the primordial soul, he could traverse the entire primordial cosmos with impunity. Even the most formidable beings in the universe, constrained by the limitations of the primordial realm, would be unable to vanquish a sovereign possessing both the primordial soul and the fate armor. The pinnacle treasures, such as the primordial soul and fate armor, impose stringent requirements on their bearers, rendering them unusable by other powerful entities. The primordial soul, a treasure of the soul, demands that its wielder possess a soul force equivalent to 100 million times that of a realm master to wield it. Furthermore, akin to the fate armor, it bestows upon its user an additional soul power of 1 billion times that of a realm master, and similarly manifests in 3 distinct forms. The ultimate material defense of the fate armor diminishes physical attacks to 1/10,000th of their original strength, while the maximum soul defense of the primordial soul similarly reduces soul attacks to 1/10,000th of their initial potency. Treasures of armor, ranging from ordinary to advanced, elite, and pinnacle treasures, generally mitigate damage to 1/10,000th, with variations in their thresholds of endurance. Only a select few exceptionally rare and superior pinnacle treasures possess the capacity to reduce damage to 100,000th. The fate armor, however, achieves a reduction to 100,000th, undeniably placing it among the foremost treasures of the pinnacle category, with an extraordinarily high threshold. It is exceedingly rare for the attacks of universe sovereigns to reach the limits that the fate armor can withstand, implying that in typical confrontations with a universe sovereign, the fate armor can effectively reduce attacks to 100,000th. Much like the Flame Emperor, who was invulnerable with the fate armor shielding his body and the primordial soul guarding his spirit, Wang Yi, already in possession of the primordial soul and fate armor, finds himself nearly fearless within the primordial cosmos, even without acquiring a treasure as formidable as the Star Tower. Upon comprehending the information regarding the primordial soul, Wang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, only a singular entity like the Mountain Dweller, renowned for crafting such superlative treasures like the fate armor and primordial soul, could achieve such feats. In the primordial cosmos, forging ordinary treasures is already a formidable challenge, let alone creating advanced, elite, or pinnacle treasures. Pinnacle treasures can only be crafted by the Mountain Dweller and require immense sacrifices. Wang Yi, who had previously cultivated as a prodigy, was utterly inexperienced in the art of crafting artifacts until he received the Flame Sacrifice, sacrificial inscription inheritance, which enlightened him on the creation of inscribed weapons. Of course, differing schools of thought dictate varying crafting methods and processes. His ability to forge Flame Sacrifice inscribed weapons does not guarantee proficiency in crafting other ordinary treasures. Moreover, even with the Flame Sacrifice inscribed weapons, the lack of practical experience would render the success rate alarmingly low. For a significant treasure, Wang Yi found little motivation to delve into its study. After all, did he not already possess 2 pinnacle treasures? This time, aside from other matters, acquiring the fourth calamity of 9 calamities, the primordial soul and the fate armor, is truly worth the journey. Wang Yi mused, proud that his son had not disappointed him. I have obtained both the primordial soul and the fate armor. Clad in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi soared like a streak of light across the vast surface of the Star Tower, contemplating inwardly. However, these two treasures are pinnacle grade. Even the sovereigns of the universe covet them. To wield them without sufficient strength would be folly. The cosmos adheres to a singular principle. Treasures are reserved for the worthy, and these worthy individuals are invariably the powerful. To possess a treasure without the requisite strength is akin to courting disaster. At least until I attain the strength of a universe sovereign, I must keep this hidden. Otherwise, I shall face the wrath of the universe sovereigns. Wang Yi understood all too well. Even the ordinary flying palace treasure bestowed upon him by the Chaos City Lord came with repeated warnings not to use it unless absolutely necessary, let alone a pinnacle treasure. Fortunately, I am amidst the human race, shielded by their protection, so I need not worry for the time being. As Wang Yi continued his flight, gazing at the towering Star Tower, he was suddenly struck by profound thoughts. The cosmos is vast, brimming with boundless mysteries and wonders, and he has merely taken his first steps. When will he stand shoulder to shoulder with beings as powerful as the Chaos City Lord? That will truly signify his entry into the realm of cosmic strength. While soaring outside the Star Tower, Wang Yi occasionally encountered some alien powerhouses, but he paid them little heed. Many of those strong beings recognized him as a friend of the Hunting God King, and perhaps out of respect for the Hunting God King's influence, they showed no intent to engage him. The entire process of checking in was remarkably uneventful. Meanwhile, the Hunting God King and the Flame Star Realm Master were engaged in fierce battles on the outer battlefield. However, due to the scarcity of sealed kings after a century, they had managed to slay fewer than 60, and none had been enslaved. Currently, there was only one sealed king slave, the War King. In contrast, the task quotas for ordinary immortal gods and sealed marquee immortal gods had been substantially fulfilled, indicating that tens of thousands of immortal gods had perished at Wang Yi's hands within a mere century. However, with the vastness of the outer battlefield and the convergence of billions of immortal gods from countless races, the deaths of a few went largely unnoticed, causing little uproar. Instead, the slaying of dozens of sealed kings prompted certain factions monitoring the outer battlefield to sense something amiss, although they had yet to connect these anomalies to Wang Yi. In the virtual universe, on Thunder Island, the Chaos City Lord had been closely observing Wang Yi's actions in the outer battlefield, filled with curiosity. Wang Yi has been flying outside the Star Tower. It seems he has a purpose. What would he be up to? Could it be that he has truly discovered a method to recognize the Star Tower as his own? The Chaos City Lord pondered, slightly amused. What could he possibly be thinking? This was the Star Tower, a supreme treasure that countless races and numerous powerful beings had tried to claim since its emergence. Yet none had succeeded in making the Star Tower acknowledge them as masters. How could Wang Yi possibly achieve this? Could it be that Wang Yi has uncovered some secret about the Star Tower? The Chaos City Lord mused. However, the human race had numerous superlative beings stationed there, and if anything were to transpire, they would be the first to discover it. I shall observe further. The Chaos City Lord ceased his ruminations. One of his main combat avatars had long been traversing the cosmic sea, recently encountering certain matters, leaving him with little mental bandwidth to focus on the young Wang Yi. That old fellow, the Mountain Dweller, is truly remarkable. He once founded the Flame God race and mentored the Flame Emperor, a sovereign of the universe. Now, another seemingly even more formidable figure, Wang Yi, has emerged. A hint of apprehension flickered in the eyes of the Chaos City Lord. The human race's ability to tolerate the Flame Emperor's betrayal was not without its connection to the Mountain Dweller. The Mountain Dweller is one of the strongest beings in the universe and one of the most ancient powers within the primordial cosmos. Long before humanity ascended to prominence as a peak race, the Mountain Dweller had already claimed his status as a cosmic powerhouse, shrouded in mystery, a solitary figure with myriad unpredictable abilities, making him one of the most formidable entities among the strongest in the universe. No one wished to provoke such a solitary powerhouse. Arriving at the 121st year of the Stellar Tower, on this day, Wang Yi, as per usual, navigated a spacecraft outside the tower. Occasionally, he would teleport to various locations to check in, yet the majority of his time was spent aboard the ship, as flying by oneself proved to be rather tedious and monotonous. Wang Yi sat in the lounge of the spacecraft, sipping tea while reflecting on the gains of the past years and contemplating his forthcoming plans. My teacher just contacted me, inquiring about recent developments. It seems the human factions have been keeping a close watch on my situation. Wang Yi pondered silently. He found this rather unsurprising. Ever since the incident in the garbage star domain, when he was ambushed by a foreign prince and a cosmic sovereign suddenly appeared, he had suspected that the human factions had been orchestrating matters around him. Perhaps he was currently under the scrutiny of some super-existence within the human race. Nevertheless, Wang Yi was unperturbed. What had been revealed was merely that which could be disclosed. As for the robbery armor, original soul, and the sign-in panel, such matters were beyond the knowledge of the human factions. Once I truly attain great strength, I shall no longer need to tread so cautiously, he mused leisurely while sipping his tea. Soon, I will go to the movies with Chun Yin and the others. During the monotonous times on the extraterritorial battlefield, Wang Yi would occasionally engage with his family in the virtual universe or chat with friends to maintain connections. That fellow, Luo Feng, is currently occupied with tasks assigned by the virtual universe company. It seems he's stirring up quite a commotion, Wang Yi remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Luo Feng, decisive in battle, yet calm and rational. Those within the virtual universe company who sought to manipulate him as a puppet had likely miscalculated. This time, Luo Feng had also revealed his formidable lethality, causing rivers of blood to flow in the Qianwu universe kingdom, with countless heads rolling. However, Wang Yi was not in a significantly better position. His avatars on the extraterritorial battlefield were similarly responsible for boundless slaughter, likely claiming more immortal deities than those in the Qianwu universe kingdom combined. In comparison to him, Luo Feng was but a small fish in a vast sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Reward: Stellar Tower. This reward is the highest attainable at the current location. You can no longer receive any rewards here. Stellar Tower has been added to the panel space. The number of check-ins allowed at this location: 0. Caught off guard, Wang Yi suddenly sprayed the tea from his mouth in shock. Chapter 347. The Mission of the Celestial Tower. The sudden arrival of happiness left Wang Yi momentarily stunned and bewildered. He promptly accessed the sign-in panel. And indeed, it clearly displayed a minuscule, pocket-sized celestial tower. The Celestial Tower, the primary weapon of the God King. More specifically, it is a weapon of suppression. It was this very weapon that allowed Luo Feng to traverse the vastness of the cosmic sea. Even upon reaching God King status, it remains an extraordinarily formidable armament. However, before Wang Yi could fully acclimate to his overwhelming joy, another notification appeared. Ding! Mission triggered. Mission name: Inheritance of the Celestial Tower. Condition: exchange the Celestial Tower for the arrival of the Celestial Tower. Mission content: the inheritance of the Celestial Tower, originating from beyond the 3,000 dimensions, arrives only once in a long epoch, seeking its inheritors across numerous source continents. It typically does not manifest in the dimensional cosmic sea. Reward: successfully completing the inheritance trial of the Celestial Tower grants access to the tower and its legacy. Due to the host's low level and the disparity in world tiers, the difficulty of the inheritance trial has been appropriately lowered for the host. Mission time limit: 10,000 years. Please complete the inheritance trial within this time frame. Otherwise, the Celestial Tower will depart from the primordial universe. Please accept the mission before the countdown ends, or will be automatically cancelled and will not reappear. 595,857. Wang Yi's mind was utterly befuddled. What was happening? Why, despite signing in for the Celestial Tower, was he presented with an inheritance of the Celestial Tower that required the Celestial Tower itself as an exchange for its arrival? Wang Yi's thoughts raced frantically. He was acutely aware of the astonishing nature of his consciousness, operating at a computational speed akin to an intelligent quantum brain. In a mere instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through him. Celestial Tower. Inheritance of the Celestial Tower. I choose the inheritance of the Celestial Tower. Within a mere 10 seconds, Wang Yi's gaze hardened with resolve as he made his decision. The inheritance of the Celestial Tower was evidently superior to the Celestial Tower itself. Otherwise, why would it require a complete Celestial Tower to exchange for a chance at its arrival? Moreover, Wang Yi would not directly receive it. He would have to undergo the so-called inheritance trial, an unprecedented opportunity. Although the Celestial Tower was powerful, it was merely a weapon. In the primordial universe, it would at most serve as a supreme treasure. In contrast, the inheritance of the Celestial Tower, shrouded in mystery, brimmed with infinite possibilities. Ultimately, Wang Yi made his choice. Ding! Host has chosen the inheritance of the Celestial Tower. Mission commenced. Wang Yi watched helplessly as the Celestial Tower vanished from the sign-in panel. Despite having made his decision, a pang of heartache rendered him breathless. My Celestial Tower. Simultaneously, an inconceivable, unimaginable force breached the barriers of multiple worlds, forcibly drawing something from an unknown, mysterious realm into the primordial universe. This world was far grander than anyone could fathom. The differing environments rendered the perceived boundaries entirely dissimilar. Just as the vast primordial universe appeared to some entities as but a small pond, the primordial universe's fundamental will finally reacted. It stirred. This signified that the grand will governing the operational rules of the primordial universe slowly turned its gaze. It observed a rupture within itself, a peculiar object having intruded. The will of the primordial universe fell into momentary silence. What did this thing originate? At this moment, the will of the primordial universe was rendered inconsequential, as it could do nothing. Even the supreme rules remained silent. Meanwhile, the primordial universe, the outer battlefield, the seventh battlefield, and the starry expanse housing the celestial tower experienced a cataclysmic transformation. Boom! High above the celestial tower, 9 light years away, the void erupted with a colossal rift, spanning thousands of light years, amidst which chaotic energies swirled, and a hazy, immense silhouette gradually solidified, descending toward the starry expanse. The rift in the void was so vast that many powerful beings in the vicinity witnessed it, utterly astounded. My goodness, what is this? Simultaneously, Wang Yi, aboard a ship outside the celestial tower, looked up to behold the magnificent, boundless shadow. The mere presence of its descent felt as though the entire universe was collapsing under its weight. Any formidable being appeared diminutive in the face of this terrifying existence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As this colossal entity descended slowly, the entire starry expanse trembled and quaked. Cracks manifested and spread, revealing inner spatial layers and chaotic currents. It is descending. Quick, leave this place. Though this immense shadow seemed close, it remained at a considerable distance from the celestial tower. Its sheer size made even the 9 light-year high celestial tower appear as a mere shack beneath a skyscraper, let alone others. The cataclysmic, unstoppable force instilled fear in the powerful beings of the celestial tower region, prompting them to hastily retreat. Those within the celestial tower received the news and quickly exited. Upon witnessing the enormous, boundless structure in the distance, they were left in utter shock. The news of a colossal building appearing near the celestial tower, suspected to herald the emergence of a treasure, rapidly spread through countless channels across the universe. In the virtual universe, within the dimensional space of the originator of the great axe, amidst endless darkness, distant stars twinkled, and a simple palace floated at the core of the dark void. Upon a long stone table before the palace, figures began to materialize. In a brief moment, pillars of the human race, including the originator of the great axe and the Lord of Chaos, gathered, their faces betraying their profound astonishment. Esteemed guests, I believe you're already aware. The originator of the great axe scanned the room, addressing the happenings surrounding the celestial tower. With a gesture, an image materialized in the center of the palace, depicting the scene of the celestial tower's arrival. As they observed the awe-inspiring, towering structure descend in the image, the celestial tower appeared as a mere blade of grass beneath a giant tree, casting a grave expression upon the faces of the superlative beings of the human race present. The celestial tower was already formidable, having stood in the outer battlefield for countless years, impervious even to the most powerful entities of the universe. Yet, the newly manifested mysterious tower seemed to surpass the celestial tower in strength. What on earth is this? Could it be yet another supreme treasure? The superlative beings of the human race engaged in perplexed discussions. Lord of Virtual Gold, your disciple should be in the outer battlefield safeguarding Wang Yi, right? Hasn't there been any news? Inquired an ancient, powerful entity. Pangbo is also there. Do we not have several esteemed beings present? Let us ask them what transpired. The Lord of Chaos interjected. Esteemed guests, at the moment the incident occurred, Pangbo and the others promptly relayed the information back. Yet even they are uncertain about what transpired. This tower appeared without warning, as if conjured from thin air. Pangbo and the others are currently engaging with this tower. The Lord of Chaos elucidated. The superlative beings present simultaneously illuminated with excitement. Indeed, we have several powerful beings among us. The Lord of Darkness is also present. We, the human race, should be the first to discover this tower. This is our opportunity. The outer battlefield strictly prohibits the entry of beings above the level of cosmic rulers. However, rules are merely constructs established by the 4 pinnacle races. If they can be set, they can also be broken. Due to Wang Yi, several esteemed beings of the human race, including the Lord of Darkness, were present. However, the Lord of Darkness remained more concealed and did not join Pangbo and the others. Everyone, silence. The originator of the great axe spoke. waiting for the assembly to quiet down before solemnly declaring, "The Lord of Darkness has just sent back news," preliminarily confirming that this mysterious tower is at least a supreme treasure comparable to the celestial tower. Boom! The strong beings within the palace were immediately stirred with excitement. The most formidable treasures, the illustrious human race, a pinnacle among races, lacks such a supreme treasure to safeguard its existence. Each supreme treasure possesses an astonishing power, often with bizarre characteristics that even the mightiest beings in the universe covet. Although the number of such supreme beings is exceedingly rare, there are still some who do not possess a supreme treasure. The founder of the giant axe is one such individual. Should the human race acquire a supreme treasure, it would undeniably grow even more powerful. A tremendous opportunity indeed. Giant axe. Let us hasten to seize this supreme treasure. Many lords of the universe could hardly contain their eagerness. In the past, during the sudden emergence of the Starry Tower, humans, demons, machines, and insects engaged in frenzied slaughter, ultimately finding themselves unable to claim the Starry Tower. Now, the appearance of this mysterious colossal tower rekindles the aspirations of human warriors. The founder of the giant axe exchanged glances with the Lord of Chaos, nodding in agreement as he spoke. "I am still traversing the cosmic sea, making my way back. This time, aside from the three who remain in the cosmic sea, we must ensure that a portion stays behind to guard our stronghold. The rest shall proceed to the battlefield beyond the domain. The human race must obtain a supreme treasure." The gravity of the situation was reflected in the solemn expressions of the others. The human race is composed of 18 lords of the universe, though only 15 are publicly acknowledged, with some possessing avatars. Apart from the founder of the giant axe and the three who remain in the cosmic sea, all others, except for those left to safeguard their home, hasten to the battlefield beyond the domain. A supreme treasure has the potential to shake the very foundation of a pinnacle race, making it the most precious existence in the entire universe. This drew the attention of countless superlative beings across myriad races to the battlefield beyond the domain. In the distant territory of the insect race, a colossal purple sphere, towering trillions of kilometers high, floated in the starry sky, its surface adorned with layers of twisted patterns resembling human veins. Within this magnificent purple sphere, in an exquisitely adorned hall, 6 insect queens, shrouded in a translucent veil, respectfully bowed to the insect queen seated upon the throne. Gazing down from her elevated position, the insect queen spoke slowly, her voice imbued with an irresistible allure, yet laced with a hint of murderous intent. "You are all likely aware that a new treasure, suspected to be a supreme treasure, has emerged in the region of the 7th battlefield beyond the domain where the Starry Tower resides. When the Starry Tower appeared, we engaged in a maddened slaughter against humans, demons, machines, and insects. This time, we shall leave only 2 of our sisters behind, and the rest will mobilize. We must secure this treasure." "Yes," replied the insect queens in unison. The insect race has very few lords of the universe, only 6, but when they unite, their power rivals that of 20 or 30 lords from human and demon races. The countless insect warriors are a source of dread. In the territory of the demon race, within their virtual space, a serrated-shelled beast and a massive silver serpent coiled together, issuing commands. The demon race boasts 2 supreme beings of the universe, namely the ancestor of the demon and the ancestor of dreams. Below them, 12 lords of the demon race displayed expressions of excitement. The serrated-shelled beast declared, "With the emergence of a new supreme treasure, I shall personally lead you to the battlefield beyond the domain, while the ancestor of dreams will remain to protect our kin. No matter what, we must obtain that supreme treasure." In the mechanical race's singular universe, countless beams of crystalline light interconnected planets and stars, creating the illusion of a vast web throughout the cosmos. "Father, Father, Father." Powerful thoughts resonated through the space. Let us proceed to the primordial universe, to the battlefield beyond the domain. The black oval sphere emitted a voice, and the towering metallic figures responded, swiftly entering the cosmic passage together. Among the 6 pinnacle races lies the abyssal race. Their homeland, known simply as the Abyss, is fraught with peril, where life forms engage in relentless slaughter, with countless perishing every moment. They are divided into numerous tribes, but due to their shared origin, they are collectively referred to as the abyssal race. At the pinnacle of this endless abyss, the legendary ancestor of the abyssal race reigns supreme. The vast, continuous mountain range is known as the ancestral mountain of the abyssal race. Atop the ancestral mountain, within a grand hall, More than 10 imposing abyssal warriors radiating an aura of insidious malevolence stood respectfully at the foot of a throne. Looming above them was a figure, silver in hue. With a chaotic black visage, this figure bore a long, scorpion-like tail that coiled around half the grand hall. Beneath, a silver carapace. A pair of crimson eyes surveyed the assembly below. This was the ancestor of the abyss. Within the abyssal race, internal struggles and conflicts are fiercely brutal, and the hierarchy is particularly stringent. Now, news has reached them from the distant battlefield beyond the domain. A new supreme treasure has appeared beside the starry tower. The deep voice of the ancestor reverberated within the palace. All of you shall accompany me to the battlefield beyond the domain. The last appearance of the starry tower led to a devastating slaughter among the races. This time, we of the abyssal race cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The ancestor of the abyss had no intention of leaving anyone behind to guard their kin. Yes, the 10 or more lords of the abyssal race were filled with exhilaration. The battlefield beyond the domain. The convergence of all races. The allure of the supreme treasure. These factors ignited their fervor. The 6 pinnacle races of the universe, mechanical, insect, human, and demon, reside in adjacent regions, while the crystalline and abyssal races occupy remote areas. The abyssal race and the crystalline race represent 2 entirely contrasting extremes. The abyssal race, birthed from the perilous abyss, consists of myriad forms that encourage internal conflict. In stark contrast, the crystalline race is a singular life form, highly united, surpassing even the mechanical race in their level of cohesion. Notably, certain powerful beings among the crystalline race, when collaborating, can amplify their strength exponentially. The abyssal race is characterized by individual strength, while the crystalline race thrives on collective might. These 2 fundamentally different races have been locked in fierce conflict. The human, mechanical, demon, and insect races engage in frequent skirmishes due to their proximity, while the abyssal and crystalline races seem inherently opposed, as if destined to clash, a result of their entirely disparate origins in the universe. When the abyssal race received the news, the crystalline race was equally informed. Their immediate response was not to dispatch forces to the battlefield beyond the domain, but to observe the movements of their nemesis, the abyssal race. Upon discovering that the upper echelons of the abyssal race were mobilizing en masse towards the battlefield, they decided to act decisively, led by the progenitor of the crystalline race, accompanied by over 10 lords of the crystalline race. Meanwhile, the news of the sudden emergence of a supreme treasure at the battlefield beyond the domain spread like wildfire throughout the cosmos, stirring not only the 6 pinnacle races but also the Starry Behemoth Alliance, the Northern Frontier Alliance, the Thorn Ring Alliance, and the Ancestral God Sect, among other powerful factions. They too dispatched forces to the battlefield beyond the domain, eager to partake in the spoils. The entire primordial universe was set ablaze by the appearance of the mysterious colossal tower. Chapter 348, The Gathering Storm. In the distant reaches of the 7th battlefield beyond the domain, where the starry tower is located, another towering, ancient, black edifice loomed, reaching into the heavens. Its height exceeded 100 light years, rendering the already colossal starry tower diminutive in comparison. Suddenly, a figure materialized. It was Wang Yi, who had teleported here. He gazed in awe at the immense tower stretching across the cosmos, overwhelmed by its indescribable grandeur. Merely looking at it instilled a sense of its boundless power. Nearby, a multitude of powerful beings were also converging. In no time, over 10,000 strong individuals from various races had gathered. What could this be? How could another tower, even larger than the starry tower, suddenly appear beside it? Is it a natural phenomenon, or perhaps a treasure left behind by some magnificent being? Many powerful individuals were left in a state of shock, while others could not contain their excitement, and flew towards the obsidian tower. At the base of the dark tower, there were 18 entrances, all of which stood ajar. Most of those rushing forward were from races other than the 4 pinnacle tribes. Well aware of the overwhelming power of these tribes on the battlefield beyond, bolstered by the presence of formidable beings, they understood that if they did not seize this opportunity to enter, once those superlative beings arrived, they might never have another chance. It was a gamble, a treasure rivaling the celestial tower. If I were to possess it, I would ascend to greatness, becoming a superlative being within the cosmos. Transforming my race into a formidable power would no longer be a mere dream. Some eyes glinted with fervor. The emergence of a treasure that could seal the stars was enough to incite countless kings to engage in brutal conflict. Let alone a treasure that could rival the celestial tower. No one could withstand such temptation. With a rush, upon witnessing others charging forward, A majority of the powerful from various races followed suit. Meanwhile, at a certain location within the Celestial Tower, Lord Pangbo and his companions had arrived ahead of time and had conducted preliminary investigations into the Black Tower, discovering that it was impervious to damage. This explained why the founders of the Great Axe had swiftly discerned it was an unparalleled treasure. The scene before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment the Celestial Tower was discovered, strikingly similar. The Lord of Darkness had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier among cosmic lords, and with his formidable treasure at hand, even the mightiest artifacts would remain unshaken. An ultimate treasure, this Black Tower must indeed be an ultimate artifact. The Lord of Darkness had hastened to the Celestial Tower upon its appearance, approaching only after confirming it posed no danger. Earlier, he had even tested the mysterious tower with his treasure, only to find it incapable of being moved, akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree. All the superlative beings of the human race were filled with fervent anticipation. The Lord of Darkness. What should we do now that those little fellows have arrived? Inquired a cosmic lord adorned with 2 horns upon his brow. They had originally come to protect Wang, but little did they expect to encounter such an event along the way. Compared to an ultimate treasure, Wang Yi seemed insignificant. Moreover, they had received orders from their race to spare no effort in claiming this newly emerged ultimate treasure for themselves. Yet, despite exhausting all means outside and attempting various methods, even penetrating divine power could not compel the tower to acknowledge them as its masters. Their anxiety was palpable. The battlefield beyond was also guarded by superlative beings from various races. The longer the delay, the more powerful individuals would arrive. In the initial phase, the human race held the advantage of being the first to discover it, but as more powerful beings gathered, that advantage would swiftly dissipate. In the midst of it all, the Lord of Darkness took the lead, clad in a simple black cloak, beneath which lay an extraordinary armor of silver and black. He was a bald figure with skin as white as jade. His head bore intricate black runes, and his gaze, directed at anyone, felt like a venomous serpent poised at their throat. The very fabric of space-time around him warped under his influence, enveloping everything in an eerie atmosphere. The Lord of Darkness was a disciple of the Lord of Chaos and was himself an immensely powerful cosmic lord. He had also mentored a disciple who had risen to cosmic lord status, showcasing his prowess. Currently, the virtual universe company boasted 5 cosmic lords, 4 of whom were from the same faction, with the Lord of Chaos at the helm. The Lord of Darkness furrowed his brow as he observed the multitude of approaching kings from various races in the starry sky. While he could disregard these kings, he could not ignore the formidable forces backing them. Furthermore, given his status, to strike down the kings would be beneath him. A vast and nebulous tide of black light surged forth, dotted with countless glimmers of starlight, flooding the infinite expanse of the cosmos. This was the domain-type artifact of the Lord of Darkness. Within this realm, he was the sovereign of this territory. All the kings charging forward were suddenly brought to a standstill, as if frozen in blocks of ice, unable to move. What is this? Such a vast sea of light. And all the kings have been subdued in an instant. Who among the races has arrived? Panic spread among the kings. Before such a superlative being, they had not a shred of power to retaliate, and could only pray that this magnificent entity would not hold them accountable. Outside, it is utterly futile. It seems that to acquire this ultimate treasure, one must venture inside, declared the Lord of Darkness. The expressions of those present shifted slightly. No one knew the origins of this ancient tower, its purpose, or whether it posed any dangers. Once inside, the future was uncertain. Falling within would be a common fate. Lord of Darkness, I possess a clone. Even if I perish within, it matters not. At most, I would lose 1 clone and some treasures. Allow me to enter, spoke a solemn figure clad in white armor. Then I shall enter as well, spoke the Lord of the Star Abyss. He was the main battle avatar of Lord Pangbo. In the early cosmos, many special life forms existed, leading to the prevalence of avatars among powerful beings. Though this became increasingly rare over time, as those special life forms concealed themselves, making them difficult to find. The Lord of Darkness regarded them with a nod. You may enter. Should you discover anything, notify us. If you fall within, your race will revive you and compensate for your losses. Then we shall enter as well, declared other lords. The more, the merrier. Indeed, replied the Lord of Darkness with a nod. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly as he noticed a figure appearing amidst the distortions of space-time in the distant starry expanse. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and domineering pressure enveloped the surrounding star domain, causing the immortal kings to tremble. It was a colossal beast, its form imposing and grand. Gazing with astonishment at the black tide of light before it, and the towering black giant that loomed in the void, radiating an aura of immense power. A domain-type artifact? Exclaimed the elder beast from the demon race. Such treasures are beyond the reach of ordinary powerful beings. They are typically possessed only by supreme cosmic overlords or cosmic lords. In a flurry, other figures of staggering power emerged alongside it, as superlative beings from the demon race descended upon the battlefield. There is no time, you all must enter. I will hold them off for a while, the Lord of Darkness commanded, his eyes flashing with intensity. He had concealed his identity for many years. No one knew he was from the human race. Traversing the cosmic sea, others believed the Lord of Darkness to be his solitary cosmic lord, unaware of his true heritage. Now, by sheer chance, with the emergence of the celestial tower, he feared his identity would soon be revealed. Wang Yi lingered at the periphery, observing in awe as the Lord of Darkness utilized his domain-type artifact to instantaneously seal off an area spanning over 100 light-years around the celestial tower. Such formidable power left him in deep admiration. Cosmic lords were indeed extraordinary. Almost all the human cosmic lords surged into those 18 grand entrances. While the Lord of Darkness stood guard at the threshold, watching the myriad superlative beings from various races manifest in the starry sky. As a cosmic lord, he could not be revived upon death and had no clones, so it was prudent for him to remain outside temporarily to secure the passage. Although the battlefield beyond was predominantly governed by the human, demon, machine, and insect races, numerous other races had joined the fray, with some superlative beings stationed here, indicating that those arriving were not solely from the four primary factions. Who has utilized a domain-type artifact to seal off the void? Is it the humans? Regardless of the identity, none could monopolize the ultimate treasure. They charged forward as various powerful beings appeared. They quickly assessed the situation and exchanged words before rushing towards the entrances of the Black Giant Tower. The matter concerning the unparalleled treasures is of paramount importance. They are bound by the commands of their superiors, and even in death, they cannot allow such treasures to fall into the hands of others. After all, they are cosmic sovereigns capable of reversing time and resurrecting themselves after death. With an increasing number of powerful beings surrounding them, they cast aside their reservations and surged forward. Begone! A voice thundered through the void like a rolling storm. Boom! An invisible shockwave swept through the approaching sovereigns, sending dozens of them tumbling back like meteors, their divine bodies shattering in the process before reforming. Each face was etched with astonishment. A cosmic sovereign? To be able to effortlessly repel so many of us simultaneously, including the esteemed sword sovereign Meng Jian, who is a cosmic overlord. This must be an extraordinarily powerful cosmic sovereign. Which human cosmic sovereign could arrive here so swiftly? The sovereigns were all rendered speechless. The disparity in power between cosmic sovereigns and cosmic overlords is immense. Perhaps only a cosmic overlord could barely resist a cosmic sovereign. However, when faced with those exceedingly formidable cosmic sovereigns, even the overlords must bow their heads. Amidst the boundless black tide, a shadowy figure flickered in and out of sight, embodying the essence of the laws, exerting pressure on an entire segment of space and time, yet remaining indistinct. The sealed kings, who had been released when the Dark Lord's voice forced many sovereigns back, felt as if they were small boats adrift on a vast ocean. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness that left them quaking with fear, they dared not approach any closer, merely watching from afar as the superlative beings confronted each other. Alas, we thought we still had a chance. Little did we know these great figures would arrive so swiftly. Some sealed kings were filled with resentment, while others, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the superlative beings, chose to depart. Yet, many remained, opting to observe. Such battles between superlative beings are a rarity spanning millions of years, and this opportunity to witness it firsthand was not something many were willing to forfeit. Wang Yi blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. He had previously summoned the Void Insect Clan's avatar and the Flame Star Beast to converge with him. Now, as he watched the human powerhouses face off against various formidable beings before the Tower of Heaven, he muttered resentfully, "This is mine. Why are you all intruding?" "Master, there are emails and calls from the virtual universe. It's your teacher." "Teacher?" Wang Yi blinked in surprise, but nonetheless allocated a fragment of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, within the primordial estate, Wang Yi engaged in a video call with Sovereign Pang Bo disciple. "You must leave the newly appeared tower immediately. Unimaginable battles are about to erupt there. A little fellow like you could easily be caught in the chaos and would not survive," Sovereign Pang Bo admonished without delay. Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. unable to confess that he had orchestrated this situation. He had not anticipated the enormity of it, and could only helplessly respond, "Teacher, may I enter? I have an avatar. I'm not afraid of death." Sovereign Pang Bo shot a glance at Wang Yi. "With all those treasures on you, are you not worried about losing them? The strongest beings of the universe will soon gather, and even a sealed king here would barely qualify as cannon fodder. Even if your talent is remarkable, and you possess nearly unparalleled strength, a mere sovereign could easily subdue you. What use is it to go in? If your true identity is discovered by alien beings, and you attract the attention of other cosmic sovereigns or the strongest beings, a single soul enslavement could spell your doom. Even I, the Lord of Chaos, could not save you. Do you understand? Sovereign Bang Bospo Kurnestri. Then I can send my avatar in. They surely won't recognize it." Wang Yi suggested. "You underestimate the cosmic sovereigns," Sovereign Pang Bo replied with a cold chuckle. Observing the resolute expression on Wang Yi's face, he felt a headache coming on. His avatar, the Star Prison Demon Ancestor, along with other sovereigns, was currently within the mysterious tower, leaving him unable to focus entirely on restraining his disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Sovereign Pang Bo said, "If you truly wish to enter, it is not impossible. However, you must promise me that if you are discovered by alien beings and cannot withstand their power, you will self-destruct. Better to die than to be controlled by your soul." Sovereign Pang Bo's expression turned serious. "Yes." Wang Yi's heart leaped with joy. "I'll speak to the Dark Lord, requesting permission for you to enter." Sovereign Pang Bo shook his head, bemused by his disciple's fervor. In the starry sky, beneath the towering black structure stretching hundreds of light years, the Dark Lord received Sovereign Pang Bo's communication and glanced at Wang Yi's location. "What a reckless endeavor," he muttered, brow furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, he ultimately allocated a fragment of his power to transfer Wang Yi. Whoosh! Time and space shifted, and Wang Yi found himself beneath a colossal gate, surrounded by an endless black tide that exuded an unsettling pressure, making his heart race. He felt that even a mere fragment of power from the tide could obliterate an immortal sealed king in an instant. "Proceed with caution," a cold voice echoed in Wang Yi's mind. Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings, finding no one in sight. He bowed in one direction before soaring into the majestic passageway of the towering gate. The Dark Lord watched him enter, shaking his head in disbelief. Boom! At that moment, the fabric of time and space trembled as an overwhelming pressure descended, akin to an infinite cosmos, heralding the arrival of even mightier alien beings. Chapter 349. All parties gathered. The Tower of Heaven loomed at a height of hundreds of light years, appearing as a single entity, its numerous layers obscured from view. At the base, 18 passageways served as entrances, each marked by towering iron gates reaching millions of kilometers into the air. Wang Yi's human form and the Flame Star Beast remained outside, while his Void Insect clan avatar, clad in royal armor and bearing the royal soul and the celestial ceiling star map, ventured inside. As Wang Yi soared through the entrance, he encountered a deep, black luminescent passageway, 3,000 kilometers wide and 10,000 kilometers high, extending into the depths of his vision. Something felt amiss. Wang Yi distinctly sensed a profound shift as he crossed the threshold of the Tower of Heaven. It was akin to a swimmer suddenly reaching the shore, as though the surrounding environment had transformed entirely. He felt no spatial fluctuations, nor did he perceive the virtual universe. Only his connection with his avatar remained intact. Wang Yi frowned. He halted, contemplating the spatial environment around him. What is happening? Where are the spatial fluctuations? If there is no spatial blockade, how could they vanish? This endless passage appears devoid of any spatial disturbance, as if entirely isolated from the original universe. Even the virtual universe seemed unreachable, a feat only achievable by the ancestor wielding the secret laws of the virtual universe, capable of encompassing the entirety of the cosmos. Wang Yi's gaze flickered. Whatever was capable of creating such a barrier could only be the work of the ancestor god sect, select secret realms, or the territories of certain cosmic overlords. If all went as expected, divine realms would likely be unable to sense anything here. Without a divine realm or the virtual universe, communication with the outside world would be fraught with difficulties, unless he relied on his avatar and the connection of a shared soul for interaction. Wang Yi pondered. The Tower of Heaven was indeed shrouded in mystery. He could only wonder what trials awaited him. Nonetheless, regardless of what they may be, he was resolute in passing the tests and claiming the Tower of Heaven. A determined expression crossed Wang Yi's face. Outside the Tower of Heaven, boom! The powerful beings from the four pinnacle factions arrived at the outer battlefield of the Tower of Heaven in quick succession, igniting a fierce conflict. The creator of the Great Axe was en route back from the Cosmic Sea, and thus, with the addition of the original universe and the Dark Lord, only 12 cosmic sovereigns had arrived. Opposing them were over 30 cosmic sovereigns from the three premier factions, including the mightiest of the insect race, the mechanical Father God, and the ancestor of the quaking demons, three of the universe's strongest beings. Were it not for the limitations placed on the universe's most powerful entities within the original universe, capping their might at the 6th level, humanity would have been unable to endure for long. Laughter resounded, echoing with grandeur. Towering over 10,000 kilometers, the Chaos City Lord brandished an ancient, tattered stone staff, his bare feet adorned in a robe of 1,000 treasures. He stood as one of the pinnacle champions of humanity. The majestic cosmic river cascaded through the starry expanse, enveloping the entire area around the colossal Black Tower, where an array of formidable and peculiar artifacts floated upon its indistinct surface, emanating an immense pressure. This was none other than the renowned weapon of the Chaos City Lord, the River of 1,000 Treasures. This artifact, classified as a supreme domain treasure, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Once unleashed, its influence extended throughout its dominion, allowing its wielder to restrain equally matched opponents, and even bind the movements of far stronger foes, enabling a graceful escape. Against the weak, it could effortlessly annihilate adversaries. Although a supportive artifact, the efficacy of this domain treasure was unparalleled. The River of 1,000 Treasures stood among the most esteemed of treasures, coveted by many cosmic sovereigns at the pinnacle of the universe. Yet few could attain such a relic. The Chaos City Lord's might was not solely derived from his own power. The River of 1,000 Treasures played an indispensable role. Stand aside, with the great axe absent. You dare obstruct my path? The serrated shell of a strange beast emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of the starry sky, compelling even the laws of the universe to momentarily retreat before such overwhelming strength. The Chaos City Lord possessed three major avatars, in addition to his true form. Two principal battle avatars were in action, one already present, another hastening back from the cosmic sea, while the last remained stationed in the primordial universe. His true self seldom revealed itself, for the primordial universe represented the foundation of humanity, a realm that must never falter. Those who ascended to the status of cosmic sovereigns often wielded avatars, though typically only two. For instance, the Lord of the Virtual Universe Company commanded but two, with one avatar stationed within the realm and the other engaging in battle. However, the likes of the Archaic Mirror, Luo Feng, Wang Yi, and the Chaos Lord, who possessed several avatars, were a rarity. Such a cosmic sovereign equated to multiple beings in power. The 9 superpowers of the universe, aside from our human alliance, were swiftly approaching. The Chaos City Lord struggled to fend off the combined assault of 3 formidable factions, a flicker of lamentation glimmering in his eyes. The 9 superpowers of the primordial universe included the Ancestor God sect, humanity, the demon race, the mechanical race, the insect race, the infernal race, the crystal race, the Northern Frontier Alliance, and the Cosmic Behemoth Alliance. As the Tower of Heaven emerged, humanity, the insect race, the demon race, and the mechanical race, being in proximity, were the first to arrive, while the crystal race, the infernal race, and the Cosmic Behemoth Alliance, situated further from the battlefield, took longer to reach the scene. However, humanity had already made prior arrangements, with 2 cosmic sovereigns leading the charge, having dispatched numerous revered beings, including immortal deities, into the tower to seek methods of claiming the artifact or discovering treasures within. The Chaos City Lord and his companions were merely stalling outside, preventing others from entering, which only incited further ire among the other factions. Out of the way, Chaos! You cannot impede us. Under the command of their respective strongest leaders, the insect race, demon race, and mechanical race launched relentless, devastating assaults, transforming the starry expanse into a blinding white void, with violent ripples extending hundreds of light years away. Yet humanity, having prepared, withstood the initial waves of attack. Damn it, if it weren't for the primordial universe, they would suffer my wrath. The 3 cosmic sovereigns seethed with anger. While facing the strongest in the cosmic sea might yield unfavorable outcomes due to divine power limitations, the primordial universe imposed energy constraints, with the pinnacle of 6-tier power being the utmost achievable level. Each cosmic sovereign could only exert their might at that level, restrained by the primordial universe. Likewise, even allied forces could only manifest 6th-tier supremacy at most. Thus, under the leadership of the Chaos City Lord, the Dark Lord, and the Lord of Engineering, Three fifth-tier cosmic sovereigns, humanity utilized their treasures and various strategies to hold the insect, mechanical, and demon races at bay, blocking all 18 passageways. Chaos. We can scarcely hold out much longer. We are nearing our limits. If this continues, casualties will ensue, the Lord of the Archaic Mirror communicated. Currently, only the peak factions of the insect, demon, and mechanical races, along with their most potent sovereign, stood against them, while the primordial universe housed over 10 cosmic sovereigns. Aside from the 6 supreme factions, each held their own cosmic sovereign. Additionally, there were solitary cosmic sovereigns, each formidable in their own right, some shrouded in mystery. Like the Northern Frontier Lord, the Mountain Dweller, and the Genesis Island Lord, others renowned for their legendary battles, such as the founder of the Black Cosmos, the progenitor of the demon beasts, and the true virtual demon god, their origins steeped in antiquity. Except for the ill-fated progenitor of the demon beasts and the misfortunate founder of the Great Axe, who lacked supreme treasures, all others possessed such relics. Among the 9 superpowers of the universe, 5 held these supreme treasures, yet humanity was at a distinct disadvantage without them. The Chaos City Lord sighed inwardly, reminiscing about the days of glory when his mentor was still present, when humanity commanded respect. Back then, even with tenfold courage, the demon and insect races would not dare to besiege humanity, lest they provoke the wrath of the cosmic sea. An encounter with the ancestor would teach them a lesson. Buzz. On the fringes of the battlefield, amidst the pitch-black void of the starry sky, devoid of any celestial bodies, only a vast, dim island emerged, its blood-red light piercing the darkness. The attention of the 4 factions champions was drawn to this sight. The infernal race has arrived. Their arrival is swift. Many of humanity's champions gasped in astonishment. Ah, how lively this place has become. A malevolent aura, so potent it made even cosmic sovereigns tremble, pervaded the atmosphere. The ancestor of the infernal demons. The assembled champions recognized this ancient and nefarious cosmic sovereign of the infernal race. Ancestor of the infernal demons, humanity bars our entry. Your arrival is fortuitous. Let us join forces and breach their defenses. The voice of the insect queen, melodious yet laced with malice, resonated. The ancestor of the infernal demons has arrived. We cannot withstand this. We must retreat. The Chaos City Lord lamented, swiftly issuing the order to withdraw. These humans are cunning. Very well, I shall not hold this against them for now. Once humanity relinquished their blockade at the entrance to the Tower of Heaven, the temporary alliance among the 3 factions disintegrated as they lacked a common interest. Subsequently, they dispatched their own representatives into the tower, beings such as revered ones, immortals, or cosmic sovereigns and overlords possessing avatars. These individuals had the potential for revival or were equipped with avatars. However, the cosmic sovereigns hesitated to enter under unclear circumstances, fearing the possibility of a trap. Even the mightiest among them could not escape the grasp of a supreme treasure and might find themselves trapped within. What of those kings and immortals outside? Inquired a cosmic sovereign. He referred to the powerful kings and nobles of various races lingering outside the Tower of Heaven, who had been drawn by the news of the treasure's emergence. Now, throughout the entire 7th domain battlefield, including other battlefields, cosmic entities surged towards the scene. Even beyond the 6 supreme factions, over a dozen cosmic sovereigns had arrived. Their collective strength posed a formidable force, making it impossible to completely isolate them. These cosmic sovereigns, astutely banding together, dared not confront the 6 supreme factions directly, yet the latter had no means to expel them. The crystal race has appeared. The crystal race emerged, each member possessing an exquisite visage, perfect in form. Whether male or female, their crystalline bodies seemed to encapsulate the essence of the cosmos. Each bore a golden eye at their foreheads, radiating an aura of authority. They represented the most illustrious of the crystal race, with 11 cosmic sovereigns and 1 cosmic powerhouse among their ranks. The crystal race is led by their sovereign, a being of unparalleled might, the most formidable entity in the cosmos. Except for the 4 cosmic lords remaining to guard their domain, the crystal race has nearly emptied its ranks. The abyssal race and the crystal race glare at each other from afar, clearly on the brink of conflict. The alliance of cosmic beasts has arrived. Towering creatures, as massive as mountains and exuding terrifying waves of power, emerge from the vastness of space. The cosmic beasts are divided into 12 pinnacle bloodlines, each boasting at least 1 cosmic lord, totaling no fewer than a dozen. Furthermore, even non-pinnacle bloodlines can occasionally give rise to cosmic lords over the ages, albeit rarely. Collectively, they too possess a few Upon hearing of the emergence of a new supreme treasure on the battlefield beyond, the cosmic beasts mobilize in great numbers. Leading them is their progenitor, the ancestor of the cosmic beasts. Its presence exudes an aura akin to that of the boundless universe itself. With a form that oscillates between the tangible and the ethereal, its colossal head resembles that of a dragon, adorned with 9 sharp golden horns that crown it majestically. This extended head alone spans thousands of kilometers, while the ancestor's entire form is likely tens of thousands of kilometers in length. Children, proceed. The ancestor of the cosmic beast commands. Lord of the Golden Horn, Sovereign of Annihilation, you both possess avatars. This time, let you lead the charge. Yes, ancestor, they respond. Both the Lord of the Golden Horn and the Sovereign of Annihilation belong to the lineage of the Golden Horn beasts and possess the innate secret technique of creating avatars, allowing them each to manifest 3. With 2 Golden Horn beasts, their combined strength equates to the power of 8 cosmic lords. Though typically the avatars may not match the might of their originals. A glimmer of anticipation flickers in the eyes of the Lord of the Golden Horn and the Sovereign of Annihilation. Should they acquire this newly surfaced supreme treasure, they would no longer fear anything in the primordial universe. The Lord of the Golden Horn is the eldest cosmic lord of the Golden Horn lineage, while the Sovereign of Annihilation is a recently ascended cosmic lord, having achieved this status a millennium ago. In the distance, Wang Yi's fiery star beast avatar hides, witnessing the terrifying array of cosmic beasts and quietly retreating. Jindian, what brings you here? A powerful honorary level destroyer beast, crackling with electrical energy, suddenly glances at the group of kings nearby and speaks in a booming voice. Jindian Wang is the loquacious destroyer beast that met Wang Yi's fiery star beast avatar on the battlefield beyond. Upon seeing its elders gathered, it joyfully flies over. Nearby, a colossal fire beast, radiating an infinite aura of authority, manifests in the air. The Lord of the Fiery Stars is the oldest and most powerful existence among the 12 bloodlines of the Cosmic Beast Alliance. Suddenly, it turns its massive head towards the direction where the fiery star beast avatar departed, snorts, and unleashes fiery sparks that melt through space, blinking as if puzzled. Was that one of my fiery star kin, but seemed to be a realm lord? Are there realm-level fiery star beasts in the battlefield beyond? However, at that moment, Wang Yi's fiery star beast had already fled far away. Chapter 350. The Trial of Inheritance? At this moment, Wang Yi advances within the colossal structure of the Celestial Tower. Alongside the main path are numerous branching corridors, their destinations unknown. Have I reached the end? Wang Yi muses, gazing at the flowing curtain of light ahead, before plunging into it. As he enters, the flowing light envelopes him, forming a bubble-like shield that propels him forward at an unimaginable speed through the ocean of luminescence. Time passes, though its measure is unclear. Whoosh! It feels as though he has pierced through a thin membrane, and Wang Yi finds himself in an expansive realm. Below him, chaotic currents swirl in the void, extending endlessly, while small islands float within, resembling countless stars scattered across the heavens. Yet, the most astonishing sight unfolds above him, where vibrant lights intertwine. Powerful waves of law surge like ocean swells, and strands of crystalline threads dart through the radiance, each adorned with mysterious runes. Wang Yi finds this scene eerily familiar. In the primordial universe, during its nascent phase, the cosmos was continuously evolving, and the fundamental laws of the universe manifested externally. The spectacle before him closely resembles that primordial universe, yet it evokes a distinctly different sensation. No, these laws. Wang Yi observes, realizing that the boundless ocean of laws overhead encompasses not only elemental principles such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but also the traces of merged laws and the workings of cosmic principles. Whoosh! The flowing light carries Wang Yi, slicing through the sky and landing upon one of the small islands. He stands upon the surface of this island, barely 100 kilometers in diameter, where a towering gray stone pillar rises at its center, surrounded by a rocky plaza, devoid of anything else. Upon the surface of the gray stone, intricate and unfathomable carvings radiate myriad colors, with countless runes imprinted upon the ground of the plaza and the stone pillar. Brilliant light erupts from these runes, casting a dazzling glow. As Wang Yi materializes upon the island, a hum resonates. Suddenly, the runes on the plaza's surface emit a haze of light, which swiftly coalesces around Wang Yi, gathering at the stone pillar in the center, culminating in a brilliant beam that shoots skyward, exploding like fireworks into intricate and wondrous patterns of runes, which then solidify into a colorful barrier that envelopes the entire island. What? Wang Yi gasps in astonishment. Simultaneously, the gray stone pillar, adorned with countless mystical runes, emanates radiance as ancient and peculiar characters emerge upon its surface. These characters, though unfamiliar to Wang Yi, convey their meanings with striking clarity. Since its inception, the Celestial Tower has traversed 157,672 source worlds. This marks its 157,673rd activation, lasting for a span of 10,000 years. Every being that enters may observe the ocean of laws within the Celestial Tower, comprehend these laws, and create secret techniques. The secret techniques will be inscribed upon the island's inheritance pillar. Upon meeting the requirements, one may pass the trial and obtain the qualification for the Celestial Tower's inheritance. The ocean of laws will assist you in better understanding the myriad principles of the universe, including individual laws, merged laws, the essence, and the operational rules of the cosmos. The higher your realm, the greater the level of the inscribed secret techniques, causing the island to ascend naturally, bringing you closer to the core of the ocean of laws, thus facilitating the comprehension of higher-level laws. Those of lower realms will remain at the bottom. To pass the trial, 2 requirements must be fulfilled. First, the comprehension of the laws must meet the standards, and appropriate secret techniques must be created. Second, ones must reach the inheritance standards. Both can be tested via the inheritance pillar. Subsequently, further details regarding the inheritance are provided. Comprehending the laws, creating secret techniques, meeting the will requirement. Wang Yi feeds soudain crudity. He lifts his gaze, staring at the surging sea of luminous laws and the endless crystalline threads adorned with runes. As if witnessing the intertwining of time, space, and the elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light, forming various profound and unfathomable entities. He perceives the transformations and pathways of the fire-space merging law, his spirit subtly stirred, and he unknowingly makes a slight advancement in his understanding of the path of the fire-space beast-god merger. Wang Yi inhales sharply. In such a brief moment, he feels as though his grasp of the fire-space merging law beast-god path has surpassed the insights gained over more than a decade. If he were to comprehend this for 10,000 years, Wang Yi's scalp tingles at the thought. This is not akin to the primordial universe, where what one comprehends are merely the rudimentary and superficial laws. Here, the processes of various merging laws are vividly observable. As long as one continues to observe and comprehend, the progress achieved will far exceed solitary exploration. A path akin to the chaotic steel, guiding others in their cultivation. Yet this is the true path. It seamlessly merges the infinite laws into an expansive, boundless ocean, where every road converges. The fusion of laws? Could this be a place that leads others towards the path of the chaotic laws? This sea of laws is the creation of the master of the Tower of Heaven, who, according to the recent messages from the Tower, traverses over 100,000 source worlds, incessantly seeking worthy successors. The master of the Tower must undoubtedly be an existence that transcends the source worlds. My son, what exactly have you summoned? Wang Yi's heart trembled. The primordial universe lacks methods to guide others in their cultivation to true divinity. The Sea of Laws, however, is not like the chaotic steel that provides detailed guidance for cultivation. It is a world unto itself. It reveals how the laws intertwine. Gold merges with the void. Fire melds with the void. Light intertwines with time. Wind synchronizes with time. Step by step, one delves deeper into the core. As long as you can comprehend it, that becomes your path. The chaotic steel presents you with a rough draft, inviting you to observe its principles and methods, then to create your own. In contrast, the Sea of Laws offers you a tangible world of transformation, allowing you to grasp its essence and then illustrate your understanding. The depth of your comprehension, your ability to express it, and the level of your artistry depends solely on your personal capabilities. The perception of laws, the creation of secret methods. This primordial universe is on the brink of something extraordinary. Could it give birth to the strongest beings in the universe or a multitude of cosmic sovereigns? Wang Yi gazed upwards at the ocean of overwhelming pressure enveloping the sky. What lies at its core? Wang Yi was not the only one astonished. The various formidable beings who entered the tower were equally enraptured. A venerable one looked up at the ocean of laws above, his body trembling violently. It seems I have glimpsed the path of the cosmic sovereign, he exclaimed. Having been trapped in the realm of the venerable for countless years, he had visited the ancestral god sect and attempted numerous methods, yet had never broken through. However, upon witnessing the endlessly changing ocean of laws, inspiration surged within him, illuminating his mind like a flash of light. The fog that had obscured his path to the cosmic sovereign began to dissipate. The bottleneck that had plagued him for years showed signs of loosening. He was not alone in this revelation. Many others shared similar feelings. The Sea of Laws within the Tower of Heaven was originally designed to assist those who entered in their understanding of the laws. Venerables could perceive the path to becoming cosmic sovereigns through it. Cosmic sovereigns could witness the infinite combinations and transformations of laws and find their own way. True deities could advance even further, but there is only a span of 10,000 years. The avatar of the venerable Pang Bo, the star-prisoned demon lord, was also present, his expression filled with fervor as he gazed at the secretive crystalline lines of the laws above, his eyes wild with excitement. The more powerful one is, the deeper the comprehension of the laws they can achieve, and the more they understand. Pang Bo was just a step away from the realm of the cosmic sovereign. Yet that step is exceedingly arduous. However, he now glimpsed possibility through the Sea of Laws. How terrifying! What manner of being could have created this Sea of Laws? The cosmic sovereign is one thing, but could there truly be a path that transcends true divinity or even goes beyond it? Many powerful beings were struck with profound astonishment. What exactly is the source world? The entirety of the cosmic sea is under the control of the primordial universe's will. It embodies a simple intent formed by the vast operational laws, devoid of any desire or ulterior motive, influenced by the will of the primordial universe. The beings of the cosmic sea can only grasp countless legacies of knowledge up to the limits of the universe's strongest. Beyond that, one must traverse the cycle of reincarnation to escape the influence of the primordial universe's will. This is, in fact, a form of protection for the primordial universe. Yet now, certain messages are being transmitted freely, and the primordial universe is unable to prevent it. The Sea of Laws within the Tower of Heaven is akin to the external manifestation of the primordial universe's laws, yet possesses the active guiding function of the chaotic steel. It effectively lays bare the mysteries of all laws for outsiders to see, without the slightest concealment. However, the extent to which one can comprehend it is solely dependent on their personal abilities. Many powerful beings, influenced by this, became enraptured in unraveling the mysteries of the Sea of Laws. This represents the greatest opportunity of their lifetimes. Among the 9 supreme powers of the universe, along with various ordinary scattered races, there were dozens of cosmic sovereigns who entered this time, over 1,000 venerables, and hundreds of thousands of immortals. Yet there were no realm masters, as no one believed a realm master could play a significant role here. Regardless of whether they are immortals, venerables, or cosmic sovereigns, they were all captivated by the Sea of Laws, unable to extricate themselves, and fervently cultivating. As news spread through various channels, the entire primordial universe descended into frenzy. Within the virtual universe of the human race, what? Is this real? For the first time, the Lord of Chaos displayed such a shocked expression as he looked at his disciple, Pang Bo. Indeed, Master, after witnessing the Sea of Laws, I saw my own path amidst the myriad intertwining laws, Pang Bo replied solemnly. I have a feeling that if I continue to comprehend, in 10,000 years, I will have a 70% chance of breaking through to the realm of the cosmic sovereign. The Lord of Chaos was rendered speechless by the shock. Could the Sea of Laws within the Tower of Heaven truly have such profound significance? The Lord of Chaos murmured, due to certain concerns. The true powerhouses from various factions did not enter the Tower of Heaven immediately, preferring to wait until the situation inside was more thoroughly explored. The Lord of Chaos never anticipated receiving such a shocking piece of news. A place that can guide others in cultivation and breakthroughs? The Lord of Chaos mused. Could there be something beyond the cosmic sovereign? Pang Bo replied. According to the messages left by the tower itself, there should be. The Lord of Chaos's expression grew grave. If this is indeed the case, it is of utmost importance. The Tower of Heaven must not fall into the hands of other races, lest it easily cultivate countless powerful beings. What trials does this tower impose for its legacy? The Lord of Chaos inquired. It remains unclear at present. The information within the tower does not provide specific criteria, only stating the requirements of comprehending the laws and the will, Pang Bo explained. However, since the master of the tower seeks to choose successors, the more talented they are, the better. The standards for different levels of power should also vary. On a small island, Pang Bo inscribed the strongest secret method he had created upon a legacy pillar, raising his position significantly, with only a few dozen able to compare with him. Below, there were still over 1,000 venerables and tens of thousands of immortals. Yes, it is highly likely. If I were to choose disciples, I would certainly select those with exceptional talent, comprehension, and will. The The Lord of Chaos nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, your disciple Wang Yi has also entered, hasn't he? Pangbo rubbed his bear-like face. Yes, Master, one of his avatars is indeed within the Tower of Heaven. As far as we know, the Tower of Heaven poses no hostility toward these outsiders. In fact, it is very secure. Each entrant is immediately taken to a separate island for protection, and once the protective barrier is raised, even a cosmic sovereign cannot intervene. Wang Yi is among the greatest prodigies in the history of our human race. I wonder if he has the fortune to seize this legacy of the Tower of Heaven? Pondered the Lord of Chaos. That may not be possible. Pangbo hesitated before replying. Wang Yi has been cultivating for too short time. He is still merely a realm master. The origins of the master of the tower are mysterious, and I sense that, like the cosmic vessels of the cosmic sea and the pinnacle realm, the level of difficulty is unimaginable. The selection criteria must also be exceedingly high. It will likely be quite difficult for Wang Yi to stand out among the numerous cosmic superpowers. The Lord of Chaos nodded, his thoughts swirling. If our human race can truly acquire this legacy, we might become the foremost power in the primordial universe or even the cosmic sea. The Lord of Chaos's eyes sparkled. Perhaps there is even a chance to transcend reincarnation. This opportunity must not be missed. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of Chaos made up his mind and issued a command. Summon all the formidable and gifted individuals of the human race and usher them into the Tower of Celestial Ascension. Upon learning of the circumstances within the tower, various factions throughout the universe unanimously resolved to adopt a similar course of action as humanity. This moment heralds a golden opportunity for the rise of our race. We must exert every effort and leave no room for failure, even if we cannot seize the tower. The chance to ascend to the status of the universe's sovereign must be grasped, even if it means risking our lives. Countless powerful beings flocked to the battlefield at the Tower of Celestial Ascension, including the mightiest of the universe, the sovereigns themselves. Boom! The first to enter was the ancestor of the demon race, Jin Yao, while Ming Yao, the second most powerful being of the demon race, remained outside to guard. As Jin Yao stepped inside, enveloped by a bubble of light, he felt a vastness akin to the primordial universe wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. Subsequently, he traversed the luminous veil and entered the boundless chaotic void, where he beheld an ocean of laws brimming with infinite possibilities. Jin Yao was momentarily transfixed. Having endured the passage of countless eons and witnessed myriad cosmic mysteries, he began to tremble. How could this be? Chapter 351, The Grand Event of the Primordial Universe. Outside the Tower of Celestial Ascension, a multitude of the universe's strongest beings congregated. The cosmic expanse in which they found themselves seemed to exist in a realm of its own, with the laws of the universe seemingly sealed away. Nearby, towering figures loomed. Whether they be energy beings, stone entities, or flesh and blood life forms, powerful sovereigns of the universe gathered in this space. The old fellow, Jin Yao, could not contain his impatience and had already entered. The queen of the insect race gazed at a colossal silver serpent coiled in the distance, its elongated form fading in and out of the starlit mists, immense and awe-inspiring. Ming Yao, are you not going in? She inquired. Ming Yao replied in a deep voice. Why should I rush when none of you are in a hurry? It's only been a brief moment. Let's wait a little longer. It had been less than 10 days since the gathering of superpowers in the universe, and many races, upon receiving word, dispatched their strongest individuals to join. The Northern Frontier Alliance alone boasted the largest number of powerful beings among the cosmic races, with its sovereigns far exceeding those of the Han Alliance by 100-fold. The human race possessed over 6,000 sovereigns, while the total number of sovereigns within the Han Alliance surpassed 100,000, nearly eclipsing the human race's royal lineage. This serves to illustrate the immense strength of the Northern Frontier Alliance, though humanity excels at the pinnacle level with its sovereigns and the mightiest beings. In the entirety of the primordial universe, the greatest power does not belong to any of the 9 major factions, nor to the solitary, strongest beings. Rather, it resides in the countless scattered races dispersed throughout the realms of the primordial universe. These disparate factions number in the billions, with a few possessing 1 or 2 sovereigns. If they were to unite, the total count of sovereigns could easily reach several hundred. However, due to their fragmentation, they merely coalesce into smaller factions. Yet, should they ever join forces, even the most formidable superpowers would be compelled to take notice. Your peak races have arrived rather swiftly, but why do you hesitate to enter? A chilling voice reverberated through the cosmic space, causing the universe's strongest beings and sovereigns lingering outside to turn their gazes in unison. An inexplicable pressure descended upon the infinite void. An overwhelming will exerted a weight upon all sovereigns, though only the mightiest could maintain their composure. Hey yo, since you have come, do not lurk in the shadows. Reveal yourself, proclaimed the ancestor of the starry beast. With a flourish, a hazy figure began to solidify within the boundless void. Clad in deep black armor, a humanoid shape formed from golden flames emerged. The fiery giant donned the armor of the black void, and behind him loomed a massive illusion filled with countless stars, reminiscent of an entire universe. Hey yo, the founder of the black void. The sovereigns of the 9 factions found themselves overwhelmed by the imposing presence of this sudden arrival. The strongest beings and sovereigns hesitated to enter, held back by their apprehensions and exercising caution. Only the demon race, with its 2 mightiest champions, dared to take the plunge, knowing that even if one were to meet misfortune, the race could still maintain its status as a peak faction, albeit with some risk. Sovereigns, however, cannot be resurrected. Thus, aside from those with counterpart sovereigns, others remained outside, their hearts wavering. In a distant corner of the primordial universe, a colossal being, covered entirely in black scales, slowly emerged from the endless starry expanse, engulfing the surrounding light years in a shroud of infinite black flames. Within this realm, planets and stars were annihilated instantaneously, leaving only this magnificent entity as the eternal constant. It has been so long since I returned to the primordial universe. I find myself rather nostalgic. Besides the Star Tower, another supreme treasure has appeared this time. I must devise a way to procure it. Had I not lacked one such treasure, I would not have been defeated by that ancient beast god of the starry realm last time. The black scales shifted, and with a whisper, he vanished into thin air. In a virtual universe, the Hall of the Great Axe was filled with 18 human sovereigns and the founder of the Great Axe, who were convening for discussions. My true self and the avatar in the cosmic sea will require some time before returning to the primordial universe, stated the founder of the Great Axe. This matter is of utmost importance. You must exercise patience and refrain from rushing into the Tower of Celestial Ascension at the mere sight of temptation. The Tower of Celestial Ascension severs spatial fluctuations, while the virtual universe connects through the divine realm's pathways. Thus, to communicate with the outside world, one must rely on avatars or divine manifestations. The situation within the tower had already been disseminated, creating a stir among the human race. However, while immortals, universe sovereigns, and even cosmic overlords could enter, sovereigns were strictly prohibited. Should they perish, resurrection would be impossible. In this regard, all factions displayed remarkable patience. Many sovereigns present nodded in understanding, though among them were several who possessed avatars, such as the Lord of Chaos and the Master of the Desolate Mirror, each dispatching an avatar into the tower. Even if one avatar were to perish, the loss would remain within manageable limits. Conversely, the strongest beings lacked avatars. Their divine essence would revert to flesh and blood, and even if they had originally possessed avatars, those would ultimately fade, leaving only their true selves, capable at most of manifesting as a divine projection. The combat prowess of such projections was significantly diminished, far inferior to that of the original form, and they typically resided within the divine realm's miniature universe or served for communication purposes. We all comprehend your counsel. Great Axe, the assembled sovereigns acknowledged. By the way, those who enter the tower to comprehend the laws may bring their avatars or divine manifestations to my miniature universe, the founder of the Great Axe remarked. Within this miniature universe, it was also possible to establish a space where the flow of time accelerated dramatically. The Great Axe universe is one of 2 major miniature universes owned by humanity, due to the early suppression of the original ancestor. The evolution of the initial universe remains incomplete. Even attempts to accelerate time are futile. To achieve the ultimate limit of 1,000-fold time acceleration, one must venture into the miniature universe of the founder of the Great Axe. Another sovereign spoke solemnly, with a 1,000-fold acceleration. 1 year would equate to an entire epoch in the outside world. The message from the Tower of Celestial Ascension indicates that it may operate for up to 10,000 years before concluding, granting us a total of 100 million years for enlightenment. It remains uncertain how many among us will advance further during this span. The eyes of the other sovereigns glimmered with anticipation. The opening of the Tower of Celestial Ascension represents a grand event for billions of races across the universe. Following this event, who knows how many powerful beings may emerge. Yet, the Lord of Chaos turned his gaze toward the rugged giant, the Great Axe. Will you enter when the time comes? The Great Axe is currently the sole, strongest being of the human race. And with the original ancestor permanently suppressed in the primordial universe, humanity relies solely on the great axe. Should anything befall him, it would be as if the heavens themselves had collapsed for the human race. Although it may not lead to the extinction of a race, since there remains the option to retreat to the original universe. Alongside numerous sovereigns of various universes, the status of the Peak clans is undoubtedly at risk, and they will inevitably lose a significant portion of their territories. The founder of the Great Axe spoke in a solemn tone, stating that this opportunity is rare, and if the situation proves true, I must enter. The Lord of Chaos had anticipated this, and upon hearing the words of the Great Axe, he was not surprised. Yet he sighed inwardly, pondering that if he could also break through to become the most powerful in the universe, the human race would not have to rely solely on the Great Axe for support. This time, too, is my chance, the Lord of Chaos silently mused. Far away on the outer battlefield, Wang Yi received a message from the virtual universe, instructing him to a specific location, where they would collectively be transported into a certain space within the Great Axe's miniature universe for accelerated cultivation. Cultivating at 1,000-fold speed is an extravagant luxury, as such acceleration inherently defies the laws of time and space. Thus, the stronger one is, the greater the cost incurred for cultivating under accelerated time. For instance, in the historical past, Luo Feng had easily received permission from the Starry Sky Primordial due to his relatively weak strength when cultivating in the Beast God realm. This acceleration represents a substantial plundering of the essence of each miniature universe. The pressure exerted on the miniature universe by sovereigns is immense. If a supreme being were to attempt cultivation under 1,000-fold acceleration, the consumption would be even more outrageous. No one dares to engage in such practices long-term. Wang Yi's rewards from the sign-in panel revealed another advantage of the time realm. Firstly, the cost is minimal. Although Wang Yi is uncertain if the energy consumption will increase upon his breakthrough to the immortal level, it is likely not as high as utilizing the time realm of a miniature universe. Secondly, it allows for overlapping with the temporal flow of the real universe, akin to the time flow in the original universe being 3 times slower than the initial universe. In the original universe, time resumes its normal pace, while in the Great Axe's miniature universe, the acceleration is calculated based on the time flow of that miniature universe. Should Wang Yi wish, upon achieving the status of the most powerful in the universe, he could entirely create a space within the miniature universe to maintain 1,000-fold time flow, while a divine avatar remains in the time realm for cultivation. However, this would require a formidable cost. Short-term, it may be manageable, but long-term, it becomes impractical, much like temporarily activating it for significant events such as the opening of the Tower of Ascension. Ah, how could I forget about the Great Axe's miniature universe? Wang Yi smacked his lips. The miniature universe of the Great Axe can open the time realm, achieving a maximum of 1,000-fold time flow. Meanwhile, his human avatar remains in the universe of the Great Axe, with his Beast God avatar in the time realm, and his Void Insect avatar within the Tower of Ascension. With the acceleration of 1,000-fold in the Great Axe's miniature universe, and an additional 1,000-fold in the time realm, that equates to 100 million times. Meditating in the Tower of Ascension for 10,000 years would mean Wang Yi's own time realm comprehension for 10 trillion years. Wang Yi couldn't help but gasp. 10 trillion years, a truly staggering span of time. Fortunately, he retained his rationality, recognizing that he is merely a realm master at this stage. The correspondence also contained a warning specifically directed at him. After all, those entering would be either immortals, venerables, or sovereigns of the universe, all of whom face no limitations on lifespan, leaving him as the sole realm master. Wang Yi's current genetic level is 9,000 times enhanced by the power of the Beast God, granting him a lifespan significantly exceeding that of an ordinary realm master. However, considering that the power of the Beast God is a temporary amplification, it is prudent to use the genetic level of his Void Insect avatar as the benchmark. Special life forms inherently possess extended lifespans, often hundreds or thousands of times longer than their ordinary counterparts. Thus, Wang Yi as a realm master could potentially live for over 60 billion years. Compared to 10 trillion, it barely scratches the surface. Yet it represents Wang Yi's limit unless he aspires to break through to the immortal level immediately, which is, of course, impossible. Can I complete the Tower of Ascension's inheritance test and obtain the tower within 600 billion years? Wang Yi felt a twinge of concern. The sign-in panel promised a corresponding reduction in difficulty, but who knows by how much? For now, he could only give it his all. Hopefully, this sun doesn't lead me to ruin, or else it would truly be a pitiful situation. Within the Tower of Ascension, A multitude of powerful beings from across the universe had gathered in a short span of time. Wang Yi frequently observed streams of light coursing through the sky. The once tranquil and desolate chaos void now brimmed with stars as islands emerged, each encased in protective light. Just in the past few days, the number he had seen likely surpassed 100,000. How many powerful beings have come to the original universe? Wang Yi musit. Each small island can harbor only one life form, safeguarded by a protective light. Should one wish to depart, they may communicate with the Tower of Ascension via the Inheritance Pillar, but this would forfeit their qualification to re-enter. However, the most striking feature remains the island above, now submerged within the sea of laws. Based on Wang Yi's estimates, these powerful beings can be primarily categorized into 3 tiers. The pinnacle secret techniques, like his own, belong to super powerful beings and some ordinary, weaker venerables. The ultimate secret techniques encompass powerful venerables, overlords, and sovereigns of the universe. Finally, the most formidable sovereigns of the universe, the strongest beings in existence, represent the highest level of mastery of ultimate techniques. The distance between them and Wang Yi feels insurmountable. There are easily over 1 million individuals at his current tier. Although he has diligently researched his pinnacle secret technique over the years, it remains far from reaching its limit, let alone the ultimate secret techniques. Wang Yi seek it. He is still too young, merely a child. In contrast, the likes of the true Yin King, who has been entrenched in the invincible realm for countless years, clearly demonstrate the advantages of their accumulated wisdom. The secret techniques they have created have already attained the pinnacle of their limits. Those many years were not spent in vain. Regardless of whether one possesses pinnacle secret techniques or ultimate techniques, they exist on the same level. The requirements for inheriting the Tower of Ascension are exceedingly high. Wang Yi stroked his chin, gazing at the gray stone pillar adorned with countless engraved secret patterns. Over the past few days, he has been simultaneously contemplating the sea of laws above while also testing the gray stone pillar. Testing the secret techniques is straightforward. The gray stone pillar contains a space. One simply enters their consciousness and executes the technique. Based on the level of the technique, it is classified into different tiers: pinnacle secret techniques, ultimate secret techniques, and the strongest techniques. These are the 3 basic levels, each likely containing finer subdivisions. As for whether there are higher levels beyond these, Wang Yi felt that was not his concern. Such matters should be of interest only to the sovereigns of the universe and the strongest beings. Even sovereigns can be categorized from the 1st to the 6th tier. Wang Yi shook his head. Meanwhile, on the other side, the likes of the true Yin King, the 9-sword venerable, and the King of Shadows have dispersed among the myriad islands across the chaos void. The island seems endless, and the arrival of the human alliance resembles a sprinkle of sesame seeds on a vast pancake, sparse and hardly noticeable. Furthermore, due to the lack of connection with the virtual universe, those without divine avatars cannot communicate with one another. At this moment, the true Yin King, with a face full of excitement, tugged at his golden beard, gesticulating fervently as he gazed at the magnificent sea of laws above. Like many others who have come here, having been trapped in the invincible realm for years, he now sees the dawn of his breakthrough to the venerable level. Chapter 352. The 10 Fundamental Laws Acknowledged. The sea of laws above the chaos void is vast and imposing, with endless pressure permeating the atmosphere. Islands radiating colorful streams of light are strewn below, clearly divided into 3 tiers. The 3rd tier, the most populous, is densely packed and nearly impossible to count, situated at the very bottom of the chaos void. They consist of immortals, both king-level immortals and a few venerables. Those venerables must be feeling quite disheartened at present. All whose comprehension of the laws is insufficient and below the pinnacle secret technique level reside at this tier, making them the furthest from the sea of laws. The 2nd tier floats upon the surface of the ocean of laws, as if adrift upon the tumultuous waves, teeming with multitudes, a sight to behold, numbering in the thousands. These are the formidable exalted beings who have unearthed the ultimate arcane techniques, cosmic overlords and sovereigns, with the exalted ones being the majority, while the cosmic sovereigns exceed a count of 3 figures. However, even the ultimate arcane techniques can be categorized into various levels, depending on their potency, resulting in a disparity in the distance between these isles and the ocean of laws. Some are entirely submerged within, while others merely bob upon its surface. Though this distance may appear trivial, one must consider the vastness of the celestial tower's interior and the boundless expanse of the ocean of laws. What seems a mere speck of difference is measured in light years in this context. At the pinnacle, the 1st tier, There resides but a singular entity deep within the ocean of laws, the unparalleled champion of the demon race, the ancestor of trembling demons. Its form expands to a colossal size of several dozen kilometers, coiled upon an isle, as it gazes at the vibrant, surging waters and the intricate patterns of laws. A look of profound joy illuminating its eyes. It is astonishing to realize that the path I have traversed for so many years still harbors such myriad transformations. Even among the most powerful beings in the cosmos, the understanding of laws varies significantly. For instance, the original progenitor, who once swept across the cosmic seas, could wield the pinnacle power of the 10th tier, and naturally, their arcane techniques are of at least that supreme caliber. In truth, even the 6th-tier arcane techniques signify an entry into the echelon of the cosmos' mightiest. Generally, cosmic overlords are capable of crafting 7th-tier techniques, while notable figures like the Mechanical Father and other esteemed cosmic sovereigns often grasp the intricacies of the 8th tier. As for the progenitor of the Great Axe, the foremost true sovereign of the first era of cosmic reincarnation, they can understand the nuances of the 9th tier. The strength of the ancestor of trembling demons is akin to that of the Mechanical Father, with their arcane techniques residing at the 8th tier pinnacle level. The gap to reach the 10th tier pinnacle, known as the true divine limit, is immense. To attain this level, accompanied by a supreme treasure, one could be deemed virtually invincible within the cosmic seas. For cosmic sovereigns, advancing is an arduous endeavor, as they stand atop the pinnacle with no one to guide them. They must rely solely on themselves. Even in the event of a breakthrough, it is an individual journey, forging a path uniquely their own. In the primordial universe, methods to cultivate into cosmic sovereigns still exist, yet cosmic sovereigns lack any guidance or experiential knowledge for their advancement. Hence, the number of primordial cosmic sovereigns remains exceedingly scarce. Yet, upon witnessing the wondrous ocean of laws, the ancestor of trembling demons quickly realizes that the interwoven laws therein offer significant insights for its own enlightenment. It is akin to the feeling experienced many years ago when the ancestor, a once ordinary and feeble being, first beheld the ocean of laws. An overwhelming sensation of entering a new world, filled with astonishment and joy. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The ancestor's eyes brim with shock as it internally exclaims, "How could the primordial universe possibly harbor such a place that guides others in their cultivation and progress, even elucidating the path for someone of my stature among cosmic sovereigns, of which I had previously never heard a whisper?" In that moment, the ancestor of trembling demons recognizes the immense value of the celestial tower. Priceless. With it, a continuous stream of formidable beings could be nurtured within its kin, even significantly increasing the number of cosmic sovereigns. Across the countless epochs of the primordial universe, the total number of cosmic sovereigns among all races scarcely surpasses 1,000. Yet the ancestor believes that with the celestial tower, the number of cosmic sovereigns among the primordial demon race will eventually eclipse the total of all other races in the universe. It may even give rise to numerous cosmic sovereigns of unparalleled might. Dominating the primordial universe, and perhaps even the cosmic seas, is no longer a mere dream. Even the ancestor is taken aback. This celestial tower is of paramount importance to me, the demon ancestor. I must possess it. A frenzied gleam radiates from the ancestor's eyes. The significance of cosmic sovereigns and the mightiest beings to a race is beyond question. It is only with a multitude of cosmic exalted ones that more cosmic sovereigns can emerge, and from them, many cosmic sovereigns will rise to prominence, enhancing the understanding of laws, guiding the path ahead, assisting breakthroughs. This is the true purpose of the celestial tower. Its value surpasses that of 10 supreme treasures combined. As for its inherent powers, they seem of little consequence. Not only does the ancestor grasp this truth, but many other cosmic sovereigns who have entered the primordial universe come to the same realization. The Lord of Chaos is equally filled with astonishment. It seems implausible that anyone from the primordial universe could create such a terrifying artifact. Who is the true creator of the celestial tower? Could it possibly be akin to the cosmic vessels of the cosmic seas, or with the pinnacle realm, or perhaps a remnant of ancient civilizations? Regarding the source world, factions within the primordial universe were previously entirely unaware. Even the origins of the ancient civilization's landmass may not be fully comprehended. There is only a span of 10,000 years. Some powerful beings feel anxious, sensing that they have glimpsed the path to breakthrough. Yet the time frame of 10,000 years feels insufficient. In truth, the intricate patterns revealed by the ocean of laws resonate most profoundly with cosmic exalted ones, cosmic sovereigns. and true deities who have genuinely touched upon the mysteries of the cosmic laws. Those below the immortal tier, however, struggle to comprehend much, even when faced with the ocean of laws due to their comparatively low level of understanding. Of course, is infinitely superior to being in other locations within the primordial universe. At the very least, many who have been trapped at the pinnacle of the king realm for years can faintly perceive the door to break through. Meanwhile, numerous exalted beings are lost in rapture, contemplating the ocean of laws. The avatar of the Lord of the Star Prison, or the esteemed Pang Bo, is among them, experiencing profound enlightenment. So this is how it is. I've been walking the wrong path all along. Clad in a black robe, a towering figure of black-scaled being sits upon the limestone square, its blood-red eyes fixated on the ever-changing oceanic realm, as if reflecting the transformations of cosmic time and space. Different individuals derive varying insights. For example, the ancestor of trembling demons perceives a deeper pathway among the cosmic sovereigns. The Lord of Chaos envisions the potential to transcend into a cosmic sovereign. The esteemed Pang Bo discerns his path toward becoming a cosmic sovereign. As for the true Yin King, he sees the possibility of further merging with the earth and void beast god laws that he has long pursued to achieve cosmic exaltation. Truly unfathomable. The ancestral god sect also has a cosmic overlord-level deity present, surrounded by threads of law patterns, weaving a beautiful realm of laws. As he gazes upon the ocean of laws, filled with infinite mysteries and boundless transformations, his eyes brim with awe. The ocean of laws within the celestial tower resembles the place of inheritance of my ancestral god sect. In the place of inheritance, one can be influenced by the primordial cosmic force, entering a peculiar illusion where the deeper intricacies of the beast god path are continuously revealed in the most meticulous manner to those receiving the inheritance, as if a superpower were directly pouring those mysteries into their minds. The method of inheritance in the place of inheritance is far more effective than merely observing the 52 chaotic steels or the beast god statues. Specifically, it is even superior to witnessing the ocean of laws here. However, the ancestral god sect's place of inheritance can only reach up to the 7th tier, which corresponds to the level of cosmic sovereigns, and there are only 8 positions for the beast god. The difficulty of cultivating to the 7th tier is akin to scaling the heavens. It is suitable only for those who follow the beast god path, merging with the laws. For those who are already cosmic sovereigns or the mightiest beings, it holds no significance. Moreover, the duration of each instance is brief. Here, however, one may observe freely for 10,000 years. In addition to merging with the laws, countless paths of law cultivation are encompassed here, regardless of how it is changed. The 10 fundamental source laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, time, and space remain paramount. Countless cosmic powers immerse themselves in the boundless mysteries of the ocean of laws, while others ponder how to acquire the celestial tower. They have attempted various means, yet the inheritance pillars have provided no hints or standards. The mere comprehension of the laws is sufficient to create arcane techniques, and with the will aligning with the requirements, one can indeed pass the trials and inherit the tower of the heavens. No one has ever contemplated the use of brute force. Even the mightiest beings in the cosmos, such as the demon sovereign, were left awestruck upon witnessing the vast ocean of laws that seemed to rival the power of the primordial universe. Enclosed within a protective barrier of light, no one could engage in combat, for divine power simply could not penetrate this luminous shield, leaving all to earnestly cultivate instead. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was immersed in contemplation, pondering his 2 potential paths, either to forge a secret technique through the path of time and space, or to create a technique via the fusion of the fire and void laws, aligning with the path of the beast god. These 2 routes presented the most expedient and promising opportunities for success. Wang Yi's avatar from the Void Insect clan, adorned in resplendent purple gold armor, sat cross-legged on the surface of a gray stone plaza, his fingers instinctively tracing patterns on the ground, reminiscent of his training days in the City of Chaos, leaving behind fragments of his insights. He lifted his gaze to behold the boundless ocean of laws. However, based on my calculations regarding the Tower of the Heavens, the probability of passing the trials remains rather low. Yet, there exists another method, albeit the most challenging one. A glint of madness sparkled in Wang Yi's eyes. To comprehend the 10 fundamental laws and fuse them into a singular arcane technique could significantly enhance the chances of succeeding in this trial, especially if it culminated in an ultimate secret technique. The fusion of laws is exponentially more arduous than merely grasping the concepts of time or space. with the challenge of integrating the 10 fundamental laws being unfathomably greater. Even the preliminary fusion would likely prove far more difficult than ascending to the rank of the cosmic sovereign. It is uncertain whether anyone has attempted this within the primordial universe before. Wang Yi is merely making an attempt. Previously, such endeavors were impossible, but now, with the ocean of laws available, a conducive environment for comprehension has been provided. As a realm master, once I attain the acknowledgement of the fundamental laws, I shall not be constrained as the immortals are, whose understanding of other laws is severely limited, impeding their speed of comprehension. Moreover, I possess the time realm, which grants me the ability to cultivate for over 60 billion years, an advantage of hundreds of times more than others. Wang Yi's resolve grew ever more steadfast. This is an unprecedented opportunity, a chance procured through the divine weapon, the Star Tower. Should I miss it, it may never return. The origin of the cosmic source is shrouded in mystery. Upon reaching the realm master level, due to the power of the world, consciousness can merge with the boundless land of the cosmic source. If a realm master receives the acknowledgement of the fundamental laws, their consciousness can delve deeper into the ocean of laws. A resounding roar echoed. A crimson sea stretched infinitely before him, the source of the fire laws. The origin of the fire laws of the entire primordial universe, with an overwhelming aura permeating the ocean, exerting a pressure far surpassing any powerful being Wang Yi had previously encountered. Beyond the realm of fire laws, there existed the sources of space laws and time laws. Surging and undulating, Wang Yi divided his consciousness into 3 parts, merging them into 3 droplets of water, drifting within the ocean, continuously exploring and comprehending the 3 great laws. Additionally, he allocated half of his consciousness to other origin realms to grasp the laws, striving for their acknowledgement to enter the ocean of laws. Wang Yi's avatar from the Void Insect clan was immersed in the ocean of laws within the Tower of the Heavens, while his human form resided in an accelerated space specially created within the miniature universe of the giant axe. The Flamestar Beast remained within his personal time realm. Although the 3 bodies had separate consciousnesses, they shared the same soul. Their consciousnesses were interconnected, and the comprehension of laws was mutually shared. If a year passed in the primordial universe, a billion years would elapse within the time realm. Under this unprecedented acceleration of time, Wang Yi's comprehension of the laws and spiritual will were continuously enhancing. Progress. Unceasing progress. Merely 100,000 years into the time realm, Wang Yi had already gained acknowledgement from the 10 fundamental laws. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, and space, all were within his grasp. At this juncture, Wang Yi began to attempt the fusion of laws, commencing with the simplest and most familiar, the fusion of fire and void laws. He observed and contemplated the ocean of laws above while exploring the path of law fusion. This was a daunting journey, devoid of any clear guidance. He merely endeavored to sketch a world based on the changes within the ocean of laws. Meanwhile, the mightiest beings of the cosmos, waiting outside the Tower of the Heavens for a brief period without witnessing any anomalies, could no longer contain their impatience. Countless powerful entities from the primordial universe surged into the Tower of the Heavens, abandoning all restrictions. Any cosmic race was permitted entry. The founders of the giant axe entered. The insect queen ventured in, the mechanical father god entered, and the dream demon sovereign, the shock demon sovereign, the crystal sovereign, and the lord of the abyss also made their entrance. Almost all the mightiest beings of the primordial universe had gathered. Over 80% of the cosmic sovereigns of the entire primordial universe had entered as well. The numbers of the revered and the immortals were incalculable. On this day, a streak of light, defying the laws of the universe at an unimaginable speed, arrived before the towering and endless Tower of the Heavens, halting to reveal a colossal figure exceeding 90,000 kilometers in height, clad in seemingly ordinary azure armor, with transparent twin horns adorning his forehead. A life force radiated from him that even the fundamental laws of the universe dared not approach. He stared blankly at the Tower of the Heavens, astonished, and exclaimed, "What is this? How is it akin to the Star Tower, that even I cannot perceive its depths?" Chapter 353, Continuous Breakthroughs. The Consciousness Space. The consciousness space of the inheritance pillar can be created according to the user's specifications, although it is not without limitations. Nevertheless, as long as the requests are not excessively outrageous, they can be fulfilled. Currently, Wang Yi finds himself upon an endless expanse of grassland, clad in a flowing crimson robe. The wind dances through it, stirring his long black hair. A contemplative expression graces his godlike visage. In this enclosed virtual space, Wang Yi instinctively reverts to his true human appearance, unencumbered by any disguise. Now, having comprehended the 10 fundamental laws to the point of receiving their acknowledgement, I can commence the next phase. Wang Yi dares to attempt the fusion of the 10 laws, for even the most basic amalgamation is fraught with peril. To fuse laws, such as the golden void, fire and void, to a state of completion and perfection would elevate one to the status of a cosmic sovereign. Yet, Wang Yi harbors grand ambitions. Upon sensing subtle traces of the chaotic laws within this inheritance space's ocean of laws, he conceived the notion of comprehending and fusing the laws here, laying a solid foundation. Opportunities like this are rare. Once lost, they may never return, Wang Yi murmured. Even if I do not succeed, I possess the divine power route. I initially intended to pursue the divine power path, but I am reluctant to relinquish the chaotic laws and wish to take the risk to attempt. In the primordial universe, to become a true god meant primarily following the divine power path, with law comprehension as a secondary focus. A 10,000-fold divine body, formless and intangible, combined with the will secret technique from the elemental technique, constitutes the true capital for rising within the Hunyuan world, Wang Yi reflected. Nevertheless, even upon achieving a divine body as a true god, law comprehension remains fundamental for the evolution of miniature universes and continues to rely on the understanding of laws until reaching the divine king realm. Besides the sign-in panel, the foresight and understanding of this world constitute Wang Yi's true trump card. Due to the obstruction of the primordial universe's source will, it is likely that, apart from the two great sanctuaries, no one within the primordial universe, including the cosmic sea, truly comprehends the specific route to fuse laws. However, I do. While others lack a path, it is akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, with the hope of success being minuscule. Yet I possess concrete ideas to implement. And this is my confidence. Wang Yi gazed at the vibrant, verdant grassland, his expression deepening as he extended his hand. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every body of water in this world, in its natural cycle and life force, is composed of fundamental laws. Let me unveil the true mysteries of this world. Wang Yi embarked on a journey of profound and extended introspection and research, destined to span countless eons. Let us commence with the fundamental principles of spatial fusion, encompassing the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the temporal fusion of the 3 laws of wind, light, and thunder. The realms of metal void, wood void, water void, fire void, and earth void alongside time wind, time light, and time thunder constitute the immediate objectives of Wang Yi's fusion endeavor. As for deeper fusions, Wang Yi refrains from contemplation, cognizant that one cannot devour an entire feast in one bite, lest he choke upon it, while Wang Yi delves into the essence of these foundational laws, diligently laboring to innovate and weave together secret techniques. A monumental upheaval is concurrently transpiring in the primordial universe. This primordial cosmos, situated in a remote star field far removed from the human territories, is predominantly occupied by 6 dominant clans that claim the most fertile and quintessential regions of the universe. The further one strays from the cosmic center, the more barren the surroundings become, teeming with innumerable ordinary and feeble tribes. The stronger among them might be led by a solitary cosmic sovereign, while the weaker tribes may possess only a few revered elders. Before the might of these formidable clans, the lesser tribes are rendered as insignificant as ants, compelled to unite for their very survival. On this particular day, in a vast expanse of the universe's remote territories, a colossal continent floats amidst the boundless starry sky. This land, renowned in the nearby regions, is known as the Wind Realm continent, home to the moderately powerful Suling tribe. The tribe as pillar of strength is a cosmic overlord, the revered sea. Above the continent, 9 dazzling suns of varied hues hover, casting vibrant rays through the clouds, which in turn manifest splendid rainbows. Across the vast terrain, many Suling beings with lustrous white fur thrive. They are corporeal beings of exquisite beauty and gentle disposition. Yet they harbor an intense aversion to outsiders. Any intruder who trespasses without their consent is deemed an invader, facing hostility and aggression. Towering white spires of unique design rise majestically here, as the Suling tribe is dispersed across the continent in a tribal faith. Their sacred site is the grand and expansive White Holy Mountain, situated at the center of the continent. Beneath the snow-capped peaks, countless Suling individuals kneel in fervent devotion. Gentinga wheat ardor, sue, great sue. Within the palace nestled among the undulating white mountains lies a conduit to the divine realm, a vast, boundless expanse. Suddenly, A tremor reverberates through this celestial domain, permeating it with an overwhelming divine majesty, startling all the formidable beings residing therein. What transpires? Why does the Elder's divine realm quake? Figures of immortality emerge in the skies of the divine realm. At the pinnacle of this divine realm, a temple suddenly radiates with resplendent violet light, enveloping the entire realm in an infinite glow. A thunderous, majestic laughter resonates throughout the divine kingdom. A being towering over 1,000 meters, draped in a coat of white fur akin to a snow ape, materializes before the temple's plaza, exhibiting palpable excitement. Eons have passed. Sui have finally taken this monumental step. The revered Sui has remained ensnared at the level of reverence for far too long, even outdating many cosmic sovereigns. He had nearly abandoned hope, yet the sudden emergence of the Tower of Ascendancy rekindled his aspirations. With a determined effort, he has finally breached that barrier, leaping into a new realm. Cosmic Sovereign. I am on the verge of becoming a Cosmic Sovereign. The divine avatar of Sui, residing in the divine realm, gazes down upon his expansive domain, envisioning his tribe ascending to a higher status. From henceforth, the Suling tribe shall rise as a significant force in the universe, no longer subject to oppression. In the cosmic order, tribes are categorized into peak tribes, powerful tribes, ordinary tribes, and weak tribes. Only those possessing the mightiest cosmic beings, along with numerous cosmic sovereigns, are deemed peak tribes. Powerful tribes may possess one or more cosmic sovereigns, while ordinary tribes lack a cosmic sovereign but may have several revered elders or even cosmic overlords. Weak tribes might only have a scant few revered elders or none at all. Tribes without cosmic sovereigns face significant challenges in their development and proliferation. Conversely, those with cosmic sovereigns enjoy myriad advantages. For countless eons, amidst billions of tribes, the primordial universe boasts merely over 1,000 cosmic sovereigns. The ability to reverse time and resurrect empowers these tribes with boundless benefits, fostering the emergence of stronger beings. As the numbers swell, tribes can accumulate strength, giving rise to more revered elders and heightening the probability of producing cosmic sovereigns. As time progresses, instances akin to that of Sui from the Suling tribe manifest across the cosmos, appearing in rapid succession. Chapter 354. Wang Yi's Request. As the attention of the powerful beings from countless tribes converges upon the Tower of Ascendancy, the cosmic struggles recede into an unprecedented tranquility. In the miniature cosmos of the Giant Axe, one of the two primary realms owned by humanity, the early suppression of the primordial ancestors has led to an incomplete evolution of the initial universe, resulting in a limited human populace predominantly composed of extraordinary talents and formidable beings. In contrast, the Giant Axe universe has fully evolved, accommodating a substantial number of ordinary beings. Within a specific realm of the Giant Axe universe, the formidable representatives of the entire human tribe gather: immortals, revered elders, and cosmic sovereigns, with Wang Yi, the sole domain lord possessing a divine avatar, standing out prominently. Although several domain lords from the human tribe have ventured into the Tower of Ascendancy, none possess avatars like Wang Yi, as such an opportunity is rare for ordinary talents. The flow of time in this particular space of the Giant Axe universe is 1,000-fold faster than that of the primordial universe. Thus, while a millennium passes here, merely a year elapses outside. Despite being in the same space, they're scattered across different locations to avoid disturbances. Wang Yi finds solitude atop a mountain palace, while other peaks loom in the distance. Merging laws, the ultimate supreme technique, Wang Yi murmurs. He directs his finger towards the heavens, and a wave of cosmic energy unfurls, intertwining various foundational laws into strings of exquisite, dreamlike beauty. How can one traverse further and amalgamate these laws into a true supreme technique? Wang Yi furrows his brow in contemplation. During this period, he has drawn inspiration from the path of the Fire Void Beast God, attempting to integrate other laws. Yet he discovers the task to be exceedingly arduous. Merely striving to create the ultimate technique of the Fire Void Beast God consumes boundless effort, let alone the endeavor to merge 10 laws. Of course, Wang Yi need not rigidly pursue the fusion of 10 laws into a supreme technique. He may first endeavor to craft the ultimate technique of the Fire Void Beast God. Should he succeed in passing the trials, it would be fortuitous. If not, he can reassess his strategy. Nonetheless, Wang Yi estimates that relying on an ordinary ultimate technique to pass the trials of the Tower of Ascendancy is an exceedingly slim hope. After all, even among the most exceptional talents who comprehended ultimate techniques in the primordial universe, many were below the reverent level. Historically, Luo Feng attained the third ultimate technique during his tenure as a domain lord, thus breaking the shackles of the golden horned giant beast core and achieving immortality. The Tower of Ascendancy has traversed numerous source worlds and undergone over 100,000 trials, each world akin to the caliber of the origin continent, teeming with endless cycles and divine kings, far surpassing even the foundational essence of the primordial universe. Yet, no one has gained the tower's recognition. Even though Wang Yi possesses a sign-in panel to reduce the requirements, surmounting the trials is likely no simple feat. The creation of an ultimate technique is exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, the illustrious Zijing Island, which gathers the unparalleled talents of billions of cosmic tribes, would not have so few who have forged ultimate techniques. It is imperative to exert oneself to the utmost. No opportunity must be overlooked. Wang Yi reflects for a moment, connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe to request an audience with the Lord of Chaos. This privilege is scarce among the human tribes, granted to Wang Yi only after his previous audience with the Lord of Chaos at the latter's estate, and ordinarily, one cannot disturb the Lord without pressing matters. Wang Yi, what brings you to seek me? The voice of the Lord of Chaos resonated, gentle yet imbued with authority. His primary consciousness was now focused on the Tower of Heaven, for comprehending the laws was of utmost importance. The Tower of Heaven could only be activated for a mere 10,000 years. If during this time he could make further advancements, humanity would gain another unparalleled champion, one whose peak prowess could stand shoulder to shoulder with the demon race. No longer fearing other elite factions, there were few who dared to disturb him during this critical period. Lord of Chaos, I wish to obtain access to the virtual universe's repository of secret techniques. Wang Yi respectfully stated. Oh. The Lord of Chaos cast a discerning glance at the respectful Wang Yi. Is this due to the Tower of Heaven? Indeed, Wang Yi affirmed with deference. As a disciple, I aspire to create an ultimate secret technique, hoping to undergo trials through the Tower of Heaven. However, my training has been limited, and my understanding is rather superficial in many aspects. Thus, I seek to leverage the virtual universe company's treasure trove of secret techniques to gain insights from others. The Lord of Chaos's eyes sparkled with interest. Your ambition is commendable. I grant you permission. He appraised Wang Yi closely, nodding in satisfaction, his tones softening considerably. Your determination is admirable. Should you truly succeed in acquiring the Tower of Heaven, you shall be a great benefactor to humanity, standing on par with us. Go forth and strive diligently. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach me. The Lord of Chaos had previously discussed the challenges of the Tower's inheritance trials with other leaders of humanity, and they had reached a consensus. The trials were exceedingly formidable. Moreover, the stronger the individual, the more daunting the test would likely be. They were concerned. Given humanity's current capabilities, was there anyone who could pass the trials? Wang Yi's words also prompted the Lord of Chaos to ponder. While the immortal, the venerable, or the cosmic sovereign might struggle, what the realm lords? As Wang Yi's figure faded from sight, the Lord of Chaos narrowed his eyes. Wang Yi was among the rarest of talents in humanity's history, blessed with fortuitous encounters that even eluded the Lord's full comprehension. Originating from a planet created by the recluse, his mental fortitude was exceptionally high. Perhaps he genuinely possessed the potential to pass the Tower of Heaven's inheritance. The mere thought of the Tower of Heaven ignited a fervor within the Lord of Chaos. In the sea of laws within the tower, he had already reaped substantial benefits, vaguely perceiving the doorway to a new realm. How could a being of his stature not feel exhilarated? If he felt this way, the universe's supreme beings would undoubtedly be even more fervent. Alas, time was too short. Merely 10,000 years, even if accelerated 1,000-fold, was far from sufficient. The higher the realm, the more complex and arduous the comprehension, necessitating even more time. For ancient beings like the Lord of Chaos, it was not uncommon to spend billions of years in contemplation. Thus, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within them. The Lord of Chaos held onto a glimmer of hope, wishing for humanity to acquire the Tower of Heaven. In an effort to seize this opportunity to enhance their strengths, various cosmic races employed every means at their disposal. The Hong Alliance, lacking small universe time acceleration, sought to enter the Great Axe universe. To win these races over, humanity granted permission selectively, though entry came at a price. And these races were willing to pay any cost for their own ascension. They all harbored a faint hope. If a cosmic sovereign or the universe's strongest being could emerge, perhaps they would no longer need to remain vassals to humanity. However, the prospect of producing a supreme being was daunting, and few races dared to entertain such thoughts. Even the Lord of Chaos, hailed as the most likely to break through in the primordial universe, held no certainty, let alone others. Those already part of the Hong Alliance posed less concern. They were steadfast allies, and humanity was not worried they would turn against them, as they could simply offer a few concessions. In contrast, other races with little prior interaction with humanity faced significant costs to gain entry, even compelled to join the Hong Alliance. Consequently, the coalition of the universe's 6 apex races expanded significantly. There was no other choice. The rarity of supreme beings made it difficult to reach out to solitary cosmic champions, and one could only negotiate with the 6 foremost races. After some contemplation, the Lord of Chaos issued another command during the Tower of Heaven's trials. All individuals within the Great Axe universe who sought to comprehend in the accelerated space would be granted access to the repository of secret techniques. For the sake of the Tower of Heaven, humanity, along with other factions, was prepared to pay any price. Chapter 355, The True Transformation King. In the virtual universe. At Yuxianshan's primordial district, Wang Yi's estate lay quiet. In the hall, several large iron boxes, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, width, and height, were neatly arranged. Wang Yi directly unlatched the heavy box and opened it. With a resounding thud, the iron door swung open, revealing several meticulously arranged tomes, each measuring 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick, all crafted from a dark golden metal. There were 7 such volumes in total. The Beast God 7 Kills. Wang Yi marveled as he caressed the title inscribed on the metallic book, reflecting on how he once could not afford to exchange for it. Yet now it was bestowed upon him freely. The Beast God 7 Kills consists of 7 volumes, with each layer corresponding to a level of mastery. Achieving mastery of the 7th layer would allow one to transform into a true Beast God, akin to the Beast God in existence, rivaling the true cosmic sovereigns, standing at the pinnacle of the universe. However, Zoloto had only mastered the first 6 layers. The 7th layer remained a mere figment of imagination, not truly perfected. To embody the true Beast God, one must comprehend the heart of the Beast God, something Zoloto could hardly fathom. Only Luo Feng, with the advantage of having the recluse as a mentor, possessed such fortune. Wang Yi shook his head. Luo Feng's meteoric rise was significantly attributed to the recluse. Were it not for the recluse's escape from the annihilation of his nation on Origin Continent, subsequently fleeing to the cosmic sea and reincarnating to create Earth, Luo Feng would have remained an obscure figure. It can be asserted that Luo Feng's ascension to the status of a primordial lord owes much to the recluse's influence. In addition to the Beast God 7 Kills, other iron boxes housed various texts on the fusion of laws, though most only reached the 6th level, with some even stopping at the 4th or 5th. However, Wang Yi intended to use them merely for reference and study, so he was indifferent. Golden Void would void, Fire Void, Water Void, Earth Void, Light Time, Thunder Time, Wind Time. The 8 paths of the Beast God were all contained within these texts. Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings, murmuring a wish that they might aid him in creating a sufficiently powerful ultimate secret technique. Wang Yi felt quite confident in his ability to create an ultimate secret technique. However, when it came to crafting one that met the Tower of Heaven standards, he felt uncertain. The tower had not provided specific criteria for the trials, and Wang Yi could only strive to elevate the level of his techniques as much as possible. The ultimate secret technique for the strongest realm lord. The Tower of Heaven. The islands in the Sea of Laws remained divided into 3 tiers: Peak Secret Techniques, Ultimate Secret Techniques, and the Supreme Being's Absolute Arts. Peak Secret Techniques were self-explanatory. Wang Yi estimated that Ultimate Secret Techniques belonged to the Cosmic Sovereign tier, or the 16th rank, while the strongest techniques should be above the 6th rank. After all, in the current Cosmic Sea, no major faction had yet produced a Cosmic Sovereign 6th rank Pinnacle Secret Technique, the threshold for the universe's strongest beings. Nevertheless, in ancient civilizations, the foundational requirement for entry was to create a 6th rank Pinnacle Secret Technique at the Cosmic Sovereign level. Yet, that was the domain of true geniuses from antiquity. All the cosmic strongest beings of the primordial universe were present, scattered across different islands, most in their true forms, while others were incarnations. In the boundless depths of the Lost Sea, emanating an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of the primordial universe, over a dozen cosmic strongest beings engaged in their contemplations on their respective islands. The founder of the Great Axe furrowed his brow, resting his hand on a gray stone pillar, murmuring, "Is the 9th rank secret technique level still unattainable?" The Great Axe was immensely powerful. He was considered half a disciple of the original ancestor, having once received guidance from humanity's greatest leader, the invincible original ancestor who traversed the cosmic sea, which proved his strength surpassing even that of the Lord of Chaos. The seemingly rough, wild man possesses an unexpectedly meticulous heart. In a vast cosmic sea, the giant axe has maintained a low profile, unbeknownst to others that his strength has surpassed that of ancient powerhouses like the Mechanical Father and the Ancestor of Demons. Although he lacks a suitable ultimate treasure to fully unleash his potential, the giant axe remains one of the most formidable beings in the primordial universe. As he surveyed the surrounding ocean of laws and the shimmering threads of secret patterns, to his eyes, these threads appeared to form an immense axe. Suspended in the endless darkness, the giant axe began to move, and with this motion, the very fabric of reality faded away. He was irresistibly drawn into a state of complete immersion as the movement of the colossal axe resonated with the laws governing the cosmos, allowing him to wield total control over time and space. The boundless mysteries of the universe unfolded within his mind, yet certain aspects became increasingly incomprehensible. Awakening from his reverie, the giant axe gazed around the island and let out a sigh. Ah, how unfathomable it is! Within the sea of laws lies an abundance of cosmic profundities. Though he glimpsed the path, it felt agonizingly distant. In moments of confusion without a path, once a path emerged, it seemed an eternity away. The giant axe harbored a sense that not a single formidable being in the primordial universe could pass the trials of the celestial tower. Determined, he resolved to enhance himself to the utmost, seizing this opportunity to elevate his mastery of secret laws to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The 10th tier represents the ultimate limit of divine beings, the level once attained by the original ancestor. Yet the giant axe remains significantly distant from that threshold. Regrettably, the original ancestor has been forever suppressed. Otherwise, there might have been a glimmer of hope to reach the celestial tower. Clenching his fist with rage, two beams of light, as tangible as substance, shot from his eyes, illuminating the void. Cursed be the will of the primordial universe. The human race continually yearns to rescue the original ancestor, yet remains powerless. On another island, the extraordinarily handsome and enigmatic youth, King Yen-ju, scrutinized the surrounding laws, his brow increasingly furrowing. Damn it! Why are these laws so difficult to comprehend? King Yen-ju was filled with vexation. The sea of laws merely illustrates the intricacies of the laws. However, true understanding depends on the individual. The external manifestation of the primordial universe's laws operates, yet their layers and profundities are far more profound. Thus, it hinges upon personal comprehension and talent. The exceptionally gifted King Yen-ju had arrived with grand ambitions, yet now found himself stymied. That fellow Zhun Yin has also entered. I cannot fall behind him. This is my opportunity. It belongs to me. A fervent madness sparkled in King Yen-ju's eyes. If I can achieve a breakthrough here and become a revered being, Zhun Yin will be beneath my feet. He is unworthy to contend with me. King Yen-ju harbored an intense animosity toward Zhun Yin. King Yen-ju, with an inflated sense of self-worth and a narrow heart, has always opposed true geniuses. When Zhun Yin rose to prominence, he clashed with King Yen-ju. However, King Yen-ju was ruthlessly defeated by Zhun Yin. Who is Zhun Yin? He is someone who fears nothing and dares to challenge the heavens, and every confrontation resulted in King Yen-ju's defeat, thus sealing their enmity. Zhun Yin, who has long been despised by King Yen-ju, was now completely absorbed in his own thoughts. So it is. Zhun Yan's gaze was fixed on the magnificent sea of laws above him. Every flickering wave, every rise and fall of the ocean, and the intertwining secret pattern threads continuously manifested in his mind, as if he glimpsed a certain void, with an inexplicable brilliance shimmering in his eyes. The laws of the essence of Earth and the laws of the essence of space. The intricacies of their fusion I have contemplated for countless years. So this is how it is. Zhun Yin burst into hearty laughter, releasing years of pent-up frustration from being trapped at the pinnacle of kings. Having grasped the crucial step, he was confident that within a millennium, he would create a truly ultimate secret law. Henceforth, he would ascend to the realm of cosmic reverence. Chapter 356, 600 billion years. Time flies. In the primal district of the virtual universe, within Wang Yi's training ground, the space allocated for each member of the primal secret realm was originally fixed. However, under the guidance of the Lord of Chaos, Wang Yi's training ground transformed into an expansive slaughter arena, akin to a high-priced venue. In the vast starry sky, Wang Yi stood amidst the cosmos, having just concluded a battle with an opponent. The 1,866th opponent, he mused. In the virtual universe, his foundational qualities were fixed to unleash greater combat prowess. He could only rely on his comprehension of the laws and the creation of powerful secret techniques. According to the standards, defeating 1,000 opponents indicated that his created secret technique had reached its peak level. If he could defeat 2,000 opponents, it would signify that his created secret technique had attained the ultimate level. Nonetheless, even peak-level secret techniques exhibit substantial disparities. For instance, the peak technique used against the 1,999th opponent vastly surpasses that against the 1,000th. The same applies to ultimate techniques. Wang Yi felt the weight of his responsibilities. A month had passed in the primordial universe, yet in this brief span, Wang Yi had already faced his 1,866th opponent, making rapid progress. After all, in this training ground, the space could be tailored according to individual progress in creating secret techniques, as well as their strengths and weaknesses, providing suitable opponents. Wang Yi could also discern his flaws through continuous combat, making necessary adjustments and improvements. In the primordial universe, the past month equated to over 8 million years in the realm of time. Wang Yi felt a headache coming on. Despite dedicating the vast majority of his time to comprehending the laws, devoting only a fraction to researching secret techniques, it still felt painfully slow. Moreover, he sensed something was amiss. Creating secret techniques is no easy feat. Crafting a technique that is both suitable and powerful is even more challenging. In truth, Wang Yi's pace was not particularly slow. After all, peak-level secret techniques have been studied by countless kings for billions of years, and not everyone can create them. Even at the pinnacle of kingship, some have failed to create anything. Comprehending the laws is fundamental. The higher the foundation, the stronger the secret techniques I can create. Thus, the speed of comprehending the laws must not falter. Wang Yi reflected. The 10 fundamental laws. What approach should I take to unify them? Wang Yi pondered deeply. He extended his hand, and the power of the world emanated, coalescing into threads of law and secret patterns. The 5 lower source fundamental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were integrated through the power of the spatial laws, while the 3 lower source fundamental laws of wind, thunder, and light merged through the power of the laws of time. Countless threads of laws proliferated in the void, dense and intricate, evoking an enigmatic and unfathomable sensation. Wang Yi's profound gaze fixed upon the patterns of law before him. He whispered softly, I initially intended to organize 2 ultimate secret techniques through space and time, then merge them, perhaps to break through the limits of power. The fusion of ultimate secret techniques. This was inspired by the signature technique of the extraordinarily powerful cosmic lord of the devouring starry sky, the river under the night. The reputation of the river lord is renowned. In terms of strength, status, and fame, he stands on par with the lord of chaos among humans. He undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelon of cosmic lords. Even the strongest beings in the cosmos cannot contend with the river lord. And it is this very essence that has forged his infinite renown. Wang Yi murmured to himself. The level of secret techniques created by cosmic lords can be simply divided into 3 tiers. The ultimate secret techniques of cosmic lords, the strongest secret techniques of cosmic lords, and the fusion of the strongest secret techniques of cosmic lords. The secret techniques crafted by cosmic lords are categorized into peak and ultimate levels. Yet even among ultimate secret techniques, there are distinctions. Some barely cross the threshold of ultimate, while others reach the utmost limit. This is what is known as the strongest secret techniques of cosmic lords. It represents the pinnacle achievable by a cosmic lord. Those capable of crafting such profound techniques are none other than the illustrious masters of the cosmos, such as the Lord of Chaos and the Sovereign of the 9 Hells. In the vast expanse of the cosmic sea, no sovereign has yet emerged capable of creating the ultimate arcane arts, specifically the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Thus, the fusion of the most formidable secret arts from the 2 leading cosmic sovereigns brings us perilously close to the absolute mastery of the universe. Once, the Lord of the Star River utilized this very technique to vanquish a cosmic sovereign with a single blow, prompting 2 others to flee in terror. It was this recollection of a renowned cosmic sovereign that inspired Wang Yi to devise a method for the synthesis of the laws of fusion. The ultimate secret arts of space and time shall converge. The resultant power is bound to surge. However, whether this endeavor can be realized and to what magnitude it may ascend remains shrouded in uncertainty for Wang Yi. Under normal circumstances, achieving such a feat would be impossible, requiring vast eons and boundless effort. Yet with the law sea before him to comprehend, the situation transforms dramatically. A fierce determination gleamed in Wang Yi's eyes. I still possess time. After expending over 60 billion years, I refuse to believe I cannot forge an ultimate secret art of sufficient caliber. Historically, it was recorded that Luo Feng, upon entering the sacred land of the starry beasts and being transported to the beast god realm, experienced a time acceleration of 100,000 times, investing 180 million years, coupled with the perfect secret pattern of the strongest talent, and the 64 secret patterns carved by the beast god to painstakingly create a cosmic sovereign's ultimate secret art. Wang Yi's circumstances are, in fact, less advantageous than Luo Feng's, for he lacks the cultivation of secret pattern schools, the perfect secret pattern of the strongest talent, and the corresponding 8 secret patterns of the beast god's carvings, equating to a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. While Luo Feng could rely on imitation, he must rely solely on himself. The law C merely enhances one's comprehension of the laws and subtly guides the path of cultivation. However, the creation of secret arts ultimately hinges on one's own efforts. Much like writing an essay, all the teachings may be imparted, yet how many can produce a remarkable piece? Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck Wang Yi. A shiver coursed through him. Although I lack the guidance of the secret pattern flow that Luo Feng received from the mountain guest, I possess the sacrificial secret pattern flow obtained on the Yinji continent. Wang Yi closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly navigating as a multitude of knowledge surged forth in his mind, intertwining with the law patterns and evolving. What he presently sought was a method to merge the space and time secret arts. The Yinji secret patterns, however, presented him with an immense opportunity. It seemed feasible. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wang Yi opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement illuminating them. Nevertheless, this was merely a preliminary experiment. The true results would depend on future research. For now, I will first synthesize the space and time secret arts, and subsequently extrapolate them into the ultimate secret art. Wang Yi's early formations of the space and time fusion secret arts remained rudimentary, still resting at the pinnacle level of secret arts, far from achieving the ultimate tier. The true fusion, however, posed a challenge of astronomical proportions. To create an ultimate secret art that fuses the 10 fundamental laws is an unprecedented feat. Wang Yi still has a long and arduous journey ahead. As time gradually slipped away, 100 million years, 1 billion years, 100 billion years, 600 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 357, The Fusion of Secret Arts. Wang Yi's initial conception centered around the core of the space law, merging the 5 elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while using the time law as the core to amalgamate the 3 elemental laws of wind, thunder, and light. This endeavor necessitated an extraordinarily high level of comprehension of the laws, and each of the 10 fundamental laws could not fall below a certain threshold. They must exist on a comparable level. Such requirements were exceedingly demanding. Furthermore, the fusion process itself began with the 8 foundational fusion laws: gold space, wood space, water space, fire space, earth space, wind time, thunder time, and light time. The gradual amalgamation would yield space secret arts imbued with the essence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and time secret arts infused with the essence of wind, thunder, and light. While it may seem straightforward in thought, the execution proved as challenging as ascending the heavens. The first step alone consumed over 100 million years of Wang Yi's time. The Tower of Heaven, the Law Sea, and countless islands drifted like stars in the chaotic void, with many islands also present near the sea surface. Yet, the deepest reaches housed no more than 20. Over the years, the primal universe has seen an influx of formidable beings, filling the Tower of Heaven to capacity. Unprecedentedly, this gathering may very well represent the highest concentration of powerful entities in the primal universe's history. Over 10 supreme cosmic entities have arrived, each ensuring that at least one avatar of divine power is present. Cosmic sovereigns have exceeded 1,000. Cosmic venerables surpass 100 million. The number of beings below the immortal rank is incalculable. The entire primal universe, along with innumerable powerful races from the extraterritorial battlefield, converged here, earnestly seeking enlightenment. This rare opportunity, coupled with the protective island shields within the Tower of Heaven, made it impossible for even the strongest cosmic beings to intervene, rendering the environment devoid of danger, prompting an influx of visitors. Should someone seize the opportunity to eliminate all the powerful beings within the tower, the primal universe would face an unprecedented decline. On an inconspicuous small island beneath the Law Sea of the Tower of Heaven, a figure of purple gold hue sat cross-legged, observing the ever-changing waves of the Law Sea above. 600 years prior, Wang Yi had immersed himself in the temporal realm for 600 billion years, a duration that felt interminably long to him. His comprehension of various laws had reached an exceptionally high level. Should he desire to transcend into the immortal realm, it would likely be a trivial task. Yet within the confines of the Tower of Heaven, isolated from the external environment, even the divine realm could not sense him. The only world accessible was his inner realm, meaning that even if he wished to break through, he would have to do so externally. Those immortals and venerables whose comprehension of the laws had reached a critical point were all biding their time, anticipating a significant breakthrough upon emerging. It was foreseeable that the primal universe would soon witness a magnificent eruption of powerful beings. However, whether a new supreme cosmic entity would emerge remains uncertain. Though the entire primal universe is poised for a seismic transformation, a mere 10,000 years of enlightenment, even with a time acceleration of 10,000 times, remains far too brief to expect the immediate appearance of new supreme cosmic entities. Nevertheless, many cosmic sovereigns who found themselves at a bottleneck may well advance further, significantly enhancing their strength. For instance, the Lord of Ice Peaks and the Lord of the Wild Mirror, originally fourth-tier cosmic sovereigns, might leverage this opportunity to ascend to fifth-tier cosmic sovereigns. The more powerful supreme cosmic entities would also reap benefits. However, the primal universe currently lacks even a singular entity at the pinnacle of the divine realm, with the sole original ancestor still suppressed and unable to emerge. Even the virtual universe is incapable of influencing the Tower of Heaven, leaving the original ancestor confined to the core of the primal secret realm's virtual universe. Otherwise, he might have advanced even further. Wang Yi's void insectoid avatar sat upon a graystone plaza, adjacent to a graystone pillar. Over the years, he had vaguely perceived that this graystone pillar seemed to subtly enhance one's will. Although the changes were minuscule, the accumulation over time should not be underestimated. A mere 10,000 years is too short. Those powerful beings were likely engrossed in their own enlightenment, making it improbable that many noticed this phenomenon. The passage of 600 billion years has provided Wang with a profound breakthrough in his will. His determination has now surpassed that of a venerable, reaching the level of a cosmic overlord. The precise nature of this level remains unclear to him, but it undoubtedly exceeds the peak of cosmic venerables. Few have possessed such formidable will since the dawn of the primal universe. This immense will has further facilitated Wang Yi's ability to immerse himself in the comprehension of laws and the study of secret arts. In the primal universe, 600 years equate to 6 million years in the cosmic axe universe, while Wang Yi's personal temporal realm has experienced 600 billion years. However, Wang Yi's lifespan is merely over 60 billion years, which cannot be sustained through such relentless consumption. Thus, he is compelled to reduce the flow of time within the temporal realm to 1,000-fold. Even so, within just 1 year of the primordial universe, he has comprehended the essence of 10 million years. Wang Yi estimates that he can continue to attain understanding for over 7 billion years, equating to approximately 700 years of the primordial universe. In total, he can grasp around 67 billion years of insight. But he must be vigilant not to exceed this duration, lest he face the impending conclusion of his lifespan. He is indeed giving it his all. The primordial origin of the universe, the fabric of time and space, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. The infinite profundities of the 10 fundamental laws intertwine within Wang Yi's mind, uniquely amalgamated through the spiritual connections of his 3 avatars. The ultimate secret of time was conceived by me 100 billion years ago, while the ultimate secret of space was created 125 billion years ago. Wang Yi furrows his brow. Armed with these 2 ultimate secrets, he elevated his own island to the same echelon as those revered beings, cosmic overlords, and masters of the universe a millennium ago within the primordial universe. Yet, the entire celestial tower now boasts over 100 million cosmic sovereigns, rendering the presence of one more or one less inconsequential. It is an overwhelming multitude. No one anticipated that a realm lord had quietly infiltrated their midst. Beneath, countless immortals abound. Though the ultimate secrets of time and space were arduous to conceive, I ultimately succeeded after expending over 100 billion years on their creation. Wang Yi reflects silently, his fingers etching intricate designs upon the ground. On the expansive gray stone plaza spanning hundreds of kilometers, countless scattered engravings resembling graffiti have already taken form. These are the insights Wang Yi has accumulated over the years. Even a mere whisper of them could incite fervent competition among realm lords and ordinary immortals alike for the secret techniques. Even the remnants left behind by unparalleled geniuses like Kedi and others in the Chaos City pale in comparison to Wang Yi's current attainments. They simply do not exist on the same plane. In the past, Kedi could at most create top-tier, peak secrets within the Chaos City, while Wang Yi now conjures the ultimate secrets, particularly the most profound fusion of the 10 fundamental laws. Can they be compared? Wang Yi can effortlessly create several sets of peak secrets akin to those at the revered level, should he so desire, simultaneously grasping the 10 fundamental laws. He seeks to create a fusion of secrets based on the Yinji secret patterns. After over 600 billion years, Wang Yi has reached a realm beyond the imagination of ordinary geniuses. Yet in the subsequent 500 billion years, despite my utmost efforts to merge the ultimate secrets of time and space, I have encountered insurmountable difficulties, and to this day, I have failed. Wang Yi éludes deeply. The ultimate secrets of time and space, by their hierarchy, are likely already at the level of cosmic sovereigns, aiming to surpass the peak secrets of cosmic sovereigns. The ultimate secrets of cosmic overlords. These secrets are inherently formidable, and the challenge of merging them is naturally extraordinary. This predicament has ensnared Wang Yi. As time ticks away and the trial of the Celestial Tower draws near, Wang Yi feels a twinge of urgency. After countless failures, he begins to doubt whether the ultimate secrets of time and space can indeed be fused, or perhaps his status as a realm lord is insufficient. Chapter 358. The date approaches. In the primordial universe, there exist 8 paths of the beast gods. The so-called paths of the beast gods involve the fusion of laws. For instance, any one of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, blending with spatial laws, or the fusion of wind, thunder, and light with temporal laws, reaching completion, qualifies one as a cosmic sovereign. However, in reality, since the fall of the 8 innate beast gods, few have managed to attain cosmic sovereignty through the paths of the beast gods. The 8 guardian beast gods of the ancestral god sect hold merely a single prestigious rank. By cultivating the corresponding path of the beast god to the 7th level, one can inherit it and experience a significant enhancement of power. Yet this also severs the possibility for further advancement. Even so, many aspire to inherit the positions of the guardian beast gods. The strongest beings in the universe face immense challenges in breaking through to become powerful cosmic sovereigns, which many consider a commendable achievement. However, in Wang Yi's view, the notion of inheriting the position of a guardian beast god, a path that self-limits one's future, is highly imprudent. Nevertheless, this also affords him a path forward. Wang Yi's secret techniques are derived from the 8 fusion laws, intertwined with the sea of laws of the Celestial Tower and the Yinji secret patterns, leading to their evolution and creation. Yet, this does not imply that he has reached the realm of a cosmic sovereign. The reason is straightforward. The rules of the primordial universe dictate that the fusion laws must be cultivated to perfection to achieve cosmic sovereignty. Wang Yi's comprehension of the 10 fundamental laws is still far from that pinnacle. It is solely through their amalgamation that he wields such power. Presently, if evaluated strictly by the 8 paths of the beast gods, Wang Yi has attained at least the 3rd level in each path. The true Transformation King was trapped at the 3rd level for countless years without resolution, ultimately relying on a beast god legacy token gifted by Luo Feng to break through within the ancestral god sect. However, for Wang Yi, breaking through to the revered level poses little challenge. Such a profound foundation of law comprehension has enabled Wang Yi, with the aid of the temporal realm, to invest boundless effort in forging the 2 ultimate secrets. Yet, the final step of merging continues to confound him. With a swift gesture, a myriad of law patterns intricately connect in midair, interpenetrating and influencing one another. Under the influence of spatial forces, the 5 fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth achieve an almost perfect union. Simultaneously, wind, thunder, and light coalesce into a profound pattern under the influence of temporal laws. These 2 patterns manifest in the void, affecting the very fabric of time and space. In that realm of time and space, it appears as though a cosmos is forming, filled with infinite variables. Yet, if Wang Yi seeks to merge them, it proves exceedingly unstable. Not only does it fail to amplify their power, but it also significantly diminishes their original potency. For Wang Yi, this is undoubtedly a failure. This path is unfeasible. Furrowing his brow, Wang Yi waves his hand, and the immense pattern that once enveloped the void within a 100-kilometer radius collapses instantaneously. As he paces upon his island, a habit formed over the years of cultivation, He strolls around the island in contemplation, observing the surrounding scenery. What is the essence of time, space, and the 10 fundamental laws? With his eyes closed, Wang Yi walks, his mind racing with thoughts. There must be a crucial point that eludes me. When the universe was birthed, it initially possessed only 2 formidable laws. One of them decomposed into the 6 fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space, while the other fragmented into the 4 fundamental laws of wind, thunder, light, and time. Thus, 2 factions emerged. The spatial faction regards space as a superior law, while metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are deemed inferior. The temporal faction views time as a superior law, with thunder, wind, and light as inferior. Among the countless powerful beings of myriad races in the universe, no life form has ever successfully fused the 6 fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space into a singular entity, returning to the origin of the 2 formidable laws at the universe's inception. Likewise, no life form has ever united the 4 fundamental laws of thunder, wind, light, and time from the temporal faction into a cohesive whole. Moreover, upon practical examination, the countless strong beings of countless races in the universe have discovered that merely fusing any one of the 5 combinations, metal and space, wood and space, water and space, fire and space, or earth and space, is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Wang Yi's creation of secret techniques also revolves around the core of space and time, integrating other corresponding laws, which has led to his accomplishments. However, this is merely the preliminary fusion. His comprehension of each law is only at the 4th level, and he has yet to achieve perfection. Even the 2 ultimate secrets he has devised result from the initial level of the 8 paths of the beast gods. Each ascent in level dramatically increases the difficulty, naturally amplifying the power as well. According to Wang Yi's thoughts, the profound methods, when thoroughly integrated and enhanced to the 7th level, should culminate in a state of perfection, allowing him to potentially transcend to the realm of the universe's strongest. However, the challenge of merging the ultimate profound methods of time and space is exceedingly formidable. Wang Yi vaguely comprehends that if he wishes to pursue the path of integrating the 10 fundamental laws, grasping this crucial point is imperative. Otherwise, the fusion would be impossible to achieve. As time passes, it has been 8,000 years since the Tower of Heaven was opened. During these 8 millennia, the number of formidable beings within the tower has reached an inconceivable magnitude. Countless powerful individuals are absorbed in their insights here, fervently hoping to advance further. Yet, not everyone is fortunate enough to have such realizations. Breakthroughs often hinge on inspiration, but accumulation of experience is equally vital. Those like the true Yin King and the esteemed Master Pambwa, who have amassed countless years of experience at their respective levels, naturally have a higher chance of breaking through. The Lord of Chaos, heralded as the one most likely to ascend to the universe's pinnacle, also garners immense attention. Many speculate whether humanity might once again give birth to a universe's strongest. The founder of the giant axe and the cosmic sovereigns of humanity have inquired with the Lord of Chaos. He shook his head, indicating that it is not so simple. If he were to continue his contemplation within the tower for millions of years, there might be a chance, but with merely 10,000 years. Even with the time acceleration of the giant axe universe, it is still too brief. Although the high-ranking powers of humanity feel regretful, they are left with no other choice. Over the years, they have exhausted all means, striving to comprehend and create higher-level profound methods. Some individuals have indeed made progress and developed more advanced techniques, yet none have elicited any response from the Greystone Pillar. It is evident that all have failed. Now, while they have not given up, they subtly understand that the opportunity is slipping away. Their gaze has shifted to the respected ones and the immortal beings below, hoping that among them, someone might succeed. The influence of the Tower of Heaven is simply too intoxicating. Even though the inheritance of the Demon Sound God General is restricted and can only be accessed after a lengthy duration, it has significantly increased the number of powerful beings within the human race. Moreover, the probability of top-tier powers emerging has also risen. Not only do the human factions comprehend this, but other peak races and superpowers are equally aware. Consequently, many super entities have begun to adopt a dual approach, simultaneously seeking enlightenment while dedicating time to mentor the super geniuses below, hoping that among them, one might create a miracle and pass the test of the Tower of Heaven. They know the odds are slim, yet none are willing to surrender. As the date for the closure of the Tower of Heaven approaches, all become increasingly frantic. The difficulty of law integration is indeed staggering. Wang Yi's success may be partially attributed to his status as a domain master. Upon reaching immortality, even with the acknowledgement of the fundamental laws, comprehending the various fundamental laws will not be as straightforward as it is for a domain master. Yet, how many have encountered the extraordinary fortune that Wang Yi has experienced throughout the lengthy epochs of the primordial universe? Even Wang Yi, possessing 3 bodies and spending over 60 billion years in the realm of time, has achieved such accomplishments through extraordinary will and insight, observing the sea of laws with the backing of the human race, making his achievements utterly unreplicable. This period has laid a solid foundation for Wang Yi, fortuitously merging the flame's rituals' profound patterns with the laws of fusion, thus creating his own path of integration. It is also due to his discovery of the correct direction that he can continuously make progress and breakthroughs. While he is deep in thought about merging the 2 ultimate profound methods, over 9,000 years have elapsed. During these years, Luo Feng has already transcended to a domain master and ventured into the outer battlefield. Unfortunately, the current outer battlefield is desolate, with few individuals remaining. Most of the powerful ones have flocked to the Tower of Heaven. After wandering through the flame ritual continent for a while, feeling unamused, Luo Feng has also made his way to the Tower of Heaven, currently gazing up at the sea of laws above from a small island on a lower level. Wang Yi has communicated with Luo Feng several times. Luo Feng has traversed the 13th layer of the Heavenly Bridge, much to Wang Yi's surprise. Before arriving at the outer battlefield, Luo Feng unexpectedly obtained the supreme treasure, the Wing of Slaughter Wu, from his teacher, the Lord of Eclipses. Wang Yi's expression was quite peculiar at that moment. Luo Feng's change of teachers led the Wing of Slaughter Wu to the Lord of Eclipses. Wang even speculated whether Luo Feng had reincarnated as a bug queen and whether the Wing of Slaughter would have followed him to some cosmic Lord Bug Queen. Moreover, not only the Wing of Slaughter Wu, but Luo Feng also seized the second metallic fragment of the Nine Calamities Secret Tome from an unfortunate young powerhouse of the Recognition clan on the Flame Ritual Continent, successfully cultivating the second and third calamities. As for the Star Tower, it seems Luo Feng has yet to sense its call, having gone straight to the Tower of Heaven. After all, while they may appear close, the actual distance is considerable. Nonetheless, this is merely a matter of time. Wang Yi cannot help but marvel at the formidable inertia of fate. Despite his efforts to twist Luo Feng's destiny in such a manner, it has reverted. Truly, he is the destined child of this realm. Remarkably, at this juncture, once Luo Feng possesses the Star Tower and the Mountain Seat Guest, whether he acquires other opportunities becomes trivial, allowing Wang Yi to breathe a little easier. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continues on his path. Each individual is making strides forward. Rumbling, the Tower of Heaven. The surface of the sea of laws is tumultuous, with endless waves interweaving countless profound patterns, giving rise to myriad transformations. The colossal, mountain-like figure of the antlered elder, the Mountain Seat Guest, has shrunk to a height of 900 meters, seated upon a stone chair, furrowing his brow as he gazes at the core, which emanates an immense and boundless pressure, his heart subtly trembling. Who could this be? To create a Tower of Heaven so unfathomable, even to me? Moreover, he hinted at the source world. The Mountain Seat Guest feels a chill run down his spine. As a reincarnated divine king and a native of the Origin continent, he naturally possesses greater knowledge than the natives of the primordial universe in the 3,000-dimensional seas. Yet, he has never heard of the source world. Unfortunately, he is already a true god, and the weakest among those who have achieved the divine status through the path of laws, constantly monitored by the primordial universe's source will. Even if he wished to act, it would be impossible. Could it possibly be related to Yuan? The Mountain Seat Guest ponders. Yuan, in the Origin continent, is equally enigmatic, rumored to be the only being that surpasses the divine king realm. The Mountain Seat Guest caresses the gray stone pillar. Although he is a true god, his will is that of a divine king, which is exceedingly terrifying. However, in the primordial universe, relying on his true god strength is hardly a match for the primordial universe's source will. Should the Mountain Seat Guest exhibit any overstepping behavior, the primordial universe's source would undoubtedly suppress him without hesitation, just as it did with the original ancestor. Nevertheless, the cunning Mountain Seat Guest is certainly not like that unfortunate child, the original ancestor, an unknown inheritance. I wonder if there exists a fortunate one in this universe who might acquire it. How would it aid me in avenging? The Mountain Seat Guest gaze flickers. On Thunder Island within the virtual universe, the island serves as a gathering place for all immortal deities of the virtual universe company. At the pinnacle of Thunder Island stands a magnificent palace shrouded in chaotic currents, which belongs to the Lord of Chaos. The interior of the palace is still filled with chaotic air, making it impossible to see beyond 100 meters. The Lord of Chaos stands alone on a cliff, devoid of any company, silently overlooking Thunder Island and the Rain Fragrance Mountain. With the emergence of the Tower of Heaven, not only has the entire primordial universe grown quiet, but the virtual universe has also become significantly more tranquil. Immersed in their cultivation and insights, many powerful individuals are reluctant to divert their consciousness to connect with the virtual universe, unless particularly significant matters arise. In fact, in their quest for focused cultivation, they even disconnect from the virtual universe. Among our human race, who stands the best chance of succeeding through the inheritance? The Lord of Chaos has been incessantly pondering a pressing dilemma during this period. As the closure date of the Tower of Heaven approaches, various factions have begun to exhibit signs of impatience. The giant axe has already expressed uncertainty regarding his capabilities. We, the sovereigns of the universe, have indeed gleaned considerable insight from the tower over the years, yet we remain far from achieving a qualitative transformation, the Lord of Chaos reflects. The Tower of Heaven is indeed extraordinarily wondrous. Its might instills reverence even among the most formidable beings standing atop the primordial universe. It is truly difficult to conceive of the entity that crafted such a treasure. The origins of the tower have been the subject of extensive research by countless factions, all striving to uncover a means to claim its mastery. However, to this day, the Tower of Heaven remains an enigma. On a brighter note, esteemed individuals such as Peng Bo, Tian Shi, Zhu Shu, and Shi Hua have a significant opportunity to ascend to the rank of Universe Sovereign after this event, which could potentially lead to the emergence of several, if not dozens, of Universe Sovereigns among the human race in the near future. Nevertheless, the same holds true for other factions. While they too may attain the status of Universe Sovereign, they remain incapable of obtaining the Tower of Heaven. Throughout this era, various forces have been attempting to decipher the challenges posed by the Tower, only to discover that its trials far exceed their expectations. The test of will, for instance, necessitates a resolve that surpasses even that of the mightiest beings in the universe. The two sacred grounds that have weathered the long cycles of the cosmic sea may still harbor such universe sovereigns, yet the primordial universe appears incapable of producing them. Talents like the Seven Swords, as observed, are equally unlikely to reach such heights. The Lord of Chaos hesitated momentarily. He had inquired of Wang Yi, who had also devised a supreme secret method, yet it too failed to gain the tower's acknowledgement. The creation of such an ultimate secret technique by a realm master astonished even the Lord of Chaos, a truly remarkable feat, however. As the Lord of Chaos was preoccupied with cultivation and other matters, he was unaware that Wang Yi's ultimate secret art had embarked upon an entirely new path, fundamentally distinct from his own aspirations. Although Wang Yi's ultimate secret art was deemed to be of the esteemed level, its power should rival that of the pinnacle techniques of universe sovereigns. The Lord of Chaos once held a measure of hope for Wang Yi. Yet disappointment now clouded his thoughts. Alas, the Tower of Heaven presents an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 360. The secret method succeeds, all is annihilated. The more extraordinary the treasure, the more stringent the conditions for its recognition. Some powerful beings bequeath their treasures to new heirs, often imposing rigorous trials. For instance, the Wing of Wu requires the will of the universe's strongest among the sovereigns, while the Star Tower demands an even more daunting criterion. A realm master must possess the peak will of a universe sovereign to endure its trials. Regarding the requirements for immortality, the Mountain Guest has stated that universe sovereigns and universe sovereigns alike stand no chance of recognition. Furthermore, failure to claim mastery results in certain death. The conditions are evidently more severe than those of the Wing of Wu. The Tower of Heaven, a treasure that has driven the entire universe to madness and remains inscrutable even to the reincarnated God King. The Mountain Guest naturally presents an astonishing level of difficulty. Wang Yi too found himself in turmoil. Until now, he had sailed smoothly through his endeavors, having not faced such a conundrum in quite some time. The 10 fundamental laws of the universe have been separated and fused into the realms of space and time. Thus, how should I proceed to merge them once more? Wang Yi endeavored through numerous methods. Sitting upon the ground while gazing at the heavens, his fingers unconsciously traced the laws, sketching intricate secret patterns of the laws in the air. Suddenly, his eyes flickered towards a specific spot where a yin-yang symbol, a remnant of his prior contemplation, lay before him. Yin and yang, time and space. Wang Yi stared in a daze, as if a star had exploded in his mind, illuminating his very soul. Elation surged through him. Yes, the yin-yang diagram, the fusion of time and space. This is the path I must take. The logic may seem simple, yet without the accumulation and insight of countless eons, even if Wang Yi conceptualized it, he would be unable to manifest it. With inspiration ignited, Wang Yi eagerly commenced his research. Countless threads of various colors began to intertwine and connect, their complexity surpassing that of ordinary immortal weaponry by thousands or even millions of times. A powerful, enigmatic force descended, and with the aid of his profound understanding of the laws, Wang Yi struggled to wield the intricate secret patterns. Gradually, an yin-yang fish pattern materialized within the void. Emanating en inexplicable aura. A smile spread across Wang Yi's face as he prepared to set it in motion. However, as the thought crossed his mind, a formidable resistance surged from the secret pattern, causing his expression to shift. This is not good. Boom! The secret pattern appeared unable to sustain the marvelous power contained within it, shattering with a resounding crash, and the once combined threads of law instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness. Wang Yi stood in place, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the entire process. Since it was possible to coalesce, my reasoning must be sound. The collapse may stem from the inadequacy of the secret method. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi resolved to continue refining the two ultimate secret methods. The Tower of Heaven can only be opened for a mere 10,000 years, and time is of the essence. Wang Yi felt a growing urgency. Thus, over the next 800 years, Wang Yi diligently pursued his comprehension of the laws and the study of secret methods. To avoid disruption, he even severed his connection to the virtual universe. Although he could not connect to the virtual universe within the Tower of Heaven, Wang Yi possessed clones, and as his soul was unified, the consciousness of his clones could connect, allowing him to access the virtual universe. Like the Lord of Chaos, he too had clones or divine power avatars. For those above the rank of sovereign, possessing divine power avatars is quite commonplace. Time flowed gradually as Wang Yi persevered in his relentless cultivation. Failure. This approach is incorrect. It cannot operate. The power is too feeble to endure for long. It lacks perfection. On a certain day, the 9,999th year after the Tower of Heaven's opening, a resounding, magnificent bell toll echoed through the chaotic void, resonating within the minds of countless individuals and awakening many who had been engrossed in their cultivation. Simultaneously, a message transmitted to every mind. What? Only 1 year remains? But I've already grasped the pivotal step. I am so close. How can time pass so swiftly? Countless faces turned pale. Meanwhile, on an island within the Sea of Laws, the black-robed Pang Bo, the avatar of the Star Abyss Demon Lord, was similarly roused. Initially stunned, he exhaled deeply, a smile breaking upon his face. The past 10,000 years in the Tower of Heaven have indeed served as a fortuitous blessing for me. Pang Bo had been trapped at the bottleneck of the cosmic sovereign realm for far too long, even predating many of the universe sovereigns among the human race. After such an extended period, he was merely a step away from ascending to the realm of universe sovereign. The emergence of the Tower of Heaven undoubtedly provided the impetus he needed to finally break through. Now, with my profound understanding of time and space, I can certainly transcend to the level of universe sovereign upon exiting. Excitement gleamed in Pang Bo's eyes, being ensnared at a single level for millions of years. Watching those once beneath him surpass him and become universe sovereigns, it is impossible that such thoughts did not linger in his mind. Though his combat prowess could rival that of a universe sovereign, the two concepts are not synonymous. The developmental potential of a universe sovereign far exceeds that of a universe respect. With my extensive accumulation over the years, combined with the fusion of the two ultimate secret methods, my ascension to universe sovereign will undoubtedly yield immense strength. Even if I do not surpass the likes of the Ice Summit Lord, I will not fall far behind. Pang Bo's spirits were high. Truly, it is no wonder that master and disciple share such similar thoughts. Yet, the challenges differ significantly. After all, Pang Bo is merely fusing based on time and space. The passage of time is immensely lengthy. Meanwhile, Wang Yi is merging the 10 fundamental laws. In a buoyant mood, Pang Bo connected to the virtual universe and appeared within the palace of Thunder Island. Wang Yi, that young lad, I wonder how he has progressed over these years. The venerable Pang Bo thought of his cherished disciple, a faint smile gracing his plush, bear-like visage. Lacking family, he naturally regarded his apprentice as his own child, and indeed, Wang Yi was quite endearing to him. A call request. No response. Has he already severed the connection to the virtual universe? Pang Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems the boy is still engrossed in his cultivation. However, only a year remains, How far can he advance? In the Tower of Heaven, amidst the sea of laws, where numerous universe lords and cosmic sovereigns dwell, an island, veiled in a colorful light shield, rises and falls with the waves. On the gray stone plaza, a figure of resplendent purple and gold sits cross-legged, emanating an enigmatic aura. Above the island, a colossal yin-yang symbol occupies an expanse of 100 kilometers. Countless colorful threads of Law's secret patterns densely float in the sky, intricately intertwining in a profound manner. Just as the final thread of the Law connects, a sound akin to an ancient bell resonates, awakening Wang Yi from years of immersion in his cultivation. Boom! The completed Law's secret pattern diagram erupts with a terrifying energy reminiscent of the birth of the cosmos. Chapter 361, Passing the Trial. The 10 Fundamental Laws: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, interweave in a manner both unfathomable and complex, forming a magnificent yin-yang diagram, with the fish eyes symbolizing the very cores of time and space laws. The immense power flows like a river of stars, as shadows of the universe seem to rise and fall behind, hinting at the birth and demise of realms. At last, success. Wang Yi's heart swelled with joy as he gazed upon the flawless Law's secret pattern before him, the culmination of his creation, a fusion of the two ultimate secret techniques. Its power transcends the pinnacle of cosmic lord mastery, reaching the level of true ultimate techniques. Yet, he mused, it may not yet be the strongest secret technique of a cosmic lord, since it is derived from the 10 fundamental laws and embodies the essence of universal destruction. Let this technique be named universal annihilation. Wang Yi lifted his gaze to the resplendent pattern in the sky and smiled. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The efforts of over 60 billion years in the realm of time were not in vain. He had truly succeeded. Yet, despite this achievement, a year remained before the Tower of Heaven closed. Contemplating this, Wang Yi refrained from hastily testing it at the gray stone pillar. Instead, he chose to examine his secret technique further for any potential flaws, deciding to imprint it on the last day. Wang Yi's caution stemmed from his own calculations. The Tower of Heaven was of paramount importance, closely monitored by countless forces across the universe. Should he obtain it prematurely, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit from numerous factions. While they might not be able to trace it back to him, why take such risks when he could mitigate them? On the final day of the trial, regardless of success or failure, the tower would expel all participants, allowing others to believe it had merely closed naturally, never suspecting that someone had truly passed the trial on the last day. Of course, as of now, Wang Yi had yet to pass through the tower, and everything remained uncertain. Once he made his decision, he began his preparations for that fateful day. Within the Tower of Heaven, time flowed swiftly. Before long, it was the final day of the tower. Wang Yi, seated beside the gray stone pillar, opened his eyes. The moment had arrived. He extended his consciousness, imbued with the power of the world, into the gray stone pillar. In the next instant, his awareness materialized in a vast expanse of darkness. An ancient voice resonated in his ears, low and grave. Demonstrate your secret technique. If successful, you shall proceed to the next trial. This voice echoed in the consciousness of every being that entered the dark space. Wang Yi silently began to outline his secret technique. In the dark void, vibrant threads of Law secret patterns began to take form. The source laws of gold, wood, and space intertwined. The source laws of wind, thunder, and time merged together. Wang Yi's focus was absolute. He poured his entire being into the task, the mysteries of the laws unfolding at his fingertips as if he were a masterful painter, crafting his own world. When the secret patterns of the universal annihilation technique were fully delineated, an overwhelming and majestic aura surged forth, causing the dark void to tremble slightly. After a brief silence, the ancient voice echoed once more, still unperturbed. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial of the secret technique. Next comes the second trial, the trial of will. Before Wang Yi could even exhale in relief, a black vortex materialized before him, an invisible force drawing him in, and his consciousness was helplessly sucked inside. Meanwhile, the external gray stone pillar began to manifest an intricate tapestry of secret patterns, awakening like a slumbering giant, exuding a suffocating pressure, accompanied by an eerie howling. All of Wang Yi's consciousness was simultaneously pulled into the dark void, rendering his external body completely unresponsive. In a moment of disorientation, Wang Yi found himself amidst a scene enveloped in a faint white mist, standing on a vast lake with a wooden bridge beneath his feet. The path ahead, shrouded in fog, leading into the unknown. At that moment, the voice resonated again from the void. Cross this bridge within a day to pass the trial. Wang Yi gazed at the ancient, weathered wooden bridge that seemed to stretch endlessly, the sound of flowing water beneath it creating a sense of silence. He took his first step. No sensation. Then came the second, the third. Wang Yi quickened his pace. However, he found himself confined to this place, his speed only matching that of an ordinary person, though in this moment he could be described as moving with remarkable agility. Yet, his mind remained unyielding. As time passed, the end of the wooden bridge remained elusive, still veiled in thick mist. Wang Yi began to sense a pressure emanating from the void, weighing heavily upon his soul. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. With each step, the oppressive force from the bridge intensified, and since he had entered this space with his consciousness, he felt as if every fiber of his being was being crushed, his pace involuntarily slowing. It was akin to an ordinary person burdened with increasing weight. After traversing the bridge for over 3 hours, he had walked for half a day, and the pressure from the depths of his soul had begun to wear him down. One must remember, Wang Yi was already at the level of a cosmic sovereign. How formidable! Yet, he still found it challenging to withstand the oppressive force of this ancient wooden bridge. Furthermore, as he advanced, he began to hear indistinct whispers in his ears, visions flashing before his eyes. Illusions? Do they think to sway me? Begone! With a heart as clear as a mirror, Wang Yi remained impervious to temptation. The bridge seemed incensed. A roar echoed through the void, and the lake erupted in tumultuous waves, a powerful will crashing toward Wang Yi like a tidal wave. Boom! It struck him like a great hammer to the head, nearly capable of inducing a concussion. Even with Wang Yi's steadfast will, he was forced to stagger backward. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured, pressing forward. With each step, he faced the relentless onslaught of that colossal spiritual wave. Time trickled by. As the day drew to a close, the white mist still enveloped him, and Wang Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Curse it, when will this bridge end? Boom! Boom! It was as if a series of thunderclaps resounded upon Wang Yi's soul, causing a jarring pain that blurred his consciousness. Hold on. Endure. His legs felt as heavy as if they were laden with lead, each step draining every ounce of strength from Wang Yi's being. It was akin to a normal person carrying a weight of 200 pounds while running incessantly for over 10 kilometers. This was precisely the sensation Wang Yi experienced. A profound fatigue surged from the depths of his soul. Surrender. A voice, barely discernible, whispered in his ear. In a daze, Wang Yi continued to move forward mechanically. Suddenly, the white mist before him dissipated, revealing a vast cliff that stood starkly before him. At the edge of the precipice, a solitary figure clad in a blood-red robe stood, timeless and unchanging. He seemed to sense Wang Yi's approach and slowly turn around. A familiar face appeared before Wang Yi, his own. Simultaneously, the final moment within the celestial tower had arrived. Chapter 362. I am named Ming. Time is up. A detached voice echoed in the minds of countless beings from various races within the celestial tower. Instantly, an overwhelming and unfathomable power enveloped countless mighty warriors. In a flash, numerous figures from various races emerged outside the star tower. Has the time truly arrived? I was just a hair's breadth away from completing my comprehension. Sounds of regret, remorse, and reluctance filled the air. The major powers of the universe also felt a sense of loss. It appeared that no one had passed the trial of the celestial tower. The celestial tower remained, but entry was no longer permitted. As it expelled them, the 18 entrances at its base had already closed, rendering these formidable warriors unable to return. Unlike the Star Tower, which allowed entry and exit regardless of ownership, the Celestial Tower was now inaccessible. Uncertain if the Celestial Tower would ever reopen, many felt that the insights gained over the past 10,000 years had been profoundly enlightening. I too feel on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the revered. Many ancient warriors were filled with excitement. Some, having nearly reached the brink of a breakthrough, could hardly wait to return to their original domains. It was foreseeable that this opening of the Celestial Tower would lead to an unprecedented surge in the number of breakthroughs across the universe. Yet, some factions lingered outside the Celestial Tower, unwilling to depart, hoping for further exploration. However, having learned from the previous experiences with the Star Tower, the various cosmic factions maintained restraint and refrained from erupting into conflict. Wang Yi now felt a surge of anxiety. He had never anticipated that upon passing the trial of the Celestial Tower and arriving at the exit, he would first encounter a figure bearing his own likeness. Yet, the other party seemed to understand Wang Yi's feelings, offering a slight smile before her face transformed into that of a stunningly beautiful young woman with red hair, eyebrows, and eyes, and a blood-red tear mark nestled in her snowy white brow. I never expected that a mere legacy I left behind would be comprehended by an insignificant creature in a lower realm. The being mused, her voice betraying no indication of gender. She then turned her gaze toward Wang. Do not be anxious, little one. Since you have passed the trial of the Celestial Tower, you shall be regarded as my registered disciple, and I shall not harm you. What you see here is merely a fragment of my consciousness left many years ago. I am formless, and thus possess no fixed gender or appearance, capable of changing at will. Others refer to me as Ming. Senior, Wang Yi said as he respectfully bowed. Ming's blood-red, glass-like eyes looked down upon Wang Yi as if she could see through him entirely. She nodded. From this day forth, you shall be considered my registered disciple. You may address me as master. Yes, master, Wang Yi replied respectfully, but inwardly he could not help but grumble, having struggled so hard to pass the trial. He never expected to be merely a registered disciple. Ming seemed to perceive Wang Yi's inner thoughts and shook her head with a smile. You have only passed the trial of the Celestial Tower, hence you are a registered disciple. When you achieve complete mastery of the Celestial Tower and transcend its confines, then you shall be my true disciple. Until then, words are futile. Wang Yi felt a jolt in his heart and could not suppress his curiosity. Master, may I ask where you are from? Ming merely smiled, offering no answer, instead turning to walk to the edge of the cliff, with Wang Yi hastily following her. Below the cliff lay an infinite sea of blood. After traversing over 100,000 source worlds, now is the time for you to find your place, Ming sighed, extending her jade-like hand towards the surface of the sea. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea began to churn, and boundless waters converged before Wang Yi's astonished gaze, quickly forming into a blood-colored, swirling pearl that flew into Ming's hand. Ming turned to the dazed Wang Yi and smiled. Disciple, this is the core of the Celestial Tower's control. Once you integrate it, you shall become the true master of the Celestial Tower. She seemed to reminisce, her voice filled with sentiment. When I forged the legacy items, including the Celestial Tower, it was originally to wager with a few acquaintances. I do not particularly enjoy teaching others, which is why over the endless ages, I have had few true disciples and even fewer registered ones. You are likely the youngest among them. I intentionally set harsh conditions, thinking no one could pass the trial. Ming gently shook her head. Wang Yi's expression was peculiar. Your tests were likely insurmountable for anyone else. My success is probably due to the panel reducing the difficulty. The Celestial Tower is not particularly formidable to me, but for the beings of the Source worlds, it is a supreme treasure. If you have not reached the God King realm, it is best not to reveal it casually. Of course, I doubt anyone from a Source world would recognize it. Ming seemed unwilling to elaborate on what a God King was and shifted the topic. Integrating the core of the Celestial Tower requires no further trial. Your current will is sufficient, and there is no danger. It will merely take 3,000 years. However, to activate the Celestial Tower, you must thoroughly integrate a series of laws, which in your universe corresponds to the realm of the Master of Laws. The Celestial Tower itself is a legacy item, primarily used for comprehending laws, thus it possesses no offensive capabilities, serving only for flight and defense. However, if you can trap an enemy within, they will find it impossible to escape unless they reach the transcendent God King realm. The Celestial Tower holds a path of cultivation up to the God King realm. If you can comprehend it with a bit of luck, you may naturally ascend to the God King, but that will be your limit. Beyond that, the path must be carved by you alone. Do not be overly ambitious. First transcend your small universe, and then speak of further endeavors. Ming's voice reverberated in Wang Yi's mind. Yes, master, Wang Yi replied respectfully. Yet within him, a realization dawned. It appeared just as he had anticipated. His master, Ming, likely had an extraordinary origin. You shall naturally understand the specific functions of the Celestial Tower once you integrate and refine its core. I shall not elaborate further. Ming gazed at the respectful youth before her, with a hint of nostalgia. If you can reach the pinnacle of this world and fully master the Celestial Tower, then I have a gift for you within it. You may even have the opportunity to see me again. If not, then our destinies as master and disciple shall be at an end. Strive onward. Fortunate little one, this world is far larger than you can imagine. Ming cast a deep glance at Wang Yi, before her figure faded away like a shadow. Only the Bloodsea Pearl remained, swirling before Wang Yi. Wang Yi gazed at the blood-colored pearl before him, remaining silent for a long time. He extended his hand and grasped it. The limits of the Celestial Tower? I shall certainly achieve it. Chapter 363, Recognizing the Master of the Celestial Tower. As Wang Yi clasped the blood-colored pearl, a surge of information transmitted from it. and he immediately understood how to integrate and refine this pearl. According to the words of my esteemed master, the process of integration poses no danger, yet will extend over a span of 3 millennia. To merge with the core of the celestial tower, one must possess a will akin to that of a cosmic sovereign at the realm of the domain lord. The comprehension of laws and the innate talent for secret arts are merely trials left by the master of the celestial tower. The difficulty of recognizing the celestial tower as its master is undoubtedly greater than that of the stellar tower. During the process of integrating with the core of the celestial tower, it is not necessary to invest all consciousness. Rather, it will naturally refine and integrate over time until successful. Once the celestial tower officially acknowledges its master, one can exert some basic control over it. Wang Yi remarked with a smile. Fortunately, although the original core is absent, as long as one possesses a soul, integration is possible. Presently, Wang Yi's human body and the avatar of the fiery star behemoth are situated within the Great Axe universe, which is, in essence, a microcosm detached from the primordial universe. As time passes in the cosmic sea, it will continually drift further from the location of the primordial universe, growing ever more distant. Thus, Wang Yi's human body will require some time to reach the battlefield beyond. Without further hesitation, Wang Yi pressed the blood-red orb to his forehead, allowing his mental energy to permeate. Guided by the strength of his soul, the blood-red orb instantly melted, flowing like water into his brow. The process commenced. Sitting upon the island, Wang Yi observed that the entirety of the celestial tower world dimmed, leaving only his solitary island aglow, an anomaly amidst the gloom. The integration and recognition process posed no peril, and upon meticulously examining his soul consciousness, he discerned the process was indeed proceeding smoothly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and smile. In 3 millennia, the celestial tower will belong entirely to me, and I have also gained a formidable mentor. This time, it should yield significant rewards, he thought. Alas, the stellar tower is no more. A twinge of regret washed over Wang Yi at this thought, followed by a self-deprecating smile. He realized he had been overly greedy. The stellar tower was merely a divine treasure for suppression, whereas the celestial tower is undoubtedly of a higher caliber, if not superior, albeit it serves as a cultivation aid rather than an offensive weapon, primarily utilized for defense. The sea of laws within the celestial tower can illuminate a path for cultivation. It is worth noting that the sea of laws resembles the chaos monument in guiding the comprehension of laws. In contrast, the tomb vessel's broken Eastern River inheritance provides specific and detailed cultivation guidance, akin to the blood-soaked sword cannon and 7 transformations of the divine spirit, which outline meticulous steps for cultivation. Each possesses its own merits. One enhances the comprehension of laws, while the other offers concrete and detailed cultivation procedures. If these two could be harmoniously integrated, it would indeed be extraordinarily powerful. During the process of merging with the celestial tower, Wang Yi also came to understand its specific information. As previously stated, the paramount function of the celestial tower is cultivation. One aspect is the sea of laws, a collective of infinite laws brimming with boundless changes. Once the master of the celestial tower acknowledges their dominion, they can freely enter the sea of laws without restriction, unlike those cosmic sovereigns who must attain a certain level before delving deeper. However, this pertains solely to the aspect of comprehending laws. More significantly, it is the secret patterns of laws inherent within the celestial tower. Wang Yi can perceive the law patterns of this treasure to create secret arts. The two aspects complement each other, forming a perfect synergy. According to Wang Yi's understanding, this could be deemed a weapon for proving one's path. If Wang Yi thoroughly comprehends the secret patterns of the celestial tower, he will be able to gain complete mastery over it, and by extension, ascend to the realm of the divine monarch. Nevertheless, this requires an exceptionally protracted period of refinement. My master mentioned that within the depths of the celestial tower, a gift awaits me, one that can only be obtained once I fully master the tower. I wonder what it could be. Wang Yi musit inyardli. Regarding the identity of Ming, Wang Yi had begun to harbor vague suspicions. Is it a transcendence from confinement? A flutter of excitement coursed through him. In addition to his own cultivation, Wang Yi also noted another aspect. The celestial tower could be open to outsiders, albeit with restrictions. The master of the celestial tower can enter and exit at will, but for outsiders wishing to access the sea of laws, they must first obtain the master's permission and then wait for 100 million years. This limitation was imposed by the creator of the celestial tower, and Wang Yi found himself powerless to alter it. The sea of laws had already been opened once. Thus, to permit outsiders entry, 100 million years must elapse. 100 million years? That is not too long, considering I have cultivated for over 60 billion years. Wang Yi reflected with a sense of calm. As for the enemies of the Celestial Tower, they are imprisoned elsewhere. The Sea of Laws serves as a realm of comprehension and is also a central core. The Celestial Tower is immensely vast, harboring secrets yet to be uncovered by Wang Yi. Furthermore, akin to the Stellar Tower, the Celestial Tower can also nurture treasures known as Lost Star Orbs. The number of Lost Star Orbs is fixed at a total of 13,600, located at the core of the Sea of Laws. Unless one is to lose an orb, a significant cost must be incurred to gradually give birth to a new one. Merging with Lost Star Orbs can greatly enhance the comprehension of laws. Specifically, it is akin to an ordinary individual possessing the law comprehension talent of a prodigy emerging once every 10,000 epochs. Of course, this demands a high requirement for the soul and mental will. At the very least, an ordinary domain lord would be incapable of bearing it. One must be immortal to succeed. It is extraordinarily formidable. More significantly, there are 13,600 orbs. They can be extracted from the Sea of Laws at any time. When Wang Yi first learned this, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Although the Sea of Laws is incredibly exceptional, it can only be opened once every 100 million years, allowing a mere 1,008 individuals to enter each time. Previously, the multitude that entered was due to the Celestial Tower not being acknowledged by a master, as the tower's owner was in control. Now that Wang Yi has claimed mastery over the Celestial Tower, the conditions will revert to normal. Unless Wang Yi ascends to the Divine Monarch realm and fully masters the Celestial Tower, he will be unable to effect any changes. Moreover, with an opening every 100 million years and only 1,008 slots available, such a precious opportunity will likely be reserved for the most elite of the human race. Those who are immortal, unless particularly exceptional and favored, would be deemed a waste. In contrast, the manipulation of Lost Star Orbs offers considerable flexibility. Wang Yi can utilize them to cultivate prodigies from the lineage of Earth or his own disciples. Is the soul condition insufficient? Let's not forget the greatest strength of humanity, coupled with the substantial number of soul orbs obtained from the Stellar Tower. Although the royal souls are few and the monarch souls not plentiful, the soldier souls and general souls are abundant, perfectly suited to elevate the soul levels of Earth's inhabitants. Moreover, Luo Feng will soon acquire the Stellar Tower, at which point he will have access to a vast array of soul orbs to provide for the lineage of Earth. With powerful mental will and soul strength, they can compensate for Earth's most significant deficiency in the comprehension of laws. Incredible! Humanity is destined to transcend. While merging with the Celestial Tower, Wang Yi's human body also emerged from the Great Axe universe, hastening towards the Stellar Tower. Following the emergence of the Celestial Tower, countless races from across the universe flocked to it. Although it is now closed, many powerful beings have remained behind, eager to venture in the battlefield beyond. The entire battlefield beyond has become a chaotic mix of myriad races, with the number of powerful beings multiplying exponentially. It is an opportune time for hunting. After spending over 60 billion years crafting ultimate secret arts, Wang Yi is now sharpening his blades, eager for the impending slaughter. Chapter 364, Luo Feng and the Stellar Tower. In the 7th battlefield of the Outer Realm, at Base Camp 026, amidst the starry expanse, a spaceship leaped forth from the dark cosmos, proceeding towards the magnificent divine base. Within the control room of the spaceship, Wang Yi's human body reclined in a spacious chair. He had just concluded a communication with his master, learning that his master was about to enter seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to cosmic sovereignty. Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement. The human race will, at the very least, gain 3 new cosmic sovereigns from this endeavor. As for the esteemed ones, there will be even more, at least several dozen. The remaining ones will gradually increase over the years to come. Now that I have acquired the Tower of Babel, should I inform my teacher of this development? Wang Yi hesitated momentarily before deciding to withhold this revelation from the human race. There are still 3,000 years remaining. I shall wait until I have claimed mastery over the tower before making a decision. Revealing it to humanity at this juncture would serve little purpose. For the Sea of Laws within the tower only opens once every 100 million years, allowing for insights for merely 10,000 years at a time. The newly emerged powerful figures of humanity, even if they were to enter immediately, would not achieve the same formidable results as before. It appears that a single moment of enlightenment here surpasses the benefits gained from countless years of arduous cultivation. However, this is merely an illusion. It is akin to the Chaos Tablet, where persistent and diligent training amidst many uncertainties yields remarkable results upon observation. The Sea of Laws merely amplifies the effects of the Chaos Tablet by millions of times. Yet, fundamentally, it still requires practitioners to engage in diligent cultivation and introspection. Without a solid foundation, how can one spark enlightenment? Wang Yi comprehended this principle. Nevertheless, the efficiency and efficacy of insights gained from the Sea of Laws are undoubtedly superior to other sources. This is because it encapsulates the pathways of the universe's mightiest beings, rendering it utterly unique. Even the most powerful beings of the cosmos can delve into it with utmost focus to discover their own paths to transcendence. This alone could drive countless powerful entities across the universe into a frenzy. The beast god's inheritance within the ancestral teachings serves as a form of enlightenment. Regardless of one's comprehension, the knowledge is presented in full, and how much one absorbs is entirely one's own affair. In contrast, the Sea of Laws within the Tower of Babel necessitates an active pursuit of observation, comprehension, and reflection. This is a fundamental distinction. Furthermore, the Tower of Babel possesses no upper limits, whereas the beast god inheritance culminates only at the level of the cosmic sovereign. The existence of the tower must remain a closely guarded secret, and in the future, it should solely be utilized to nurture the core powerful members of our human race. At least until our kind has amassed sufficient strength, it must not be revealed. Wang Yi was acutely aware of the allure of the Tower of Babel. Even a common, yet exceedingly powerful treasure can incite madness across the cosmos, leading to fierce conflicts. How much more so for the Tower of Babel? A treasure that can elevate the limits of the universe's strongest beings and enhance the breakthrough probabilities for the cosmic sovereigns? It would undoubtedly compel various factions to go to any lengths to confront humanity. At that point, humanity might find itself in a dire situation akin to a historical military siege, surrounded on all sides. Even if they cannot annihilate humanity, they would seek to suppress us, forcing our hand to share the Tower of Babel. If we refuse, they would constrain humanity, seize our territories, decimate our population, and eliminate our powerful figures, stifling our development. Unless we remain eternally hidden within the primordial universe and the great Axe universe, even the original secret realms would not be safe and would certainly face a united assault from the entire cosmos. Wang Yi had no desire to witness such a calamity unfold. Of course, humanity could also barter the insights gained from the tower to forge alliances with certain factions, potentially creating divisions. But why should we? Such a stance is no different than bowing down. Fundamentally, it is humanity that suffers. It is better to quietly develop and await the opportune moment. Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Once humanity truly rises to power. Next comes the second trial. Boasting several of the universe's strongest beings and hundreds of cosmic sovereigns, accompanied by some supreme treasures. Even a united front of all cosmic forces would evoke no fear in us. We could comfortably station some powerful figures while others venture forth. Anyone who dares to oppose us would be swiftly subdued. Naturally, within the primordial universe, the six pinnacle factions each possess their own cosmic sovereigns, making complete annihilation impossible. Moreover, once war breaks out, humanity will inevitably incur losses. Thus, deterrence is the best course of action. Ensuring the transcendence and eternal survival of humanity is Wang Yi's ultimate goal. As for the petty skirmishes of the primordial universe, he has grown somewhat disdainful of them. Standing at a different height naturally alters one's perspective, and one's mindset evolves correspondingly. Much like during his time on Earth, he preferred to refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Becoming stronger remained his primary objective. With such thoughts, he would rather engage in cultivation or enjoy intimate moments with his wives, perhaps even conceive a few plump offspring. The likes of Thunder God, Hong, and Luo Feng share similar sentiments. When one's power reaches a certain level, any encountered issues can be effortlessly resolved. Of course, Wang Yi understood that where there are people, there is conflict. The internal dynamics of humanity are rife with factions and struggles, yet these are kept within manageable bounds. Limited conflict, in fact, serves as a means to maintain the vitality of the race, a notion tacitly accepted by the human leadership. Acquiring the Tower of Babel is a tremendous stroke of fortune. Wang Yi smiled as he observed the simulated external scenery, pondering what expressions his teachers would wear upon learning of his acquisition of the tower. With the Tower of Babel in hand, Wang Yi's standing among humanity would undoubtedly rival that of the rulers of Chaos City. However, one's own strength remains paramount. To guard against unforeseen variables, it is best to wait until my own power has grown further before proceeding. Wang Yi stroked his chin. After spending over 600 billion years within the time realm, my lifespan as a realm master is dwindling. It is nearly time to break through. However, I shall first hunt in the outer battlefield, complete the top 3 tasks on my panel, and then proceed to the ancestral god sect to fulfill some plans. Only then shall I prepare to break through. In another timeline, Luo Feng emerged from the outer battlefield, first obtaining the 3rd metallic fragment from the Wuhua secret realm before heading to the ancestral god sect. Yet Wang Yi need not follow his lead. He could visit the ancestral god sect first, and then proceed to the Wuhua secret realm. In truth, he greatly coveted the lair of the mountain sitting guest. For the mountain sitting guest is the reincarnation of a divine king, and the royal palace he carries is also a divine king as treasure. Furthermore, the elemental manipulation technique is something Wang Yi greatly desires. However, confronting the mountain sitting guest entails considerable risk. It is wiser to wait until he possesses adequate strength before facing such challenges. He is confident that day is not far off. Speaking of which, Luo Feng should also be heading to the Star Tower soon, right? Outer battlefield, 7th battle zone. Star Tower. A young man clad in silver armor with silver wings gazed in astonishment at a towering 9-story edifice that obscured half the cosmos. Surrounded by an endless array of colorful nebulae, feeling an overwhelmingly powerful sense of call that made his entire being tremble. This feeling is. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Star Tower, a formidable figure adorned with antlers was conversing with an ancient sage possessing a serpent's tail. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, ceased speaking, and turned his gaze toward the young man, a smile gracing his face. They have arrived. Chapter 365. The most powerful realm master in history arrives on the battlefield. As Luo Feng faced another significant turning point in his life, Wang Yi had already returned to the military base. Following his departure from the base, he utilized the Divine Nation's teleportation to arrive at the Flame Offering Continent. A silver-white spaceship soared rapidly over the vast expanse of land. First, he sought to examine the changes that had transpired on the Flame Offering Continent over the past 10,000 years. Wang Yi accessed the military system, searching the database for information regarding the Flame Offering Continent. Typically, such ordinary battlefield data is publicly available to those of royal status. However, confidential information of a higher tier requires military merit for access. The Flame Offering Continent, once home to over 1,000 royal figures, had seen some diminished due to Wang Yi's efforts, yet new ones had emerged. With the arrival of the Tower of Babel in the Star Tower region of the 7th outer battlefield, a convergence of powerful beings from across the universe occurred. Although the tower is now closed, the density of powerful beings in the outer battlefield, particularly in the 7th battle zone, is unprecedented. The number of royal-level beings on the Flame Offering Continent, according to the latest data, has astonishingly reached 13,952. Wang Yi's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup, startled by the revelation. This figure is tenfold the previous count of royal figures on the Flame Offering Continent. Those who remain are all under the banner of the 4 pinnacle factions, for this battlefield was established and structured by them. Even if other superpowers wish to join, they must first obtain consent from these factions. Additionally, Wang Yi received intelligence indicating that the 6 pinnacle factions have seen the Prison Clan align with the Demon Clan, while the Crystal Clan has joined forces with humanity. Perhaps this is due to the resemblance between the appearances of the human race and the Crystal Clan? Certainly, this is merely the current situation in the extraterritorial battlefield, and I fear it may only persist for a brief period, not accounting for the alliances among the various factions. More significantly, it is the other races that matter, despite being weaker than the peak factions. Their sheer number of ordinary powerhouses far surpasses that of the pinnacle clans by thousands of times. They are the true reason behind the current abundance of strong individuals in the extraterritorial battlefield. The Yinji continent has witnessed much in this regard. And Wang Yi found his finger involuntarily tapping on the projection screen. With a flicker, the recent information regarding the Star Tower appeared. Upon glancing at it, Wang Yi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The number of kings sealed by the Star Tower has astonishingly exceeded 10 million. This is utterly insane. The reason for such a plethora of sealed kings in the Star Tower is partly due to the appearance of the Celestial Tower. Everyone speculates whether its sudden emergence next to the Star Tower is indicative of some connection. Moreover, since they are already here, they might as well stay and take a look, for the Star Tower is renowned throughout the cosmos. Many strong individuals, though they have heard of it, have never witnessed it firsthand. This time, they naturally would not let the opportunity slip by. In reality, they were correct in their assumptions, yet they were also mistaken. The emergence of the Celestial Tower indeed relates to the Star Tower, but the more crucial factor is Wang Yi. The sight of so many sealed kings made Wang Yi's eyes redden. They are all prey. Normally, When he kills a few sealed kings, he must do so discreetly, fearing unwanted attention. However, with so many sealed kings present now, he could likely slay 1,000 or so without issue, right? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. One must not be hasty. Patience is essential, for haste makes waste. Those old-timers might not have vacated the extraterritorial battlefield yet. What if some elder from another race happens to remain and catches sight of the exuberant Wang Yi? Ah, a human realm master indeed, with a single strike. They could end him. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal, but given Wang Yi's cautious nature, he would prefer to avoid unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, the superiors of the human race, who originally offered protection to Wang Yi, have all retreated to seclusion due to the celestial tower, each engrossed in their own enlightenment. Presently, there is not a single superpower by Wang Yi's side, and even his mentor, the esteemed Master Pang Bo, has advised him to maintain a lower profile. Kill when necessary, but do not draw too much attention. Wang Yi, of course, is inclined to comply. He stood up, approached the bottom of the spacecraft screen, and revealed a cold, measured smile. Extraterrestrial beings, your king has returned. The most formidable realm master of the universe has arrived on the battlefield. Wang Yi's detection device, a gift from the esteemed Master Yi, is exceedingly advanced, belonging to the realm master level, capable of effortlessly sensing all activity within a radius of 1 billion kilometers. Previously, the vast expanse of the Yinji continent meant that the number of sealed kings was scant. It was not uncommon for one to go an entire month without encountering a single one, even if they were operating in 3 bodies simultaneously. However, with the current surge in the density of strong individuals, not only have the sealed kings increased, but those below the seal marquee level have also multiplied, far exceeding the former. In a vast and desolate desert on the Yinji continent, a gray-blue metallic spaceship advanced above the sands. Within the specially designed cabin of the ship, a group of immortal extraterrestrials engaged in lively conversation. The recent annihilation of a human team was largely thanks to Lord Guangli. Indeed, Lord Guangli's secret technique, combined with his temporal talent, is truly unstoppable. Each immortal extraterrestrial praised the beaming, bald, one-eyed giant at the center of the gathering. Judging by appearances, he is likely a member of the Shadow Demon clan, a powerful and independent race from the far reaches of the universe. They are naturally favored by the laws of light, allowing them to easily comprehend the essence of time. Furthermore, among their elite, some have awakened temporal talents. Most members of the Shadow Demon clan are formidable immortals. Haha, while that human immortal is indeed powerful, my mastery over the laws of light combined with my temporal talent perfectly counters him, which is why I was able to easily obliterate his divine body. Next time, I may not be so fortunate. The bald giant with glowing skin was about to feign modesty when, suddenly, a dark red figure materialized before a subliminal metal spaceship, followed by a devastating blade of light descending. The universe itself was rent asunder, leaving a colossal gash stretching over 1,000 kilometers. The extraterrestrial beings hiding within the spaceship, along with the vessel itself, were engulfed by the blade of light, obliterated into mere fragments of space. With a resounding boom, the immensely concentrated force of the blade erupted, shredding the surrounding space into dust for tens of thousands of kilometers. The insectoid faction's extraterrestrials, including their spaceship, vanished without a trace. Clad in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi casually collected the spoils from the spatial debris, reflecting on how effortless it all was. The 4th tribulation of the Nine Tribulations Secret Tome has granted Wang Yi's human form the power approaching that of a high-level sealed king. Coupled with his rapid advancements in understanding the laws, annihilating ordinary sealed kings has become exceedingly simple for him. The next time he encounters a sealed king, he might as well test his skills with the star sealing diagram. Turning away, Wang Yi thought little of a sealed marquee immortal squad. They held little value, merely an incidental harvest for him. As the insectoid faction's avatars merged with the celestial tower, Wang Yi's hunting continued unabated in the extraterritorial battlefield. The Flame Star Beast's avatar and his human body separated, embarking on a series of bloody slaughters in the extraterritorial battlefield. Chapter 366, 3,000 Years of Time. The Name of Invincibility. In the 7th extraterritorial battlefield, the Twins Spiral Domain, a landmass spanning millions of kilometers within its interior caverns, a group of extraterrestrials were engaged in discussion. It is said that recently, the number of strong extraterrestrials here has diminished significantly. It is all due to that human insect king. At the mention of this name, a shiver ran through all the extraterrestrials, as if they had heard of something terrifying. The insect king appears and disappears at will. Last year, he was in the Yinji continent, and this year, he has come to the twin spiral domain. Some sealed kings who have encountered him seem to have perished in significant numbers. Who can blame the insect king for being so fearsome? 1,000 years ago, the insect queen Nancheng, having heard some news from who knows where, ambushed the insect king with a group of helpers in the Oblivion Star River, only to be met with a bloodbath at the hands of the insect king. A sealed king immortal side, Nancheng. She is one of the pinnacle powers in the 7th extraterritorial battlefield, especially with her insect legion, which has always been invincible across vast terrains. Even with a group of helpers, her plans backfired, resulting in defeat at the hands of the insect king. Such strength is truly astonishing. Now, everyone in the extraterritorial battlefield agrees that the insect king possesses the unmatched strength of a sealed king. Is it truly that terrifying? An extraterrestrial, unfamiliar with the insect king, could not help but ask, I have heard that all insect queens are adept in soul manipulation techniques. Can I not deal with the insect king? The insect queen's greatest strengths lie in 2 aspects, her insect legions and soul control. The sealed king immortal scoffed. If soul control were effective against the insect king, would the insect queen and her aides have suffered defeat? A flicker of fear appeared in the sealed king immortal's eyes as he recounted that battle, where dozens of sealed king immortals from the insect faction had perished, including more than 5 at the pinnacle of sealed kings. Even the insect queen's immortal insect army suffered losses exceeding half. Although the insect queen Nancheng commanded her immortal army to collectively burn their divine bodies and unleash their strongest strike, reducing a radius of 1 billion kilometers to nothingness, it was still ineffective against the insect king. Instead, the insect army was decimated by the insect king, and the insect queen was pursued relentlessly, ultimately having to employ special means to escape his wrath. That battle solidified the insect king's reputation in the extraterritorial battlefield, as everyone acknowledged that he possessed the unrivaled strength of a sealed king, making him the strongest among sealed kings in the current extraterritorial battlefield. Countless extraterrestrials now flee at the mere mention of him. Wherever the insect king appears, the forces of other factions swiftly dwindle, retreating to safer grounds. Yet, due to the insect king's elusive nature, no matter how much they prepare, some still find themselves at a loss. The insect king has roamed the battlefields beyond the realms for 3 millennia. Over this extensive period, countless sovereigns have met their unfortunate fates, and it is seldom heard of any who have encountered the insect king and managed to escape. After all, even formidable entities like the insectoid matriarchs have been left in disarray, fleeing in a state of utter desperation. An alien creature, reminiscent of a monkey yet bearing insect-like traits, emitted strange and perplexed sounds, questioning why the insect king brazenly defied the insect race, seemingly unchallenged and riding roughshod over their dignity. Why was there no retaliation? The immortal sovereign scoffed, recalling how South Punishment had returned, infuriated and deranged, inviting several matriarchs of his kin to join him. It is well known that those of the exalted rank and above are barred from entering the battlefield beyond. Thus, to confront the insect king, the insect matriarchs could only summon immortal beings. However, even a handful of these matriarchs is a formidable force. Each immortal insect matriarch is deemed invincible beneath the exalted ranks. Moreover, their adeptness in collective warfare allows them to operate in perfect harmony, rendering them a terrifying war machine on the vast battlefields of their kin. Only mechanical legions could stand a chance against them. Yet, the insect king is no fool. He would not fall for such ploys. The alien sovereign shook his head as the matriarch's provocation went entirely ignored by the insect king, leaving the insect race in a state of utter disgrace. While these aliens engaged in their discussions, a silver spacecraft traversed the expanse, billions of kilometers away. The fearsome insect king reclined in his seat, a goblet in hand, stroking his chin, a smile playing upon his lips as he listened to the aliens discuss him. Flanking him on either side stood a row of formidable servants, their faces reflecting reverence and admiration for their master. Each one was either at the pinnacle of sovereign mastery or a sole master of sovereign caliber. Throughout these years on the battlefield beyond, Wang Yi has not only faced numerous battles, but has also reaped considerable rewards. These soul servants are the fruits of his relentless pursuits in hunting. After over 600 billion years of enlightenment within the Celestial Tower, Wang Yi's will has become immensely formidable, and he has deciphered various soul arcane methods, acquiring numerous treasures that have significantly augmented his combat prowess, making the hunting of sovereigns far easier than before. Through persistent efforts, he has enslaved several peak sovereign soul masters, thereby steadily expanding his ranks. Occasionally, sovereign beings have fallen prey to his capture and enslavement, Though the numbers may seem modest, they accumulate over time. After 3 millennia, Wang Yi's legion of immortal sovereign servants has surpassed 100, with only a little over 10 having been personally ensnared by him, as the majority are indirectly enslaved through his soul servants. These servants then form teams to engage in hunting, bolstered by the treasures bestowed upon them by Wang Yi, rendering each team astonishingly powerful, invincible in the battlefields beyond. As their numbers grew, their hunting efficiency soared. After 3 millennia, remarkable achievements have been amassed. During this period, the surge of powerful beings across various races on the battlefield beyond has led to intense and fierce confrontations, allowing Wang Yi's forces to blend into the fray without drawing much attention. Occasionally, rumors of enslavement surface, but what concern is it to Wang Yi? He has long since retreated into the shadows, leaving others unable to deduce his involvement. Wang Yi swirled the enticing liquid in his goblet, murmuring the name of his old rival with a hint of regret. Upon realizing the situation was turning unfavorable, South Punishment had fled with remarkable swiftness, abandoning his precious insect legions despite their significant losses. Wang Yi ultimately failed to capture that insect matriarch, leaving the seasoned insect manipulator with a twinge of sorrow, who in the battlefield beyond is unaware of his penchant for manipulating insects. Now, among the insect matriarchs, his infamous name circulates as they regard him with the same apprehension one might feel in the presence of a ghost. It even seems that South Punishment, aware of potential threats, has hidden away in an unknown location. Wang Yi has not heard any news of her in years, forcing him to relinquish certain ambitions. Alas, he had initially wished for a reunion of their family, all together and intact. Finishing the exquisite wine in his cup, Wang Yi rose, and, simultaneously, the 2 rows of sovereign servants bowed their heads in unison. 3 millennia have passed, and the mission is complete. The Celestial Tower is on the verge of recognizing its master, and it is time to depart. Wang Yi gazed towards a certain direction, where the Celestial Tower lay, sensing that the fusion was nearing its final stages. Kill 232, 185, 100, 000 ordinary immortal deities. Kill 8, 442, 310, 000 sovereign immortal deities. Kill 10, 441, 000 sovereign immortal deities. Chapter 367. The conclusion of the battlefield beyond. Submit task. Task submitted, commencing verification. Ding. Congratulations. You have received an ordinary probability card. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a black iron probability card. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a bronze probability card. Listening to the notifications from the panel, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The acquisition of 3 probability cards justified his efforts over these millennia. The ordinary card increases the probability of the highest rewards by 2. The black iron and bronze cards boost the probability by 5 and 10, respectively. In total, that amounts to 17, which still feels somewhat low. Moreover, they are one-time use only, necessitating careful consideration. Wang Yi's gaze shifted to the task information displayed beneath the panel. Kill 100 cosmic sovereigns. Reward: 1 silver card with a 25 chance of the highest reward. Current kill count: 0-100. Kill 10 cosmic lords. Reward: 1 gold card with a 50 chance of the highest reward. Current kill count: 0-10. Kill 1 true god. Reward: 1 diamond card with a 100 chance of the highest reward. Current kill count: 0-1. Each kill target can only claim 1 reward. Card effects can be stacked. After reaching the sovereign rank, one must slay beings of exalted ranks or higher. For Wang Yi, who is still a cosmic lord, this poses a daunting challenge. He must strive for a breakthrough. A surge of fervor ignited within him at the prospect. Upon achieving immortality, his combat prowess will soar exponentially, granting him access to treasures such as the Calamity Armor and the Original Soul, alongside the arcane methods, thereby enabling him to contend with exalted beings. However, he must first elevate his genetic tier to perfection and cultivate his 3rd avatar. The talent secret method replication card must also be utilized. The Ancestor God Sect. Wang Yi murmured. Ultimately, in choosing his future 3rd avatar, he settled on the Shadow Sea avatar. Yet, for the talent secret method replication, he aspired to master the world tree's manipulation of time and space. The Shadow Sea avatar possesses 2 major talent secret methods: Sea Transformation and Creation. With these 2 abilities, the Shadow Sea's volume can expand indefinitely, ultimately measuring in light years. It will undoubtedly become the largest divine entity in the primal universe. The talent's secret method of creation can also be employed to transcend the divine body pathway. Wang Yi could not afford to abandon such utility in favor of seeking other impractical avatars. The talent secret method replication card was the singular highest reward he attained during his signing in the Blood Luo world. This card allows for the replication of one talent secret method from a target possessing such abilities onto oneself, with the success rate diminishing as the target's talent secret method level increases. It can only be used once and cannot overlap with any talent secret methods already possessed. A prompt will indicate the success rate prior to usage. After careful deliberation, Wang Yi ultimately decided to replicate the world tree from the Ancestor God Sect's secret realm. The Ancestor God Secret Realm is renowned as one of the most extraordinary in the universe, housing the greatest diversity of unique life forms. Many powerful and enigmatic beings reside within, such as the Cold Whale, the Tremor Mountain, and the World Tree, each possessing the strength of a cosmic lord. After extensive research and filtering, Wang Yi confirmed that the World Tree would be the focus of his talent secret method replication. As previously mentioned, the World Tree possesses the innate ability to manipulate time and space. Within a certain radius surrounding it, both time and space are entirely under its control. While it may not rival the complete dominion over time and space held by a cosmic lord, as the World Tree itself grows stronger, its mastery over time and space will also enhance. In the secret realm of the ancestral god cult, the towering World Tree, a paragon of cosmic might, wields the formidable power over time and space, rivaling even the dominion of the universe itself. The World Tree boasts three significant advantages. Yet when juxtaposed with the creation secret method of the Oceanic Avatar, I find myself compelled to opt for the latter. Wang Yi shook his head. No matter how formidable the World Tree may be, can it truly compare with the breakthrough of a perfect divine body? While the creation secret method may represent only one facet, it undeniably necessitates further diligence and conditions. Absent the creation secret method, achieving the monumental 10,000-fold enhancement of the divine body would be an insurmountable challenge. The original text has illuminated the path before him. To deliberately take a detour would be folly. Unless a superior option presents itself, Wang Yi's third avatar is resolutely determined to be the Oceanic Avatar. However, the replication of the innate secret method allows for the selection of the World Tree. The only lingering concern pertains to the probability of failure. There exists a possibility of failure. I fervently hope to successfully replicate the World Tree's mastery over time and space. Wang Yi mused with anticipation. Should Luo Feng attain his breakthrough into the realm of the Venerable, armed with the innate secret method of time and space, the moment he manifests it, he could rival the universe's sovereign. For the sovereign, mastery over time and space may not hold much significance. Yet for those beneath the sovereign, it is undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Moreover, Wang Yi harbored doubts as to whether this mastery over time and space could reverse the very fabric of time and resurrect the deceased. After all, both the innate secret method and the reversal of time are gifts from the primal universe. It permits you to possess such capabilities without its allowance. Even the sovereign of the universe, despite mastering time and space, could not reverse time or revive the departed. A flicker of excitement crossed Wang Yi's eyes. If the World Tree's mastery over time and space also possessed the power to reverse time and resurrect others, it would indeed be intriguing. Yet, even a mere immortal, despite possessing the ability to master time and space, would find it exceedingly arduous to reverse time and bring back the dead. The backlash from the primal universe could render their desires futile. In summary, numerous constraints exist, but the divine body is undoubtedly the key. Does Wang Yi lack a divine body? He does not. Even in the absence of the Oceanic Avatar, his celestial beast avatar, having achieved immortality, could stand shoulder to shoulder with a star. Coupled with the Oceanic Avatar, resurrecting a cosmic overlord would pose little difficulty. The Oceanic Avatar, mastering time and space, represents Wang Yi's profound aspirations. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Tower, my comprehension of the laws unfolds as a path of ease. I wish to pose but one inquiry. Who else remains? In the Star Tower, Luo Feng, whose whereabouts had been shrouded in silence for 3 millennia, sat within the palace, undergoing the trials of the Star Tower, trembling and displaying signs of anguish. It was evident that the process of inheriting the Star Tower was no ordinary ordeal. It was a veritable torment akin to hell for the inheritor. Yet, Luo Feng had persevered for 3 millennia. The madness and tenacity ingrained within him manifested fully at this moment. As long as I draw breath, I shall endure. Ultimately, it transformed into a yearning for his family and a commitment to protect them. Within the palace, An elder with a serpentine body and an elderly figure clad in gray, robes adorned with antlers observed this scene. It has been 3 millennia. Do you believe Luo Feng can endure? Inquired the foremost disciple of the sitting mountain guest, Puti, in a hushed tone. Once the trial of the Star Tower commences, it cannot be interrupted, the sitting mountain guest replied, shaking his head. I cannot ascertain. All we can do is rely on Luo Feng. Should he succeed, a new leader will emerge from the earth lineage. If he fails, there remains Wang Yi, does there not? The sitting mountain guest mused. In the 368th chapter, The Lost Star Pearl, Wang Yi vaguely sensed his lifespan. Although he had expended over 60 billion years, even the remaining fragments exceeded the lifespan of an ordinary realm master. However, he was loath to squander it recklessly within the time realm. For one who originally possessed a lifespan of hundreds of billions of years, a mere 10 million years left felt akin to a normal person realizing they had only months to live. Naturally, urgency ensued. I must seek opportunities for a breakthrough. Wang Yi silently resolved it. Achieving immortality would alleviate this concern. Wang Yi held a deep apprehension towards the sitting mountain guest, compounded by his knowledge that Luo Feng had entered the Star Tower. Thus, he had refrained from approaching it for years. If I cannot provoke you, I can at least evade you. Now, as the fusion of the Heavenly Tower neared completion, Wang Yi had already fulfilled his panel tasks and could depart from the outer battlefield, a sigh of relief escaping him. Though the passage had remained closed for 3 millennia, various cosmic factions, including humanity, the insectoid race, and the demonic tribes, had left spies to monitor the movements of the Heavenly Tower. Despite their failures and trials, these factions remained undeterred, seeking alternative means to access the Heavenly Tower. A resounding rumble echoed as the boundless sea of light surged as if stirred by a colossal entity, with the chaotic void's currents forming an immense vortex centered around Wang Yi's island, causing the towering Heavenly Tower, stretching 100 light years, to tremble subtly. Did the Heavenly Tower just quiver? What transpired? The myriad powerful entities lingering outside the Heavenly Tower were startled, yet no matter their probing, they could not uncover the situation within. Inside the Heavenly Tower, within the realm of the Law's Sea, on the island, after 3 millennia of fusion, the void insectoid avatar finally opened its eyes. Just moments ago, the blood-red crystal pearl had completely merged with the soul, achieving total integration. Wang Yi's soul felt as if it were intricately linked with the entirety of the Heavenly Tower. To him, the Heavenly Tower seemed devoid of secrets. Though certain areas remained inaccessible, constrained by the prohibitions set by its creator, which Wang Yi lacked the qualifications to breach. The recognition of the Heavenly Tower's master had finally succeeded after 3 millennia, and Wang Yi's heart swelled with joy. Compared to Luo Feng's harrowing trial of the Star Tower inheritance, Wang Yi's acknowledgement of the Heavenly Tower was significantly easier, requiring not even his full consciousness. Rather than a mere acknowledgement, it resembled a process of assimilation. Now, the blood-red tower pearl had been entirely absorbed by Wang Yi, transforming into a crimson mist that melded with his soul. Henceforth, Wang Yi became the sole master of the Heavenly Tower. For the tower pearl, signifying the master, had ceased to exist. Should Wang Yi perish, no other could claim mastery over the Heavenly Tower. At most, they could utilize a fraction of its capabilities. The creator of the Heavenly Tower had no intention of granting a second master. Now, as the master of the Heavenly Tower, Wang Yi could traverse its interior freely and observe the situation outside. However, without the need to observe, Wang Yi knew well that various factions were undoubtedly watching. How could they fathom that the Heavenly Tower now belongs to me? Wang Yi mused with a subtle smile, raising his gaze towards the boundless, surging sea of laws. He fell into deep contemplation. Having acknowledged mastery over the Heavenly Tower, he naturally comprehended all information. The path my mentor left for me. The Sea of Laws serves merely as an auxiliary comprehension, akin to the Chaos Steel, while the secret patterns of the Heavenly Tower itself constitute my primary object of study. A supreme treasure inherently possesses the patterns of laws. The more potent the treasure, the more profound and intricate the law patterns. The secret patterns on the Heavenly Tower signify an exceptionally high level of secret arts. From its exterior, one cannot discern the number of layers of the Heavenly Tower. It appears dark, profound, and seamless. Only upon Wang Yi's acknowledgement of mastery did he uncover that it comprises 49 layers, representing 49 secret patterns. For instance, merely to activate the first layer of the secret pattern of the Heavenly Tower requires Wang Yi's current level of law comprehension and a thorough understanding of the intricacies of the secret pattern. alongside possessing a divine body akin to that of the sovereign of the universe to even initiate a simple activation. Moreover, Wang Yi can sequentially create secret methods based on the secret patterns, as the heavenly tower itself is a cultivation-type supreme treasure. The advancement of these secret methods corresponds to breakthroughs in his own level of cultivation. However, the subsequent layers become increasingly challenging. Wang Yi faintly sensed that a thorough comprehension of the 10th layer of the secret pattern would likely equate to the pinnacle of the 10th tier secret arts within the cosmic sea. However, the classification of the secret patterns within the Tower of Heaven is beyond Wang Yi's discernment. After all, the disparity in levels is far too vast. The road ahead is long and arduous. Wang Yi sighed once more. Initially, he had basked in the pride of having created the ultimate fusion secret technique. But he was abruptly awakened to the realization that he was merely a novice at the very bottom tier. Perhaps, in the face of the Tower of Heaven, he had yet to even grasp the basics. After all, entering the threshold signifies mastery of an entire system of fusion laws, akin to the zenith of cosmic sovereignty. Raising his hand, Wang Yi gestured towards the sea of laws, and from its depths, streams of radiant light cascaded down like a meteor shower, thousands upon thousands, suspended above him to form a resplendent celestial tapestry. Simultaneously, the fluctuations of the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and time spread out. The lost star orbs. Gazing at this dazzling sea of stars, Wang Yi uttered a single word, and with a thought, a lost star orb radiating golden brilliance flew into his palm, transforming into a translucent sphere the size of a longan. Entirely pure and golden, an orb of the law of gold's essence. As he beheld this treasure pulsating with potent law fluctuations, he couldn't help but marvel. Just this one orb could grant an ordinary individual comprehension of the law of gold rivaling that of Berlin. However, even ordinary realm masters find it arduous to fuse with the lost star orbs, requiring an exceptionally high degree of will and soul. This is precisely where humanity excels. The entirety of the sea of laws within the Tower of Heaven houses a fixed number of 13,600 lost star orbs. Only upon the loss of one does a new one emerge. Nevertheless, being born from the Tower of Heaven's sea of laws, it is exceedingly difficult for typical cosmic sovereigns to destroy them. The Tower of Heaven, however, is not limited to just the lost star orbs. Some treasures far surpass them. Yet only the lost star orbs can be taken from the tower and employed freely. With 13,600 lost star orbs, it represents the potential to cultivate 13,600 prodigies from Earth. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Humanity had only recently begun to explore the cosmos, and despite over 10,000 years of development, they had yet to produce a single immortal. Most were merely realm masters, the majority emerging from Wang Yi's own family. Even though Wang Yi tilted resources to foster other earthly geniuses, there remains a significant inherent gap between them. Initially, this disparity may not have been glaring, but as time progresses, the superiority of Wang Yi's bloodline becomes increasingly apparent. In terms of cultivation, comprehension of laws, and the strength of will and soul, he is leagues ahead of ordinary earthlings. The only aspect needing refinement is his mental realm, which happens to be the strong suit of all earthlings. Additionally, the Wang family places immense value on its own progeny, investing more resources, which naturally results in the emergence of numerous formidable beings over the last 10 millennia, albeit still limited to realm masters. In Wang Yi's perspective, within the realm master stage, one could cultivate for 9 million years, and when adequately prepared, a breakthrough could be achieved. With the soul orbs, both earthlings and his descendant souls could be significantly enhanced, allowing some less endowed prodigies to synergize with the soul orbs and subsequently fuse with the lost star orbs. Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement. If the lost star orbs were to be exclusively utilized by realm masters, then over 10 million years, a generation could yield tens of thousands of prodigies comparable to Berlin in their comprehension of laws. Although not everyone would achieve the ranks of nobility, immortality would certainly be within reach. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi estimated that with the lost star orbs, Earth could potentially give rise to tens of thousands of immortals every 10 million years, with a small number being ordinary immortals, the majority achieving nobility, and the least attaining kingship. Even so, such figures are astonishing. If this trend continues over billions of years, the number of immortal deities accumulated by humanity would be staggering. Coupled with the nurturing provided by the Tower of Heaven's sea of laws and Wang Yi's guidance, how many exalted beings might emerge, and among them, how many cosmic sovereigns or true gods? The lineage of humanity is destined to become one of the most formidable existences within the human race, even within the primordial universe. Chapter 369, Retirement. Weak prodigies can use the lost star orbs to cultivate into immortals, Wang Yi mused. It is only when one surpasses the level of an exalted being that they truly engage with the profound laws, granting them the opportunity to delve into the sea of laws within the Tower of Heaven and paving the way for further breakthroughs. The sea of laws enhances one's comprehension of laws and guides them along the path of law. The lost star orbs it nurtures can also elevate one's innate talent for law comprehension. Moreover, the secret patterns of the Tower of Heaven are akin to detailed and specific cultivation scriptures. However, only Wang Yi can comprehend these secret patterns, as he is the master of the Tower of Heaven. Others, even if Wang Yi were to elaborate, would likely struggle to achieve even a fraction of the comprehension he possesses. There are only 13,600 lost star orbs, and the opportunities for insight into the Tower of Heaven are limited to 1008, only opening once every 100 million years. Wang Yi murmured to himself. Humanity would surely envy this. Regardless of whether it be the lost star orbs or the opportunity for insight into the Tower of Heaven, both are exceedingly precious, as they can be continuously utilized to cultivate a multitude of powerful beings. A few instances may not seem significant, but over hundreds of millions of years, the implications are unfathomable. The birth of even a single superlative existence is an exhilarating prospect. This matter shall have to wait until I attain the strength of a cosmic sovereign to discuss with humanity. Wang Yi understood that otherwise it would lead to unnecessary complications, and he found no need to involve himself in such matters. Once he becomes a cosmic sovereign, even if certain individuals within humanity harbor ulterior motives, whether for personal gain or to exert the weight of their race's righteousness upon him, as long as he remains unwilling, no one would be able to impose upon him. At that time, Wang Yi would likely be regarded as one of the most significant figures among humanity. Buzz. The space trembled, enveloped in a green glow, as the divine realm flickered amidst the boundless radiance. Wang Yi emerged from the divine realm, stepping into the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven is a barrier against the virtual universe, prohibiting transmissions from the divine realm and sealing off space. Yet as the master of the tower, Wang Yi could naturally utilize the divine realm's transmission. 13,000 years had passed, and Wang Yi felt a sense of nostalgia. This expedition to the outer battlefield had yielded immense rewards. Aside from the Tower of Heaven, he had acquired the fourth calamity of the Nine Calamity Secret Tome, the Calamity Armor, and 2 pinnacle treasures, the Original Soul, along with a plethora of other invaluable items. The sheer worth of these treasures and rare materials amounted to a staggering figure. To be candid, among the cosmic sovereigns, few could rival Wang Yi's wealth and resources. Moreover, he had enslaved over 100 immortal kings, fulfilling the tasks on his sign-in panel and acquiring 3 chance cards. He had also embarked on the path of law fusion, making remarkable progress in law comprehension, and had created the ultimate secret technique for cosmic sovereigns. His will had ascended to the level of a cosmic overlord. It can be said that while the historical figure Luo Feng had to toil for tens of thousands of years to painstakingly develop a secret technique to break the shackles of the golden-horned giant beast core, Wang would not need to endure such a trial. As soon as he nurtured a 3rd avatar, he could effortlessly shatter the core and ascend to immortality. However, the 3rd avatar had chosen the abyssal sea, and the world tree resided within the sacred land of the ancients, which is also the largest, oldest, and most enigmatic force in the primordial universe. Thus, it was destined that before Wang Yi could transcend to immortality, he must make a pilgrimage to the sacred land of the ancients. After entering immortality, it remained uncertain whether that unique core would still exist. Wang Yi pondered. The core was a reward from the sign-in panel and was inherently special. Even if Wang Yi became a realm master, it had not fully merged with his life pearl. Regardless, it was time to return. Once home, he would prepare for his breakthrough into immortality and visit the sacred land of the ancients. Wang Yi seek it. The expedition to the outer battlefield has come to an end, as Wang Yi joyfully packed his belongings in preparation to reunite with his wife and children. Luo Feng continued to endure hardships within the Star Tower, and one could only imagine that his arduous days would persist for several thousand more years. However, Wang Yi harbored no concerns for Luo Feng. A child of destiny is not so easily extinguished. In the distant starry sky, near the 026th Battalion base of the 7th Battlefield beyond the realm, Buzz. Suddenly, a verdant radiance enveloped the surroundings, and beneath this ethereal green glow, an overwhelming pressure permeated the space, causing subtle ripples to undulate through the air. At that moment, a shadow clothed in dark crimson emerged from the luminescence. He has returned. Wang Yi smiled faintly and subsequently produced a saucer-shaped spacecraft, gliding leisurely toward the colossal divine base in the distance. This menacing war machine, with a diameter spanning millions of kilometers and dwarfing the sun, epitomized the pinnacle of AAA divine bases. Its resplendent, multicolored energy shields cycled in a mesmerizing display, rendering the spacecraft akin to a mere grain of sand, while the military base loomed like a gigantic planet. The base's system seamlessly guided him into a passage, swiftly transporting him to a grand hall. "Welcome, soldier," a human attendant clad in silver uniform greeted Wang Yi as he stepped from the hatch. "Do you wish to retire or take a respite within the base?" "Retirement," Wang Yi replied, casting a glance that sent a shiver through the servant, a being of realm master level accustomed to hosting various formidable entities. The countless adversaries that Wang Yi had vanquished over the past 10 millennia, with more than 1,000 kings falling by his hand, along with his will that had ascended to that of a cosmic overlord, imbued even the most formidable with trepidation at his mere gaze. "Very well, sir. I shall process your request immediately." The attendant, now beating with cold sweat, bowed deeply, exuding utmost respect. As Wang Yi proceeded to formalize his retirement, the Chaos Lord received word of his decision. Has Wang Yi finally retired? In the virtual cosmos, on Thunder Island, the Chaos Lord pondered over the data of Wang Yi from these years, falling into contemplative silence. Hundreds of thousands of immortals, he mused, though to me, they are nothing. However, a realm master with such a staggering number of slaughters over a span of 10 millennia is indeed extraordinary. Wang Yi had made significant strides during these years, having encountered the Tower of Heaven, and he had also triumphed over the immortal insectoid matriarch on the battlefield beyond the realms. A flicker of satisfaction surfaced within the Chaos Lord. Wang Yi represented a future super being of the human race, and the Chaos Lord held high expectations for him. And Wang Yi had not disappointed. He had been ruthless in his conquests. The Chaos Lord contemplated that Wang Yi should soon break through to immortality, with his current strength rivaling that of an invincible king. A breakthrough to immortality would likely place him on par with certain esteemed beings, he speculated. Certain tactics employed during his Realm Master phase would appear feeble in the realms of immortality and esteemed status. For instance, the royal armor, which had rendered him unstoppable during his tenure as a Realm Master, would lose its efficacy upon his ascension to immortality as the cosmic laws imposed limitations. Thus, the Chaos Lord refrained from overestimating Wang Yi's potential post-breakthrough. An immortal on par with an esteemed being would be an existence of tremendous defiance against the heavens. Moreover, as one ascends, the path to enhancement grows increasingly arduous. Engaging in battles across tiers? Essentiellement impossible. At this moment, Wang Yi had completed his retirement, tallying an astonishing sum of military merits, which he exchanged for numerous treasures from the military system's vault. After bidding farewell to several acquaintances at the base and gathering with a few others, he prepared to return to Earth. Chapter 370, 13,000 years later. In the virtual cosmos, at Rain Shadow Mountain, within the primitive region, Wang Yi's estate stood. "I shall soon depart from here for Thunder Island," Wang Yi reflected, surveying the familiar surroundings and the respectful servants, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Clad in a flowing crimson robe, his long black hair cascading down, he ambled gracefully across the flower-strewn meadow toward his private loft. Master is currently in seclusion and cannot be contacted. During this period, many powerful beings of the human race were in seclusion, achieving breakthroughs. However, the cosmic sovereign had yet to be born. There were some esteemed beings, such as the True Transformation King, now known as the True Transformation Sovereign, and his senior brother, the Heavenly Feather King, who was reportedly on the verge of a breakthrough, soon to be addressed as the Heavenly Feather Sovereign. Wang Yi stroked his chin, pondering what name he might adopt in the future. Insect Sovereign? Insect Sovereign? Lord of Insects? Wouldn't that be too blatant a slap in the face of the insect race? Although he indeed relished dealing with insects, Luo Feng is also unreachable. Wang Yi glanced at his list of friends. Over the years, he had ascended to Realm Master status, while Luo Feng had also achieved the same rank. Both were members of the primitive secret realm. Rongjun and Bolin were members of the domain master level, while Qianshui, Ai Chun, and Jiang Mo belonged to the domain master level celestial secret realm. The disparity became increasingly pronounced as time passed. Individuals like Qianshui and Ai Chun, ordinary talents, had already been left far behind by Bolin and others, let alone Wang Yi and Luo Feng. AI Chun and the others had just ascended to domain master status, only to fall back to the celestial secret realm, and it would likely take them over 10,000 years to elevate to the primordial secret realm. As for the primitive secret realm, it seemed nearly impossible. Contemplating these familiar faces, Wang Yi felt a tinge of complexity within himself, especially regarding Qin Shui and AI Chun, who inexplicably harbored feelings for him. Wang Yi was no fool. He could see that both young women were fond of him, yet he was reluctant to bear additional emotional entanglements. Despite their earnest efforts, they would only drift further apart, ultimately becoming inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Wang Yi sighed softly. Although he could not reciprocate their feelings, he could offer them some assistance. For instance, the Lost Star Pearl could aid them in enhancing their comprehension of the laws. Even if they were to fall, they could be resurrected in the future. Yet, one could not tell if this was their fortune or misfortune. From the battlefield beyond the realms, he directly returned to Yin Birdstar through a fixed spatial passage. Emerging from the water-like portal was a figure clad in dark crimson battle armor. Only one person? The nearby guardian thought, startled. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the figure in dark crimson armor, they quickly understood. This was an invincible king of immortality. No wonder. He has returned. At this moment, Wang Yi felt elated. The military merits he had garnered would convert into points sufficient to enable his Flame Star Beast avatar's transformation, Flame Star Transformation, to reach perfection. This transformation required an abundance of precious materials for cultivation, some of which were exceedingly rare, necessitating a visit to the Hongmeng Mall, with prices commencing in the hundreds of billions of mixed yuan units. However, for Wang Yi at present, this was but a trifling matter. With Flame Star Transformation perfected, his size could increase 1,000-fold, and coupled with the innate secret technique, the Flame Star Body, it could reach 10,000-fold. The immense energy required for this transformation would be provided by the Flame Star Core within his internal world. Once the Flame Star Beast achieves immortality, the Flame Star Core would undergo further metamorphosis. Otherwise, it would be impossible to facilitate such a massive transformation. Moreover, once the genetic level attained perfection, the internal world of the Flame Star Beast, currently 180 million kilometers in diameter, would expand to an astonishing 18 trillion kilometers. This would also necessitate a consumption of over 1 trillion mixed yuan units. Of course, Wang Yi was unperturbed. Selling a single treasured item would yield him 100 trillion mixed yuan units. Given my current standing within the virtual universe company, such material consumption seems to have a complementary quota, doesn't it? Wang Yi mused, stroking his chin. However, this would have to wait until his genetic level reached perfection. Under normal circumstances, the Flame Star Beast's internal world could only measure 1.8 billion kilometers in diameter, unless the genetic level underwent transformation, reaching perfection. The core within the Flame Star Beast would evolve, further enlarging the upper limits of its internal world. The larger the internal world, the more stable and powerful the divine kingdom formed in the future would be. Wang Yi speculated that upon his breakthrough to immortality, the numerous internal worlds he possessed would likely merge, becoming even more expansive. In the solar system, a magnificent temple loomed in the void, safeguarding Earth, a structure far surpassing the size of the planet itself. On the first level of the temple, a fixed teleportation passage linked it to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, as well as to the giant Axe Martial Arts Arena, the First Cosmic Bank, the Cosmic Star River Bank, and the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. A group of realm masters engaged in a mundane telepathic conversation. How tedious these days are. When will it come to an end? I heard that a towering spire recently emerged in the outer battlefield, attracting countless powerful beings from various cosmic races. Unfortunately, we are bound by our duties and cannot venture there. Indeed, I have heard that the origins of this celestial tower are shrouded in mystery. Yet even the pinnacle entities of the universe find it enticing. Our Lord of Chaos, along with many other superlative beings, has made haste to partake in the event, even negotiating with other elite factions. Is that so? What was the outcome? Suddenly, one of the teleportation portals shimmered with a faint glow. Someone is arriving. Individuals from a virtual universe company have come. The dozens of realm masters stationed beside the portal immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Those who could traverse this passage were either immensely powerful or held high status. The group of realm masters gazed with curiosity as a young man clad in dark crimson armor stepped forth from the portal. It is His Highness Wang Yi. The realm masters recognized him instantly. Presently, all authority over Earth, under the watch of the temple, rests solely in the hands of Wang Yi, with even the 5 major factions merely leasing territories rather than exerting direct control. How could I not recognize him? Hasn't His Highness been cultivating in Chaos City? Is that so? I heard he might have gone to the Celestial Tower. Wasn't he in the Giant Axe universe? Although these realm masters from the Virtual Universe Company hold lower ranks, they possess their own channels of information. And since the human race has not imposed a blockade on such news, they can glean bits of information with minimal effort. Of course, much of it is false. Mia Hifsi. Nevertheless, this does not diminish Wang Yi's standing in their eyes. He is a peerless figure who traversed the 20th level of the Celestial Bridge over 10,000 years ago. Now, with the passage of time, his strength must be astonishing. Oh, it seems His Highness Wang Yi is still a realm master. Some express their confusion. However, the aura he exudes is truly terrifying, surpassing many immortal sovereigns we have encountered. They silently mused. Your Highness. The realm masters bowed in unison. Indeed. Wang Yi cast a brief glance at them and refrained from engaging with these lower-tier realm masters from the Virtual Universe Company. The information he needed had already been acquired through other means. In a flash, Wang Yi utilized teleportation to depart from the temple. Chapter 371, Earth. The journey back to Earth for Wang Yi was remarkably tranquil, with no reckless souls daring to obstruct his path. The 5 major factions of the human race had clearly delineated their terms in the agreement with Wang Yi, stipulating that, under normal circumstances, any immortal beings from external forces were prohibited from stepping foot on Earth. Furthermore, those elite offspring from various external families could only operate within the territories designated by Wang Yi. Completely isolating other factions from Earth proved somewhat unrealistic. After all, sovereignty wholly belonged to Wang Yi, and the various factions were paying a price for allowing their young to come and procreate. Essentially, Earth was not at a loss. Wang Yi had no desire to create unnecessary strife with the human race. There was no need for that. After all, Earth had not sacrificed anything, merely reaping the benefits without cost. Leasing a few plots of land to them allowed for a comfortable income. Soon, Earth would rise to prominence, becoming a formidable force, compelling all factions to comply. Only those lacking strength would be bullied. With power, all problems could be effortlessly resolved. Yangzhou City had undergone tremendous transformations over the past 10,000 years, as humanity had spread throughout the galaxy, with the majority of those remaining on Earth being elites. It was now commonplace to encounter planetary-level beings on the streets. The Wang family had continuously flourished and expanded over this millennium, their population now surpassing that of the original Earth. However, only the family's elite could remain at their main residence, with a considerable number of realm masters, dominators, and cosmic-level beings. The Wang family had finally established itself as a significant family within the Qianwu universe, engaging in various domains, with perhaps only the Luo family being comparable. The Wang family had also cultivated some immortal auxiliary plants, metals, and rocky life forms to guard their family on Earth. Coupled with the presence of the 5 major factions temples stationed in the solar system, Earth could be considered secure. The ancestral home of the Wang family, though a millennium had passed, remained remarkably well-preserved, while the exterior appeared unchanged. The materials used for its construction were sourced from substances capable of enduring billions of years in the cosmos. Within the estate, Wang Yi walked alongside his 3 wives. This time, his return was low-key. Aside from the high-ranking individuals, only his closest family members were aware of his arrival. Has everything been well on Earth during these years? Wang Yi inquired. Yes, all is as it should be. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Gao Yuyong retained her youthful beauty, now imbued with an air of nobility. She smiled. Even though those alien immigrants have come to reside here, as long as you're present, they dare not act arrogantly. The contract Wang Yi established with the human race stipulated that alien immigrants were to inhabit floating cities above the oceans, without permission. They cannot trespass into areas inhabited by humans. Although many among the alien immigrants possessed formidable backgrounds and were backed by superlative families, under the directives from above, none dared to defy the rules. Wang Yi's conditions were clear. Immortals could not set foot on Earth, and currently, a cadre of immortal beings were safeguarding the planet. The alien immigrants had received the word in advance, and even if some harbored ulterior motives, none dared to provoke trouble. Of course, minor conflicts still arose. However, with internal strife among their own kin, Wang Yi found such trivial matters unworthy of his attention. The human race has performed admirably. They are well aware of my boundaries. Wang Yi returned with thoughts of establishing a deterrent example, yet it seemed unnecessary at present. Nevertheless, essential defensive measures must remain in place. Upon my return, I will leave the Mo Yun Vine on Earth, Wang Yi declared. Since the beginning, the Mo Yun Vine had accompanied Wang Yi, loyal and steadfast, their bond deep. Now at the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign level, employing it to protect Earth would instill greater caution among those alien immigrants. Moreover, he intended to cultivate the void thorn. Though to Wang Yi, even if the void thorn were nurtured to immortality, its utility would be limited, serving merely to enhance Earth's foundational strength. At Wang Yi's level, unless the Mo Yun vine were cultivated to the esteemed level, it would serve little purpose. Next, I will assess and gather suitable elite talent from both the family and the Earth. Wang Yi contemplated, eager to utilize the rule star beads to cultivate talent for Earth. Although Luo Feng was poised to be the nominal leader of the Earth faction, Wang Yi, being a member of the human race, naturally wished to contribute. In the outside world, possessing ownership of the galactic Black Dragon Mountain star domain, Wang Yi was the true master of Earth. This perception was held not only by the 5 major factions, but also by Luo Feng and Hong. Understood. Although Gao Yuyong and the others were unaware of Wang Yi's intentions, merely gathering the Earth's talents was not a significant matter. They would naturally see to it upon command. How long will you be staying at home this time? Lin Yu posed a question that concerned her most. Wang Yi glanced at them, smiling. I will likely remain on Earth for a while this time. I can finally spend quality time with you all. Suddenly, a flurry of light, rapid footsteps approached from the hallway, and a round, black and white ball came bounding towards them. Ah, it's Bermuda. Lin Yu and the others beamed joyfully upon seeing the adorable, plump creature, as if they were greeting their own daughter. While they were not fond of the insectoid matriarch, Elizabeth, they harbored great affection for the charming mechanical life form that now possessed its own body, Bermuda. Bermuda, displaying remarkable intelligence, raised its small, chubby paw to be lifted by the women. Wang Yi observed this heartwarming scene with a smile. In the early days, the 4 formidable champions of Earth were Wang Yi, a peerless warrior navigating the outer battlegrounds with unmatched prowess, Luo Feng, who held a position of immense prestige within the virtual universe company, Hong, who exhibited extraordinary mental fortitude, and Thunder God, a disciple of the founder of the Giant Axe. Each of them occupied elevated positions within the human race, contributing to Earth's flourishing state under their influence, which propelled everything toward a promising trajectory. News of Wang Yi's return from the Chaos City swiftly reached the 5 major human factions, while scouts from alien races also caught wind of the development and rapidly relayed the information to their organizations. Within a vast divine realm, a voice, hoarse and echoing through the magnificent palace, proclaimed that the human, Wang Yi, had finally emerged from the Chaos City. If he were to remain hidden within the human territories, he would be beyond their reach. However, should he venture into the outer battlegrounds or elsewhere, they would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Vigilance must be maintained. Any discoveries must be reported immediately. Despite the emergence of the Celestial Tower, various factions did not relax their surveillance of Wang Yi. However, they were hindered by their inability to penetrate the Chaos City, and the Celestial Tower completely isolated them, preventing any insight into Wang Yi's specific condition, which led to numerous inaccuracies in their intelligence. Wang Yi's reappearance rekindled the fervor among these alien organizations, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. They mistakenly believed that Wang Yi had concluded his training and was about to embark on the trials of the Realm Masters, a notion destined to lead them to disappointment. Just as Wang Yi had once contemplated, the swifter his breakthroughs, the less likely others would catch up to him. At this moment, the talented elites scattered across the universe received exhilarating news. The legendary figure of Earth, the master of the Black Dragon Mountain Star region, and the pride of humanity, Wang Yi, was summoning them. This time, Wang Yi intended not only to cultivate realm masters, but also to gather those with stellar-level talents and beyond. Drawing inspiration from the practices of the Virtual Universe Company, he planned to establish an organization dedicated to nurturing powerful beings from Earth. Aptly named the Dragon's Nest, the Sanctuary of Soaring Dragons. Chapter 372, The Perfect Gene Level. In the world within, Wang Yi no longer required the Time Realm. It was unnecessary, and his lifespan was insufficient. On the boundless grasslands, both Wang Yi and his void insect clone were present. Meanwhile, the Flamestar Beast was elsewhere, contemplating laws and deciphering secret patterns within the Celestial Tower, but it was of little concern as it could still integrate the blood of the Beast God on its own. Wang Yi had initially planned to merge the blood of the Beast God before breaking into immortality, ensuring that his genetic level would reach perfection prior to his ascension. After years of continuous integration with the Flame Blood Jades, Wang Yi had merged with 77, while his Flamestar Beast clone had surpassed 300, and the Void Insect clone had integrated 85. Now, having acquired the 4th chapter of the 9 Calamities Secret Tome, Wang Yi's will had undergone a fundamental transformation over the years. He decided to test the limits of his integration capabilities. Seated on the grass, Wang Yi summoned a pile of blood-colored crystals. As he cut his palm to begin merging the flame blood jade, an overwhelming wave of searing pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Yet his expression remained unyielding. He continued to merge the flame blood jades, achieving an extraordinary life gene level of 24 times, significantly enhanced by the elevation of his will, which allowed for a much higher integration limit. As he reached the 89th and 90th jade, an abrupt change washed over his countenance as he felt a tearing pain throughout his body. Although his will could withstand it, his corporeal form began to crumble. The power of the beast god retraced back into the flame blood jade. Only 90 had been merged. Wang Yi furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. It appeared he would have to resort to the extracted blood of the beast god. The human body possesses limits. Integration is influenced not solely by will, but also by bloodline, genetic levels, and will itself. A single drop of the blood of the beast god is equivalent to merging one flame blood jade within the body. Utilizing the blood of the beast god is a lavish approach. Typically, one can reach the limit of 100 flame blood jades. However, relying solely on the blood of the beast god would require 100 drops, equating to 10,000 flame blood jades. Nevertheless, with his human form having merged with 90 flame blood jades, he would only need 10 drops of the beast god's blood. Conversely, the Flame Star Beast clone would still require over 600 flame blood jades, making it exceedingly challenging to depend solely on the blood of the beast god. Wang Yi contemplated deeply. Based on the number of integrations, the Flame Star Beast clone could merge a maximum of 100 jades in each area, totaling a potential of 1,000. The genetic level could be elevated 100-fold. Currently, the Flame Star Beast clone had integrated over 300. He decided to test how many the Flame Star Beast could merge. With a thought, in the distant reaches of the outer battlegrounds within the Celestial Tower, beneath the ocean of laws, on a vast continent lay a Flame Star Beast, measuring over 1,000 kilometers in length and resembling a colossal mountain range. It began to stir, slowly lowering its immense head. 1-2. The Flame Star Beast continuously merged one flame blood jade after another. As it absorbed the jades, the muscles, bones, and spines of the Flame Star Beast clone underwent drastic changes. Soon, it came to a halt after merging 441 jades. Though it had strengthened my body, the impact was negligible. It seemed best to allow the void insect clone and the human body to proceed instead. The perfect genetic level of the Flame Star Beast clone would likely have to wait until it attained the other 9 calamities. Once I achieve the perfect life gene level, my clones will undergo evolution. My consciousness will enter the origin of the universe to receive the most potent secret methods of talent. As my awareness returned to Earth, Wang Yi began merging the flame blood jades with the void insect clone. Shortly thereafter, results emerged. The void insect clone, having already merged with 85 jades, directly increased this number to 93. When the human body and the void insect clone merged 10 jades, activating the power of the beast god, the gene level would enhance tenfold. According to my calculations, once the limit of 100 flame blood jades was reached, an explosive increase of 100 times would ensue. Wang Yi mused that the genetic level of his human body was merely 24 times. Even with a 100-fold increase, it would only reach 2,400. While the void insect clone, having cultivated the 4th calamity, boasted a genetic level of over 6,000 times. When it reached its limit, even if diminished, it would certainly exceed 10,000 times. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He pressed on. He retrieved the long-preserved blood of the beast god. This precious resource had been obtained during his extensive foray into the Purgatory Secret Realm, where he exchanged a significant portion of flame blood jades with a virtual universe company. In truth, the human race had reserved a free quota of resources for a genius like Wang Yi, but he had not applied for it. The Flame Star Beast required far too many. The free quota would certainly fall short. However, the quantity of beast god's blood he possessed exceeded the requirements for both the void insect clone and the human body. Now that he had reached 93, only 7 drops of the beast god's blood were necessary. He held a transparent vial containing a single drop of dazzling crimson light, exuding a powerful aura, accompanied by the faint echoes of the beast god's roars. Wang Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Such precious resources as the blood of the beast god were tightly regulated. In many sovereign-level powerhouses seeking to purchase, it often had to wait for auction opportunities. Money alone could not secure it. Yet, Wang Yi had thoroughly scavenged during his time in the Purgatory Secret Realm and had exchanged for 200 drops. Gently, he removed the vial stopper and poured the radiant liquid into his left palm. At first glance, it appeared as mere red light, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the molten hue of the liquid within, with countless lines of secret patterns flowing through it. With a soft plop, the red light fell onto his palm, instantly permeating his being. Following closely behind, Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan avatar was suffused with a subtle crimson glow, each cell within its being harboring a robust power of the Beast God. Thus, the single drop of Beast God's blood easily integrated into it, eliciting minimal reaction. If the earlier fusion with the Flame Blood Gem felt like 1,000 blades tearing at him, this sensation was akin to a mere prick from a needle, infinitely more manageable. Wang Yi could not help but marvel at the stark contrast in difficulty between the two fusions. He then grasped the crystal vial and poured out the Beast God's blood within. Drop after drop, the blood flowed into the Void Insect Clan avatar. Soon, all 7 drops of Beast God's blood had successfully merged, but when attempting to incorporate an 8th drop, it rolled restlessly in his palm, refusing to assimilate into his body. Indeed, the blood of the Beast God had reached its limit of 100 drops for the Void Insect Clan avatar. Wang Yi stored the crystal vial and rose to his feet, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Next, he would channel the power of the Beast God within him and see if he could attain the pinnacle of a million-fold genetic level. Chapter 373, The Supreme Talent Secret Technique, Mirage World. Previously, Luo Feng had cultivated the 9th calamity's 5th tribulation with a 300-fold genetic level of his Abyssal Sea avatar to reach the million-fold limit. A circumstance vastly different from his own. A grave expression crossed Wang Yi's face. The power of the Beast God within him had indeed reached its zenith. The towering figure of the Void Insect Clan avatar stood upon the grasslands. Beast God power, activate. Boom! The avatar erupted with an ancient and profound aura, as if it were channeling energy from the cosmos's primordial era. Its stature grew taller and more robust, scales emerging subtly across its skin, while countless crimson threads entwined its form. Notably, a massive, intricately detailed depiction of a roaring beast god's head manifested across its chest, exuding an aura of authenticity. A faint red halo enveloped its entire being. The mysterious power of the beast god permeated every cell, instigating unprecedented transformations. In an instant, the genetic level of the Void Insect Clan avatar surged to the zenith of a million-fold. At that moment, every inch of its skin, muscle, and bone appeared as the most perfect masterpiece of the universe. The life gene had achieved a state of unparalleled perfection. Even the 9 Calamities Secret Tome, despite its formidable nature, could not enhance what had already reached such perfection. With consciousness, he could perceive the composition of each cell, whether from a macro or micro perspective, and at every conceivable level, the body of the Void Insect Clan avatar was flawless. Exceeding 1 million, it reached an astonishing 10,081 times. This represented the ultimate limit of life gene levels in the universe, a sensation Wang Yi could distinctly feel. As the avatar attained this state of perfection, its body began to swell exponentially. Crackling sounds echoed as the avatar voraciously absorbed energy, its height soaring and its form expanding. Waves of world power surged into the Void Insect Clan avatar. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. Wang Yi observed this spectacle with calm composure, although he had anticipated such a development. Witnessing the transformation of a 3-meter-tall avatar into a towering figure of over 10,000 kilometers was still awe-inspiring. For a species, if the gene had not broken through, then at the peak of the Realm Master stage, its size would have reached its limit. For instance, the Flame Star Behemoth measures 2,000 kilometers in length, and both the Undying and Cosmic Sovereign stages also adhere to this measurement. Only with an elevation in life gene levels can mutations occur, and even then, it remains a mere possibility. As for Flame Star transformation, it belongs to the unique techniques of the Flame Star Behemoth clan, while the Flame Star body is akin to an innate secret technique, resembling a talent ability, thus allowing for such immense alterations in size. Wang Yi, cultivating the 9 Calamities Secret Tome, had not experienced any such growth. His earthly form remained under 2 meters tall, without any sudden surge to hundreds or thousands of kilometers. Now, as the cosmic laws sensed the change in life gene levels, the Void Insect Clan avatar underwent a metamorphosis. Its body expanded. While this increase in size did not directly augment strength, it could facilitate a breakthrough to the Undying stage by increasing the divine body's mass. This could be regarded as a boon from the primordial universe's fundamental rules for life that had achieved perfection in its gene levels. Wang Yi pondered it, curious about the transformations that might occur if the Flame Star Behemoth avatar attained perfection in its gene levels. The flame star behemoth avatar could potentially reach an astounding 2 million kilometers. Although it might not enhance its strength, such a feat would be remarkably extraordinary. However, Wang Yi surmised that even at the peak of its form, the flame star behemoth avatar would likely not continue to grow larger, even upon achieving perfect genetic levels. At that moment, the void insect clan avatar continued to expand relentlessly. It was not until its towering height reached over 90,000 kilometers that it finally ceased its growth. In that instant, boom, the entire internal world became instantly crystallized. Everything was frozen in place. The void insect clan avatar, Wang Yi's human form. The undulating waves of the grasslands, the dust motes suspended in the air, and every inch of space within the internal world, all were stilled. The special core that Wang Yi had retained for this transformation was now infused with an enigmatic power. As this incredible force descended and permeated, the core underwent a transformation. Fiery reds, deep greens, celestial blues, earthy yellows, and dazzling golds coalesced into a murky chaos. This seemingly ordinary core appeared to harbor boundless mysteries. Meanwhile, the temple stationed in the solar system, along with the superlative being within, remained oblivious to the arrival of this mysterious force. As this unfathomable power reformed the core essence of Wang Yi, the mysterious energy simultaneously enveloped the void insect clan avatar entirely. In the next moment, Wang Yi's consciousness was thrust into a realm of enigma. It was a space filled with countless luminous points, each one seemingly holding unimaginable power. Wang Yi felt an instinctual awareness that any single point of light was more terrifying than a cosmic sovereign. This place must be the realm of the universe's primordial consciousness. He surmised. Whoosh! Suddenly, one of the luminous points transformed into a streak of radiant light, hurtling towards Wang Yi's consciousness at an unfathomable speed, far exceeding that of light. Here, it seemed that the speed of light was no longer the ultimate limit. Wang Yi harbored no thoughts of evasion and faced the oncoming light with tranquility. Boom! Upon contact, a cascade of images flooded into Wang Yi's consciousness. He glimpsed the birth of the universe, the emergence of endless life, and witnessed the cataclysm of the cosmos, a scene of utter annihilation, a plethora of images that, after being perceived, faded from memory as if they could not be retained. Following this, a torrent of information fused with his consciousness. Bang! Once this was completed, Wang Yi's consciousness was abruptly expelled from that realm. Within his internal world, amidst a boundless expanse of grasslands, a silver giant, towering and majestic, stood unwavering. It suddenly opened its eyes, reflecting a glimmer of astonishment and enlightenment. His consciousness had just traversed the realm of the universe's primordial consciousness and been bestowed with a segment of information, a secret technique of extraordinary merit. Wang Yi gazed at his core, which had transformed into a nebulous and chaotic hue, seemingly embodying the ceaseless motion of time and space. His most vital core had also undergone metamorphosis. Secret techniques are typically inscribed with law runes upon the skin or life crystals. However, the secret technique bestowed upon Wang Yi was inscribed directly within his consciousness. This was a divine gift from the universe to those who had attained the pinnacle of life gene perfection. Wang Yi began to recall the secret technique that had just been bestowed upon his consciousness. Wang Yi was oblivious to the intricate mysteries of the secret arts, unaware of the genesis of this arcane technique. Despite its exceedingly complex execution, the method seemed to be inscribed with precision upon his consciousness, as if etched by a masterful hand. The innate secret art, Mirage World, Wang Yi murmured. Indeed, the innate secret art, Mirage World, once invoked, divine power ignites, and the divine form transforms instantaneously into a peculiar realm, ensnaring adversaries within its confines. The defining characteristic of the Mirage World is its resilience. Once established, it cannot be directly obliterated until the divine power is entirely expended, akin to the spatial lockdown created by the ethereal runes of the flame sacrifice continent. Yet vastly superior in depth, its essence leans towards the spiritual realm. The might it wields is extraordinarily formidable, capable of plunging foes into a soul-bending illusion, rendering their consciousness eternally ensnared unless Wang Yi chooses to release them. It is reminiscent of the time when the master of the fallen ink star controlled the insectoid queen. It represents an immensely vast and overwhelmingly powerful soul secret art. However, this astonishing innate secret art demands an exorbitant amount of divine power. According to the detailed information conveyed, The minimum requirement to unleash the Mirage World is to possess a perfect life gene of the void insectoid avatar, achieved only upon attaining immortality. The divine form's amplitude must reach 50-fold, and only then can the Mirage World be manifested as the baseline energy standard. Each invocation of the Mirage World must last a minimum of approximately 10 seconds. Given the current divine form of the void insectoid avatar, which exceeds 90,000 kilometers, it can only be performed 10 times before the divine form is utterly consumed. The consumption is outrageous, yet the potency is unparalleled. Wang Yi could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power that the Mirage World would unleash, considering that even a divine form of such monumental height could only sustain itself for 10 uses. Moreover, this constitutes the most enigmatic and challenging form of soul assault. To execute, it requires a 1,000-fold genetic level and a divine power amplitude of 50-fold. Each use would necessitate the sacrifice of thousands of kilometers of divine form. Wang Yi's heart brimmed with excitement. Such a potent, soul-oriented innate secret art would surely be easily wielded by even the esteemed elders. Chapter 374. The Fire Sky Beast God's Inheritance Token. In Asia, on Earth, in Yangzhou City, at dusk, the horizon glimmered with golden hues. The twilight sun casting a warm glow upon the castle's vast, luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, suffusing them with the colors of sunset. Clad in a crimson robe, Wang Yi stood atop the castle, relishing the picturesque scenery, his black hair glimmering with a golden sheen in the cool evening breeze. As I anticipated, the human form, fused with the blood of the beast god to its utmost limit, elevates the life gene level to only 2,400 times, whereas the void insectoid avatar has already attained perfection in its genetic level, thus granting me access to the most potent innate secret arts. Now, the next step is to proceed to the Ancestor God sect to implement my subsequent plan, Wang Yi contemplated. However, to enter the Ancestor God sect, one must possess a Beast God Inheritance Token. The Beast God Inheritance Token is intrinsically linked to the Ancestor God sect, the foremost power in the universe. The Ancestor God sect was established at the dawn of the cosmos, with its highest echelons being the legendary 3 Ancestor Gods. The 3 Ancestor Gods, 8 Beast Gods, 72 Divine Generals, and 3,000 Divine Envoys represent a fixed number of formidable entities within the Ancestor God sect. Although there are candidates for Divine Envoys, Divine Generals, and Beast Gods, each of the 8 Beast God positions can only be held by one individual, and unless an existing Beast God perishes, the emergence of a new Beast God is utterly impossible. The same applies to Divine Generals and Divine Envoys. Each of the 72 Divine Generals and 3,000 Divine Envoys is unique. The inheritance within the Ancestor God sect is categorized into 3 types: the Divine Envoy Inheritance, the Divine General Inheritance, and the Beast God Inheritance. Among these, the most basic is the Divine Envoy Inheritance, with those inheritance crystals drifting through the cosmos, acquired by various powerful beings. In contrast, the locations for the Divine General Inheritance are fixed, scattered across the universe. The sites for the Beast God Inheritance, however, are controlled and safeguarded by the Ancestor God sect, and entry into these sacred sites necessitates a Beast God Inheritance Token. There are 8 types of Beast God Inheritance Tokens: Gold, Space Wood, Space Earth, Space Light, Time Wind, Time Thunder, and the 8 Paths of Fusion. Each token represents the essence of one of the 8 Beast Gods. The Ancestor God sect is an open sect. It does not require territorial claims, abstains from intertribal warfare, and refrains from engaging in power struggles. Apart from the exalted 3 Ancestor Gods, the other 8 Beast Gods, 72 Divine Generals, and 3,000 Divine Envoys are dispersed among myriad races throughout the cosmos. Even if one attains the inheritance and perfects their cultivation, they still do not become members of the Ancestor God sect. Only by inheriting a position of respect can one be considered a member. Each Beast God Inheritance Token is exceedingly rare, far more precious than any treasured artifact, yet the human race should possess a few. Wang Yi Muset. Given my current standing within the human race, seeking a Beast God Inheritance Token should be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Typically, one must reach the immortal stage to be granted one. However, with the talent and potential I have exhibited, the human race will surely deliberate my application with care. The likelihood of success is quite high. With this thought, Wang Yi hesitated no longer and promptly connected to the virtual universe. In the highest echelons of Thunder Island, within the palace of the Chaos City Lord, the Grand Hall was suffused with chaotic energies. Wang Yi respectfully announced his request to meet the Chaos City Lord. Upon entering the palace, he addressed the Lord with reverence. Wang Yi, I have heard you have returned to your homeland. What brings you to see me so soon? The Chaos City Lord's voice, gentle yet authoritative, resonated through the swirling chaos. A figure clad in golden robes emerged from the chaotic mist, a middle-aged man of imposing presence. The Chaos City Lord approached Wang Yi, his calm eyes reflecting the vastness of the cosmos, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In this generation, the most outstanding talents were undoubtedly Wang Yi and the Seven-Sword King. However, while the Seven-Sword King had attained immortality, Wang Yi had become a realm master, exhibiting combat prowess that surpassed that of the Seven-Sword King. Could the two truly be compared? City Lord, I wish to request a Beast God Inheritance token from our kin, Wang Yi stated. Oh, the Chaos City Lord's eyes glimmered with surprise as he replied. You are aware of the Beast God Inheritance token. Thus, you must also comprehend its value. You have yet to break through to immortality. Yet you aspire to join the Ancestor God sect? The Beast God Inheritance token is undoubtedly as precious as a set of revered treasures. It represents the highest opportunity for inheritance within the Ancestor God sect. Even the invincible True Yin King does not qualify for such a grant, while the Seven-Sword King is somewhat more acceptable. I have gained considerable experience and insight from my trials in the outer battlefield. Yet I feel that the Ancestor God sect would be immensely beneficial for my advancement, Wang Yi asserted, not entirely untruthfully. He also had a third avatar, yet to be nurtured, and sought the Ancestor God sect's sacred grounds for suitable cultivation. I see, the Chaos City Lord pondered. Given your qualifications, you indeed possess the right to apply to our kin. You seek the Fire Sky Beast God Inheritance token, correct? He inquired further. Indeed. Very well. I shall advocate for your request for a Beast God Inheritance token, the Chaos City Lord replied, his tone warm. However, as this pertains to the resources of our entire kin, it must undergo deliberation among the higher echelons, and the application may potentially be denied. After all, the customary practice is to grant such tokens only at the immortal stage. Nevertheless, given your circumstances, the likelihood of approval is quite substantial. You may return and await news. Understood, Wang Yi replied, bowing respectfully before departing. As he left Thunder Island, the Chaos City Lord contemplated the implications of Wang Yi's journey to the Ancestor God sect. Though the site of inheritance bore certain dangers, it was a realm of trials, and, as the sanctum of the Ancestor God sect, it was unlikely to be subject to ambushes from rival races. In a specially designated independent space within the virtual universe, within an ancient and majestic temple, the highest authorities of the human race convened to deliberate the matter of granting Wang Yi the Beast God Inheritance token. In truth, even the Seven-Sword King, whose strength and talent paled in comparison to Wang Yi's, had received a Beast God Inheritance token. Thus, it was certain that Wang Yi could attain one as well. Typically, such tokens were bestowed upon those who had reached the immortal stage, while Wang Yi, as a realm master, provoked differing opinions among the assembly. Would it not be somewhat wasteful to grant a Beast God Inheritance token to a realm master? Is it truly necessary to make an exception for Wang Yi? After a discussion that was not particularly intense, under the auspices of the Chaos City Lord, a resolution was ultimately passed. Wang Yi was bestowed with a Beast God Inheritance token. The human race is exceedingly efficient. Merely a day after the decree was issued, a delegation arrived on Earth to personally deliver the Beast God Inheritance token. In his grasp, Wang Yi held a hexagonal red crystal plaque, intricately carved with the visage of a peculiar and fearsome beast, representing the ancient beast god of the Inferno world. As Wang Yi's mental energy permeated the crystal, it was as if he entered an ancient realm, and a flood of information surged into his mind. The message conveyed that with the Beast God Inheritance token, he could journey to the place of inheritance, where, should his innate talent and abilities align, he might obtain the Beast God Inheritance. The cosmic coordinates of this place of inheritance were also detailed within the message. It was described that this hexagonal crystal plaque represented the fusion laws of fire and space within the Beast God Inheritance. In truth, the Beast God Inheritance token held little significance for Wang Yi, who already possessed the legacy of the Celestial Tower. Its primary value lay in serving as a credential to enter the Ancestral God sect. With it, he could access the secret realm of the Ancestral God sect. Wang Yi's gaze flickered momentarily. Chapter 375, The Ancestral God Sect. Beyond Earth, within a majestic temple, a bald man clad in a fiery red battle robe emerged from a spatial transmission portal, his face adorned with a smile that possessed a peculiar charm, drawing one into the vastness of the cosmos. Having awaited his arrival, Wang Yi promptly approached to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the revered One of Unity. The revered One of Unity ranked second among the numerous disciples under the Chaos City Lord and had long served at his side, thus firmly establishing himself as a trusted confidant. His true strength remained a mystery, having spent so much time within Chaos City. Yet the slight glimpses he offered were enough to astonish many. He often served as the voice of the Chaos City Lord, executing a multitude of his commands. The revered One of Unity regarded Wang Yi with a smile, saying, "Wang Yi, on my master's orders, I am here to escort you to the secret realm of the ancestral god sect. If you have no further matters, we shall set forth at once." Wang Yi replied, "I am prepared and ready to depart." "Excellent. Let us proceed," the revered One of Unity nodded. Subsequently, amidst the respectful gazes of the temple guards, he and Wang Yi were instantaneously transported to a realm of stars. The revered One of Unity remarked, "The place of inheritance is exceedingly distant from our current location. However, one of my servants possesses coordinates that are relatively close to it. We can utilize divine country transmission to reach our destination." A tall, robust being of a different race appeared beside the revered one, exuding an aura comparable to that of a peak marquis, and bowed respectfully to him. "Master, open the divine country and transport us to the coordinates nearest to the place of inheritance," commanded the revered One of Unity. The alien servant complied, "As you wish." The ethereal servant immediately activated the divine country transmission. With a hum, a potent aura of laws emanated from him, his eyes fixed upon the infinite void. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his being, radiating outward and enveloping the surrounding cosmic expanse for several kilometers. Wang Yi and the revered One of Unity, shrouded in this luminous glow, glimpsed a connection leading to a vast world on the other side. This was the divine country of the alien servant. In an instant, the three of them vanished from the starry expanse and entered the divine country. Using the divine country as a transit point, they arrived in a remote star domain, far removed from human territories, upon a desolate planet. The revered One of Unity retracted his servant and stated, "We are now quite near the place of inheritance. I shall teleport you directly there." Typically, once one comprehends instantaneous movement, whether they are a realm lord or a marquis, their teleportation distance remains relatively consistent. Instantaneous movement largely hinges on one's understanding of spatial laws. In a heartbeat, one's body harmonizes with the spatial fluctuations, transmitting to a distant coordinate within the range of perception. Upon mastering the complete spatial laws, cosmic sovereigns can teleport vast distances, capable of surpassing 1,000 light-years in a single bound. With a swift motion, the revered One of Unity led Wang Yi through multiple instances of instantaneous movement, and after a brief period, he finally came to a halt. "We have arrived." Before them, a tempest resembling a colossal serpent roared, black winds howling across billions of kilometers, akin to serpents frolicking through the starry void. The closest sight to Wang Yi and his companion was an interminably wide black vortex stretching across the cosmos. Wang Yi gazed at the terrifying spectacle in the distance, holding his breath. According to legend, the ancestral god secret realm is one of the most perilous realms imaginable. Comparable in size to a cosmic nation, danger lurks at every turn. Even cosmic sovereigns, should they tread carefully, find it difficult to emerge unscathed. Cosmic secret realms are categorized into various levels, each with distinct spatial extents. The place of inheritance resides within one of the most formidable cosmic secret realms, the ancestral god secret realm. Its maximum diameter spans 16 billion light-years. And as the highest tier of dangerous realms, even ordinary hazards can spell doom for cosmic sovereigns. Some exceedingly perilous areas may even deter the cosmic lords. It is said that the most common sight within the ancestral god secret realm is the black vortex, akin to the black winds Wang Yi observed. While these phenomena are frequent, they do not lack danger. If a cosmic sovereign were to become ensnared within a minor black vortex, they could suffer severe injuries, while a substantial vortex could obliterate them entirely. The revered One of Unity spoke, "We have entered the interior of the ancestral god secret realm. The coordinates are right here. Now, we shall wait, as someone will soon come to guide you. Lacking the beast god inheritance token, I must depart once you enter, and thereafter, it will be up to you." Even the revered One of Unity did not dare to recklessly venture into the depths of the ancestral god's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a sense of reassurance as he awaited his turn. Sign in successful. Reward: 100 units of black vortex crystal sand. Wang Yi glanced at the information regarding the black vortex crystal sand, a treasure born from the natural condensation within the black vortex, possessing numerous applications. one of which includes crafting weapons that inflict tremendous corrosive damage upon the bodies of immortal deities, akin to the venom of a venomous creature, though it can be utilized indefinitely. Of course, only sovereigns can risk searching for crystal sand within the Black Vortex. Forging a weapon from Black Vortex crystal sand is an unattainable luxury for most immortal deities. 100 units of Black Vortex crystal sand is certainly considerable, worth as much as a precious artifact. Suddenly, the previously tranquil void began to warp. "Do not move," cautioned the revered one of Unity. Instantly, the distorted space seemed to swirl and engulf them. In the next moment, Wang Yi found himself transported to an expanse of void, with the revered one of Unity beside him. The scenery ahead was breathtakingly beautiful. In the distance, endless colorful rivers surged tumultuously, imbued with a mystical energy that irresistibly captivated the eye. However, both the revered one of Unity and Wang Yi possessed formidable willpower, their resolve barely affected, and they quickly regained their composure. "Ah, it has been a long time," revered one of Unity, a cold voice resonated. In the nearby void stood a towering rock deity, approximately 8 meters tall, clad in purple armor entwined with flames, his entire being emanating an inky green hue, resembling a piece of dark green jade. From his appearance, it was evident that he belonged to the Faitsong race, a type of rock life form in the cosmos. He seemed to recognize the revered one of Unity and greeted him before casting a glance at Wang Yi, somewhat astonished that this human realm lord could, like the revered one of Unity, swiftly shake off the influence of the colorful river. "Revered one of Faitsong," the revered one of Unity replied with a gentle smile. "Is this the unparalleled genius newly born among your human race?" The Faitsong sovereign inquired. "A realm lord being granted a beast god inheritance token, and personally escorted by you, he must possess formidable talent. If it were an ordinary esteemed elder or other feeble immortal deities who dared to intrude upon the sacred realm of the ancestral god, the esteemed elder of the Faitsong tribe would certainly not let them off easily. However, since the esteemed elder Wang possessed strength that was on par with his own and was a familiar acquaintance, the Faitsong elder chose not to press any charges." Wang Yi, addressing the Faitsong elder, stated, "I am aware of the regulations of your ancestral god sect. I am merely escorting this young one here, and will soon take my leave. I entrust the subsequent guidance to you." The Faitsong elder nodded, acknowledging, "Considering your human lineage, I shall allow this one last time. It shall not happen again." Chapter 376, Arrival at the Ancestral God's Mysterious Realm. The reason Wang Yi personally escorted Wang Yi was due to his concern that the latter might be ambushed by alien races along the way. Now that they had entered the sacred realm, the likelihood of encountering an alien assassination was nearly non-existent. After imparting a few words of caution to Wang Yi teleported away. Watching Wang Yi's departure, the Faitsong elder shook his head and addressed Wang Yi, "Present your beast god heritage token. Without it, trespassing into the sacred grounds of our ancestral god sect is a capital offense." Wang Yi internali gurumlet. Having noted that the elder had not spoken so sternly to Wang Yi, nonetheless, he obediently produced the beast god heritage token. Upon seeing the token, the Faitsong elder revealed a faint smile. "I am a guide of the ancestral god sect. Follow me." The elder soared ahead, with Wang Yi dutifully trailing behind. As they approached the endlessly surging, colorful dream river, Wang Yi recognized it as the treasured asset of the ancestral god sect, the lake of prismatic aurora. This was indeed a realm-class, supreme treasure, possessing boundless might. It was the very cornerstone upon which the ancestral god sect stood firm against all external foes. As stable as a mountain, the Faitsong elder guided Wang Yi closer to the vast expanse of the river, explaining its wonders. Wang Yi listened intently, while observing the endless river composed of 5 colors of shimmering auroras. From afar, he could discern its river-like shape, but up close, it appeared infinitely vast. The Faitsong elder proudly declared, "This lake of prismatic aurora has a maximum diameter of 10 light years, its power immeasurable. Each individual ray of aurora, when unleashed, is capable of severely injuring a cosmic elder. The entirety of the lake is composed of endless auroras. Its might is limitless. It stands as one of the most formidable treasures in the vast cosmos. With such a protective treasure, who would dare intrude upon our ancestral god sect?" Wang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful registration. Reward: Lake of Prismatic Aurora. Wang Yi's expression turned peculiar. The Faitsong elder, oblivious to his inner turmoil, continued with a hint of pride. "The Lake of Prismatic Aurora is the protective treasure of our ancestral god sect. Being able to witness it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Indeed, Wang Yi agreed, it is utterly astonishing. Unable to resist, Wang Yi opened the sign-in panel, and indeed, he found an item resembling a lake-like treasure in the panel. This was the Lake of Prismatic Aurora, the most formidable shield upon which the ancestral god sect relied. Wang Yi had not anticipated receiving such a monumental gift upon his arrival. Was his luck truly this extraordinary? However, the supreme treasure was not even the highest reward for signing in. His heart brimmed with astonishment at the profound foundation of the ancestral god sect, which surpassed his imagination. Truly deserving of being the representative of the primordial cosmic will. In that moment, Wang Yi was filled with an intense desire to seize every opportunity. Only one thought consumed him: to extract everything from it. Although the Lake of Prismatic Aurora held immense power, the conditions for its activation were exceedingly stringent. Wang Yi feared that only a revered elder, with abundant divine power, could attempt to wield it. After all, even the strongest beings in the universe would struggle to fully unleash its might. At present, he possessed an unknown tier treasure, at least at the level of a divine king. The Celestial Tower, the realm-class supreme treasure, the Lake of Prismatic Aurora, along with two pinnacle treasures, the Catastrophe Armor and the Original Soul. Wang Yi sikit inyardly, contemplating how the various factions of the universe would undoubtedly go mad if they learned of his possessions. Treasures like the Star Map and the Wing of Slaughter, which many cosmic sovereigns scoffed at, were granted only to the strongest within their clans. Certain palace-type top-tier treasures could evoke envy among cosmic sovereigns. The Thousand Treasure River, among such treasures, would drive them to madness. As for the highest-tier Star Tower, it was coveted by countless factions, with the mightiest beings of the cosmos striving to acquire it. The Lake of Prismatic Aurora, akin to it, served as the protective treasure of the universe's foremost power. Safeguarding their stronghold, Wang Yi now possessed an unimaginable array of treasures. The Celestial Tower was a palace-type treasure, the Lake of Prismatic Aurora a realm-class treasure, the Catastrophe Armor a protective armor, and the Original Soul a soul-type treasure. He could already envision the incredulous expressions of the ancestral god sect when he showcased the Lake of Prismatic Aurora. These treasures would not only enhance his strength, but would also significantly bolster his ability to survive. Wang Yi mused once his power increased. If he unleashed the Lake of Prismatic Aurora while concealed within the Celestial Tower and donned the Catastrophe Armor alongside the Original Soul, he would likely render even the most formidable beings of the cosmos powerless. At the very least, within the primordial universe, no one should be able to contend with him. I am right here. Come and challenge me. Wang Yi could already imagine himself confidently traversing past other factions in the Celestial Tower while they could only stare in disbelief, utterly powerless to act against him. The thought alone stirred a tingle of excitement within him. After introducing the ancestral god sect's most formidable treasure, the Fate Song Elder concluded, "That will be all. Let us proceed to Zijing Island." Unbeknownst to him, the young human lord beside him was lost in a plethora of rich inner thoughts as he teleported directly to the edge of the Lake of Prismatic Aurora. As they drew near, Wang Yi could clearly see the dazzling rays of Aurora, each stretching approximately 10,000 kilometers, their overwhelming might leaving him astounded. Within the endless auroras, he could faintly discern a blurred island. Do you see it? Zijing Island is right there. Follow me, the Fate Song Elder said as he flew directly into the heart of the aurora. Wang Yi, without hesitation, followed suit. As he brushed against a flying ray of aurora, it enveloped his body like flowing water, exerting no aggression whatsoever. Of course, this was also because Wang Yi possessed the Beast God Heritage token. Had he entered recklessly without it, the entire Lake of Prismatic Aurora would have regarded him as an intruder and attacked him. Within the Lake of Prismatic Aurora, it felt as if he was truly advancing through a lake, an experience of unmatched comfort, and the island swiftly grew larger in his view. The Fate Song Elder remarked, "We have arrived. This Zijing Island is where you, the inheritors of the Beast God, reside, and it marks the outermost boundary of the Lake of Prismatic Aurora." Zijing Island, spanning millions of kilometers in diameter, was surrounded by a vast expanse where no auroras dared to approach. In the distance, numerous palatial structures dotted the mountainous terrain, showcasing a plethora of architectural styles, with many exhibiting unmistakable powerful auras. Zijing Island was home to a multitude of strong beings. Above, a series of vibrant halos enveloped the entire Zijing Island, each expanding in rings, disappearing at the edges, while new rings formed at the center. One circle nested within another, reminiscent of ripples on water, endlessly radiating outward, birth and obliteration ceaselessly recurring. Each radiant circle was woven from countless threads of law: time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, all intertwined with various fusion laws, as well as countless profound threads of law, rendering each circle remarkably perfect and complete. As Wang Yi witnessed this spectacle, countless inspirations flooded his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. The cyclical illusion of light seemed to encapsulate all the mysteries of the universe. His understanding of fusion laws and the intricacies of crafting secret techniques was subconsciously inspired. This epiphany was invaluable, illuminating Wang Yi's path forward with newfound clarity. The manifestation of the cosmic laws governing the Zushan sect is far more pronounced than that of the chaotic city of the primordial universe. Wang Yi felt a profound astonishment. Indeed, it was fitting that he was the representative of the will of the primordial universe, dedicated to upholding the laws of cosmic operation, and thus naturally under the protection and favor of these very laws. Chapter 377, The Path of Gathering Resources. On Zijing Island, various palatial structures of diverse styles dotted the landscape, amidst which one could observe powerful beings from myriad races across the universe, each exuding distinct life forces and appearances, including some extraordinary entities. "Follow me," the esteemed elder of the Faitsong clan instructed. "The first task for newcomers is to establish a residence here on Zijing Island." He proceeded to elucidate the situation on the island to Wang Yi. Zijing Island boasts a multitude of inheritors since the birth of the universe. The accumulation of inheritors has reached staggering numbers, and currently, there are over 100 million residents on Zijing Island, with more than 90% having faded into the annals of history. Should an inheritor perish, even if the Lord of the universe were to reverse time and resurrect them, they would be reluctant to bring back the inheritance decree. The cost of resurrecting through the beast god's decree is exorbitant, even for the Lord of the universe. As their conversation unfolded, the elder soon guided Wang Yi to a picturesque lake, saying, "You shall construct your abode here. Remember, each palace may occupy a maximum area of 1 kilometer in length and width. Even those colossal beings must scale down their forms to reside within, with no exceptions allowed." Wang Yi nodded, understanding that the various residences he had encountered along the way indeed did not exceed 1 kilometer in length or width. As for height, it too was subject to limitations, not to exceed 1 kilometer. Moreover, you may leave tokens within your palace, which will allow you to teleport directly to this location in the future, the elder added. If you possess soul servants, be sure to leave them behind. If they are brought outside, they will be attacked by the prismatic aurora lake and instantly obliterated. If you must bring them, they are permitted only within your palace. Outside, you cannot take any servants. However, plant-based and metallic life forms, as well as other subordinate entities, are exempt from this rule. Wang Yi listened attentively while signing in. He had kept the sign-in function activated along the way, yet not every location could trigger the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward, Divine Bow of Yi. An ordinary treasure of little use. It seemed that one needed to sign in at more significant locations. Wang Yi mused to himself. Judging by the sign-in panel's tendencies, Zijing Island could only be considered a vast area, while the ultimate realm should be the Zushan secret realm, spanning over 1 billion light years. Naturally, Wang Yi was not in a hurry. He had ample time within the Zushan secret realm. One must gather resources gradually. Exhausting them all at once would not be wise. Even when picking up a watermelon, one should not discard corn and peaches, right? Subsequently, the elder of the Faitsong clan led Wang Yi to the highest mountain on Zijing Island, upon which stood a magnificent palace, stretching over 1,000 kilometers in grandeur. Wang Yi gazed at the towering structure, which exuded an aura of ancient eternity, as if an unimaginable presence lay concealed within. While inheritors are limited in the area of their palaces, the island master faces no such constraints, the elder remarked, pointing towards the majestic palace with a smile. "Do you see that? That is the palace of the island master of Zijing Island. Let us proceed." Very well. Wang Yi felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Surely, the island master's domain would yield valuable treasures. However, they needed to draw nearer. The elder of the Faitsong clan did not disappoint Wang Yi's expectations, guiding him across the mountain range to the vicinity of the palace. From afar, the palace was adorned with numerous carvings, depicting colossal unicorn lizards, roaring gorillas, and soaring avians. Although there were thousands of sculptures, they fell into 8 distinct categories, representing the 8 beast gods. The island master of Zijing Island is represented by the guardian beast god. The elder explained. Guardian beast god? Wang Yi inquired. Indeed. Look up at the sky. The elder gestured towards the heavens. Wang Yi raised his gaze and beheld a startling sight. From this vantage point, he could discern a fissure in the prismatic aurora lake, through which lay the core enveloped by the lake's brilliance. There, an incredibly resplendent palace radiated an infinite glow, surrounded by 8 slightly smaller palaces in orbit. That is the true core of the Zushan sect. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. The grandest palace is the Zushan Palace, the dwelling place of the ancestor god. Although our Zushan sect has 3 ancestor gods, typically, one presides over the core region. The 8 smaller palaces surrounding the Zushan Palace are the sanctuaries of the 8 beast gods, where each resides. Encircling the 8 beast god sanctuaries are more than a dozen subsidiary halls, known as the guardian beast god sanctuaries. Beyond that, there lie 72 continents, although from our perspective, we cannot see all 72. That is where the 72 divine generals reside, known as the divine general continents. Legend has it that each divine general continent rivals Zijing Island in grandeur. In the outermost expanse, countless stars twinkle, signifying the existence of 3,000 celestial worlds, each serving as the residence for a divine envoy. The Zushan Palace, the 8 beast god sanctuaries, the guardian beast god sanctuaries, the 72 divine general continents, and the 3,000 divine envoy worlds. This constitutes the very heart of the Zushan sect. Apart from this core area, numerous islands also exist within the prismatic aurora lake. In addition to Zijing Island, there are many scattered islands where members of the peripheral Zushan sect reside. From the elders' explanations, Wang Yi gleaned that the guardian beast gods are those who have obtained complete beast god inheritances and have cultivated to the level of the Lord of the universe. Some may not inherit their positions due to the current beast god still being alive, or perhaps they simply do not wish to assume such roles. After all, while inheriting a position can drastically enhance one's power, it also means one can never progress further. The Lord of the universe represents the pinnacle of existence within the cosmos, and even those who decline the opportunity to inherit a position are respected by the Zushan sect, allowing them to become guardian beast gods. A vast platform square lay before the island master's palace, a magnificent cross-section of an entire mountain peak. The flawlessly carved square featured 3 fountains, from which water erupted ceaselessly. Yet the ground remained entirely dry, creating a breathtaking scene. Wang Yi and the elder of the Feitsong clan descended onto the platform. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Reward. 8 beast god inheritance decrees. Wang Yi noticed the sign-in panel revealing 8 hexagonal tokens, each of a different color and material, intricately carved to depict various monstrous forms. Each token emanated a distinct aura, and he immediately understood that this signified the complete collection of the 8 beast god inheritance decrees. Wang Yi felt somewhat speechless. While the beast god decrees were indeed valuable, one only required 1 to suffice. This was rather amusing, he thought. However, if he could sign in at the core of the prismatic aurora lake, where the Zushan Palace and beast god sanctuaries reside, the rewards would surely be substantial. Wang Yi anticipated what the highest reward might be if he could achieve it within the entirety of the Zushan secret realm. He resolved to find a way to ascend. Chapter 378, Guardian Beast Gods. Esteemed Elder, were the requirements to access the beast god sanctuaries or the Zushan Palace? Wang Yi suddenly inquired. You wish to ascend? The elder of the Feitsong clan expressed surprise before shaking his head. The Zushan Palace and beast god sanctuaries are core regions of our Zushan sect. Not just anyone can approach. Unless granted permission by the ancestor god or the beast gods, even divine generals cannot enter at will. The elder scrutinized Wang Yi for a moment. However, throughout history, there have been exceptional inheritors with the potential to become lords of the universe, who have attracted the attention of the ancestor gods and beast gods, thus receiving summons. At that time, perhaps there might be an opportunity to ascend. If you exert yourself, it is indeed possible. The esteemed elder of the Feifong clan merely speaks casually, having witnessed countless prodigies throughout the cosmos. He does not regard Wang Yi as a significant contender, despite Wang Yi being humanity's most distinguished individual. The universe is teeming with myriad races, life forms, and inheritors, far exceeding humanity by billions, rendering their presence almost inconsequential. The elder, having spent an extensive time within the ancestral teachings, is somewhat oblivious to the fact that an unparalleled genius, the strongest of the newly emerged human race, stands right before him. Is it truly so daunting? Wang Yi murmured to himself. Historically, when Luo Feng arrived at Zijing Island, he astounded all with his formidable comprehension of the beast goddess path, participating in 620. 000 battles within the realm of glory and maintaining an astonishing win rate of over 98. This feat drew the attention of the higher echelons of the ancestral god sect, and upon establishing his illustrious reputation across the cosmos, even the ancestral god descended to bestow upon him a treasure of immense value. Now, after over 60 billion years of contemplation within the sea of laws of the celestial tower and the temporal realm, Wang Yi has advanced through the 8 great beast god paths, even devising a supreme secret technique. His strength far surpasses that of Luo Feng in those days. Even the weakest insights of the beast gods can rival that of a true transformation king, and among the millions of inheritors on Zijing Island, there is scarcely any who could match him in immortality. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, the arrival of the celestial tower has obscured the will of the original universe, affecting even the highest echelons of the ancestral god sect, who remain preoccupied with their communication with this original cosmic will. After performing his duties of guidance, the elder of the Feifong clan departed, leaving Wang Yi standing alone before the palace entrance, where 3 fountains graced the square behind him. He stepped inside. Passing through the front hall, he entered a spacious courtyard, with the grand main hall looming majestically behind it. Wang Yi's gaze sharpened. In the courtyard sat a human male in a simple black robe, with long blue hair and blue mystical patterns adorning his face, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of a cosmic sovereign. Upon noticing Wang Yi, the man rose, a smile gracing his features. I did not expect to see a member of humanity here, especially one of your stature. How rare indeed. I am a servant under the island master, tasked with guarding this palace and relaying messages to him. Wang Yi regarded the man in the black robe, recognizing him as a human sovereign enslaved by a soul contract. Though it stirred discomfort within him, he understood that this was the harsh reality. Human warriors could enslave other races, just as those races could enslave humans. The guardian beast god, a being of cosmic dominion, having taken a human cosmic sovereign as a servant, was not surprising. The man in black chuckled. You are the new inheritor, come to pay your respects to my master, I presume? Yes, my lord, Wang Yi replied, suppressing his feelings and bowing slightly. I have already informed my master of your arrival. You are fortunate. He happens to be free at this moment. Some unfortunate newcomers have had to wait for centuries, but he has been anticipating your arrival. Please follow me. The man in black turned and led the way into the inner palace, with Wang Yi following closely behind. As he entered the main hall, he was enveloped by an overwhelming and awe-inspiring aura that dominated the entire space. Upon the exalted throne lounged a figure resembling a dragon, its body adorned with peculiar armor that shimmered with flames, gazing down with a regal countenance. Wang Yi felt as though he had entered a realm of endless fire, with the very fabric of time and space saturated with flames, and this extraordinary being was the sovereign of this fiery domain, capable of extinguishing his existence with but a thought. Truly, the guardian beast god, having attained a level of cosmic dominion, was terrifying beyond measure. Wang Yi inhaled deeply. This was indeed the guardian beast god. Moreover, it appeared to have mastered the arts of fire and space to perfection, thus achieving the rank of a cosmic sovereign. Upon witnessing it, Wang Yi glimpsed his potential future, a profound realization stirring within him. After all, if Wang Yi were to ascend to cosmic dominion, it would likely be through the paths of time and space, or possibly through fire and void. At that moment, a sharp yet elevated voice resonated from the dragon's head. Newcomer, from this moment forth, you shall be an inheritor of Zijing Island. First, I grant you access to the realm of glory. As the words fell, an object resembling a light brain materialized from thin air, soaring directly towards Wang Yi. This is the sensory device for the virtual world. The realm of glory is the vital virtual domain of our ancestral god sect, the guardian beast god succinctly introduced. I also grant you permission to enter the land of inheritance, the treasure land, and the secret realm. Outside the palace of the island master, there are 3 water curtains. These serve as teleportation passages that require authorization from the island master to enter. The 3 water curtains lead to 3 distinct locations. The leftmost curtain leads to the land of inheritance. The central curtain leads to the treasure land. And the rightmost curtain leads to the secret realm. The land of inheritance is where one receives the legacy of the beast gods and tests their comprehension of the laws. The treasure land is a concealed sanctuary for the treasures left behind by the various beast gods and formidable beings of the ancestral god sect, housing an abundance of riches. Numerous formidable obstacles, limitations, and requirements have been established by the predecessors, and only those who meet their criteria can extract treasures from within. Notably, the Seven-Sword King of the human race and Luo Feng in historical accounts have both acquired treasures from the treasure land. However, Wang Yi was not particularly interested in this treasure hunt. Isn't signing him more enticing? As for the secret realm, if one wishes to explore the ancestral secret realm, they could traverse that passage to delve into its depths. The ancestral secret realm is the most enigmatic of realms within the cosmos, teeming with a plethora of unique life forms and various mysterious treasures, whether they be natural resources or profound artifacts birthed by the universe, all hidden within. Wang Yi's aspirations to transcend immortality are intricately linked to this ancestral secret realm. However, the deeper one ventures into the ancestral secret realm, the more perilous it becomes. Even cosmic sovereigns may meet their demise, and cosmic masters could find themselves ensnared. Wang Yi's desire to embark on an adventure to acquire what he seeks is not a trivial endeavor. Chapter 379. The Magnificent Enhancement of the Land of Inheritance for Cultivation. Before proceeding to the Land of Inheritance, he must first construct his residence. Upon exiting the palace of the Island Master, Wang Yi returned to the location previously indicated by the elder of the Feifeng clan, preparing to establish his abode on Zijing Island. Without further contemplation, Wang Yi swiftly conjured a castle within his internal world using the power of that world, an ancient castle, replete with the essence of nature and intertwined with the passage of time, emerged, a kilometer long and wide, its courtyard adorned with exotic flowers and winding pebble pathways, including a pond, pavilions, and artificial hills, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a masterful painting, reminiscent of the Wang family castle in Yangzhou. No modifications were made. Thus, the external and internal appearances were nearly identical. The power of the world coalesced effortlessly at his thought, allowing the rapid manifestation of such a fortress. Though substantial energy was expended to ensure its durability. Out. Wang Yi gestured towards the land by the lake. Boom! A massive, square castle descended upon that patch of land, perfectly integrating with the picturesque surroundings of the lake, achieving a harmonious and flawless unity. Wang Yi clapped his hands, walking through the tranquil castle. After a moment's reflection, he waved his hand, summoning a group of figures. My lord, they all bowed respectfully, each exuding a formidable aura, the very warriors he had enslaved on the extraterritorial battlefield. Those summoned were all humanoid figures that aligned with his aesthetic preferences. You all need to resize your divine forms to be more akin to my stature. Wang Yi gazed at the imposing figures of the colossal servants and spoke. Indeed, the servants promptly diminished their divine forms to a size comparable to that of ordinary humans, although their appearances still unmistakably revealed their non-human nature. The immortals possessed the ability to effortlessly alter their divine forms, enlarging or shrinking them, or even reshaping them entirely. Yet such transformations would invariably impact their inherent strength. Consequently, unless it conferred an advantage in battle, they would refrain from making such changes lightly. Wang Yi had summoned these servants to serve as attendants for the castle, as they had little else to occupy their time. The insectoid queen, Elizabeth, and Atia were also called forth to assume the roles of his maids. With all preparations in place, Wang Yi surveyed the bustling castle with a satisfied nod. The next step was to visit the sacred site of inheritance. Wang Yi returned to the square in front of the palace of the Lord of Zijing Island, observing the fountain that seemingly birthed spring water out of thin air. As he stepped into the left side of the fountain, his body vanished upon contact. Almost immediately, he felt a shift in his surroundings, and before he could fully comprehend the scenery, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. A terrifying force of oppression descended upon him, heavier than that of a neutron star, accompanied by a soul-crushing aura. Wang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed his surroundings, revealing a void surrounded by black mist. In the midst of the void floated a meteorite, upon which sat a formidable figure clad in purple armor with a wolf's head, one of the strongest from the larger branch of the human race known as the werewolves. Upon noticing Wang Yi, the werewolf warrior displayed a hint of surprise, followed by a smile. You must be Wang Yi. I was aware of your arrival, he said. I have met the esteemed Master Jiufeng, Wang Yi replied respectfully. This Jiufeng was one of the 7-star overlords of the human race, a being of comparable stature to the master of the celestial palace. It was rumored that he had received the complete legacy of the divine generals. However, receiving the complete legacy did not equate to inheriting the title of divine general, yet it nonetheless attested to Jiufeng's formidable power. Seated upon the meteorite, Jiufeng smiled and said, You now stand in the sacred ground of the divine ancestor sect, where a formidable pressure naturally resides, serving as a trial for the soul imprint of divine bodies. Without the strength of a king, one might perish here. This is why the talents within our clan must attain immortality to be granted the inheritance decree. After all, Those who receive such decrees are unparalleled geniuses, each achieving immortality at no less than the king as threshold. You're the first among our human race to arrive here at the pinnacle of the realm. Jiufeng expressed with a sigh. I hope you do not disappoint the expectations of our kin. Strive diligently to achieve immortality soon, esteemed one. Indeed, Wang Yi replied solemnly. This was precisely his purpose for visiting the Divine Ancestor sect, and his ambitions were, in fact, greater than Jiufeng had surmised. Jiufeng nodded, then gestured to the surrounding black mist. Do you see that mist? Wang Yi had already probed the area. This void was exceedingly peculiar, with divine power and the forces of the world proving unable to penetrate it, and the black mist obscuring the distinction between reality and illusion. Choose any direction. Enter the black mist and accept your inheritance, Jiufeng instructed. Wang Yi respectfully bowed to Jiufeng before soaring toward a chosen direction. Jiufeng watched Wang Yi's figure disappear into the black mist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes once more. As Wang Yi flew into the mist, an incredible force enveloped his entire being. Even though his will had reached the level of a cosmic overlord, and he was mentally prepared, he could not withstand this mysterious power. Rendered motionless, Wang Yi stood suspended in midair, his right hand slightly extending. Suddenly, a surge of world power erupted from the tip of his finger, swiftly coalescing into arcane law symbols. As these symbols emerged, the entire space began to resonate with the fundamental principles of financial legality. Wang Yi, seemingly uncontrolled, began to demonstrate these laws step by step, articulating every realization he had. As time passed, more and more law symbols manifested, intertwining like a beautiful tapestry of laws. Once he completed the space and financial laws, Wang Yi paused momentarily before channeling world power once more, condensing it into the spatial and wood laws. Following this, he proceeded to the spatial water laws, then the spatial fire, spatial earth, time wind, time lightning, and time light. Over the years, Wang Yi had comprehended the paths of the 8 beast gods, and now he was able to express them effortlessly, even those aspects that had previously confounded him, now rendered with clarity. The void in which he found himself transformed into a vibrant, dreamlike realm, fully embodying the fusion of the 8 fundamental laws. Simultaneously, in the depths of the law sea of the celestial tower, a colossal flame star beast, over 1,000 kilometers long, lay sprawled across the continent. Surrounding it were countless luminous symbols, flickering like phantoms, projected by the celestial tower. Yet, with Wang Yi's understanding of the laws, he was still deciphering the first layer of symbols. At that moment, as Wang Yi was being guided by the incomprehensible forces of the sacred ancestor sect, the flame star beast's avatar felt a corresponding sensation, as strands of world power crisscrossed and intertwined like a spider's web. The law symbols merged and resonated with those of the celestial tower, triggering a cascade of insights within the beast's mind, leading to an involuntary roar of excitement. It had discovered a shortcut to accelerate its cultivation and comprehension. After a considerable time, once Wang Yi had fully expressed the 8 fusion laws, he came to a halt, and the mysterious force instantly receded from his body. Wang Yi regained his clarity, surveying the black mist that enveloped the void, falling into contemplation. He vividly remembered the previous scene, recalling how he had been guided by an invisible force to thoroughly expound upon the intricacies of the fusion laws. Could that power be related to the primordial universe? Wang Yi pondered ignardi. The sacred ground of the Divine Ancestor sect might very well be its most crucial location. Besides its connection to the essence of the primordial universe, he could not deduce any other possibilities. While Wang Yi was deep in thought, the mysterious force descended once more. The third level. A resounding voice reverberated within Wang Yi's mind, conveying a meaning that transcended language, instantly imparting the essence of the third level to him. The wondrous voice echoed repeatedly in his mind, drawing Wang Yi into a peculiar illusion. In this illusion, the deeper mysteries of the beast god's path were unveiled to him in meticulous detail, dissecting the profound nature of the 8 fusion laws with exquisite precision. It was astonishingly detailed, as if a super-powerful being were directly pouring the intricacies into his mind. This experience surpassed even that of observing the 52 chaotic tablets or studying the individual laws of the Law Sea. The resounding mysterious voice echoed in Wang Yi's mind 8 times, endowing him with the profound principles of the 8 beast god paths. He stood there motionless, with his eyes closed, resembling a statue. After a long while, Wang Yi finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement glistening within them. As the mysterious power dissipated, the surrounding black mist violently repelled him, sending him flying backward. The effect of the inheritance from this sacred site, combined with the insights from the law sea of the celestial tower and the guidance of the symbols, felt exponentially more effective than solitary cultivation. A fervent heat surged within Wang Yi. It was akin to cultivating in the Chaos City, where various conditions conspired to enhance the experience. Now, Wang Yi found himself in a similar situation. The assistance of the inheritance from the sacred site, the observational insights from the law sea, and the guidance from the celestial tower symbols. The combination of these three elements propelled his understanding of the fusion laws to an astonishingly rapid pace. The land of inheritance will undoubtedly not let go. With this in mind, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Wang Yi's eyes as he took a deep breath. Sign in. When faced with uncertainty, signing in takes precedence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward. Inheritance Pearl. Wang Yi immediately sensed the relevant information, his brow arching in intrigue. The Inheritance Pearl can enhance my comprehension in the land of inheritance by tenfold. This is simply exhilarating. Although it does not directly augment my strength, it effectively amplifies my understanding efficiency by 10 times. The only lament is that it can only be utilized within the land of inheritance, which is not easily accessible. The master of the Dove Wind, observing Wang Yi, who was momentarily dazed after being repelled by the black mist, was not surprised and remarked, "Don't just stand there foolishly." Only then did Wang Yi come to his senses and turn to the master of the Dove Wind. The master smiled and explained, "The land of inheritance, born from the cosmos, is profoundly mysterious and an absolute stronghold of the ancestor god sect. Each time you inherit, your understanding of the laws will first be assessed. The beast god inheritance is divided into 7 layers. If you have comprehended the first 2 layers but not the third, the inheritance you receive will pertain to the 3rd layer. Should you fully grasp the 3rd layer, the inheritance will advance to the 4th. Wang Yi nodded, reflecting on his comprehension within the sea of laws of the celestial tower, where he devoted his time to merging the 8 major laws, creating ultimate secret techniques, and ultimately fusing them. In truth, had he concentrated solely on one of those merging laws, he might have already reached the 4th layer. It is a matter of gains and losses. However, he had nearly grasped the 3rd layer completely. This time, he would surely consolidate his understanding. A spark flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. Next would be the 4th layer. Once he could enter the 4th layer, it would signify his breakthrough to the level of a master. Nevertheless, Wang Yi was not even at the immortal stage yet, so he must proceed with caution. Noticing the joy on Wang Yi's face, the master of the Dove Wind smiled and said, "It seems you have gained significantly this time, but do not become overly complacent. Thinking each inheritance will yield such splendid results, it is far from the truth." Upon hearing the master's caution, Wang Yi nodded, understanding that this was akin to the Chaos Tablet, wherein diligent practice and grappling with numerous uncertainties lead to remarkable outcomes. Moreover, the Beast God inheritance merely amplifies the effect of the Chaos Tablet by millions of times. Yet, it fundamentally requires the practitioner to engage in diligent training and contemplation. However, the master of the Dove Wind was entirely unaware that I possessed the Sea of Laws and the Celestial Tower, which allows for rapid accumulation in this regard. Wang Yi Muset, realizing the significance of the land of inheritance, invigorated his spirits. The master of the Dove Wind continued, "The Beast God inheritance is divided into 7 layers, and you have 1 free opportunity to comprehend each layer. Should you fully grasp the 3rd layer, you may then accept the 4th layer's inheritance at no cost. Once you master the 4th layer, you may proceed to the 5th, and so on. The principle is simple. The free opportunity is limited to just once. In other words, you cannot accept the 3rd layer's inheritance for free again unless you fully comprehend it." The master of the Dove Wind regarded Wang Yi. "However, there is still a chance to receive additional inheritance beyond the free ones, but that requires entering the world of glory. You will learn about the world of glory once you enter." The master did not elaborate further, merely advising Wang Yi to exercise caution and informing him of various important matters to note within the Ancestor God Sect's secret realm. Firstly, within the confines of the multicolored Aurora Lake, killing is strictly prohibited. Sparring is allowed, but any intent to kill will provoke the lake's wrath. Of course, once one leaves the lake's vicinity, no one will intervene. Secondly, every inheritor on Zijing Island possesses their own palace, which serves as their domain. Other powerful beings are forbidden from intruding. Likewise, they're also barred from entering the domains of others unless accompanied by the owner or granted permission. After imparting this essential knowledge to Wang Yi, the master of the Dove Wind said, "You may depart now. The spatial passage is just behind you." Behind Wang Yi, an area shimmered with translucent ripples, and with a respectful bow to the master of the Dove Wind, he turned and flew into the passage, vanishing in an instant from the land of inheritance. The master of the Dove Wind gazed at the spot where Wang Yi had departed, murmuring, "I wonder if our clan's most gifted descendant will be able to rise within the ancestor god sect." He shook his head and closed his eyes once more, the void returning to tranquility as it awaited the next inheritor. Chapter 381, The World of Glory. Upon emerging from the land of inheritance, Wang Yi was filled with excitement, yet understood that the enhancements from the land of inheritance were not without limits. Its ultimate threshold is the 7th layer of the beast god path, which corresponds to the realm of the universe master. This means that when Wang Yi reaches the universe master stage, the land of inheritance will no longer hold any significance for him. Nevertheless, for the current Wang Yi, this is more than sufficient. Within the ancestor god sect, he aims to elevate the 8 beast god paths to their 7th layer limit. Standing before a fountain, Wang Yi glanced back, contemplating his next destination, the world of glory, the land of inheritance, the land of treasures, and the secret realm. Having already visited the land of inheritance, the secret realm could wait. Therefore, it came down to the land of treasures and the world of glory. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with determination, relishing the massage from the 2 elegant and noble insectoid queens who were currently limited to this form of service. Indeed, it was a rather dignified type of service. Let us explore the distinctions between the world of glory and our human virtual universe. Wang Yi mused as he summoned the auxiliary light brain bestowed upon him by the ruler of Zijing Island. This device served as a sensory receiver for the virtual realm of the world of glory. His consciousness swiftly connected to the virtual world through this device. In the world of glory, on the edge of an open plaza, a figure appeared out of thin air, clad in a fully enclosed dark red battle armor, cradling a black tome. Is this the world of glory? Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings before directing his attention to the black book in his hands. He opened it to reveal a single page inscribed with merely the word's name, followed by a blank space, the text written in the universal language of humanity. Please fill in your name for the world of glory. As he turned to the first page, a voice echoed in Wang Yi's mind. Interesting. While the virtual universe employs virtual assistants, it appears the world of glory operates through this book. Wang Yi contemplated with keen interest. Since I need to choose a name, Zheojiang. This was not a whimsical choice, but rather the result of discussions with his human kin. Zheojiang served as an ordinary code name, while the title Godslayer King would mask Wang Yi's true identity. After all, apart from the ancestor god sect, it was unlikely anyone would discern his real self. This would serve to obfuscate perceptions and minimize the risks of assassination. A name in the universal language of humanity materialized on the first page, and Wang Yi proceeded to the second page. The second page displayed a map of the world of glory, accompanied by a voice that resonated in Wang Yi's mind. The world of glory is divided into 2 realms, the Glory Open Plaza and the Combat World. Within the confines of the ancestral divine realm, one can connect to the world of glory. This world of glory, albeit modest in size and functionality, consists solely of 2 locations, an open plaza and a battle arena. Its reach is limited exclusively to the ancestral divine realm. However, the ancestral divine sect does not aspire to transform the world of glory into a bustling virtual universe akin to that of humanity. It merely seeks to fulfill basic needs. Wang Yi continued to peruse the information and quickly grasped the purpose of the world of glory. The world of glory features a ranking system, where glory points can be exchanged for opportunities to inherit. The ranking is divided into 7 distinct lists, corresponding to the 1st, 2nd, and 7th levels of inheritors, categorizing them based on their respective tiers. Rankings are determined by the number of victories and defeats in combat. As a newcomer, Wang Yi currently finds himself at the very end of the 3rd tier ranking, with a record of 0 wins and 0 losses. Of course, there are others with even less impressive records, such as 0 wins and 1 loss, or 0 wins and 2 losses, among others. A smile crept across Wang Yi's face as he softly mused. It seems my comprehension of the beast god has indeed reached the 3rd tier, which has its advantages. The 3rd tier of inheritors boasts the highest number within the ancestral divine sect. To acquire glory points and exchange them for inheritance opportunities, the 3rd tier is undoubtedly the most accessible. Currently, the ancestral divine sect boasts over 100 million inheritors. Among them, cosmic sovereigns are exceedingly rare, while those who have achieved the status of king and immortal still number in the millions. After millions of years of cultivation, the most extraordinary geniuses have nearly all reached the 3rd tier, with many of them having perfected their understanding and begun to pursue the 4th tier. For instance, the true Yin King, who has yet to break through to the sovereign level, is classified as a fourth-tier inheritor. Thus, the third tier is the most populous, followed by the fourth, then the second, fifth, sixth, seventh, and finally the first tier. Wang Yi's strength lies in his profound comprehension of the beast god at the third tier's pinnacle, coupled with the creation of two ultimate secret techniques, which he has successfully merged into a singular form. Even among the countless inheritors of the ancestral divine sect throughout the ages, no individual has emerged quite like him. Within the realm of third-tier inheritors, Wang Yi is undoubtedly unmatched. This is the current state of Wang Yi, a figure of immense power. Who could have imagined that a mere realm master could not only cultivate the 8 paths of the beast god to the third tier's limits, but also innovate ultimate secret techniques and successfully combine them? In the annals of the primal universe, only Wang Yi has achieved such feats. Wang Yi's gaze flickered. To acquire glory points, one must engage in challenges. The Black Tome elucidates this clearly. Each newcomer begins with 3 glory points, and the minimum wager for each battle is 1 glory point. One must first issue a challenge to another party, and only upon their acceptance will the battle commence. Through a series of battles, one can accumulate glory points, and upon reaching 100 glory points, one may exchange them for an inheritance opportunity. However, under normal circumstances, earning glory points is no simple task, as no one is foolish enough to accept a challenge from an overwhelmingly strong opponent. Only those of comparable strength would consider engaging in battle. Moreover, glory points are not easily acquired. Each inheritor starts with only 3 glory points, and if they are depleted, one must wait an entire epoch to regenerate a single glory point. After the emergence of a new glory point, if one were to lose again, they would still need to wait another epoch for the next. If one exhausts their points 3 times, the 4th time would demand 10,000 epochs to earn an additional glory point. If this pattern continues, the 7th time would require a staggering 100 million epochs for just 1 more glory point. The stakes continue to escalate. Wang Yi shook his head, contemplating how to obtain these glory points. He did not intend to reveal his identity as Wang Yi, the human. Instead, under the guise of Zhejiang or the Hunter King, could he entice those alien inheritors to challenge him? These alien beings are often prideful and arrogant, many of them having practiced the path of the beast god for years, looking down upon newcomers. After all, even at the third tier, there exists a considerable disparity among them. Perhaps it may not be as challenging as he initially thought. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. If his assumptions hold true, he might soon reap a bountiful harvest of glory points akin to Luo Feng. Chapter 382, The Inheritors. Nevertheless, even as the Hunter King, he could not afford to disclose this openly. Wang Yi understood that the only entity aware of his true identity might be the ancestral divine sect, which has consistently refrained from involving itself in the cosmic struggles. As long as the sect remains silent, others cannot ascertain that he is the Hunter King. The human inheritor represents Wang Yi's first identity within the ancestral divine sect. The Hunter King is the second, while the human realm master, Wang Yi, constitutes the third. He was not naive enough to disclose his identity recklessly. Currently, he did not entertain thoughts of confronting the assassination attempts from other peak factions. There was no necessity for such direct confrontation. Thus, concealing his identity is of utmost importance. Historically, Luo Feng, under the identity of the Knife River King, managed to slay an individual at the peak of the king level who was not a special life form, achieving such feats against the odds. This is the reason for the Knife River King's immense reputation. It also explains why the insectoid, demon, and machine tribes sought to eliminate Luo Feng. Should Wang Yi's identity as a human realm master be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract relentless assassination attempts from the 3 major tribes. However, the situation is different for the Hunter King. The Hunter King is invincible at the king level, making it entirely normal to eliminate those at the peak of the king level or to contend with ordinary cosmic sovereigns. Although this may still draw the attention of the 3 peak factions for assassination attempts, it would not be as urgent as if his human identity were revealed. Moreover, to assassinate an invincible king, especially one who has been sent to the ancestral divine sect by the human factions, signifies considerable importance, suggesting that he is undoubtedly protected by significant treasures. Attempting to assassinate him openly within the sect would require more than just ordinary sovereigns. It would likely necessitate the involvement of cosmic overlords. Regardless of whether it is worth the risk, the willingness of the insectoid, machine, and demon tribes to invest in such an assassination remains a question. While Wang Yi's human form possesses the Hellfire Divine armor to conceal his aura, it may only deceive low-tier sovereigns. Those of greater strength could potentially see through it. It would be more prudent to send a void insectoid avatar to act instead. The void insectoid's transformative disguise is exceptionally difficult to detect unless a sovereign personally examines its interior. Furthermore, the void insectoid avatar can operate externally, while Wang Yi's human form remains on Zijing Island for cultivation. Of course, the void insectoid avatar does come with its complications, as it is not an immortal divine body. However, within the ancestral divine sect, engaging in combat is strictly prohibited, and no one dares defy this rule, alleviating concerns about premature exposure. Wang Yi is uncertain when his identity may be revealed. He merely seeks to strengthen himself as much as possible before that eventuality. The open plaza where Wang Yi resides is, in fact, akin to an outdoor bar, filled with an array of chairs scattered throughout the area. A mere glance reveals millions of inheritors congregated within the plaza's central hub, where a variety of exquisite wines and delicacies are readily available for their enjoyment. With such a multitude of inheritors present, spanning billions of tribes, Wang Yi's addition to the crowd draws little attention. Zheojiang. Suddenly, a figure darted towards him with the swiftness of lightning, calling out to Wang Yi telepathically. Upon recognizing the newcomer as human, Wang Yi smiled in return. King Chiman, a notably low-profile individual among human factions, possesses strength that, while not quite reaching the level of invincibility, is exceedingly close. However, due to the inability to break through to the sovereign level over the course of millions of years, the once illustrious King Chiman has become quite subdued. He is also one of those responsible for facilitating Wang Yi's identity concealment within the ancestral divine sect. The name Zheojiang is currently one of Wang Yi's aliases. Those factions with any degree of awareness would only deduce that the human factions have been active in the outer battlefield under the guise of the Hunter King, without immediately connecting him to Wang Yi. There exists a fundamental distinction between an invincible king hidden within the human factions for an indeterminate duration and a realm master, which would significantly influence the enemy faction's decisions regarding the resources allocated for assassination attempts. Come, follow me. Our alliance is over there amidst numerous other coalition groups. King Chiman stated. Wang Yi followed King Chiman, and at a glance, the square revealed a stark contrast between the factions. Hundreds, if not thousands, of formidable warriors were gathered in clusters, with some groups boasting tens of thousands, indicative of the superpowers within the universe. You see, these inheritors primarily formed groups according to the various factions and alliances within the cosmos. After all, members of opposing forces would naturally not gather in the same collective. Our Hongmeng faction is assembled together. King Chiman pointed to a distant area where the largest congregation, numbering at least several 100,000, was located. That was the Snow Frontier Alliance. Although their strength may not rival that of our Hongmeng, the Snow Frontier Alliance is the most populous among the factions in the universe, comprising many immortal beings and a significant number of kings. Despite being primarily composed of weaker, common races, they possess sheer numbers. Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging that the ancestor god sect distributed the inheritance orders across the universe indiscriminately, regardless of the strength of any particular race. Thus, whether human or peak race, they are at a disadvantage in this regard. The inheritors of Hongmeng present here number merely over 5,000, and their presence in the square is but a quarter of that, indeed a stark contrast to the Snow Frontier Alliance. King Chiman swiftly led Wang Yi to a corner of the square. The appearances and distinguishing features of the over 1,000 powerful individuals seated there were indeed characteristic of many common races within Hongmeng. Upon noticing King Chiman arriving with a human, they cast their gazes toward him. King Chiman, who is this? King Chiman smiled and replied, This is Zheojiang, our human inheritor who has just arrived to receive his inheritance. Zheojiang? I've not heard of him. He sounds unfamiliar. Is it a name or a title? The inheritors of Hongmeng exchanged glances and communicated telepathically. Though puzzled, they nonetheless expressed their warm welcome to Wang Yi. After all, Hongmeng is centered around humanity. Those humans who reach this place are certainly not ordinary warriors, and they must have the backing of high-ranking human officials, as the Ancestor God sect is naturally a cohesive unit. In the glory world, in the open square, Wang Yi quickly mingled with many powerful inheritors of Hongmeng. Nearby, the inheritors from other races or factions also took note of this scene. A new human has joined Hongmeng. He appears unfamiliar, presumably a newcomer. This news piqued the interest of some, while others remained indifferent. One inheritor of Hongmeng, possessing 3 crystalline eyes evenly distributed across a strangely smooth face devoid of other features, voiced a query that lingered in his mind. Zheojiang, at what level is your beast god inheritance? The 3rd level, Wang Yi replied candidly. The 3rd level? arriving at the third level right away is quite impressive. Just like us, the other members of Hongmeng did not find this strange. Currently, the number of first-level inheritors in Hongmeng stands at 0, with the 7th level being the least populated, followed by the 6th, 5th, and 2nd levels, while the 3rd level boasts the highest count, followed by the 4th. Much like the historical figure, the true Yin King, who accepted the 4th level of inheritance upon his arrival, he was considered a 4th-level inheritor. Among those gathered, there were also many who had comprehended the 3rd level and were beginning to receive the 4th level of inheritance. Their respective races had sent them to this place with the hope that they might break through to the status of a respected one. However, achieving such a breakthrough is extraordinarily challenging. Otherwise, King Chiman would not have remained a king and an immortal after so many long years within the Ancestor God sect. Hence, the number of 3rd-level inheritors is the most abundant, exceeding hundreds of millions, followed by those of the 4th level. Yet, these inheritors were entirely unaware that Wang Yi's 3rd level differed significantly from their expectations. Chapter 383. It is not personal. As Wang Yi engaged in conversation with the inheritors of Hongmeng, the scattered inheritors from various other races observed him from a distance. Look, a new face has appeared in Hongmeng. He seems to be human. I just checked. According to the Black Book of the Glory World, a newcomer has emerged among the 3rd-level inheritors. The Black Book records the time of his initial entry into the Glory World. He is named Zhoujiang, with a note stating he is human. Zhoujiang? Is there such a prodigy among human talents? Those who come to the Ancestor God sect are not ordinary people. This Zhoujiang should not be lacking in strength. Which one among us is not a genius? What does it matter if he is human? With so many humans in Hongmeng, the likes of the Seven Sword King and others possess a mere average understanding of the laws. They only have their strength due to the nurturing of the human race and a few fortunate encounters. In terms of true comprehension of the laws, I am certainly superior to them. Humans in the cosmos often face jealousy and exclusion because they possess the virtual universe, which is envied by countless races. Particularly in the Glory World, many foreign powerful beings refuse to challenge humans. Even when humans challenge them, they do not engage in combat, thus failing to earn glory points. Without sufficient glory points, they cannot exchange for opportunities of inheritance. Moreover, those who do challenge them are often stronger, which makes it exceedingly difficult for human inheritors to rise within the Ancestor God sect. A newcomer, accustomed to being valued within his race, may not yet grasp the vastness of the world upon first arriving at the Ancestor God sect. Such individuals are common, and I have seen many like them. I will challenge him and teach him a lesson. Rongshui King, you are being excessive, bullying a newcomer. However, I like it, and I will also issue a challenge. A challenge. That Zhoujiang cannot be so foolish, right? His companions should warn him. Who cares? Let us give it a try. It's not like we will suffer any loss. If that human Zhoujiang is dazed and accepts the challenge, it will be a win for us. What you say makes sense. I will also issue a challenge. As the news spread, countless extraordinary prodigy inheritors from myriad races across the universe, belonging to different factions, soon began to issue challenge invitations to the newcomer Zhoujiang, each harboring a hopeful mindset of giving a go. Ordinary races would not act in such a manner. It is precisely because the human race is a peak race, endowed with a virtual universe, that they are subjected to jealousy from numerous races. The prospect of defeating and bullying such an extraordinary genius from a peak race is something these envious prodigies from other races are eager to witness. My background may not be as illustrious as yours, my resources may not match yours, and I may not possess as many treasures, yet I can still defeat you. This sentiment encapsulates their mindset. Most importantly, Zhoujiang is merely a newcomer, having just reached the 3rd level and likely only having received his first inheritance. Many inheritors have undergone numerous inheritances and cultivated for countless years, naturally believing they hold an advantage over the human Zhoujiang. Thus, upon his arrival at the Ancestor God sect, the human newcomer Zhoujiang found himself facing widespread challenges from various races prodigies. Wang Yi was conversing with King Chiman, Li Shuo, and other inheritors when he suddenly noticed the hovering black book nearby, quivering slightly, prompting a shift in his gaze. Upon checking, Wang Yi's eyes widened. In the section for challenge invitations, the number displayed was 9,876 and was continuously refreshing and climbing. 101111088119999201117. The figures kept escalating. I have only just arrived in the Glory World. Those foreign races likely have only just become aware of my existence. Yet there are already so many challenges? Wang Yi found this somewhat unbelievable. What is the matter, Zhoujiang? King Li Shuo, and King Shimin noticed Wang Yi staring at the black book. Wang Yi looked at them, revealing nothing, for such matters would soon become common knowledge. I just received a plethora of challenge invitations. King Shimin and King Li Shua exchanged glances. King Shimin replied with some annoyance. Those rascals are preparing to bully a newcomer again. King Li Shua's expression also darkened as he solemnly advised, Jiang, do not pay them any mind. They see you as a newcomer to the Ancestor God sect and intend to take advantage of you. When King Shimin and I first arrived at the Ancestor God sect, we too faced numerous challenges. Those challengers were not weak. Many had cultivated for countless years at the 3rd level, and they are certainly not opponents you can easily deal with. King Shimin soon realized the situation and remarked, indeed. Do not let their invitation to battle cloud your judgment. Should you accept their challenge, you would fall into their trap. Once you lose honor points in the contest, it will take considerable time to regain them. With numerous invitations to battle, one must not accept lightly. Once accepted, you are bound to fight until your honor points are depleted, at which point the challenge can be nullified. Exercise caution and refrain from engaging too hastily. King Li Shua conveyed his concern, stating, in the realm of glory, all inheritors wield the same divine body, each possessing a power equivalent to 100,000 times that of a realm lord, while their appearance and physique can be customized. The strength of the divine body remains uniform. Weapons must be chosen from within the glory world, adhering to standard armaments, thus ensuring uniform external conditions for all inheritors. Any treasures or special abilities acquired in the outside world will vanish. Moreover, during combat, only the fusion laws may be employed. Utilizing any other laws will prove ineffective. Even if you are a master of space or time, when battling a king-level immortal, you are confined to the fusion laws. Other advantages, such as divine body traits, innate secret arts, and treasures, cannot be utilized. Therefore, if one's fusion laws are lacking, it is not uncommon for even a master to be defeated by a king-level immortal in the glory world. Rest assured, I am well aware, Wang Yi replied, casting a glance at his concerned human friends, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a smile imbued with confidence. As for the other king-level immortals from the Hongmeng Alliance, their connections to him were merely superficial. They harbored no apprehensions regarding whether Wang Yi would accept their challenges. Kings Chimin and Li Shua felt reassured that Wang Yi understood the stakes. Wang Yi noted the more than 50,000 invitations to battle in his black book, though the rate of new challenges had begun to slow. While this number paled in comparison to the historical record of 620,000 battles engaged by Luo Feng, it remained a rare feat among inheritors. However, he felt it was still somewhat lacking. All 50,000 challenges stemmed from 3rd-level inheritors, as 4th-level inheritors were unable to challenge those at the 3rd level, though the reverse was permissible. Naturally, unless one possessed absolute confidence in their abilities, no one would be foolish enough to challenge without due consideration. A flicker of madness crossed Wang Yi's eyes as he pondered. Is it only you who dares to challenge me? He swiftly scanned the list of 3rd-level inheritors before dispatching a command. In the next moment, aside from the inheritors of the Hongmeng Alliance, over 90 million 3rd-level inheritors from the Zushin sect simultaneously received a challenge letter. Chapter 384. All present are worthless. In the open plaza of the Zushin sect within the glory world, those inheritors who had previously sent Wang Yi invitations to battle soon received responses. Does that newcomer dare to accept the challenge? If he is not foolish, he will decline. But perhaps he truly is foolish. He has accepted? Is that so? Then your luck is exceptional. He must be selecting the weakest among us. I too received his response. He accepted my challenge as well. A gathering of diverse inheritors soon realized that Wang Yi had agreed to all their challenges. However, a greater stir was about to unfold. The human Jiogong has issued a challenge to me. Me too. He challenged me. Voices rose from all corners of the open plaza, astonishing inheritors from countless cosmic races. In the glory world, the open plaza buzzed with activity as numerous powerful beings from various races began rifling through their black books. Each one either received a confirmation of Wang Yi's acceptance or a challenge letter. Without exception, all were included. Upon this realization, rather than admiring the courage and audacity of this human, a singular thought emerged in their minds. This is madness. Am I insane? Withdrawing his consciousness from the glory world, Wang Yi opened his eyes, a hint of amusement glimmering within. He murmured, the truly insane are still to come. It is not that I target any individual, but rather that all of you before me are worthless. With millions of inheritors simultaneously challenged by Wang Yi, the human Jiogong instantaneously became the focal point of the Zushin sect. A newcomer, having arrived at the sect mere days ago, dared to challenge all 3rd-level inheritors. Such an audacity had never been witnessed in history. Originally an obscure newcomer, Zhugong rose to prominence within the Zushin sect through this bold action, attracting attention not only among third-level inheritors, but also among those of the fourth and fifth levels. This human must be desperate for fame to challenge so many, some mused. While others scoffed, he is merely seeking attention. How does he possess such confidence? He only has 3 honor points. After 3 losses, he will be unable to continue. Surely he does not comprehend the value of honor points, acting so recklessly. Perhaps he will get lucky and defeat a few weaker inheritors, they speculated. Humans are so prideful. Does he dare to challenge me? How amusing. I shall grant him an opportunity. When Wang Yi initially issued his invitations to battle, he had set numerous conditions. For instance, if either party lacked sufficient honor points, the challenge could not proceed. Most inheritors had scant honor points. Wang Yi, lacking the patience to sift through them individually, decisively sent a unified challenge. Regardless of the outcome, should they accept, Wang Yi would gain at least 1 honor point for each victory. However, if he had not issued the challenges beforehand, demonstrating his prowess and securing a few victories, few would dare to accept afterward. Once they had accepted, even regretting their decision would be futile. Under the rules of the glory world, even voluntarily conceding would result in the loss of at least 1 honor point. Accumulating these losses could lead to a staggering total. The challenged were not oblivious. They would investigate Zhugong's background and discover he was merely a newcomer who had just begun the third-level inheritance. The majority would feel confident in their chances and agree to the challenge. After all, under normal circumstances, how strong could a newcomer truly be? With the thought that perhaps he would select them first, allowing for a potential gain, nearly all inheritors agreed to Wang Yi's invitation. The sheer number of third-level inheritors was immense, being the most populous within the Zushin sect. In an instant, over 6 million inheritors chose to accept the challenge. Wang Yi thus became the epicenter of conversation, though many deemed him foolish. The human race is also a top-tier race, yet they have sent a fool to accept the inheritance. This time, I shall thoroughly trample this so-called human genius, teaching him that the vastness of the universe is not something a mere human can tread upon with arrogance. The Zushin sect gathered unparalleled geniuses from countless cosmic races, each with differing talents and innate qualities. Some were extraordinary in their divine bodies, while others possessed remarkable innate secret arts or consciousness. All were peak beings. And it was not surprising for a few to create ultimate techniques. A multitude of alien races congregated to discuss the newcomer Zhugong. That human is now the center of attention. Everyone is talking about him. I wonder what he is thinking. Perhaps he will foolishly engage in battle once or twice, only to understand the true strength of the various alien races. Many will surely challenge him. Even if we engage, we likely will not get a turn. He has only 3 honor points and will quickly lose them all, at which point he will be unable to continue. Just a jumping clown, he won't last long. It's unfortunate that the human race wasted an inheritance decree on such a fool. However, after this experience, he should awaken to reality. These alien races regarded the situation surrounding the human Zhugong as mere idle chatter. In other corners of the open square, discussions about the human genius, Zhoujiang, were fervently underway, as the news had become exceedingly prominent among the adherents of the ancestral deity sect. The Hongmeng Alliance was, of course, quick to learn of this, and a group of human inheritors, including the likes of King Chemin and King Lishua, were taken aback. They sought out Wang Yi at his residence, for at that moment, countless foreign inheritors had already entered the fray. Unless he forfeited all his glory points, it was impossible for Wang Yi to avoid battle, regardless of his wishes. Alas, why must Wang Yi be so impulsive? Even if he is the most extraordinary genius of our human race in billions of years, how many years has he truly cultivated? He has had it far too easy within our human lineage. Perhaps the setback may prove beneficial for him. Let us depart. This visit seems to have been in vain. For Wang Yi pays no heed to our words. King Chemin and King Lishua left Wang Yi's castle, shaking their heads in dismay. They believed Wang Yi had been blinded by the title of unparalleled genius, truly thinking himself invincible. Yet they found themselves powerless to persuade him. And since Wang Yi had already submitted his challenge, there was no recourse. Once, King Chemin and his companions were also immensely proud geniuses. Long ago, they shone as brightly as the current generation's Seven Sword King and Dream King. However, they had remained dormant for far too long, and as for their strength, they had only grown. Even so, they ranked merely in the upper middle tier among triple inheritors. No matter how formidable Wang Yi may be, he is only cultivated for a little over 10,000 years. How strong could he truly be? Thus, They believed Wang Yi would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic defeat in the forthcoming glorious world battle, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of countless cosmic races. In the castle, Wang Yi watched the figures of King Chemin and the others recede into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. They all presumed I would face a disastrous defeat, falling into utter ruin. They have not sparred with me and remain unaware of my true strength, thus harboring no expectations for me. However, that will soon change. Wang Yi turned and strode back into the castle, preparing for battle. Chapter 385, Fight, Fight, Fight. Above, a luminous ring demonstrating the profound laws of the universe expanded continuously, while below lay the ancestral deity Sek's secret realm, Zijing Island, enveloped in an endless array of colorful auroras. Spanning millions of kilometers, the palaces of various races were interspersed throughout Zijing Island. Atop one palace stood a figure clad in purple battle armor, with a mark of 7 swords emblazoned on his brow, gazing into the distance. He appeared as if he were a sword himself, his gaze sharp as a blade. He was none other than the renowned, immortal genius of this generation, the Seven-Sword King. The Seven-Sword King practiced the psychic master branch. In his youth, he emerged from the great axe combat arena, being absorbed as a core genius, and he had continuously improved his strength under the mantle of the era's foremost genius. Although his talent and progress could not compare to Kadi, he far surpassed talents like Bolin. Upon achieving immortality, he became a direct disciple of a certain cosmic sovereign within the great axe combat arena, and thereafter, his prowess soared. In just a few tens of thousands of years, he approached an invincible status, rivaling many seasoned veterans such as the true Transformation King and the Heavenly Feather King. The higher echelons of the human race held great expectations for the Seven-Sword King, believing he had significant potential to become a cosmic sovereign. The comprehensive training from a human race, the guidance of that cosmic sovereign, and the Seven-Sword King's unique opportunities culminated in the current incarnation of the Seven-Sword King. Wang Yi, the Seven-Sword King, murmured, "Originally, I was considered the most dazzling genius of this generation until your sudden rise overshadowed me entirely. Wang Yi, a mere realm master, managed to easily defeat Nancheng and established an invincible reputation on the outer battlefield. I cannot help but admire you. Even my teacher claims I fall short of your prowess." The Seven-Sword King silently contemplated. Yet within the ancestral deity sect, which had gathered countless inheritors from across the universe for innumerable years, each inheritor was a peerless genius. Even I can only be considered average in the realm of glory. I wonder just how far you can go. But please, do not bring disgrace upon our human lineage. Wang Yi, the news of Zhejiang, a newly arrived human inheritor, challenging nearly all triple beast god inheritors single-handedly, had spread like wildfire. Many racial factions secretly fanned the flames, eager to witness the downfall of humanity. This news swiftly reached the human race as well. Such an audacious challenge against nearly all triple inheritors of the ancestral deity sect indicated that Wang Yi was quite confident. The Lord of Chaos harbored a flicker of anticipation within. However, given his current strength, even if he could not be invincible, he could defeat the vast majority of inheritors. I shall observe with peace of mind. The Lord of Chaos held considerable faith in Wang Yi's abilities, as he had interacted with him numerous times over the past 10,000 years and understood the remarkable progress Wang Yi had made on the path of the Beast God. Especially since he had developed his ultimate secret method, the Lord of Chaos believed it to be at the sovereign level, making him a formidable contender among the countless geniuses of the universe. In the world of glory, the battlefield lay amidst endless icy expanses. Howling winds roared, and blizzards descended relentlessly, blanketing the world in white. Clad in dark red battle armor, Wang Yi stood atop an ice peak, braving the tempest, his gaze fixed upon a figure materializing in the distance. A peculiar life form resembling a centipede emerged from the snowstorm, measuring over 100 meters in length. Its body cloaked in iridescent scales, armed with multiple pairs of bow-like legs. Its ghastly green eyes fixated on Wang Yi, emitting an eerie sound. "My luck is quite opportune. You must be the human Zhejiang? How audacious for a newcomer to be so arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. In the ancestral deity sect, this is not your human territory. In the realm of glory, the treasures and various external means you take pride in will not serve you, divine bodies included. What will be tested here are the perceptions of laws, secret skills, divine power amplification, experience, and so forth. Soon enough, you will understand that compared to us, you are nothing." Wang Yi coldly regarded the centipede-like creature, feeling the transformation within his body, a mere virtual divine body. A tremendous force surged through him, each cell composed of incomparably potent divine power. If he so wished, he could instantly convert it into boundless divine might, even capable of recovering from a shattered divine body in a heartbeat. This overwhelming sensation of absolute control far exceeded that of a realm master, a divine body wielding 100,000 times the power of a realm master. However, it was not without its drawbacks, such as the loss of life lineage levels brought by the Nine Tribulations Secret Classic and the Beast God bloodline, alongside the inability to utilize various treasures and innate secret methods. Nevertheless, my amplification secret method has reached the cosmic limit of 100-fold. By employing this amplification secret, I can achieve millions of times the power of a realm master. The immortal divine power can be rendered intangible in attacks. Merely this intangible divine power, coupled with my will and consciousness as a cosmic overlord, becomes immensely stronger. In the context of warrior branches, the benefits of a powerful will may not be as pronounced. But for a psychic master, it is different. The will is the commander, the consciousness is the general, and the psychic power is the soldier. An extreme strength of will allows Wang Yi to elevate the might of his psychic weaponry by several tiers, reaching a truly terrifying magnitude. Not to mention my self-created ultimate secret art at the sovereign level. Against these foreign triple inheritors, it would undoubtedly result in an overwhelming slaughter. In terms of comprehension of the laws, Wang Yi had approached the limits of the triple level in each aspect, while the Beast God realm had transcended the perfection of the triple level, reaching the threshold of the fourth. The formidable nature of the Beast God realm is also tied to the Flame Star Giant Beast. With divine power amplification, will, comprehension of laws, and the levels of secret methods entirely overshadowing the opponent, I reach a level of defiance against the heavens. This is precisely what emboldens Wang Yi to challenge the entirety of the ancestral deity sect's triple inheritors single-handedly. There's truly no one capable of matching me. Wang Yi gazed at the alien across from him with a serene smile, instilling an inexplicable chill in its heart, as if scrutinized by some terrifying creature. The Centipede clan seemed to feel a pang of embarrassment for its earlier thoughts, its elongated, serpentine form suddenly adorned with silvery gray armor, while razor-sharp claws sprouted forth. Divine energy ignited, intricate runes illuminating its being, and a colossal, indistinct phantom of a beast god emerged behind it, transforming into a streak of light that lunged directly at Wang Yi. For the inaugural battle, let me begin with you. Wang Yi maintained a smile as the adversary drew near, with a flick of his hand, conjuring a total of 81 crimson spheres. These semi-transparent spheres shimmered with arcane runes, encapsulating all the profound principles of Wang Yi's ultimate techniques. Due to the regulations of the glory world, only ordinary weapons were permissible. Thus, this was a seemingly mundane telekinetic weapon fabricated through the virtual cosmos. In an instant, a resounding explosion resonated, every cell in his body igniting in a fervent blaze. His aura surging dramatically, his power skyrocketing. Within the virtual realm, both combatants unleashed their divine bodies without restraint, engaging in the most frenzied of duels. Boom! The 81 crimson spheres coalesced into the visage of a colossal fiery beast, rampaging forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. An overwhelming pressure akin to a stellar explosion swept across everything. What? The centipede alien's life was filled with astonishment and terror as its eyes widened. Akin to a moth drawn to flame, rendered incapable of resistance, and was instantaneously engulfed by the infernal beast. Chapter 386, The Pathetic Howling Mirror King. At the core of the Ancestor God sect, on Zijing Island, where palatial structures of various races stood tall, within one strangely shaped palace. Boom! The alien, resembling a coiled centipede seated upon its throne, abruptly opened its eyes, filled with lingering dread. How could this be? Unable to withstand even a single strike? What arcane method was that? The celestial centipede king recalled the cataclysmic assault that rendered it utterly defenseless. The fiery beast that seemed like a true beast god charging towards it, evoking a profound sense of despair as if it were genuinely facing a genuine deity. How terrifying! How could Zhejiang possess such strength? I have spent many years within the Ancestor God sect, considered above average among the triple inheritors. Even when facing the pinnacle of the triple inheritors, I should not have been left without any capacity for resistance. Gradually calming himself, the celestial centipede king still bore traces of unease in his gaze. Who exactly is this person? Descending from his throne, the celestial centipede king peered outside the palace. Realizing the human concealed such depths, and possessed such formidable power. In all likelihood, among the triple inheritors, no one could rival him. This battle, should it persist, would undoubtedly herald a significant upheaval within the Ancestor God sect. A tremor coursed through the celestial centipede king's heart, uncertain of how many challenges Wang Yi had issued. Only those who governed the prismatic aurora lake within the Ancestor God sect would truly comprehend. However, from the information circulating outside, it was undoubtedly a vast number. In the glory world, having just concluded his first battle with his casually crafted firespace fusion method at the revered level, Wang Yi promptly initiated the second match. Upon seeing a name on the list of opponents, he paused momentarily. How intriguing! I shall choose him. Wang Yi decided without hesitation. In the icy realm, a second figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was an alien warrior, crouched with its limbs resembling sharp claws, covered in a dense array of scales, adorned with golden runes, and possessing a mane of golden fur along with a pair of golden eyes. A sharp, piercing laugh erupted from the alien warrior, filled with excitement and peculiarity as it fixated on the human clad in dark red armor. Human, you have encountered me. To express my gratitude for the glory points you bestowed, I shall tread lightly while toying with you. The Howling Mirror King? Wang Yi Goodinut. You know me? The Howling Mirror King was somewhat taken aback, but unconcerned, for it was a unique life form renowned within the Ancestor God sect. Being recognized was entirely normal. Well, Howling Mirror King, I have 4 glory points left. Shall we wager those on this match? Wang Yi inquired, his smile unwavering as he regarded the Howling Mirror King from afar. The Howling Mirror King was infamously mad, ruthless, and greedy. More importantly, it ranked among the top 10 within the billions of immortal inheritors. It is worth noting that the inheritors on Zijing Island have been accumulating since the dawn of the universe, with many being filtered out over time. While the majority of them are of average caliber, those ranking in the top 10 are undoubtedly unparalleled geniuses collected by the Ancestor God sect since the universe's inception. The Howling Mirror King is also a unique life form, possessing a life level 2,000 times that of ordinary beings. Furthermore, its 2 innate secret methods are unparalleled in the universe, having been absorbed early on by the North Border Alliance, one of the superpowers in the cosmos, which also bestowed upon it a treasured artifact and a set of precious protective gear. In terms of combat strength, it could contend with many cosmic sovereigns. Of course, in the glory world, innate secret methods, bloodline levels, and treasures cannot be utilized, and the Howling Mirror King's comprehension of the laws is rather mediocre, which leads to its relatively weak power in the glory world, categorizing it merely as average among the triple inheritors. Otherwise, it would not have been easily trampled by the newly ascended True Yin King. For glory points? The Howling Mirror King narrowed its golden eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. It felt tempted, yet also skeptical. What? The renowned Howling Mirror King dares not wager against a newcomer? Or do you believe you cannot defeat me? Wang Yi Foot. You insolent brat. The Howling Mirror King's expression darkened, anger flashing across its face. Do not presume that winning a single match by luck grants you the right to speak so boldly. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige you. Is it not merely 4 glory points? I accept your wager. Upon hearing the Howling Mirror King's swift agreement, Wang Yi inwardly sighed. Indeed, the Howling Mirror King was just as greedy as rumored, readily accepting his terms. Truly foolish. Come then, I have little time. Let us resolve this and move on to the next. Wang Yi's aura surged dramatically, igniting his immortal divine body. Arrogant human, with the Howling Mirror King's shrill, enraged voice. A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the entire icy realm. Both combatants transformed into streaks of light, charging forward. Wang Yi konwured on, 061 azure siperes, which morphed in midair into a bizarre, beautiful plant-like entity, yet resembling some monstrous creature, with countless vines sprawling towards the Howling Mirror King. What? The Howling Mirror King gasped in shock, its immortal divine body burning furiously as a phantom of a beast god rose behind it, roaring forth to confront the colossal azure plant. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, countless tendrils struck the Howling Mirror King, leaving it no avenue for escape. It was flung about like a mere plaything. Its divine body shattered, rapidly disintegrating. No! In that moment, disbelief and fury filled the Howling Mirror King's cold golden eyes, unable to accept that it had been bested by a newcomer. In the blink of an eye, its divine body was utterly annihilated. Such power, and yet it sought to gain an advantage in the glory world? Wang Yi Simirkit. The Howling Mirror King had relied on its status as a unique life form and its innate secret methods. Otherwise, it would have been nothing more than a waste. With so many inheritors within the Ancestor God sect, how could it remain so arrogant? However, its 2,000-fold genetic level and 2 innate secret methods made the Howling Mirror King exceedingly formidable, granting it immortal combat prowess comparable to some cosmic sovereigns. Onward to the next match. The next challenger eager to offer glory points must be waiting. In a certain palace of the Ancestor God sect, the furious roar of the Howling Mirror King suddenly resounded. Human Zhejiang. It was unwilling to accept this defeat, its heart heavy with anguish. 4 glory points are by no means a trifling sum for each triple inheritor. After all, acquiring even a single glory point is an arduous endeavor. Moreover, the more defeats one suffers, the more challenging it becomes to earn the blessings of the Ancestor God sect. The loss of 4 glory points, a consequence of long years of accumulation, weighs heavily on the heart of the Howling Mirror King, invoking a profound sense of sorrow. Curse the human! I shall not let you escape my wrath. Do not let me catch sight of you. The Howling Mirror King gritted its teeth, harboring a deep-seated grudge against the human, Zhejiang. Meanwhile, the battles in the realm of glory, belonging to Wang Yi, continued unabated. Chapter 387, a 100 victory rate. As the battles in the realm of glory raged on, a series of luminous rings, imbued with countless arcane symbols, expanded and dissipated in the distant sky. On the vast Zijing Island, in Wang Yi's castle, a towering violet figure emerged, casting a glance over its shoulder. The human body was retained within the world ring, allowing a connection to the realm of glory. The avatar of the Void Insect tribe, being the most formidable in strength and survival capabilities, was poised to venture into the secret realm. It was imperative to secure the third avatar, paving the way for a successful breakthrough. Wang Yi's 3 bodies embarked on their respective missions, the human form accompanying the Void Insect tribe avatar, while the Flamestar Beast avatar remained stationed at the Tower of Heaven. The strongest among them, the Void Insect tribe avatar, set forth into the depths of the secret realm. Despite being avatars, their actions were overseen by the vibrant auroras of the lake, ensuring that Wang Yi's movements would not provoke an attack from the guardians of the Zijing Island. Let us proceed. The Void Insect tribe avatar instantaneously teleported to the plaza before the Island Lord's palace. Casting a glance around, it noted the surrounding emptiness before stepping into the fountain's curtain of water, vanishing with a whoosh as it was transported to the secret realm. In a secluded void within the ancestral secret realm, a stunning fountain materialized out of thin air, its waters cascading endlessly in the tranquil expanse, devoid of any guardians. Moments later, a figure clad in resplendent purple gold armor emerged from the fountain. It was Wang Yi's avatar of the Void Insect tribe. After surveying the surroundings, it murmured to itself, "As per our prior arrangement, it is expected that I shall successfully cultivate the Oceanic Shadow avatar. Whether I can replicate the World Tree's mastery of temporal and spatial secrets, however, remains to be seen. Regardless, this shall be my final venture as a Domain Lord." Activating the detector, Wang Yi utilized the device gifted by the Ascendant, which remained sufficiently functional, thus he refrained from acquiring another. The primary purpose of this detector was to navigate the cosmic secret realms rather than the extraterritorial battlegrounds. The large detector was essential for rapid travel through the cosmic secret realm, enabling the discovery of distant celestial bodies to avoid impending threats. Regardless of potential dangers, it was prudent to proceed through the void, ensuring the utmost safety. Conversely, the miniature detector was employed cautiously during explorations of perilous territories. With this, Wang Yi could exert control over a billion-kilometer radius, a smile gracing his features. Even a revered ascendant, if not discreet, could easily be detected by the device. Naturally, the detector had its limitations, and Wang Yi remained vigilant, not solely relying on its capabilities. While the Void Insect tribe avatar ventured into the secret realm, a tempest was brewing on Zijing Island. As Wang Yi's battles persisted, the open square of the Glory Realm erupted into chaos. At least 100 million inheritors from across the cosmos connected their consciousness to the realm of glory, fixated on Wang Yi's combat prowess. Wang Yi's victories came in rapid succession. The divine body restored itself after each battle, eliminating the need for respite. He fought tirelessly for 10,000 consecutive matches, expending only 23 hours, averaging less than 8 seconds per battle. He refrained from idle chatter, launching directly into combat, annihilating his opponents in an instant. A 100 victory rate signified that all 10,000 inheritors had fallen before him. In a single day, he amassed over 10,000 glory points. The sheer magnitude of his accomplishment left countless inheritors of the Ancestor God sect in disbelief. Defeated, All of them. How is this possible? How did he achieve such a feat? 10,000 inheritors, including those ranked in the top 1,000, had succumbed to that human, Zhejiang. It was utterly insane. In just one day, he had triumphed in 1,000 matches. What an astounding number of glory points. Abnormal. This was beyond comprehension. Observers of the battle were astounded, and those who initially anticipated a spectacle were left dumbfounded. How could the human Zhejiang possess such profound insights into the beast god's path? Something is amiss. Investigate. Spare no effort in uncovering his most detailed intelligence. As news of this extraordinary human genius spread across the cosmos, various factions were taken aback, promptly issuing orders to investigate the sudden emergence of such a prodigy. Such a powerful being must have a trajectory of growth. It is impossible to remain unnoticed forever. Investigate. Utilize every means necessary to uncover how this human could suddenly rise as an unparalleled genius. It is beyond belief. As investigations intensified across the cosmos, intelligence began to coalesce, revealing the once vibrant yet now dormant Hunter King had resurfaced in various faction sites. On Zijing Island, within Wang Yi's castle, he sat in the garden with 3 visiting inheritors of the human race. Wang Yi's presence here was prompted by a message from the castle's remaining servants, who facilitated his swift return through the divine realm of his immortal spirits, which proved exceedingly convenient. I have just concluded my battles in the realm of glory, and you arrive. Wang Yi poured wine for them, then turned his gaze towards one of the inheritors, the Seven-Sword King. This must be our first encounter in reality, correct? Indeed, the Seven-Sword King nodded slightly, gazing at Wang Yi with a sense of awe. He had never anticipated that Wang Yi, audaciously challenging countless triple inheritors, could effortlessly defeat over 10,000 inheritors in a single day, many of whom possessed strength surpassing his own. Yet, the combat duration indicated that each inheritor was vanquished in an instant. Without exception, the Seven-Sword King could hardly fathom how Wang Yi achieved such terrifying prowess. By the way, Wang Yi, how many battles have you engaged in? The Chimin King inquired, barely containing his eagerness. Rumors suggested that Wang Yi had challenged all triple inheritors. And while a cursory investigation could reveal the existence of various inheritors, the specific number remained elusive due to its enormity. I sent out over 100 million invitations to battle, and ultimately accepted around 86 million. Wang Yi pondered aloud. The 3 in the garden, Chimin King, Li Shuo King, and Seven-Sword King, collectively gasped in astonishment. This figure far exceeded their expectations. Over 8 million. The Chimin King, contemplating Wang Yi's flawless victory rate, felt as though he might go mad. How many glory points and opportunities for inheritance would that yield? Even at 100 glory points for each exchange. That amounts to over 60,000 opportunities. Wang Yi, you truly are Li Shuo King, shook his head repeatedly. Such a disparity is enough to evoke envy. The Seven-Sword King couldn't help but smile ruefully, astonished. They toiled tirelessly to secure a single victory, navigating treacherous waters, often without opponents willing to engage. Yet Wang Yi, upon his arrival at the Ancestor God sect, brazenly challenged all inheritors, attracting billions to his cause, compelling the vast majority to consent to battle invitations. History had seen others issue challenges upon their arrival at the Ancestor God sect. Yet none had achieved what Wang Yi accomplished, defeating over 10,000 inheritors in a single day without suffering a single defeat. As Wang Yi concluded his battles in the realm of glory, the multitude of glory points he amassed stirred envy and frenzy among countless inheritors. At this juncture, the ancestral deity sect was embroiled in turmoil due to the ramifications of Wang Yi's exploits. Chapter 388. The attention from all sides. On the following day, Wang Yi's combat continued unabated. His achievements were readily accessible to other alien inheritors through the Black Book, which explicitly detailed the rankings of triple inheritors, showcasing a record of XX victories to XX defeats. Wang Yi had set himself an ambitious target, 10,000 duels per day, neither more nor less, with unwavering consistency. Thus, under the watchful eyes of innumerable inheritors, his record surged at an astonishing pace. On the first day, he achieved 10,000 duels with a perfect score of 10,000 wins and 0 losses. On the second day, his tally soared to 20,000 victories without a single defeat. By the third day, the meteoric rise of his glory points left countless alien inheritors aghast. Particularly, his flawless win rate underscored that Wang Yi was indeed one of the most formidable existences among the over 100 million triple inheritors. inciting regret among those who once sought to trample humanity. Alas, Wang Yi had issued a challenge, and they had already accepted, leaving no room for retreat. Even abstaining from combat would be construed as an automatic forfeiture, resulting in a deduction of 1 glory point. In the open square of the realm of glory, billions of inheritors congregated, frequently consulting the Black Book to observe the achievements of humanity's Wang Yi on the triple inheritor leaderboard. The latest record stood at 98. 565 wins and 0 losses. Today marked the 10th day of Wang Yi's challenges, having already engaged in nearly 100,000 battles. In the blink of an eye, the figure changed to 98, 566, and not even 10 seconds later, it surged again to 98, 567. Despite their familiarity with the spectacle, the alien inheritors felt a thrill of trepidation. It was utterly insane. How could this human be so formidable? My glory points are about to diminish by 1. In the combat world, I tread carefully with every challenge, avoiding encounters with those of high rank. Yet now, I find myself facing such a freak of nature. Alas, my glory points. The thought of losing 1 point filled the alien inheritors with a suffocating dread. I am even more unfortunate. I am nearing 100 glory points. And having lost once today, I dread the wait to accumulate enough again. This human is truly a harbinger of doom. Even the Sword River King, ranked among the top 10 on the leaderboard, faced defeat yesterday, having wagered 100 glory points against the human. He suffered greatly. Wang Yi's prowess is overwhelming, dispatching opponents with lethal precision. I have witnessed his secret techniques, which are nothing short of ultimate skills. His divine power amplification and will are extraordinarily potent, exhibiting perfection in every aspect, devoid of any discernible flaws or weaknesses. Among the myriad inheritors, each skilled in various domains, none could pose a threat to Wang Yi. They were all defeated in an instant. Alien factions buzzed with discussions, their words tinged with awe, fear, and envy toward humanity's Wang Yi. Those who reached the ancestral deity sect were undoubtedly unparalleled talents in the universe, filled with confidence. Even the top-ranked triple inheritor could hardly command their respect. Yet today, they were all humbled by Wang Yi's absolute dominance. The disparity in strength was insurmountable from the first duel onward. No one had managed to withstand even 10 seconds against Wang Yi. He had grown disinterested in conversation, becoming a relentless scoring machine, eliminating adversaries in mere moments. Many inheritors who wished to converse with this prodigious talent found their words cut short as they were swiftly eliminated. After all, with over 8 million duels, maintaining a pace of 10,000 per day would require more than 680 days, nearly 2 years. The open square was abuzz with discussions surrounding humanity's Wang Yi. How could this human be so terrifying? I had never heard of him before. Which genius of the human race could he possibly be? I possess information. It seems he is the invincible Hunter King, a talent recently emerged from the outer battlefield. The Hunter King? I have not heard of him. Do elaborate. I have only heard whispers. The truth I cannot ascertain. Due to his formidable strength and astonishing record, Wang Yi had become a prominent figure within the ancestral deity sect, drawing the attention and speculation of many. The information about the Hunter King was inevitably unearthed by various factions. Meanwhile, the most illustrious genius of this generation, Wang Yi, concealed by the human race, was publicly reported to be retreating to Chaos City for cultivation, with traces of a false Wang Yi still detectable in Chaos City. Whether other factions believed this was their concern, as long as Wang Yi's true identity remained undisclosed, the human race would not acknowledge it. Furthermore, the cosmos would find it hard to believe that a being who could slay peak sovereigns over 10,000 years ago was merely a human realm master who had cultivated for over 2 centuries. This challenge to imagination led many factions to conclude that the Wang Yi in the ancestral deity sect was a hidden, immortal talent cultivated privately by the human race. His comprehension of the laws was astonishingly profound, placing him among the pinnacle ranks of triple inheritors, rivaling countless extraordinary talents from various races. An alien entity of great stature expressed astonishment, tinged with gravity, noting that the third tier of the beast god inheritance was nearing perfection, and his understanding of the laws likely brought him close to becoming a cosmic sovereign. His ability to effortlessly vanquish other inheritors indicated he had mastered divine power amplification, will, and secret techniques to their utmost limits. How perilous, if he is already this formidable without being a sovereign, once he ascends to that rank. He will undoubtedly become an exceptionally powerful existence among sovereigns, potentially rising to become a cosmic overlord like the Lord of the Eclipsing Palace or the ancestor of the Star Prison, posing a significant threat to our kind. Moreover, The sheer number of glory points he amassed would facilitate repeated inheritances, making his ascension to cosmic sovereign even more attainable. Once he achieved that status, eliminating him would become an arduous task. A beautiful female voice, crisp and cold, echoed, thus he must be dealt with swiftly. A singular extraordinary human realm master is troublesome enough, and now we have the Hunter King. We cannot tolerate this. Wang Yi, the human realm master, is protected within Chaos City. We cannot reach him, but the Hunter King is different. He stands within the ancestral deity sect, presenting us with an opportunity. Furthermore, we must act promptly, for if he truly breaks through to become a cosmic sovereign, our chances of success would diminish even further. The transition to sovereign is notoriously challenging. Yet the Hunter King's current situation suggests a high probability of such a breakthrough. Coupled with his displayed talents, he has already been recognized by many factions as a significant threat to their races. Upon the news from the ancestral deity sect circulating, hostile races such as the insectoid, mechanical, and demon races regarded the Hunter King as a grave concern, while those distant from human territories, lacking vested interests, maintained a spectator's attitude, reveling in the unfolding drama. In the remote and obscure star domain of the universe, within the depths of a cosmic secret realm, laughter erupted from a dark vortex where a throne resided. A peerless genius has emerged from humanity, and it is evident that he will soon become an unparalleled powerhouse. The most anxious among us are not the infernal races, but rather humanity's neighbors, the mechanical, demon, and insect races. We, the infernal race, are indifferent. The other factions are likely growing anxious. Just wait. The assassination attempts against this human genius may soon commence. The echoes of laughter reverberated through the fabric of time and space. Chapter 389. The Attention of the Ancestral Deity Sect. In the core of the Ancestral Deity Sect, within the Beast God Temple, one of the 8, the Thunder Beast Temple, appeared as a majestic and resplendent palace towering over millions of kilometers. Yet in truth, the palace contained a realm of its own. In a certain realm of space and time, rivers, mountains, ice and snow, and deserts paint a picturesque landscape. Deep within the depths of the endless, undulating mountain ranges, a colossal beast deity, adorned with 3 hooves, wings, and a coat of verdant fur, towering over 100,000 kilometers, rose majestically, casting its gaze upon a diminutive figure, the Bloodfire God General, atop a distant mountain peak, its voice resonating like thunder. I have proclaimed that unless there are truly significant matters, do not disturb my slumber, the Thunder Beast God declared. Within the Grand Divine Sect, the 3 enigmatic ancestral gods were not responsible for the minutiae of affairs. Rather, it was the 8 beast gods who took turns overseeing these matters. However, each of the 8 beast gods was lazier than the last, with the other 7 mysteriously absent, leaving only the Thunder Beast God to stand vigilant for an epoch of 100 million years. The Bloodfire God General bowed respectfully. Beast God, there are indeed pressing matters to discuss. Speak, the Thunder Beast God commanded, peering down at the diminutive Bloodfire God General. The Beast Gods, in their indolence, had even neglected their connections to the glorious world, requiring reports to be sought out within this realm of space and time. The Bloodfire God General, with no other option, hastily relayed the recent significant events of the Grand Divine Sect to the Thunder Beast God. Among the 8 beast gods, the Thunder Beast God was known for its tempestuous temperament, and the Bloodfire God General dared not delay. Though inheriting the title of God General, the Bloodfire God General possessed the capability to contend with an ordinary universe master. However, upon inheriting the Beast God title, the Thunder Beast God's power surged exponentially. Oh, a being not of extraordinary strength, merely a human, yet capable of slaying a pinnacle of a sealed king, and to do so in direct confrontation. The Thunder Beast God's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Wang Yi's identity as a universe master had been unveiled upon his arrival at the Grand Divine Sect, as the existence of the prismatic Aurora Lake rendered secrecy impossible for newcomers. However, this knowledge was confined to the upper echelons of the Grand Divine Sect. The revelation that Wang Yi, a human universe master, could achieve such a feat of slaying a pinnacle sealed king clearly captured the Thunder Beast God's attention. The Grand Divine Sect had a vested interest in cultivating powerful individuals. The likes of the Howling Realm King were nurtured with great care, and once noticed by the Grand Divine Sect, their fate would be irrevocably altered. Yet the Grand Divine Sect held exceedingly high standards, dismissing even those deemed exceptional talents in the cosmos, such as those of the Codex tier. Direct confrontation? This defies the very principles governing the cosmos. The Thunder Beast God's voice reverberated with authority, for without a doubt, the Grand Divine Sect possessed the deepest understanding of the cosmic laws. As one of the 8 beast gods, second only to the 3 ancestral gods, there were few secrets unknown to the Thunder Beast God. With a flicker of light in its immense eyes, the enormous beast deity moved, causing tremors throughout space and time with each step, shaking the very earth and causing mountains to crumble. He must possess a unique opportunity, one that allows him to defy the cosmic laws without facing retribution. The universe is just. To contravene its laws without consequences indicates a fortuitous destiny. We must keep a watchful eye on him from this moment forth. Yes, the Bloodfire God, General replied respectfully. By the way, upon arriving at our Grand Divine Sect, this human issued battle challenges to nearly all the threefold inheritors, the vast majority of whom accepted. All of them? The Thunder Beast God was taken aback, well aware of the number of threefold inheritors, definitely exceeding 90 million. How many battles? Over 680,000 battles. At this point, the Bloodfire God General's lips twitched slightly. Upon first learning of it, he too found it absurd. Opportunities for inheritance were of little consequence to the high-ranking, powerful members of the Grand Divine Sect, yet for ordinary external inheritors, they were exceedingly precious. Now, he had fought continuously for 10 days, engaging in 10,000 battles daily, and had yet to suffer a single defeat. What? The Thunder Beast God turned, astonished. Even more so than when it first learned of the human's identity as a universe master, a being who defies the cosmic laws, possessing a fortuitous gift, and demonstrating such remarkable comprehension of the principles. This is indeed intriguing. The Thunder Beast God's voice resonated deeply through the fabric of space and time. It seems he exceeds my expectations. This is truly fascinating. Bloodfire God General, from today onward, you shall assist me in monitoring this human. I wish to see how far he can go. Beast God, there's more. According to observations from the prismatic Aurora Lake, he possesses a doppelganger, one of which has already ventured into the secret realm. And this doppelganger is also a unique life form. The Bloodfire God General disclosed all the gathered intelligence. The Thunder Beast God widened its eyes slightly. A doppelganger? This little fellow continues to surprise me with each revelation. As the attention of various factions turned toward him, Wang Yi engaged in battles within the glorious world, while simultaneously instructing his Void Insect Clan doppelganger to journey to the secret realms of the Grand Divine Sect. In the vast and boundless Grand Divine Secret Realm, Wang Yi flew cautiously, at times teleporting, skillfully avoiding a myriad of dangers. The natural formations within the secret realm were bizarre and extraordinary. Some immense celestial bodies were quite peculiar. Unlike the typical spherical celestial bodies found in the normal cosmic expanse, such as planets, stars, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and even black holes, within the Grand Divine Secret Realm, irregular celestial shapes could manifest. There might be a colossal landmass, or an enormous lake floating in the void, occasionally dotted with islands, and meandering mountain ranges with cascading waterfalls. Though they appeared beautiful and wondrous, they were fraught with hidden perils. The location I just passed should be where the waterfall of the cold whale's 9-colored water resides. Even a universe master would instantly succumb to freezing upon being drenched, their life marks obliterated, leading to immediate demise. Wang Yi, transformed into a streak of light, sped through the cosmos, shaking his head at the memory of the breathtaking waterfall. The cold whale's 9-colored water was an exceedingly rare and precious treasure in the universe, coveted even by universe masters. However, Wang Yi dared not approach it, steering clear from a distance. Beneath the thundering waterfall formed by the cold whale's 9-colored water lay a terrifying unique life form, the cold whale. In the accumulated data, the cold whale was described simply. Only a universe master could contend with it. Within the dangers of the Grand Divine Secret Realm, some hazards were naturally occurring, some were artificially arranged, and others stemmed from these immensely powerful life forms. Any formidable life forms residing in the Grand Divine Secret Realm were undoubtedly affiliated with the Grand Divine Sect. Wang Yi was well aware that beings comparable to universe masters, like the revered World Tree or the lurking cold whale, were indeed members of the Grand Divine Sect, for they could not remain within its confines otherwise. However, this was a closely guarded secret, known only to the upper echelon of the Grand Divine Sect and a select few exceptional entities. The inheritors were directly transported to the innermost depths of the Grand Divine Secret Realm, a zone with minimal hazards. After all, this realm was specifically designed to refine the inheritors. Naturally, any location bearing cosmic treasures would generally be laden with danger. At my current pace, I estimate it will take approximately 30 days to reach the World Tree's location, Wang Yi mused, as he flew through the void on the outskirts of a colossal mountain range spanning thousands of light years. Chapter 390, The Heart of the Source Treasure Space. The World Tree. There exist a total of 9 world trees throughout the universe. One of these world trees is of universe master caliber, the most potent of all, with a trunk that alone measures 12 million kilometers in thickness, soaring to a staggering height of 29 billion kilometers, and its crown boasts a diameter exceeding 1 billion kilometers. This tree is an extraordinary entity, ranking first in size among all tree-like life forms in the cosmos. As for the Master of the Abyss, its existence is a closely guarded secret within the universe, known to very few. The vast expanse of the Abyss, measured in light years, is, in fact, the corporeal form of the Master of the Abyss. The World Tree possesses 3 significant advantages: mastery over time and space, immense size, and the stability of the divine realm. However, in Wang Yi's estimation, the World Tree pales in comparison to the Abyss. He had already made his decision. The primary reason for his immediate quest for the World Tree was merely to replicate its time-manipulating abilities. The 9 world trees reside in the 9 hells of time and space. On this journey, Wang Yi would not need to take a detour. The 9 nether time and space is one of the most perilous realms within the ancestral divine mystery. The ancestral god sect forewarns its inheritors about 8 of the most treacherous locations, places where even the sovereigns of the universe might find themselves ensnared for eternity. Among these is the 9 nether time and space. Wang Yi traverses the ancestral divine mystery with utmost caution, his objective singular and clear: the 9 nether time and space. Thus, he disregards other perilous locales, even those that may harbor treasures, choosing not to divert his attention and risk unforeseen complications. Large and miniature detection devices continuously maintain their surveillance. In certain safe zones, rapid teleportation is employed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The incessant teleportation sometimes spans light years in distance. In the void outside the 9 nether time and space, a manifestation of the void insect clan clad in dark golden battle armor emerges. This month has seen relentless travel, encountering various dangers along the way, all of which have been deftly evaded by the manifestation. Now, bolstered by an array of treasures, the void insect manifestation possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary universe sovereign, and with heightened vigilance, it swiftly sidesteps or breaks free from any sudden threats. Despite signing in over the past few days, fortunes have not favored Wang Yi. He shakes his head. The myriad features of the interface are intrinsically linked to his human form. For actions like signing in or utilizing the time realm, his human body must be present. This necessity explains why he must bring his human form along rather than leave it behind on Zijing Island. Within this month, his human body has also been signing in alongside the void insect manifestation's advance. After all, as long as divine power tokens are left behind, one can open a divine realm for teleportation. Wang Yi currently commands numerous immortal servants, making this process manageable. However, signing in does not guarantee the emergence of desirable items. The likelihood of receiving rewards commensurate with his status as a realm master is significant. To Wang Yi, it feels like a waste of time. Unless a location of exceptional value is encountered, he is reluctant to dispatch his human body solely for the purpose of exploration. The reason for dispatching the void insect manifestation is its formidable strength, making travel more convenient while minimizing the risks associated with adventures in the ancestral divine mystery. Regrettably, Wang Yi reflects on the primordial treasure that Luo Feng once encountered in a wormhole within a mountain range, which he has yet to discover. That treasure, a material of spatial origin, might have facilitated the evolution of the void insect manifestation's talents, granting it domain abilities, an extraordinarily formidable spatial capability. Luo Feng had been swept into a vortex in the vast expanse of the void and emerged 300 light-years away in a void region, with no specific or definitive location to pinpoint, rendering Wang Yi helpless in his search. This location appeared to harbor 10,081 wormholes, with lakes and floating conical peaks containing a multicolored pool known as the multicolored abyssal pool, surmounted by a crystal sphere with 10,081 facets. Wang Yi squints. The crystal sphere is the heart of space, while the multicolored abyssal pool represents 5 deep abysses, a unique environment in the universe that cannot be relocated or removed. The heart of space serves as the core material for crafting primordial treasures. Primordial treasures refer to a category of supreme treasures, a collective term for such items. They are not designed for defense or offense, but instead empower strong individuals to invoke the laws of the cosmic origin, significantly enhancing their energy absorption efficiency by thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of times, depending on the tier of the primordial treasure. These treasures are universally recognized among the cosmic sovereigns and are held in high esteem. Possessing a primordial treasure can expedite recovery for a wounded cosmic sovereign, reducing their recovery time from 1,000,000 years to just 10 years if it enhances energy absorption by 100,000 times. For beings of such caliber, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Even a primordial treasure that increases speed 1,000-fold, while considered low tier, still incites envy among the cosmic overlords. In simpler terms, it is a treasure endowed with regenerative capabilities, and Wang Yi covets it, as he is on the brink of a breakthrough. Such an artifact would be immensely beneficial to him. Treasures are never in excess for anyone. However, as Wang Yi sifts through the information in his mind, attempting to determine the location of this treasure, he ultimately finds himself at a loss. His data comes from the Hongmeng, yet it lacks specific details. After all, the Hongmeng consists of merely thousands of members, far fewer than the millions of inheritors across the cosmos. Consequently, the available intelligence is inevitably lacking. Furthermore, many inheritors who stumble upon unique fortuitous encounters or environments often choose to conceal them, rather than disclose their findings. Despite his intrigue, Wang Yi remains resolute in his purpose this time, and will not actively seek out the treasure. If he does not encounter it, he will simply have to check within the human race or the Hongmeng for any potential exchanges in the future. The materials necessary for crafting primordial treasures are exceedingly rare. Each is birthed under extraordinary cosmic conditions and requires an extensive duration to form. The heart of space is among the higher-tier materials, crucial for connecting to the ocean of spatial laws. Core materials of primordial treasures are categorized into low, high, and top tier, as well as those legendary items that encompass all laws. The high-tier heart of space, alongside the heart of time, holds the potential to enable the void insect manifestation to evolve domain abilities. The legendary primordial treasure core material that encapsulates all laws is beyond Wang Yi's imagination. It has yet to appear in the original universe, as I aspire to traverse the path of merging the 10 fundamental laws. This legendary primordial treasure material could greatly assist me. Wang Yi shakes his head. Such exceedingly rare treasures are not easily found, and their locations are unknown. Ultimately, Wang Yi does not encounter a spatial vortex like Luo Feng did, nor does he stumble upon a location rich in spatial primordial materials. The vastness of the ancestral divine mystery makes it nearly miraculous to find such treasures without specific knowledge of their whereabouts. Luo Feng seems to embody the essence of destiny, effortlessly encountering fortuitous events, while Wang Yi cannot expect the same. It is prudent to diligently execute one's plans. As Wang Yi divided a portion of his consciousness to engage in battle within the realm of glory, he advanced through the core area of the ancestral divine mystery. Meanwhile, the avatar of the flame star beast meditated on the laws within the celestial tower. After more than 10 days, Wang Yi's figure emerged in the void, gazing into the distance towards a certain space-time, the Nine Nether space-time. In that hazy expanse, the tumultuous sea surged, and from an outsider's perspective, the Nine Nether space-time resembled an endless aquatic world. Who would have imagined that this realm, with a mere diameter of 12 light-years, known as the Nine Nether Sea, was, in fact, the corporeal form of a cosmic sovereign? Wang Yi shook his head with a sigh. The true ruler of the Nine Nether space-time was known as the Lord of Nine Nether. The entirety of the Nine Nether space-time constituted the dominion of this sovereign. Regardless of whether it was the formidable world tree or other cosmic sovereigns, any being within the Nine Nether space-time was merely a subordinate of the Lord of Nine Nether. In this realm, the Lord of Nine Nether was indeed invincible. Why? Because the Nine Nether Sea was his body. The terror unleashed upon igniting his divine form was unimaginable. Even cosmic sovereigns would find themselves easily slain in this domain. Wang Yi executed several teleportations before flying billions of kilometers to a renowned safe haven within the Nine Nether space-time, the desolate Stone Island. He then continued his journey for over 100 million kilometers, where a mesmerizing vista unfolded before him. Upon arrival, Wang Yi stood atop the highest peak of desolate Stone Island, gazing into the distance. Beyond the island lay an infinite ocean, its surface appearing azure at first glance, then shifting to violet, followed by blood red, and eventually transforming into a crystalline transparency before adopting hues of gold, silver, deep gray, and azure, an endlessly changing tapestry of colors. Truly marvelous. This was the Nine Nether Sea. The Nine Nether space-time was primarily an unending ocean, dotted with islands both large and small, inhabited by various indigenous peoples. Among these islands resided fearsome entities, such as the World Tree, which was located on one of the immense islands known as Tree Island. In contrast, Desolate Stone Island was minuscule, being one of the most common small islands among the thousands scattered across the Nine Nether Sea. Tree Island, however, was significantly larger, ranking among the top 10 super islands of the Nine Nether Sea. The Nine Nether Sea, vast and boundless, also harbored lurking dangers. Beyond the super islands, the sea was fraught with peril, particularly the Nine Nether Whirlpool, which it was said offered almost no hope of survival to those ensnared within its depths. The Tree Island lay just ahead. Wang Yi's gaze fixated on the colossal island, inwardly pondering. Suddenly, a figure clad in a crimson robe appeared beside him. It was his human avatar. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward. Water from the blood sea of Nine Nether, at the level of a realm master. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling the information on the panel before him, and then a smile broke across his face. To acquire such a reward so effortlessly was indeed fortuitous. The interior of the Nine Nether Sea constituted the Nine Netherworld, at the very heart of which lay 108 royal seas. These 108 royal seas were, in fact, the offspring of the Lord of Nine Nether, gestating within his being. However, the strengths of these princes varied. There were 3 with the prowess of cosmic sovereigns, 56 at the immortal level, and 49 at the realm master level. To cultivate an avatar, one could only utilize the blood sea water at the realm master level, as anything above that was of no use. Wang Yi had not anticipated such good fortune. Upon arriving at the Nine Nether Sea, he immediately obtained the realm master level blood sea water, accomplishing the primary objective of his journey. With the blood sea water secured, he could now cultivate his 3rd avatar. A flicker of excitement coursed through Wang Yi's heart. The successful cultivation of a 3rd avatar not only signified the emergence of a powerful new body, but also indicated an imminent breakthrough to immortality. Upon achieving immortality, his strength would surge dramatically, his capabilities would expand, and his lifespan would become boundless. He could then utilize the time-accelerating cultivation spaces within the Time Realm and the Celestial Tower, although it was worth noting that the greater his strength, the higher the consumption required for accelerated time cultivation. Now that he had acquired the blood sea water, there was no need to linger in the Nine Netherworld. The next step was to replicate the time-space talents of the World Tree. Wang Yi took a moment to compose himself. Then the avatar of the Void Insect clan initiated a teleportation, effortlessly traversing the Nine Nether Sea with his human form until he reached the edge of Tree Island. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward. Branch of the Life Tree. The divine tree formed from the branches of the World Tree was known as the Life Tree. The branch of the Life Tree was merely one of the numerous offshoots of the World Tree, considered a treasure even for realm masters, capable of rapidly healing their bodily injuries. However, it held little value for Wang Yi. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. He lifted his gaze to behold the expansive Tree Island, adorned with an array of flora, a veritable sanctuary of plant life, teeming with vibrant flowers and trees, exuding tranquility and beauty, yet devoid of any other forms of life. The most striking feature was the towering tree that soared towards the heavens, its entire form a resplendent emerald hue, its crown resembling a magnificent canopy, with every leaf glistening as if sculpted from crystal, akin to verdant jade, radiating an inexhaustible vitality that caused the surrounding flora to sway gently. The most formidable World Tree, a unique life form possessing the combat prowess of a cosmic sovereign. Though nestled deep within Tree Island, its immense stature, standing 5.9 billion kilometers tall, with a crown diameter exceeding 1 billion kilometers, and its trunk resembling a colossal emerald, emanated a subtle glow, rendering it extraordinarily captivating. Even from this distance, Wang Yi's keen eyesight could discern its majesty. The 9 world trees displayed significant variations in height and volume. Clearly, the most powerful world tree was the one of the highest life tier, reputed to possess a genetic makeup thousands of times that of humanity, categorizing it among the most elite forms of life in the universe. The 3 immortal level world trees were slightly inferior, while the 5 realm master level world trees were further diminished in comparison. Following the devised plan, there should be no obstacles. Wang Yi observed for a moment before averting his gaze, concealing his human form, and then, in a blink, he reappeared at the edge of the crown of the most powerful world tree without a hint of concealment. Chapter 392, Mastering Time and Space with the World Tree. Human Wang Yi pays respects to the esteemed World Tree. Upon his sudden appearance, Wang Yi promptly spoke. The most powerful world tree resided at the very center, while the other 8 circled around it. Together, the 9 world trees occupied approximately 1/4 of the island's territory. A resonating hum emanated from the 9 emerald-hued world trees, radiating waves of verdant light, forming layers of luminous barriers through which no intruder could pass. The most powerful world tree possessed the innate ability to manipulate time and space. Upon Wang Yi's arrival, it took notice of him. Boom! A realm of time and space was seized by a certain will, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. Wang Yi sensed the fluctuations of space and time dissipate as a formidable consciousness descended upon him. Just as he had surmised, the world tree had discerned his presence. However, Wang Yi believed that, given the status of the most powerful world tree, rivaling that of cosmic sovereign, as long as he conducted himself with propriety, he would not incite any threat to his life. Human? No, you are a unique life form. A human possessed special life? A gentle voice reverberated throughout the domain claimed by the world tree. With the might of the most powerful world tree combined with its mastery over a realm of time and space, it could effortlessly see through the disguise of the void insect clan avatar. Moreover, Wang Yi had no intention of concealing anything from the world tree. With a smile gracing his visage, he respectfully addressed, "I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the great world tree. I have come this time to exchange treasures for a branch." Oh! The vast canopy of the most powerful world tree swayed gently, emitting a sound of astonishment. The long years of clandestine visits to Tree Island by various outsiders had revealed a plethora of intentions, primarily those of alien inheritors seeking to pilfer the branches of the world tree. Yet, the audacity of the diminutive figure before him, a mere realm master, was intriguing. Even a mightiest world tree felt a flicker of curiosity, observing that the formidable world tree showed no inclination to strike, and appeared rather genial. Wang Yi felt a slight sense of relief. He produced a piece of treasure-grade material and activated a specific copying card, uttering, "Esteemed world tree, I wish to exchange this Mihua star crystal with you. Would you like to use the talent secret method copying card?" "Yes." Select the nearest target. Wang Yi chose the strongest world tree. Fortunate that the card selection radius was extensive, and given his proximity to the world tree's edge, he had no trouble making the choice. Target selected. Commencing success rate assessment. Assessment successful. Target, elder level world tree. Talent mastery of time and space. Success rate 391. Would you like to proceed with the copying? Yes, Wang Yi declared without hesitation, his heart racing with excitement at the unexpectedly high success rate. Commencing copy. Mere seconds later, a crisp notification resonated, causing Wang Yi's heart to leap in trepidation. This copying card was unique, with only one opportunity for use. Failure would mean its permanent loss. Copy successful. Upon use, you will acquire the mastery of the time-space talent secret method. A celestial message echoed in Wang Yi's mind. At that moment, the strongest world tree declined Wang Yi's proposal for exchange. However, recognizing his lack of malice and his courteous demeanor, it chose not to harm him, but instead expelled him from its presence. The strongest world tree, a member of the ancestor god sect, typically refrained from aggression unless provoked. The complexities surrounding individuals like Luo Feng arose from their ignorance of the world tree's background and their unwarranted assaults against it. Wang Yi's void insect clan avatar materialized at the periphery of Tree Island, a smile gracing his visage as excitement coursed through him. With the world tree's talent secret method now within his grasp, he was poised to utilize the copying card, bestowing upon himself the ability to manipulate time and space. Such a formidable power was coveted by countless alien races throughout the cosmos. Only a being of the world tree's unparalleled caliber could possess such an extraordinary gift. In comparison, even the time-stopping ability of the apex bloodline of the Starry Sky beasts paled in significance. With his human form integrated, Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings. Having secured the Bloodsea waters and the world tree's talent, it was time to depart. Break through to immortality, he declared, his eyes radiating brilliance. With a swift motion, he summoned an immortal servant from his world, which appeared instantly beside him. "Master," it intoned respectfully. "Return to the human territory," Wang Yi instructed. He had no desire to undergo his breakthrough within the Ancestor God sect, where other alien races might discern that he was not merely an immortal, but a realm master, thus exposing his identity. At this juncture, that was unnecessary. In human territory, he could easily find a secluded spot to achieve his breakthrough unnoticed and in safety. "Next time I return, I shall be the true God Hunter King." A fearsome smile flickered across Wang Yi's face. "Yes, master." The alien with two pairs of colorful butterfly wings immediately activated the Divine Kingdom's teleportation. As the portal opened, a mesmerizing blue light, reminiscent of the ocean, enveloped the surroundings. And when the luminescence faded, Wang Yi and his companions had vanished. In a distant region of the human territory within the Qianwu cosmic nation, in a desolate and remote star domain, inside the core of a blazing star, brilliance erupted as Wang Yi emerged. During his previous return to Earth, he had surreptitiously left numerous tokens of divine power throughout the Qianwu cosmic nation for convenient access, and now they proved invaluable. I never expected to return so soon. Less than a year, he mused as he took in the serene desolation around him, nodding in satisfaction. When selecting the coordinates, he had deliberately chosen locations that would remain hidden, such as the interior of a star. Who could possibly discover them amidst the vast cosmos? In a mere instant, he teleported to a desolate, lifeless desert planet billions of kilometers away, landing atop its highest peak. Time to use the copying card, he thought, producing a silvery, semi-transparent crystalline card. With a mere thought, the card radiated light before disintegrating into countless sparkling motes. In the next moment, intricate, profound secret patterns materialized upon the special core of his nurturing avatar, and as these patterns formed, a surge of information flooded into Wang Yi's consciousness. Instinctively, he grasped the ability to utilize the talent secret method. However, mastery did not equate to understanding. He was oblivious to the underlying principles of manipulating time and space, relying solely on the powers bestowed by the secret method. Yet, that was more than sufficient. A subtle smile graced Wang Yi's lips as he recognized that, while mastery of time and space at the immortal stage was relatively weak, it would grow stronger as he himself evolved. The cosmic elder-level world tree's ability to manipulate time and space was comparable to that of a cosmic sovereign. In Wang, he held no illusions that he would be inferior to the world tree upon reaching that rank. Moreover, the truly remarkable aspect was that, as the talent's secret method belonged to the core of his nurturing avatar, the other three avatars would automatically acquire this talent, effectively endowing each with the ability to manipulate time and space. Wang Yi brimmed with anticipation as he contemplated nurturing his third avatar. Chapter 393, The Third Avatar. Wang Yi's Void Insect Clan avatar returned to the ancestor god's secret realm, while his human body remained in the human territory, merging seamlessly with the inner world of the special core. He brought the waters of the Blood Sea into this realm, standing aloft as he observed the swirling, basin-sized blood that floated before him, releasing waves of sanguine aroma. Talent, secret method, avatar, nurture. Wang Yi's will directed the entirety of his inner world. As he exerted control, the entire inner realm trembled. An inexhaustible force of world energy surged toward the core of the Blood Sea, causing it to dissipate like mist, leaving only the most fundamental essence of life enveloped in an abundance of world energy. A crimson sphere appeared in the sky. The nurturing avatar had been initiated. Wang Yi's consciousness remained acutely attuned to everything. In mere moments, success was achieved. All life essence had been analyzed, commencing genuine nurturing. It's done. A subtle smile crept onto Wang Yi's serene face. After such a lengthy interval, the process of nurturing his third avatar had finally begun. In comparison to the Void Insect Clan avatar and the Flame Star Beast avatar, Wang Yi held the highest expectations for the Soul Sea avatar. My third avatar is destined to be the Blood Sea 9 Nether avatar, granting me an inexhaustible source of divine power. Even in demise, I shall rise anew. Furthermore, the talent's secret method will assist in unraveling the essence of life, elevating the quality of my divine body. As the nurturing of the avatar commenced, Wang Yi's consciousness sensed that the process of nurturing this third avatar would require an estimated duration exceeding 60 years. The more potent the inner world, the easier the nurturing process. The stronger the life being nurtured, the longer the duration. However, Wang Yi's nurturing avatar core was particularly unique, regardless of the life form. The nurturing time would be significantly shorter than that of the Golden Horn Giant Beast core. He recalled that the Golden Horn Giant Beast required over 600 years to nurture its third avatar, while he would only need a little over 60. A slight smile graced Wang Yi's lips. In the realm of time, I placed the primordial core within this temporal domain, accelerating its development in a manner that requires considerably less time. The maximum flow rate of time in this domain is a staggering 10,000 times faster, implying that the gestation of the primordial core can be accomplished in less than 3 days. Wang Yi deposited the core meant for nurturing the clone into the time domain and awaited, only for a brief period of less than 3 days. In the time domain, Within the void continent, an extraordinarily massive, oval-shaped crimson egg floated in the sky. When this egg was first nurtured, it was relatively small, but as time progressed, it grew increasingly larger, now towering at over 10,000 kilometers. Wang Yi, in his human form, stood atop a mountain, gazing intently at the colossal egg. Soon, it is about to emerge. As time passed, suddenly, a series of cracks began to manifest on the surface of the enormous oval crimson egg. It has arrived. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes in anticipation. The shell continued to fracture until, with a final crack, it shattered completely, revealing a giant nearly 10,000 kilometers tall, standing suspended in midair. This figure was a flawless embodiment of the human form, with skin as pristine and translucent as jade, albeit with faint threads of crimson lurking beneath. Adding an eerie allure, the Shadow Sea clone has been birthed. Indeed, it is a corporeal life form with a genetic level of 300 times. Wang Yi sensed its essence and murmured, "The Nine Calamities secret tome necessitates a corporeal life form for cultivation, and since the Shadow Sea clone is such a being, it can naturally cultivate." However, despite possessing a mere 300-fold genetic level, its gargantuan size was remarkable. Generally speaking, a higher genetic level corresponds with a larger physique. Yet, this also hinges upon the species. For instance, humans are inherently constrained in size, whereas unique life forms, such as plants and rocks, can achieve astonishing proportions even with hundreds of times the genetic level. Wang Yi began to attune himself, quickly perceiving the intricate structures of his vast body. Bones, muscles, veins, and blood, all subtly resonating with the essence of laws, harboring fragments of information. His consciousness absorbed these insights, granting him a profound understanding of the mysteries inherent in the Shadow Sea clone. The Shadow Sea clone possesses two extraordinary innate abilities. The first, transformation into ocean. The second, Cultivation. The first ability, transformation into ocean, allows the Shadow Sea clone to instantaneously transform into an ocean with a diameter of approximately 100,000 kilometers, exerting control over the surrounding space-time. This control becomes increasingly exaggerated as the strength of the Shadow Sea clone escalates. When weak, its influence on space-time is minimal. But when powerful, akin to the Lord of the Nine Hells, its dominion over the surrounding space-time reaches a zenith, deterring any other cosmic sovereign from daring to intrude upon that realm. The second innate ability, creation, enables the Shadow Sea clone to transmute its entire being into a sea of blood, while simultaneously utilizing its creation talent to refine energy and recombine life genes, ultimately coalescing into new life. If wielded effectively, this method can facilitate the genesis of an entire race. Since this new race is artificially created, they will eternally submit to and revere their creator. The Shadow Sea clone's ocean transformation also influences space-time, marking it as a commendable temporal ability, although it appears slightly inferior to that of the World Tree itself. Wang Yi mused, recognizing that while there are overlapping aspects with the World Tree's mastery over time, he did not lament the comparison. After all, mastering time is a necessity for him, and once replicated, all clones will possess this ability, which is paramount. Moreover, the Shadow Sea must transform into an endless ocean to influence time, whereas the World Tree does not require such a transformation, highlighting a fundamental distinction. One is an adjunct, while the other is the essence, and the disparity in power is evident. The Shadow Sea offers numerous applications. One can first transform into an ocean, and then, through the creation ability, generate an energy clone, concentrating consciousness predominantly within this energy entity. The creation innate ability begins by discerning the life composition of other species and, utilizing this innate talent, replicating such life structures to form new existences. Replicating the life compositions of others should be regarded as a foundational stage, with advanced beings like the Lord of the Nine Hells capable of creating formidable races. With a decisive utterance, Wang Yi commanded, "Creation." The blood sea surged violently, and at that moment, a naked figure towering 1,000 kilometers emerged from the tumultuous waters. The genetic level of the Shadow Sea clone is 300 times. Yet this newly created Shadow Sea clone possesses only a genetic level of 30 times. Merging seamlessly with the blood sea, Wang Yi's consciousness suddenly perceived that the entire blood sea naturally absorbed energy, evidently indicating that the creation of a new Shadow Sea clone consumed nearly 10% of the energy, slightly diminishing the blood sea's volume. At this moment, the blood sea was in the process of automatic absorption and recovery. When the blood sea is intact, it cannot absorb energy. However, once diminished, it can absorb energy for restoration. This is the secret behind the infinite expansion of the blood sea. Wang Yi smiled, proclaiming energy replenishment. With a tremendous roar, the world power surged into the blood sea, and in mere moments, the blood sea absorbed enough energy to restore its previous magnitude, ceasing further absorption of world power. Dissolution. The new shadow sea clone plummeted into the blood sea, simultaneously dissolving, and the resultant blood sea waters merged with the existing blood sea, causing an immediate increase in volume. The previously 100,000 kilometer diameter blood sea expanded further, exerting pressure on the surrounding space. By creating a new shadow sea clone, allowing the blood sea to recover, and subsequently dissolving this clone into seawater to merge with the blood sea, one can perpetually achieve enlargement. Observing the scene, Wang Yi recognized that by choosing the path of blood sea expansion, he would be unable to mobilize the blood sea. He could only condense clones for action. Although this would impact combat capability, the loss of a clone was inconsequential, as it could be quickly reformed, and possessing such a colossal divine body is akin to immortality, which is worthwhile. The Nine Hell Sea expanded to a diameter exceeding 10 light years, and this Nine Hell Sea alone could rival the strongest treasures of the universe. The only regret is its immobility. Wang Yi decided not to rush the expansion of the Nine Hell Sea, instead directing it to cultivate the 9 calamities. Albeit only at the 4th calamity, even if successful, the genetic level would only reach 200 times. Wang Yi shook his head and instructed the Nine Hells Sea clone to assume a humanoid form for cultivation, and with the time domain, the process would naturally be expedited, requiring merely 300 years. Now, it was time to attend to another matter. Wang Yi contemplated. Chapter 394, Preparations. Having resolved to let the Shadow Sea clone transform into an ocean, Wang Yi did not hesitate. After the Shadow Sea clone completed the 4th calamity, vast quantities of cosmic crystals were continuously delivered from the external world into the time domain through the channels of the Virtual Universe Corporation, enabling the blood sea to expand rapidly time and again. However, while the time domain may appear vast, it also has its limits. Wang Yi estimated its dimensions to be around 100 billion kilometers in diameter. Thus, should it exceed this boundary, it would likely need to be relocated to another realm for further expansion. Additionally, such a colossal blood sea could no longer be contained within the time domain. With a tremendous roar, the tumultuous waves surged, and the blood tides roared, transforming the entire world of the time domain into a realm of blood sea. The landmass, now reaching a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, was entirely engulfed by the blood sea, with the void beyond also filled with this sanguine expanse. 100 billion kilometers. The limit had been reached, yet Wang Yi was not surprised. The domain-level shadow sea clone has its boundaries. It does not expand indefinitely. A blood sea of 100 billion kilometers is still manageable for me, though it is somewhat regrettable that the shadow sea clone has yet to attain the tenfold genetic level. Wang Yi reflected. It seems I must hasten to acquire the remaining calamities. The blood seas of those prince sovereigns from the 9 Hells dimension merely measure 80 million kilometers, while the Undying Prince's royal sea is about 6 billion kilometers, and the venerable level spans 32 billion to 101 billion kilometers. The vast disparity in life levels allows Wang Yi's blood sea to reach such an immense scale. Standing atop a lofty peak amidst the endless blood sea, Wang Yi surveyed the scene, filled with a sense of grandiosity. The blood sea has been established, yet it remains imperfect. There are further preparations to undertake. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before establishing a connection to the virtual universe, seeking an audience with the Lord of Chaos. At the pinnacle of Thunder Island, amidst the swirling chaotic energies, emerged the imposing figure of the Lord of Chaos, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent golden armor. Wang Yi, what brings you to me this time? The Lord of Chaos inquired, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. He wondered why Wang Yi, who was currently engaged in battles with the myriad talented inheritors of the countless races within the Ancestor God sect, would take the time to visit him. Wang Yi approached with utmost respect, stating that he had 2 matters of significance to discuss with the Lord of Chaos. Pray, do tell, the Lord of Chaos replied, his demeanor shifting to one of gravitas. Wang Yi was regarded as an unparalleled genius by the higher echelons of the human race, including the Lord of Chaos himself, and thus his request would not go unheeded. Wang Yi continued, expressing his desire to procure a rare material known as the Heart of Space, offering to exchange a sufficient price for it. The Heart of Space? The Lord of Chaos responded with surprise. He scrutinized Wang Yi with keen insight, aware that the young man harbored many secrets. The Lord understood that if Wang Yi wished to disclose any of them, he would do so voluntarily. Otherwise, he would refrain from probing further. The heart of space is exceedingly rare. It's worth surpassing that of an ordinary supreme treasure. Are you certain you can provide an adequate recompense? The Lord of Chaos queried. Wang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, realizing that the human race indeed possessed the heart of space. He promptly assured, as long as it is the heart of space, I can provide an ample price. During his years within the Celestial Tower, he had amassed a considerable collection of materials, albeit most of them were inferior to those of supreme treasures. However, their cumulative value was indeed significant. With confidence, Wang Yi believed that by presenting just a fraction of his amassed wealth, he could acquire the heart of space. The Lord of Chaos did not press Wang Yi regarding the specifics of his recompense, but contemplated for a moment before stating. The heart of space resides within the Chaos City. If you desire it, you may return to the Chaos City to exchange for it in person, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Yes, thank you, my lord. Wang Yi responded gratefully, acknowledging the considerable assistance the Lord had provided him. Regrettably, his mentor, the revered Peng Bo, was currently in seclusion, fully immersed in his studies, and had not even connected to the virtual universe. Otherwise, such trivial matters would not require his frequent visits to the Lord of Chaos. Perhaps, during this visit to the Chaos City, he could also pay his respects to the Lord of Chaos at the Chaos Ruins and check in. Wang Yi musit internally. The Lord of Chaos nodded. You may proceed to the Chaos City. The designated location for offering treasures is situated within the city, where the virtual universe system conducts thorough evaluations to ascertain their value and grant contribution points. With these contribution points, you may exchange for what you desire, including the heart of space. That's one matter settled. What is the second? The Lord of Chaos inquired. Wang Yi hesitated briefly before expressing his wish to personally seek counsel from the Lord regarding some insights he had gained concerning the laws. Oh, the Lord of Chaos regarded Wang Yi with a scrutinizing glance. Is there something that cannot be discussed here? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Yi admitted that he wished to seek the Lord's guidance on certain matters related to his comprehension of the laws, unsure if this would be permissible. The Lord of Chaos chuckled softly. Very well. Some things are indeed difficult to convey within the virtual universe. If you wish to come, then come. After exchanging a few more words with the Lord of Chaos, who inquired about Wang Yi's recent endeavors and learned that he was on the verge of breaking through to immortality, the Lord felt a stir of anticipation. On the same day, Wang Yi teleported to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company via his divine realm and boarded a spaceship, navigating through the cosmic passage towards the Chaos City. In the primordial universe, within the Chaos City, he declared, I have returned, clad in dark red battle armor. He emerged from the spacecraft amidst the throngs of people, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Over 10 millennia had passed since his last visit. Following the Lord of Chaos's instructions, he first made his way to the designated treasure exchange location. Upon arriving at the Lord's estate, he found that the site for offering treasures was located within an ancient annex of the estate, and an application in the virtual universe was required beforehand, as the annex remained closed to the public. As he approached the annex, the ancient doors creaked open, revealing a grand entrance over 100 meters wide. As he stepped inside, the doors closed behind him with a thunderous sound. This was the designated place for offering treasures within the race. Wang Yi observed the expansive interior of the annex, where a massive stone platform, approximately 100 meters in diameter, stood at the center. By placing treasures upon this platform, the virtual universe system would conduct a meticulous examination. Shall I check in first? Wang Yi thought to himself. Check in. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Reward. Supreme treasure. Lanhai Demon Scroll. Wang Yi focused his consciousness on the treasure he had just received. It was an ancient gray scroll, forged from unknown materials, which, when unfurled and fully activated, could cover an expansive area across light years, wielding formidable power as a ceiling-type supreme treasure. Though it appeared to be of ordinary supreme treasure grade, its value was comparable to that of high-grade armor or top-tier weaponry. This scroll ranked among the top 10 rewards he had received during his years of check-ins. To acquire a ceiling-type supreme treasure right upon his arrival was indeed fortunate, and a smile spread across his face. Not every treasure was beneficial to him, yet this Lanhai Demon Scroll was a commendable addition. Next, he planned to offer his materials in exchange for contribution points, and, subsequently, to acquire what he desired. As he prepared for his breakthrough to immortality, it would be advantageous to have as many accompanying supreme treasures as possible. After all, he currently possessed 4 bodies. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a spatial ring, stepping forward to eliminate his life imprint from within, placing the ring upon the stone platform. This spatial ring was filled with a plethora of superfluous treasure materials he had collected over the years, the majority of which were acquired from the Celestial Tower. A series of azure threads erupted from the stone platform, enveloping the spatial ring and extending inward to meticulously inspect the treasures contained within. Chapter 395, Appraisal. Wang Yi observed the scene in silence, knowing that the appraisal was conducted by the virtual universe system, which would determine the value with unparalleled accuracy. When it came to value assessment, none could rival the virtual universe system. Moreover, employing the system for such evaluations ensured absolute fairness, as it was an impeccably executed intelligent system, devoid of personal bias or profit motives. All strong entities placed their trust in it. Wang Yi was unconcerned that his materials would be misappropriated. While the virtual universe system might gain some advantage in certain aspects, it was fundamentally equitable. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the annex. Rare materials, 691 pieces. Supreme materials, 213 pieces. Offering to the race will yield 98 supreme points. Wang Yi, do you wish to donate these treasures to the race? The voice was gentle and soothing. Is that all? Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Although he had not submitted all his materials, he had contributed a significant quantity. In truth, 98 supreme points was not an insignificant sum. But given the vast array of powerful treasures he currently possessed, his expectations had risen, causing him to view this figure with disdain. It seems I must return to the treasure trove of the Ancestor God sect to see if I can acquire something more valuable. Wang Yi mused internally. Wang Yi, do you wish to donate these treasures to the race? The voice inquired again. Of course, Wang Yi replied, his expression relaxing. With a crack, the central stone platform split apart, parting to either side, as the spatial ring gently descended into the chasm below. Following this, the platform closed once more, reverting to its original form. This is a detailed exchange list of precious treasures for the human race, the gentle voice continued, and suddenly a hazy, enormous gray list materialized in the air, displaying 4 major categories: supreme treasures, rare treasures, materials, and special resources. Wang Yi gazed up at the immense gray list suspended in the air, commencing a meticulous study of the treasures belonging to the human race. What appears to be a straightforward categorization into 4 primary classes reveals, upon deeper investigation, a staggering compilation that likely enumerates all the quintessential wealth of humanity. Undoubtedly, many aspects of this inventory are currently beyond Wang Yi's reach. For instance, the category of supreme treasures is subdivided into 5 tiers: ordinary supreme treasures, advanced supreme treasures, top-tier supreme treasures, pinnacle supreme treasures, and ultimate supreme treasures. At present, he can only access ordinary and advanced supreme treasures, while top-tier, pinnacle, and ultimate supreme treasures remain entirely inaccessible to him. His gaze briefly lingers on the ultimate supreme treasures, and he shakes his head. Perhaps humanity once possessed them, but certainly not now. Otherwise, the colossal axe-wielder would not engage others bare-chested, risking his life in the cosmic sea over an axe. To speak of ultimate supreme treasures is to suggest that even pinnacle supreme treasures are exceedingly rare. Currently, apart from the enigmatic Tower of Heaven, Wang Yi's assets include the domain-class ultimate supreme treasure, the prismatic Aurora Lake, and 2 pinnacle supreme treasures, alongside 1 ultimate supreme treasure, collectively nearing or even surpassing the entirety of human wealth. Regarding contribution points, they are categorized into 2 tiers. Bestowing treasures upon the race will earn 1 either heavy treasure points or supreme treasure points. Typically, the most ordinary heavy treasure, when offered to the race, yields approximately 0.5 heavy treasure points to 1.5 heavy treasure points. However, certain exceptional heavy treasures, or even sets of heavy treasures, as well as domain-class heavy treasures akin in value to ordinary supreme treasures, such as the Palace of Flight or soul-related treasures, command a significantly higher price. As for supreme treasures, the most commonplace one yields about 1 supreme treasure point when donated to the race. The conversion rate between heavy treasure points and supreme treasure points is perpetually fluctuating, generally standing at 1 supreme treasure point equating to 3,000 to 4,000 heavy treasure points, with the current exchange rate being 1 supreme treasure point for 3,220 heavy treasure points. As for the materials Wang Yi considered earlier, while the precious heavy treasure grade materials are manageable, a total of 10,000 items would scarcely equate to a single supreme treasure point. His contribution primarily stems from the 213 pieces of supreme treasure materials he possesses, some of which are relatively rare and can yield a greater number of supreme treasure points. Hundreds to thousands of heavy treasures are necessary to exchange for a single ordinary supreme treasure. After a while of contemplation, Wang Yi recalls his objective and speaks up. Suddenly, the form transforms, revealing a plethora of intricate resource exchanges. Upon gazing at the densely packed list, he reiterates Heart of Space. In a flash, only one material appears, prompting Wang Yi to scrutinize the exchange price, unable to suppress a frown. 10 supreme treasure points? The worth of this advanced primordial supreme treasure material rivals that of 10 ordinary supreme treasures. Initially, Wang Yi intended to exchange for several other items, but for now, he must prioritize acquiring the Heart of Space. For the powerful, it is not the quantity of treasures that matters, but their quality. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi retrieves another spatial ring, and upon appraisal, it reveals an exchange value of 0. 6 supreme treasure points. Combined, that totals to 1.04 supreme treasure points, sufficient to obtain the Heart of Space. A smile graces Wang Yi's face. The Heart of Space requires 10 supreme treasure points for exchange. Wang Yi, without hesitation, affirms the transaction. With a resounding boom, the stone slab gradually fractures, the separation occurring at a leisurely pace until it unveils a passage leading into an unfathomable abyss. Following this, a treasure slowly ascends, revealing a peculiar crystalline sphere with 10,081 facets. Portions of its surface ripple like water, at times resembling translucent flames, and at others, mimicking the growth of flora. This is the Heart of Space, a core material of primordial class supreme treasures, valued comparably to many lower-tier supreme treasures. As the Heart of Space glides toward him, Wang Yi grasps it in his hand, releasing a breath of relief. He has finally acquired it. This time, Wang Yi has come to Chaos City in his human form, while a doppelganger resides in the ancestral god's secret realm. As the world of glory encompasses the entire secret realm of the ancestral god, to continue the battle within the world of glory, he must maintain a conscious projection there. However, the Void Insect Clan doppelganger has accompanied Wang Yi into his inner world. Upon contact with the Heart of Space, the life crystal nucleus within the doppelganger, also possessing 10,081 facets and inscribed with intricate spatial law runes, resonates with the Heart of Space. Waves of extraordinary energy flow into the life crystal nucleus, gradually initiating its transformation. Indeed, this is possible, the Void Insect Clan doppelganger exclaims, exhilarated. The immense essence of the Heart of Space continuously transmits to the life crystal nucleus, and gradually, a golden runic pattern emerges within it. While some original patterns alter and fade away, new runes are born and vanish. However, due to the doppelganger's genetic tier already reaching an exceptionally high level without the activation of the beast goddess blood, these changes are significantly less profound than those seen in Luo Feng's Demon Slayer doppelganger, failing to alter his genetic tier or enhance his power, yet merely modifying the innate secret methods of the Void Insect Clan doppelganger. It concludes, the life crystal nucleus of the Void Insect Clan doppelganger, already containing runes, has now become even more intricate with the addition of a third set of runes. The innate secret method of the Void Insect Clan doppelganger, Void Stealth, has evolved to include an additional domain capability. Chapter 396, Chaos Ruins, Chaos Divine Wings. Within the inner court of Chaos City, at the Lord's estate, Your Highness Wang, the Lord has given orders for you to enter upon your arrival. The immortal divine guards at the inner court do not impede his passage. To outsiders, Wang has been diligently cultivating in Chaos City, which is also part of the strategic arrangement by the Human High Council. Thus, his appearance at the Lord's estate raises no eyebrows. Standing before the courtyard of the Chaos Ruins, this time, the Honorable Unity did not come to receive him. Wang Yi muses to himself that last time, due to the panel upgrade, he was unable to sign in at the Chaos Ruins even until he departed from Chaos City. He wonders what he might accomplish this time at the Chaos Ruins. Taking a step forward, he is enveloped in a thunderous roar. Time and space shift. In Wang, he finds himself on the vast, desolate continent, littered with the corpses of billions of races, where a figure sits cross-legged in the distance. I pay my respects to the Lord of Chaos City. Wang Yi approaches cautiously and bows respectfully. Unlike the imposing figure clad in golden armor and exuding authority he encountered in the virtual universe, the Lord of Chaos City presiding over the Chaos Ruins appears fearsome and monstrous, resembling a colossal, scaled dragon man. Yet his eyes remain gentle and profound. akin to the vastness of the ocean and the depths of the starry sky. The Lord of Chaos City smiles and nods at Wang Yi. It has been over 10,000 years since we last met. You have made remarkable progress. The Lord of Chaos City expresses his sentiments. Having observed Wang Yi's actions in the outer domain battlefield and the endeavors of the ancestral god sect, and he is pleased with Wang Yi's achievements, especially as he is on the verge of defeating countless alien inheritors, thus accumulating a substantial number of glory points, which would be exchanged for numerous inheritance opportunities, increasing the likelihood of his ascension to the status of a cosmic sovereign. How could the Lord of Chaos City not take this seriously? You mentioned that you have questions regarding your comprehension of the laws. Feel free to ask. The Lord of Chaos City encourages. Wang Yi bows respectfully and, while speaking, contemplates silently. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Reward, Chaos Divine Wings, X16. The Chaos Divine Wings. A pinnacle mechanical treasure of eternal true God level crafted from the laws of time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, thunder, and wind, consist of 6 pairs of wings. The fully realized Chaos Divine Wings possess 5 distinct activation methods, and each of the 6 pairs of wings serves a unique purpose. The first pair allows for accelerated escape through time and space, usable even by some geniuses, including those who are immortal or revered. The second pair grants control over time and space, a simplified version of divine authority that even ordinary law masters can wield. The third pair enables the user to manifest the void, a simplified form of the void, true God's ability to conceive the void, accessible to any true God. The fourth pair of wings allows the wielder to manifest a miniature universe with a mere thought, serving as a simplified version of the eternal true God's miniature cosmos, typically utilized by general void true gods. The fifth pair of wings grants a certain degree of control over chaos, which is also the origin of the name Chaos Divine Wings. This pair is generally employed by eternal true gods, and with its aid, one may possess a fragment of the might associated with sacred beings. The sixth pair of wings, known as the Wings of Attack, is indomitable and immensely powerful, embodying the characteristics of the entire chaos law, making it suitable for any formidable practitioner. Such treasures are propelled by a core of origin, and currently, only one pair remains. To achieve its utmost potency, the other 5 pairs must be gathered, with numerous capabilities and a certain degree of control over chaos. An eternal true God wielding, it could exhibit some strength akin to that of sacred beings. Wang Yi gazed upon this information, blinking in astonishment. Was this not merely a counterfeit of the Chaos Golden Wings? The primary distinction from the Chaos Golden Wings lies in the fact that it inherently encompasses all fundamental laws, thus granting any strong practitioner the opportunity to wield it. On the ancient battlefield of civilization, legions engage in combat, utilizing collective treasures such as Gene State S Gene Luo Tiendi, alongside singular treasures, with the Chaos Golden Wings standing as one of the finest in ancient civilization. Wang Yi Musit. In essence, my Chaos Divine Wings are but a replica of the Chaos Golden Wings, sharing the same rank. Mechanical treasures hold little utility for sacred beings, and are nearly useless against entities of divine rank. In contrast, mechanical treasures wielded by eternal true gods represent the pinnacle of such artifacts. I have acquired the first pair of wings, albeit incomplete, with 5 more pairs yet to be obtained. Wang Yi felt a twinge of frustration. He speculated that gathering the Chaos Divine Wings would be nearly impossible, unless fortune smiled upon him, as the likelihood of encountering other components of the Chaos Golden Wings was far greater. Truly, this troublesome situation seemed incessant. After elucidating Wang Yi's doubts, the Chaos City Lord inquired, "Your comprehension of the laws should now be sufficient. When do you plan to break through to immortality?" Wang Yi responded with utmost respect. "If all goes well, I intend to achieve this breakthrough in the forthcoming period." The Chaos City Lord nodded with a smile. "Yes, strive for an early breakthrough. Becoming a pillar of strength for our kin will elevate your status within our ranks." The Chaos City Lord held great expectations for Wang Yi. Upon exiting the Chaos Ruins, Wang Yi glanced at the pair of Chaos Divine Wings in his interface, a wave of joy washing over him. He now possessed the superlative treasure, the Celestial Tower, the Ordinary Palace Treasure, the Fire Spiral Palace, the Domain Class Supreme Treasure, the Prismatic Aurora Lake, the Ranged Weapon Treasure, the Celestial Ceiling Star Map, the Pinnacle Treasure Armor, the Calamity Armor, the Soul Class Pinnacle Treasure, the Original Soul, and the Ordinary Ceiling Class Treasure, the Luminous Demon Axis. However, the only weapon treasure capable of engaging in direct combat, The celestial sealing star map required the infusion of a substantial number of sealing stars to unleash its full power, which proved insufficient at the level of cosmic overlords or the masters of the universe. Overall, Wang Yi's defensive capabilities were exceedingly strong, yet he lacked any weapon treasures suited for direct confrontation. I need a powerful weapon treasure, Wang Yi contemplated as he strode from the city lord's estate, stroking his chin. Regrettably, while the void insect avatar resided on the ancestral god's mysterious realm of Zijing Island, only his human form could sign in, and his forthcoming endeavors necessitated his human self. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yi resolved, the treasure trove lies just ahead. It is not too late to pursue it after I achieve immortality. Having concluded his business in Chaos City, Wang Yi acquired a sealing-class treasure and the first pair of wings belonging to the eternal true god, which only exhibited the capabilities of an ordinary treasure. He also obtained the Heart of Space, bestowing his void insect avatar with the innate ability to evolve into a domain, marking a substantial haul. In a distant expanse, at the core of the ancestral god's mysterious realm, Zijing Island, a stunning castle stood beside a lake, where a beautifully formed human avatar of the void insect clan meditated at a height, its consciousness intertwined with a world of glory. The avatar was fervently racking up points. At that moment, Wang Yi's ranking as the first of the triple inheritors in the Black Book of the Glory World had surged ahead, with victories far surpassing those of the second place. 398, 565 victories and 0 defeats. Chapter 397. The Secret Realm of Wuhua. Next, I shall journey to the ice prison star within the Wuhua Secret Realm. A metallic spacecraft, resembling a silver crescent moon, traversed the dark cosmos at nearly 100 times the speed of light. Inside the vessel was Wang Yi, who had departed from Chaos City nearly a year prior. The universe secret realm housing the ice prison star was exceedingly remote. Wang Yi remarked it. I teleported from the divine kingdom of my servant to the nearest point to that universe secret realm, yet there remains a distance of over 10 billion light years. Even at nearly 100 times the speed of light in the dark cosmos, it will still take approximately a year to arrive. It turned out that the recluse had placed the third metal fragment of the 9 Calamity secret tome on the ice prison star to temper his third disciple. Currently, my greatest concern lies in whether the recluse has actually placed the third metal fragment there. Otherwise, my journey would be in vain. Wang Yi's voice sank. Of course, spending a year or two is inconsequential for him. The Wuhua secret realm has a maximum diameter of 160,000 light years, classifying it as a small-scale universe secret realm. Its overall danger level is moderate, accessible to immortal deities. Except for 6 extremely perilous zones, the remaining areas of the Wuhua secret realm pose relatively low threats, only endangering ordinary immortals. However, within the 6 extremely dangerous regions, even cosmic sovereigns may meet their demise. The ice prison star is situated within one of these perilous zones. The entire ice prison star belt has a maximum diameter of merely 21 light years, easily traversable in a single teleportation. With a flash, the void insect avatar clad in purple golden armor emerged in the outer space of the ice prison star belt. Ice prison star, here we are, the void insect avatar murmured. Teleportation generates unique spatial fluctuations that can be sensed by those adept in long-distance teleportation. Yet, the void insect avatar, having mastered the domain, could suppress these fluctuations, evading the notice of any powerful entities. The domain technique is quite formidable, Wang Yi thought, realizing that unless one becomes the master of the universe, this method remains significantly powerful. The domain and teleportation are entirely distinct techniques. The domain allows the void insect avatar to completely transform into a space with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, seamlessly merging with the existing space, and subsequently reverting to the void insect avatar. A typical cosmic sovereign can teleport 1,000 light years at once, while the void insect avatar, having mastered the domain, can achieve approximately 100 light years per teleportation. Moreover, prior to employing this innate secret technique, the void insect avatar can effortlessly blend into spatial fluctuations without triggering any unusual disturbances. Once it departs, even space-manipulating sovereigns would find it challenging to pursue. Previously, my reluctance to venture into the Wuhua secret realm stemmed from the ice prison star belt's possession of unique life forms comparable to cosmic sovereigns. Without the domain, my void insect avatar would stand no chance of escape if discovered. As Wang Yi cautiously advanced within the ice prison star belt, employing the domain and adhering to the route indicated by his detection instruments, he contemplated Within the entire ice prison star belt lie two cosmic sovereigns, both belonging to the Dooku race, and due to their thousand-fold genetic tier, their combat prowess is terrifying. Wang Yi halted, observing before him a cascade of vibrant waters, akin to ribbons, encircling the very core of the ice prison star belt. These waters exuded an overwhelming chill, marking the perilous depths of the ice prison star belt. Enclosed by this starry belt was a vast region, where numerous frozen celestial bodies came into view, hinting at the presence of hundreds of planets. That is the ice prison star, the dwelling of the Dooku race. Wang Yi felt a powerful call emanating from that cluster of ice prison stars. It's that one. Wang Yi's gaze instantly fixed upon one of them. The summons originated from there. The recluse indeed left a metal fragment in that location. Wang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wang Yi had no intention of seizing the metal fragment. Firstly, it was a test left by the recluse for his third disciple, undoubtedly accompanied by some measures, making it easily detectable by the recluse. Secondly, the revered Ziku had left behind tracking methods on the metallic fragments, and Wang Yi's act of stealing them was tantamount to inviting a relentless pursuit from Ziku. He was not so idle as to welcome such attention. As long as I can sign in, that's sufficient, Wang Yi silently resolved. With the stealth abilities of his Void Insect clan avatar, as long as he did not confront Zika face-to-face, he had no reason to fear detection. First, he needed to approach the ice prison star and locate the palace concealing the metallic remnants. Just as Wang Yi was about to set his plan into motion, he suddenly sensed something amiss, concealed his form, and glanced to the side. In the distance, amidst the vast, tumultuous river of stars, several indistinct figures surged forth. Ha ha ha! Wang Yi observed the blurry silhouettes emerging from the starry river, his heart stirred with intrigue. Is that Ziku? The figures were distinctly divided into purple and azure, their surfaces adorned with crystalline armors of corresponding hues. The Ziku of purple resembled beautiful human women, while the azure Ziku appeared as strikingly handsome human men. In truth, the Ziku were a unique life form, devoid of any inherent gender. A few domain lord-level Ziku frolicked nearby. Wang Yi stood quietly off to the side, reflecting on their carefree demeanor. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore their merriment, turning to vanish without a trace, subsequently reappearing in the starry expanse approximately 20 million kilometers from the ice prison star. His detection instruments remained active. Cautiously, Wang Yi began his approach towards the ice prison star, ultimately entering its frigid domain. This ice prison star boasted a diameter of over 8,000 kilometers. Its surface barren and desolate, radiating an oppressive chill. Only broad passageways led deep into the heart of the ice prison star. Selecting one at random, Wang Yi glided inward, employing a miniature detection device as he advanced. The deeper he ventured, the colder it became. After flying over 3,000 kilometers, he finally reached the terminus. Wang Yi's heart raced. Deep within the ice prison star, a magnificent palace, soaring over 1,000 kilometers and crafted entirely from a mosaic of purple and azure ice, materialized before him. An aura of palpable dread emanated from within, indicating the presence of a Zika lord. Wang Yi concealed himself with even greater caution, stealthily making his way toward the palace. An intangible wave of energy radiated throughout the palace, yet remained oblivious to his presence as it passed by. Fortunately, my Void Insect clan avatar possesses the second innate secret method, Phantom of the Void, along with the domain, ensuring my concealment, Wang Yi mused inwardly. While he was confident in his ability to elude the Zika Lord, awakening the vigilance of two such beings would complicate his infiltration significantly. After all, Wang Yi's sole aim was to sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Reward: Ice Prison Starstone. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Reward: Ice Prison Azure Dew. These two treasures, renowned throughout the cosmos, included the Ice Prison Starstone and the Ice Prison Azure Dew, the latter of which could only be crafted by the Azure Zika Lord through immense effort, while the Purple Zika Lord could laboriously produce the Ice Prison Starstone. Both were exceedingly valuable materials with extraordinary properties. The Ice Prison Starstone, merely the size of a fingernail, was worth around 2 trillion mixed origin units. Not to mention the ones Wang Yi had acquired, which were the size of a fist. However, Wang Yi found little joy in his haul. Nine Tribulations Secret Tome. Come fort, he muttered internally. Perhaps the heavens heard his silent plea. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Reward: Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, 5th and 6th Tribulations Techniques. This reward is the highest available at the current location. You can no longer receive any further rewards here. The sign-in limit at this location is now 0. Chapter 398. The Fifth and Sixth Tribulations of Nine Tribulations. The Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, 5th. Sixth Tribulation. The Fifth Tribulation allows for a 48-fold enhancement of genetic life levels. The Sixth Tribulation permits a 96-fold enhancement. In that instant, every aspect of Wang Yi, his human form, the Flame Star Giant Beast Avatar, the Void Insect Clan Avatar, and the Shadow Sea Avatar, experienced a genetic elevation to 96-fold. The Void Insect Clan Avatar, originally at 280-fold, would theoretically increase to 26,880-fold. However, due to the limitations imposed by the laws of cosmic operation, 10,000 times was the maximum limit. Thus, the Void Insect Clan Avatar could only attain a genetic level of 10,081-fold, no longer needing the Beast Goddess power for enhancement. The Void Insect Clan Avatar now possessed a flawless genetic level on its own. The human body surged to 96-fold. The Flame Star Giant Beast Avatar rose to an astonishing 960-fold, bolstered by the Beast Goddess power 100-fold. Previously, it had struggled to reach the 10,000-fold genetic level, but now it finally achieved that pinnacle. Roar. In the domain of the Tower of Heaven's laws, a Flame Star Giant Beast, exceeding 1,000 kilometers in length, raised its head in an exultant roar. Its sinews, sharp horns, and muscles all began to swell dramatically, while it voraciously absorbed vast amounts of world power from within its own realm, causing its length to continuously expand. 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. Achieving a perfect genetic level, the blessing of the primordial universe descended, allowing its body to reach over 90,000 kilometers in size. This was the reason why the mightiest cosmic sovereigns and the strongest beings in the universe had divine bodies, each exceeding 90,000 kilometers in length. They had all attained the perfect 10,000-fold genetic level. However, it became increasingly challenging to enhance genetic levels further. 10,081-fold was the true perfection. Thus, many cosmic sovereigns, even if they reached 9,000-fold or 10,000-fold, possessed power comparable to those with perfect genetic levels, yet their divine body sizes remained vastly different. As the Flame Star Giant Beast tread upon the land, its claws resembled celestial pillars, towering tens of thousands of kilometers high, while its body stretched over 90,000 kilometers. Its scaled tail rivaled the main body in size, and its scaled wings, when unfurled, could entirely envelop the heavens, containing unfathomable power. In this moment, the Flame Star Giant Beast attained the perfect genetic level. Even if it were to deactivate the Beast Goddess power, the bestowal of the primordial universe would not retract, allowing it to maintain its imposing form of over 90,000 kilometers indefinitely. Simultaneously, within the time realm, the Shadow Sea Avatar underwent monumental changes. The Shadow Sea, having expanded to the limits of the time realm, could not grow further, yet its genetic level continued to rise. Originally at 300-fold from training in the Fourth Tribulation, it transformed to a staggering 7,200-fold. Now it continually surged to 8,000-fold, 9,000-fold, and ultimately reached the perfect genetic level of 10,081-fold. Should the Shadow Sea condense a small avatar again, it could possess approximately 1/10 of the main body, achieving a genetic level of 1,000-fold and a height of over 9,000 kilometers. Moreover, to Wang Yi's delight, upon reaching the perfect 10,000-fold genetic level, the core of the Flame Star Giant Beast indeed underwent a transformation. Each body possessed its own Source Pearl core and Life Crystal core, and the Shadow Sea Avatar was no exception. Therefore, only when the Flame Star Giant Beast itself attained the perfect 10,000-fold genetic level could its core change under the influence of the mysterious cosmic power, experiencing a rebirth. The universe's supreme, innate, secret methods could only be granted once due to the shared consciousness, but this core, being separate from the Flame Star Giant Beast Avatar, finally underwent a transformation. Wang Yi watched in delight as the core of the Flame Star Giant Beast, after this strange alteration, also exhibited a hazy and chaotic hue, effortlessly containing the vast inner world with a diameter of nearly 200 million kilometers. Furthermore, to Wang Yi's astonishment, upon reaching the 10,000-fold genetic level, the flame transformation automatically underwent a metamorphosis, granting it the ability to change its form. This essentially equated to the fourth layer of flame transformation. Yet it was unrecorded and could not be cultivated, only mastered by the Flame Star Giant Beast itself upon achieving the perfect 10,000-fold genetic level. How many individuals could possibly experience such extraordinary fortunes? The flame star beast, at present, can diminish to a mere 1 meter in height, while it can expand to a staggering 100,000 times its size. Wang Yi felt a surge of exhilaration, with its projection spanning over 90,000 kilometers. Approaching 100,000 kilometers, the flame star beast achieves immortality and can possess a divine form with a length exceeding 900 million times. Moreover, it is no longer constrained by its physical dimensions. It can alter its form, diverging from the fixed appearance of the flame star beast, rendering it significantly more agile in combat. The ability to enlarge and shrink will not affect the original prowess of the flame star beast, nor will it augment it. Although such notions may seem implausible, who can claim to fully comprehend the transformations of the primordial universe? It is akin to the concept of reversing time to resurrect, a notion even more fantastical. Yet the primordial universe grants this capability to the masters of the cosmos, making it feasible. The flame star beast gradually lowered its head, a glimmer of excitement flickering in its eyes. With the metamorphosis of its core, the internal world of the flame star beast can once again expand. Among all beings, the internal world of the flame star beast is the most extensive. This is because the other projections are fundamentally ordinary source orbs, which have inherent limits to their internal world expansion. In contrast, the flame star beast possesses the flame star core, akin to the golden horn stone of the golden horn beast, allowing it to bear the burden of a significantly larger internal world. The greater the internal world, the greater the strain on the core. The flame star beast expands its world by devouring precious materials, utilizing various energies to continuously strengthen its core, thereby enhancing its might, enabling it to possess an extraordinarily vast internal world. Consequently, the flame star beast can achieve a diameter of approximately 200 million kilometers, while the combined internal worlds of the other projections fall short of even half that measure. Within the internal world of the flame star beast, numerous cosmic crystal mountains materialized in the sky, one of which began to dissolve, releasing a plethora of worldly power that began to merge into this internal realm, which eagerly absorbed the boundless essence, akin to a famished child ravenously consuming nourishment. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. It continued to expand, growing ever larger. For this moment, Wang Yi had already prepared an abundance of cosmic crystals and various precious resources. And now an almost inexhaustible supply of cosmic crystals and treasures flowed into the flame star beast's being, causing its internal world to swell and flourish like sprouts after a rain. This process of devouring and expanding the internal world would take some time, yet Wang Yi could not afford to wait. The Void Insect Clan projection glanced at the palace before it, grinned widely, and then activated its domain. Silently, the Void Insect Clan projection departed from this place, appearing in a predetermined area 100 light-years away. Following a series of over 100 instantaneous teleportations, Wang Yi found himself within a stellar body, where an immortal divine servant awaited, ready to open the portal to the divine realm, swiftly transporting Wang Yi away. By the time the revered Dukkha noticed and attempted to pursue, it would be too late. In a flash of light, Wang Yi had already vanished from that location. Chapter 399, The Storm Approaches. In the core of the Ancestor God's secret realm, at Zijing Island, beneath a willow tree by the lakeside, Wang Yi's shadowy ocean projection slowly rose to its feet. After nearly a year and 11 months, the battles in the glory world had finally come to an end. A hint of reflection crossed Wang Yi's face. With over 86 million battles fought, he had accumulated nearly 9 million glory points. Entering the realm of inheritance requires merely 100 glory points. Presently, countless individuals within the Ancestor God sect were consumed with envy and resentment towards Wang Yi. How infuriating! How could this human be so fortunate to acquire such an abundance of glory points, equating to numerous opportunities for inheritance? Having been in the Ancestor God sect for so many years, aside from the free inheritance opportunities, I have only entered twice. Now, the entire Ancestor God sect is abuzz with discussions surrounding Wang Yi's achievements in the glory world. Envy, jealousy, hostility, greed, a myriad of emotions swirled. Even within the Hongmeng alliance, sentiments towards Wang Yi were exceedingly complex. The human faction was manageable, yet the sentiments of other races within the alliance were far more intricate. Even among humans, there likely existed jealousy and animosity. However, Wang Yi was indifferent to these matters. He secluded himself within the castle, permitting no outsiders to enter, and only engaged in battles within the glory world, avoiding interactions in the open square where inheritors from various races congregated. Thus, the rumors and storms brewing outside bore no consequence to him. Yet, the noise I have stirred may have drawn the attention of other forces, and it is possible that assassination attempts will emerge against me. Wang Yi murmured, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his mind. The Ancestor God sect is indeed safe, but it cannot deter the madness of alien races. If they truly wish to strike, they can do so swiftly and lethally. Even the colorful Aurora Lake protecting Zijing Island requires a moment's response time. Should the intensity of the assassination be sufficient, perhaps in that fleeting moment, Wang Yi could meet his demise. I am merely a shadowy ocean projection. How could they possibly eliminate me? However, should they attempt to employ soul attacks to control me, that would indeed pose a significant challenge. Wang Yi strolled through the castle gardens. Everything was now in place. It was time to transcend to immortality. However, before that, I shall first visit the realm of inheritance to receive a legacy. My path of the beast god has reached perfection at the 3rd level. I should be ready to accept the 4th level of inheritance. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. Perhaps I can swiftly comprehend the 4th level and ascend to the rank of a revered master. Stepping into the 4th level of the beast god path would enable me to transcend to the cosmic revered rank. This was precisely how the historical figure, the true Yin King, accomplished his ascent. Yet, while it sounds straightforward, the execution of this step has thwarted countless kings from achieving immortality in the universe. To the realm of inheritance I shall go. Wang Yi was resolute. After all, his true human form was still with the void insect clan projection, en route back to the human territories, and his acceptance of inheritance would take no more than a day, thus would not delay any matters. Clad in the infernal god armor that could disguise and mask his aura, Wang Yi's shadowy ocean projection was recognized as the castle's master, the human inheritor, upon his emergence. The palatial residences of the various inheritors on Zijing Island sprawled several thousand kilometers away from Wang Yi's castle. Beside a lake stood an ancient estate resembling a black pyramid, the abode of a revered inheritor from the Mechanical Clan Alliance. However, atop this estate lay a cosmic revered being of peculiar form, quietly observing. This cosmic revered figure possessed 3 oddly shaped heads, 4-hooved limbs, a body reminiscent of an elephant, and 2 tails, with all 3 heads currently sporting a grim demeanor. This cosmic revered being belonged to the Mechanical Clan Alliance, specifically a member of the Meta race, who had long come to the Ancestor God sect to receive inheritance. The Alliance had dispatched me here to monitor and observe that human, Zhugong. The 3 heads, with the central one featuring a vertical pupil radiating an ominous glow, belonged to the Qi Tong revered one, whose innate secret technique allowed it to pierce through numerous illusions and disguises. Even some cosmic masters could not see through the illusions that it could. Additionally, adept in soul attacks. This was precisely why the Mechanical Clan Alliance had sent it to observe the recently celebrated human, Zhugong, to discern whether he was the Hunter King of the human faction or merely another prodigy. Clearly, various races harbored suspicions regarding Zhugong's true identity. Possessing more information would enable them to devise various strategies accordingly. I, a dignified cosmic revered being, am reduced to running errands to surveil a king-level Qi Tong revered one, a thought that brought mild grievance. Yet, the orders of the Mechanical Clan Alliance were not to be defied. Presently, I am merely observing. Should the Alliance deem this human a significant threat and require me to take action, a chill ran through the Qi Tong revered one's core, as this was precisely what it feared most. Today, Zhugong's battle is set to conclude, and he may likely emerge. The central head of the Qi Tong revered one fixed its sinister vertical pupil intently. The total number of battles fought by humanity in Zhejiang has now been roughly estimated by various parties, and at the pace of 10,000 battles per wave. With occasional discrepancies, it can be deduced that today marks the conclusion of these conflicts. The consciousness of the esteemed Qi Tong is connected to the realm of glory, observing the incessant fluctuations in humanity's achievements recorded in the Black Book. Only 15 battles remain. Then too, it is finished. A sigh of relief escaped Qi Tong as the thought of the immense glory points sent a shiver down its spine. For an entire year, witnessing humanity in Zhejiang amass such copious glory points filled it with envy and disbelief. How incredible it would be to possess such wealth in glory points. Perhaps it could aspire to become the sovereign of the universe. Eliminate him, Qi Tong mused. The Genius Alliance will undoubtedly not permit his rise. They will surely seek to extinguish him. This thought suddenly brightened Qi Tong's mood. Yet, the notion that it might one day receive an assassination order and be the executor darkened its spirits once more. Damn humans! It cursed bitterly. That human should be emerging soon, right? With so many glory points, he must be on the verge of accepting a legacy, which would require him to go to the passageway before the island master's palace, certainly leading him away from the castle. Qitong prostrated itself again, fixated on the distant castle, which suddenly appeared exceedingly irksome. If he remains inside, I shall be left here utterly impotent. After a while, the vertical pupil upon Qitong's forehead stirred, revealing a hint of excitement on its face. A human has emerged? In its line of sight, a figure clad in dark red battle armor slowly stepped out from the castle's entrance, bearing a striking resemblance to the human depicted in the records. Has he emerged? Qitong rose to its feet. No, wait. But as it continued to gaze, the vertical pupil upon Qitong's forehead widened in astonishment, the black radiance nearly tangible, as it appeared to witness something shocking, its face betraying an expression of disbelief. How could this be? The human is actually a realm master? Chapter 400. The human realm master, Wang Yi. In the mechanical race's virtual world headquarters, within the Yulan realm, a magnificent palace loomed in the starry expanse of deep space. Suddenly, a resounding voice reverberated through the void. What did you say? The human Zhejiang is a realm master? Indeed, my lord, replied a mechanical race elder, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, fashioned from sleek silver-blue metal, humbly kneeling before the magnificent presence upon the throne that seemed to merge with the cosmos itself. Our alliance dispatched Qitong to monitor the Hunter King, and the report has returned confirming that the Hunter King, or rather the human known as Zhejiang, is indeed a realm master without a doubt. The mechanical elder continued respectfully. Based on our assessments, it is most likely that he is the recently ascendant first genius of humanity, Wang Yi, who has concealed his aura with a treasure, thus rendering him unrecognizable. Wang Yi, a human, a realm master, and the Hunter King. The magnificent being upon the throne expressed a mix of astonishment and fury. Humans are truly despicable, managing to conceal themselves so deeply. Fortunately, we sent Qitong to investigate. Otherwise, once that human matures, he will pose a significant threat to our race. The prostrating mechanical elder inwardly sighed, contemplating how a realm master could disguise himself as an immortal through a treasure, achieving such a formidable reputation, slaying at the peak of the king's limit, remaining undefeated against the threefold inheritors of the ancestor god cult. He himself found it hard to believe upon first learning of it. This human is an extraordinary anomaly. He must not be allowed to remain. The mechanical race's great presence spoke coldly, with his talents and growth rate far exceeding that of the fallen Keti from years past. He may very well become a figure akin to the monarch of the celestial eclipse or the demon lord of the star abyss. At that point, removal would be even more challenging, and even if it could be accomplished, our race would incur an immeasurable cost. The voice of the mechanical race's great presence echoed solemnly within the palace. Thus, action must be taken swiftly. This unparalleled human genius must not be allowed to persist. He is still a realm master. He must be extinguished before he fully develops. The prostrating mechanical elder interjected, but my lord, the human Wang Yi is currently within the ancestor god cult, the preeminent power of the universe, where any action from other forces is strictly prohibited. It will be exceedingly difficult to make a move. Although the human Wang Yi is a realm master, he possesses the strength to slay at the peak of the king's limit. To eliminate him would require at least a realm elder, with a significant chance of failure. The mechanical race's sovereign acknowledged, finding the matter somewhat vexatious. However, the issue of this human cannot rest solely on our shoulders. Let it be disseminated. Spread the word that the human Zhejiang is the Hunter King, a realm master among humanity. Humans are not merely our enemies. We must also instill anxiety within the insect and demon races. The territories of the four apex races, humans, demons, mechanicals, and insects, are adjacent, resulting in fierce and ruthless conflicts among them. Whenever an extraordinary genius emerges from any race, the others will unite to eliminate the threat. It is evident that the mechanical race perceives the genius Wang Yi as a threat, yet they do not wish to shoulder the burden of assassinating him alone. Thus, they seek to share the burden with the insect and demon races. The Hunter King Zhejiang is indeed a realm master. This news struck like thunder from a clear sky, startling the pinnacle experts, and it spread with alarming rapidity throughout the universe. Almost within a day, the vast majority of forces across the cosmos were aware of it. As the center of the universe, the ancestor god cult, which gathers unparalleled talents from across the cosmos, received the news almost immediately. What? The Hunter King, that human Zhejiang is actually a realm master? How is that possible? He can easily slay peak king limit experts and remains undefeated in a million battles against the threefold inheritors of the glory world. Such a formidable genius cannot possibly be a realm master. Can a realm master possess such strength? Impossible. What a joke. Where did this information come from? This cannot be true. Throughout the glory world of Zhejiang Island, nearly every corner buzzed with discussions among the peak kings and immortals regarding the Hunter King. The information is undoubtedly true. The demon, mechanical, and insect races have all issued public bounties for the assassination of this Hunter King. If he is indeed a realm master, how could so many powerful beings fail to discern that? The auras of realm masters and immortals are entirely distinct. Some powerful beings remain skeptical. It is rumored that the Hunter King possesses a treasure capable of concealing one's aura and exerting a certain degree of pressure. It was only through the extraordinary insights of the mechanical race's Qi Tong, who possesses the gift of seeing through all, that the truth of the Hunter King's identity as a realm master was revealed, and this news originated from the mechanical race. A treasure? The Hunter King possesses a treasure? The universe's elders are in a frenzy over treasures. Indeed, how could the mechanical race jest about such matters, especially offering such a high bounty? There is no doubt that the human Zhejiang is a realm master. My heavens, I have actually lost to a realm master in the glory world. The human Zhejiang being a realm master is no wonder the mechanical race is in such a hurry, issuing sky-high bounties. The mechanical, insect, and demon races are offering treasures. Whoever can successfully eliminate this human will receive treasures from all three races. What? That amounts to 3 treasures? Such a steep price, truly befitting the 3 apex races. Their wealth is indeed formidable. However, the exorbitant bounty also indicates the threat posed by Wang Yi. This treasure is something even realm elders covet. Whoever can eliminate this human will surely reap great rewards. Across the entirety of the ancestor god cult, not just Zhejiang Island, discussions regarding Wang Yi abound. After all, the feats accomplished by human Zhejiang in the glory world have been nothing short of astonishing. The revelation of the identity of the human realm's sovereign has thrust him into the limelight. The news spreads like wildfire, not only due to the connection of the human Zhejiang with the realm's master, but also because of the astronomical bounties placed on 3 coveted treasures. While the Lord of the universe may be indifferent to these treasures, the cosmic elders and the universe overlords cannot help but feel tempted. The information has nearly gone viral. The fact that the Hunter King of the human realm, Zhejiang, possesses such treasures is enough to incite envy and madness among countless powerful beings. Even ordinary precious treasures can incite fierce battles among kings, and a single treasure's worth can equate to hundreds or thousands of precious items. What a tantalizing allure. The magnitude of temptation is staggering. Even the Lord of the universe might find himself intrigued. Across the vast cosmos and among billions of clans within the recent days, countless factions have learned of the Hunter King's tale, ensuring his name resounds throughout the universe, reaching the ears of innumerable formidable entities. Naturally, the human clan also quickly became aware of this. The Lord of Chaos promptly contacted Wang Yi. Upon learning the news, Wang Yi exhibited a calm demeanor, albeit with a hint of surprise. But what of it? Soon, he would no longer be the realm's master. In the remote and shadowy expanse of the human territory, Wang Yi floated alone above a desolate crimson planet, casting a glance back at the profound and boundless starry sky, a smile gracing his lips. The time for his breakthrough had finally arrived. Chapter 401. The Breakthrough to Immortality. The next step involved shattering the shackles of the primordial core, communing with the ocean of laws, and transforming divine power to elevate himself to immortality. To achieve immortality, one must fully master a subordinate law. I shall utilize the primordial law of fire to transcend into immortality. On the desolate and shadowy planet, atop a towering peak, Wang Yi sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a blazing light rapidly expanding from his pupils, as if incinerating everything in its path. Fire, this is fire. A smile spread across Wang Yi's face, a sense of completeness flooding his heart. This was the fulfillment of comprehending a profound truth within the universe. In that moment, Wang Yi comprehensively grasped the entirety of the primordial law of fire. Boom! An invisible connection instantaneously linked Wang Yi to the ocean of the primordial fire laws. From this ocean, an endless essence surged forth, directly transmitted to him. Everything became irreversible. A colossal figure rose from the opposite side of the planet, revealing a fearsome visage. It was the avatar of the fiery star beast. The Void Insect Clan avatar and the Abyssal Sea avatar were also prepared simultaneously. Within Wang Yi's body lay the primordial pearl, and as it absorbed the essence from the ocean of fire laws, it instantaneously transformed, taking on the form of Wang Yi himself. The avatars of the fiery star beast, the void insect clan, and the abyssal sea, each possessing a life core, also fully comprehended the primordial law of fire, connecting their inner worlds to the ocean of laws from the cosmic origin, resulting in their primordial pearls manifesting their true forms. For primordial pearls broke through simultaneously. Whether one is a martial artist or a psychic master, the breakthrough to immortality relies on the primordial pearl. The annihilation of all things. A terrifying phantom of cosmic destruction materialized behind the fiery star beast, its body crashing towards its extraordinarily solid primordial core like a meteor. Bang! The inner walls of the core trembled violently, followed by a thunderous sound as it shattered into dust. Bang! Bang! The shackles of the primordial core were successively shattered. And in that moment of liberation, the four primordial pearls and the endless ocean of the primordial fire laws instantaneously connected. The primordial law of fire descended, manifesting in the skies above the planet where Wang Yi resided. The endless divine power of fire surged forth, transforming the surroundings into a realm of flames. Wang Yi's human form, the fiery star beast avatar, the void insect clan avatar, and the enormous abyssal sea entity were all exposed to the divine power of fire. Some realm masters, having just stepped into immortality, required only a small amount of divine power to transform their divine bodies. Yet, some exceptionally powerful realm masters, upon entering, immediately attained the status of kingly immortality, necessitating significantly more divine power, typically forming a divine body equivalent to 100,000 times that of a realm master. Wang Yi, however, with his human form, had successfully cultivated to the sixth tribulation at a staggering 96 times, reaching the pinnacle of beastly divine power. With his life gene level exceeding 5,000 times, his human form's divine body, upon completion, surpassed 500 million times the power of a realm master. This already eclipsed the vast majority of cosmic elders, as those with a life gene level of 10 times were merely at 100 million times the power of a realm master. The endless divine power of fire flooded in. The divine body, boasting 500 million times the power of a realm master, required an astonishing amount of divine energy. The void insect clan avatar, towering over 90,000 kilometers, had a life gene level reaching 10,000 times, thus demanding even more divine power. The fiery star beast avatar had now transformed into a colossal entity exceeding 900,000 kilometers, dwarfing a planet, rendering the shadowy planet beside it trivial. Its divine power requirement was unfathomable compared to that of the human form. The most extravagant was the blood sea, with a diameter surpassing 10 billion kilometers. Its life gene level also reaching a perfect 10,000 times. The amount of divine power required for a human cosmic elder's divine body could not even compare to a fraction of this blood sea. The transition into immortality typically produces little commotion. For instance, when an ordinary immortal transcends to become a cosmic elder, the noise is minimal. However, the disturbance caused by Wang Yi's ascendance to immortality was overwhelmingly colossal, surpassing that of countless others transitioning into cosmic elders, as he outclassed them in both quality and quantity by millions of times. The overwhelming might enveloped the entire starry expanse, cloaking it in the divine power of fire laws. The pressure was inconceivable, exceeding that manifested by ordinary cosmic elders. Above the planet, the universe seemed to be in upheaval, as an infinite ocean of laws appeared to be cascading down, divine power pouring into the void, a clear manifestation of Wang Yi fervently absorbing boundless divine energy. The greater the commotion, the more it signifies a terrifying increase in strength. On the planet, Wang Yi sat cross-legged, his human form having been fully transformed by divine power. The imprint of his soul melding with every ounce of divine energy, each fragment bearing his mark, thus becoming his unique divine power. An overwhelming divine might permeated the air. This pressure, more formidable than that of an ordinary cosmic elder. Yet above the starry expanse, the endless divine ocean continued unabated, as if a celestial river were in reverse. Countless waters surging from the void, violently flooding into the boundless blood sea and the fiery star beast avatar. For a moment, it seemed as though the world had descended into chaos. The void insect clan avatar, towering over 90,000 kilometers, was the second to complete its transformation, emanating an imposing aura that caused the stars to tremble. Its intensity surpassed that of the human form. Amidst the tidal wave of divine power, The fiery star beast floated in the cosmos, its wings spread wide, letting out an exhilarated roar. The fiery star beast avatar, endowed with a unique secret technique, could attain a divine body nearing 1 million kilometers. Wang Yi sensed the transformation of the avatar's divine body, his gaze flickering, but found he could no longer utilize other secret techniques to expand its form, leading him to ponder whether the fiery star beast's limit was indeed a divine body of nearly 1 million kilometers. Although slightly disappointing, Wang Yi was still accepting. This outcome was within his expectations. A divine body of 1 million kilometers was already extraordinary. Wang Yi, in his human form, stood above the planet, gazing at the boundless blood sea. As the infinite ocean of divine power poured forth, the blood sea began to change color. The once tumultuous ocean of blood was gradually transforming into the hue of an ordinary sea, shifting from crimson to a rich sanguine, then to a pale shade, becoming increasingly lighter over time. The ratio of divine power within the entire ocean surged, undergoing a frenzied transformation. Though vast, the abyssal sea still had limits. After a brief moment, the entire blood sea was wholly transmuted, becoming a true ocean of divine power. Before him lay an ocean of immense proportions, with the endless waters undulating, seemingly ordinary, yet composed of divine power, equivalent to 1 billion times the strength of a realm master. Its might was boundless. The endless abyssal sea, with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, was immense, and its size enabled it to absorb divine power at an astonishing rate. A human towering at 2 meters stands in stark contrast to the world tree, which reaches heights of over 1 billion kilometers, with the former's capacity to absorb divine energy being surpassed by a staggering factor of over 1 billion times. The rate at which divine energy is absorbed is more formidable than that of any top-tier primordial treasure. The energy required to restore a divine body of merely 9,000 kilometers in stature can be replenished in just a matter of minutes by the endless abyss of 100 billion kilometers in diameter. Wang Yi appeared above the boundless abyss, surveying the scene with a smile, and upon stepping into immortality, this endless abyss could expand even further. However, this enlargement would rely on the abyss itself to gradually absorb divine energy thereafter. Upon entering immortality, one can wholly transform into a divine body, gaining an inexhaustible supply of divine power. Yet, upon ascending to the rank of a venerable being, the master of the universe, such fortune does not await, as the extent of transformation then becomes a matter of chance. Thus, Wang Yi's successful transition into immortality marked the next phase, the construction of a divine realm. Chapter 402, Unparalleled Might. Wang Yi stood amidst the now tranquil cosmos, a beaming smile adorning his face. My current human divine body possesses a power exceeding 500 million times that of a realm master. The avatar of the flame star behemoth boasts a mass of 1 billion times that of a divine body. The void insect clan avatar also mirrors this mass. The abyss avatar similarly matches this magnitude of 1 billion times a divine body. 1 billion times signifies not mere quantity, but a qualitative leap. It is akin to the distinction between being an immortal king and an immortal marquis, where the disparity in divine body strength exceeds at least tenfold. In terms of quantity, it reflects size. For instance, the human form is less than 2 meters, while the Void Insect Clan avatar stretches over 90,000 kilometers, revealing a staggering difference in scale. If one were to expend the same amount of divine energy, the Void Insect Clan avatar would instill despair within the human body. 1 billion times the power of a realm master is typically attainable only by ordinary cosmic venerables. Currently, Wang Yi's divine body power alone, complemented by his 3 avatars, does not pale in comparison to an ordinary cosmic venerable, with the human form trailing by merely a factor of 2. With the amplification of secret techniques, achieving 100-fold amplification, both the Void Insect Clan and Flame Star Behemoth avatars would yield a staggering power of 100 billion times that of a realm master. Wang Yi squinted his eyes. Normally, the pinnacle of an immortal king is 10,000 times the power of a realm master. Upon breaking through to venerable status, the divine body power would amplify 100-fold, resulting in a staggering 10 million times that of a realm master. Assuming a cosmic overlord could reach the genetic limit of ordinary life at 100-fold, that would equate to 1 billion times the power of a realm master. The top cosmic overlords, possessing that 100-fold genetic capacity, could nearly all achieve a 100-fold amplification, resulting in 100 billion times the power of a realm master. Calculating Wang Yi's current divine body power, combined with the amplification of secret techniques, undoubtedly places him at the apex of cosmic overlords. Who could have anticipated that a realm master, merely having broken through to immortality, would exhibit such extraordinary prowess? The perfect limit of genetic capacity, 10,000 times. The hundredfold amplification of secret techniques. All have reached the zenith of the universe. Cosmic overlords are often distinguished by their higher comprehension of laws, creating stronger ultimate techniques. On the surface, their aura may not differ significantly from that of some cosmic venerables, thus rendering it impossible to ascertain the true strength of an unfamiliar cosmic overlord unless they choose to reveal their power. Moreover, Wang Yi has already mastered the ultimate secret techniques of the universe. The father of the Night Candle King, the respected Flame Eater, is merely a higher cosmic venerable. Wang Yi's current strength now surpasses that of the once dominant respected Flame Eater, and should he encounter that detestable Night Candle King again, he could unleash his wrath at will. Wang Yi smiled, noting that the two pinnacle treasures, the Robe of Calamity and the Primordial Soul, are now within his grasp. The Robe of Calamity and the Primordial Soul manifest in three distinct forms. The first form requires a power of 100 million times that of a realm master to activate. Once activated, it can reduce material and spiritual attacks to a mere thousandth of their original strength. Spiritual attacks are diminished to 1/10. Furthermore, it bestows the user with a power of 1 billion times that of a realm master. The second form demands 100 billion times the power of a realm master to function. Upon activation, it can reduce material and spiritual attacks to a mere 10,000th. Spiritual attacks are similarly diminished to 1/10. Additionally, it grants the user a staggering trillion times the power of a realm master. The cumulative effect of these two forms enhances their might, whether for material or spiritual defense. It ranks just beneath the most powerful treasures of this type. The vast majority of cosmic overlords do not possess such pinnacle treasures, let alone the exceedingly rare spiritual types. With the Robe of Calamity and the Primordial Soul, I effectively gain two super fortresses, achieving formidable defenses against both material and spiritual assaults. Coupled with my current cosmic overlord level will, even a cosmic master would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish me. Wang Yi musit. Now, when facing a cosmic master, I need not fear being subjected to soul control. After all, my will has reached the level of a cosmic overlord. Attempting to control a cosmic overlord through spiritual means? That is an arduous task. Even those cosmic masters specializing in the domain of the soul would find it nearly impossible to enslave a cosmic overlord. The disparity in willpower is not negligible. And to ascend to the rank of cosmic overlord, one must be an extraordinary being. Thus, soul control is akin to chasing a dream. Additionally, with the protection of the primordial soul, the likelihood of a cosmic master successfully exerting soul control over him approaches zero. As for employing various soul techniques to weaken influence before attempting to invade and control, given Wang Yi's willpower, while he may not be their equal, self-detonation prior to a successful invasion is easily achievable. His divine body power rivals that of the most elite cosmic overlords. Coupled with this super treasure, the Robe of Calamity and the Primordial Soul, his formidable size likely exceeds the defensive capabilities of most cosmic overlords. Although the comprehension of laws may not be sufficiently high, he has fortuitously devised the ultimate secret technique of the cosmic overlord, significantly compensating for the lack of powerful attacking treasures and their associated might. Wang Yi contemplated his formidable avatar combined with his treasures, concluding that he would indeed be regarded as powerful among the top cosmic overlords. Of course, this is merely a conjecture. Without actual combat experience, he remains uncertain. Naturally, when it comes to the universe's most formidable beings, he holds no confidence, as the disparity in levels is immense. Even venerables facing the universe's most powerful could easily be slain, even when sheltered by the most powerful treasures, let alone with just two pinnacle treasures. If one were to possess the Tower of Heaven, however, the possibility increases. Wang Yi cast a glance at the surrounding cosmos and uttered a commanding shout. Innate secret technique, mastery over time and space. A wave of inconceivable pressure instantaneously descended and spread outward, encapsulating a vast region surrounding Wang Yi as if bound by an invisible force. A complete dominion over all of time and space. This is the mastery of time and space. Wang Yi reveled in the sensation of having complete control over the surrounding temporal and spatial realms, his eyes alight with awe. While the immortality level mastery over time and space may appear feeble compared to that of a true cosmic master, it serves as a lethal weapon against those below the venerable level who lack mastery over such domains. Even an invincible king, when caught within my realm of temporal and spatial control, would likely struggle to act, though this assumes they do not expend divine energy. Nonetheless, it remains a formidable threat. Wang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Moreover, this is merely my human form. Should the Void Insect Clan Avatar, Flame Star Behemoth Avatar, or even the Abyss Avatar ignite their divine bodies and fully activate the mastery over time and space innate secret technique, the resultant might could potentially obliterate immortal deities. Mastery over time and space is a daunting ability. Typically, only those cosmic masters who have thoroughly comprehended the laws of time and space can wield it. Yet now, Wang Yi, at the level of immortality, has also grasped this extraordinary power. With this, I can truly rival those who command space and time, and even suppress them. Why could the Bug King of the Ancestor God sect slay cosmic venerables? It was precisely due to the extraordinary level of life genes, coupled with an innate secret technique that defies convention. Wang Yi too stand on the same pedestal, and even more so, divine body strength, amplification secret techniques, treasures, innate secret techniques, technique, consciousness, and will, all have reached or even surpassed the level of cosmic venerables. The comprehension of the laws remains somewhat nascent, placing Wang at a relatively weak tier among the revered ones. However, this does not diminish his formidable combat prowess. Moreover, Wang Yi possesses an extraordinary talent, the Mirage World, that demands an astonishing price for its manifestation. At this juncture, Wang Yi's strength has ascended to an entirely new echelon. Having just attained immortality, the world within him can still be sustained for a time, yet it cannot be prolonged indefinitely. Over time, the internal world will inevitably begin to fracture and collapse. In a remote expanse of the human domain, within the borders of the Qinwu universe, a desolate stretch of starry sky, bereft of planets and stars, lies in utter silence. Suddenly, as the Divine Kingdom's transmission light illuminates the void, Wang Yi steps forth. This is it, he remarks with a smile as he surveys his surroundings. Long ago, he had meticulously selected this site for the construction of his Divine Kingdom. Chapter 403, The Transformation of the Divine Kingdom. Behind him, a pair of silver-gray, chaotic wings unfurl, clad in calamity armor, while the original soul stands guard within his mind. Wang Yi, or rather his Void Insect Clan Avatar, gazes at the void before him, and with a gentle swipe, he cleaves the space, creating a gaping rift through which the layered fabric of space becomes visible. A faint smile graces his lips as he unhesitatingly ventures inside. The spatial layers can be categorized into myriad levels. The first layer consists of spatial fragments. The second layer is the Divine Kingdom layer. The third layer embodies the torrent of space. This classification is typical for ordinary immortals, yet to true superlative beings, the spatial layers represent an immeasurable expanse. The closer one is to the original universe, the smaller the spatial fragments become, and, conversely, the further one is, the larger they grow. The deeper one delves into the spatial layers, the greater the threats become. Wang Yi directly penetrates into the torrent of space, advancing further. Generally, ordinary immortal deities might establish their divine kingdoms within the second layer, but for Wang Yi, the deeper the divine kingdom is situated, the safer it becomes. Some superlative beings may commence their divine kingdoms in the divine kingdom layer upon entering immortality, but as their power escalates, they gradually relocate their kingdoms deeper into the torrent of space. The position of the divine kingdom is not fixed, it is mobile. With a flourish, the chaotic wings are infused with divine power, amplifying their might, transforming into a streak of light traversing the torrent of space. A spatial fragment with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, akin to a colossal landmass, hurtles toward him. A flicker of excitement dances in Wang Yi's eyes as he neither dodges nor evades, but instead boldly collides with it. Boom! Crash! It is as though a steel needle has pierced through an ordinary sheet of paper, shattering it effortlessly. The entire spatial fragment is rent asunder by Wang Yi, who feels a slight tremor within his body, yet remains unscathed as he passes through the other side. It feels akin to a bulldozer crashing into a low earthen wall, entirely painless. These immense spatial fragments continue to soar at high speeds. Had the earlier trillion-kilometer-wide fragment collided with him, it would have been tantamount to a titanic landmass crashing down, and even a sealed king among immortals would be obliterated by such force. Whoosh! Wang Yi continues his flight, observing along the way that some spatial fragments have already birthed land and seas within them. However, he does not pause, for his internal world boasts a diameter of at least 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, necessitating the search for spatial fragments exceeding this dimension for his establishment. As he delves deeper, 3 days later, the spatial fragments he encounters all reach a diameter of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers, some even larger. Such colossal fragments would obliterate even cosmic lords upon impact. Yet, adorned in calamity armor, Wang Yi remains unfazed. Soon, he identifies a suitable target and halts. Before him lies a spatial fragment with a maximum diameter of approximately 137 trillion kilometers and a minimum diameter of about 65 trillion kilometers, ample enough to fully integrate with his internal world. Establish the divine kingdom. Wang Yi unfurls his chaotic wings. His figure is steadfast as Mount Tai, standing like a primordial deity amidst the endless cosmic torrent. Commencing the invocation of his internal world. Instantly, an invisible surge of energy erupts from within, locking onto the immense spatial fragment in the distance. In the void, a colossal world emerges, one of which far surpasses the others, a world residing within the fiery behemoth. This realm seems to exist in a state of illusion, in another dimension, gradually soaring toward the vast spatial fragment, which in turn moves closer. One ethereal, one tangible. Gradually, they converge. The surrounding space trembles, and other spatial fragments deftly evade. The indistinct, illusory world gradually merges with the colossal spatial fragment, becoming increasingly stable. Under Wang Yi's watchful gaze, the four internal worlds begin to coalesce into one, birthing a magnificent, tangible realm. Moments later, the once ethereal world vanishes entirely, leaving behind an unimaginably real domain. That is the divine kingdom. Wang Yi enters the divine kingdom, which brims with boundless divine might, its edges perpetually expanding outward. An endless ocean of darkness, with a diameter of billions of kilometers, lies here, albeit rather inconspicuous. Raise the divine temple. A commanding voice reverberates throughout the divine kingdom. Rustle. High above, a multitude of divine power converges, gradually forming a majestic temple, a structure radiating a dazzling crimson glow, exuding a rich aura of the fire laws, silently hovering above the dark ocean. Wang Yi stands atop the towering temple, eyes closed, absorbing the essence of everything within the divine kingdom. In this moment, he feels as though he has become one with the entire divine realm, every aspect of it residing within his consciousness. It is a truly exquisite sensation. The amalgamation of the four worlds allows Wang Yi's divine kingdom, upon its inception, to rival those of many formidable cosmic lords. At this moment, an influx of information surges into Wang Yi's consciousness, causing his brow to furrow. Has the original core, which nurtures the avatar, already fused with the divine kingdom? Wang Yi murmurs. This implies that his very essence has transformed into the divine kingdom, a development he had anticipated. However, Wang Yi is surprised to discover that the time realm has also integrated into the divine kingdom, rendering future retreats into the time realm for evasion impossible. Yet, the acceleration of time becomes significantly more convenient, albeit at a cost to the divine kingdom's sustenance. Moreover, the integration of the time realm seems to enhance the kingdom's defenses and stability, though how much is still uncertain to Wang Yi. Nevertheless, as long as the divine kingdom remains undiscovered, its destruction is highly improbable. With his current strength, Wang Yi feels he has gained some degree of self-preservation within the universe. As time progresses, the potential threats to him will continue to diminish. Wang Yi soon finds solace in this realization, standing atop the central temple of his vast divine kingdom. Overlooking the boundless dark ocean, his heart swells with pride. The divine kingdom is established. Now, with 3 avatars, each attaining a genetic level 1,000-fold. His divine body is enormous. Once ignited, each can unleash their innate secret arts to master time and the mirage world. How terrifying that power would be. Simultaneously wielding the mastery of time and the mirage world, Wang Yi could unleash ultimate secret arts with ferocity. Even revered ones would be left to their fate. At present, he has indeed acquired the means to establish his footing in the cosmos. However, the heavenly tower requires the stage of a cosmic sovereign to be activated. The prismatic aurora lake is an ultimate treasure. Wielding it with his current immortal strength would be daunting, necessitating at least the prowess of a revered one. Furthermore, utilizing the prismatic aurora lake within the primordial universe would invite significant trouble. Only with the strength of a cosmic sovereign can one safeguard such an ultimate treasure. Wang Yi is acutely aware that while the ultimate treasure is powerful, it demands sufficient strength to wield securely. Currently, the treasures at his disposal include Calamity Armor, the original soul, the Fire Spiral Palace, Chaotic Wings, the Gale Demon Axis, and the Star Ceiling Map, among others. Wang Yi reflects, filled with a sense of awe. However, I possess 4 bodies, and merely sharing them would prove woefully insufficient. It is imperative that each body is equipped with the finest treasures to forge the most formidable combat prowess. Wang Yi harbored grand ambitions. He resolved to return to the Ancestor God sect to cultivate and acquire treasures. Chapter 404, Delivering Oneself. I have transcended to the immortal realm, and my next objective is to enhance my comprehension of the laws and break through to the rank of a venerable. Within the Celestial Tower, a transmission wave from the divine realm manifested, heralding the arrival of a tall, dark red figure, akin to a bipedal dragon, its entire form enveloped in dark red scales. Adorned with a pair of expansive wings and a lengthy, scaled tail, crowned with several horns. This was the transformed incarnation of the Flame Star Beast. Regardless of the size reduction of its divine form or the capabilities gained from its primordial core metamorphosis, the Flame Star Beast could effortlessly alter its physique. It materialized upon an island, surrounded by the chaotic void, with the sea of laws above. Time accelerated. With a mere thought, Wang Yi instigated a dramatic alteration in the flow of time around him, akin to the swift current of a river, amplifying its velocity tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, until it reached a staggering 10,000 times, then finally came to a halt. The Celestial Tower also possessed a time acceleration feature for training. However, Wang Yi had previously refrained from utilizing it due to his limited lifespan. Now that he had transcended to immortality, he could exploit it without restrictions. 10,000 times acceleration was more than sufficient. Wang Yi mused that the Celestial Tower's upper limit for time acceleration exceeded 10,000 times. Yet each increment beyond that would dramatically escalate the consumption of energy. The Flame Star Beast settled into a meditative posture, contemplating the sea of laws and deciphering the unique and profound runes of the Celestial Tower. First, I shall attain the rank of Venerable. Meanwhile, the human entity returned to Zijing Island with the other incarnations, preparing to delve deeper into seclusion, continuously enhancing his understanding of the path of the Beast God. After all, a greater comprehension of the Beast God path would undoubtedly benefit his mastery of the fusion of laws. Moreover, there were still ample resources to extract from the Ancestor God sect. Ancestor God sect, Zijing Island, Wang Yi's castle. Congratulations, Master, on transcending to immortality. Wang Yi's cohort of immortal servants reverently proclaimed in unison. Ha ha ha! Wang Yi beamed with joy. Surpassing immortality fortified his confidence to confront the tempests of the cosmos. Now that I have transcended to immortality, it is by no means my terminus. I shall strive to ascend to the venerable rank at the swiftest pace. He scoffed. Those alien races still believe I am merely a realm lord, scheming to place bounties on my head and assassinate me. I shall soon deliver them a shocking surprise. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Yi's eyes, and he smiled. Today is a momentous occasion. Let us all partake in a grand feast. Wang Yi commenced the banquet, reveling with a multitude of immortal servants, the only 2 not of the immortal rank permitted to join being the insectoid queen, Elizabeth and Natia. However, the sovereigns were well aware of the deep affection Wang Yi held for the 2 and paid it no mind. While Wang Yi celebrated in exuberance, others were not as fortunate. Thousands of kilometers away from Wang Yi's castle, within an oddly shaped black pyramid-like estate, the glum-eyed, respected Qi Tong returned, his heart brimming with discontent. I truly have the tongue of a crow. I had contemplated the assassination of this Wang Yi, never imagining I would be summoned for the task. The dignified alliance, with so many venerables, had the misfortune of landing on me. Respected Qi Tong seethed with anger. Yet he also recognized that the blame lay with himself. Had he known better, he would not have revealed Wang Yi's status as a realm lord. Respected Qi Tong felt a twinge of regret. The insectoid, demon, and mechanical races were all in a state of urgency. If Wang Yi, as a realm lord, was already this formidable, it would be far more challenging to eliminate him once he ascended to the status of a cosmic venerable. No one doubted this. Even the demon and prison races, among other cosmic superpowers, believed that if left unimpeded, Hunter God Wang would undoubtedly evolve into a superpower among the human race. A formidable entity. Perhaps it would merely take time. Thus, they resolved to eliminate him before he grew truly powerful. The demon, insect, and mechanical races employed a myriad of strategies, Yet Wang Yi currently resided within the sacred grounds of the Ancestor God sect, greatly limiting their options. Their most viable course of action was to dispatch formidable inheritors to assassinate Wang Yi. This was their only recourse. The sacred grounds of the Ancestor God sect were not to be trespassed. The pinnacle races of the demon and others would rather allow Wang Yi to become a superpower than risk sending their mightiest to intrude upon the sanctum of the Ancestor God sect. For the consequences would be dire. This time, they finally resolved to take action. Respected Qi Tong was merely one unfortunate pawn among the Mechanical Race Alliance. In truth, the insect and demon races had each devised their own plans, designating a venerable within the Ancestor God sect to eliminate Wang Yi, assuring them that even in death, they would be resurrected by reversing time and would receive compensation. However, these venerables were wholly unwilling. Who would wish to risk incurring the wrath of the foremost cosmic power? The Ancestor God sect, to assassinate a realm lord inheritor? The demon race, unwilling to openly defy the Ancestor God sect, would find themselves on the receiving end of the sect's ire. Yet, despite this knowledge, these venerables found themselves powerless. Such was the lament of the weak. For even if they were resurrected, they would forever lose the opportunity to return to the Ancestor God sect and receive further inheritance. Respected Qi Tong wallowed in self-pity. While in another direction, within the palace of the Insect Alliance's venerable inheritor, a figure cloaked in a keratinous layer and donning a mask, clad in ancient black armor. The insect race's respected Juiguang was also in a less than splendid mood. The Insect Alliance swiftly responded upon receiving news, expeditiously selecting the most suitable assassin from among their ranks in the Ancestor God sect. Respected Juiguang, all of whom shared a commonality, proficiency in the path of the soul. Respected Juiguang's cold eyes fixated on the distant human castle, where the human had just undergone an inheritance and remained ensconced within his fortress. Respected Juiguang furrowed his brow. Each palace on Zijing Island was the domain of its respective inheritor, a space over which they held absolute control, forbidding intrusion by other inheritors. Any trespass would invoke the wrath of the radiant Aurora Lake, leading to instant annihilation. Thus, I have no means of intrusion. I must await the emergence of that human. This is the most foolish yet prudent course of action, merely to wait patiently until the human voluntarily exits his abode, then strike with lethal precision. This was the unanimously adopted strategy of the three pinnacle races after thorough deliberation. Waiting for the rabbit to come. Thousands of kilometers away from Wang Yi's castle, within the palace of another inheritor of the Demon Alliance, a shadowy figure gazed longingly at the lakeside castle. The Lord of the Celestial Wolf had instructed me to first control the soul of that human, Wang Yi, should his soul be ensnared. The possibility of his reversing time to resurrect himself would be extinguished. Of course, should soul control fail, direct assassination would ensue. For those apex cosmic sovereigns, like the Lord of the Celestial Wolf, had determined that Hunter God Wang must have encountered some exceptionally unique circumstances, the more unusual the experience, the greater the cost of reversing time for resurrection. Given the rarity of such circumstances, the cost to resurrect him may well rival that of reviving a cosmic overlord. Hence, soul control became the primary option, while assassination remained a secondary choice. The figure resembling a mass of clay reflected on the Lord of the Celestial Wolf's cold words. Falling into silence. Chapter 405. Are you here to amuse us? Within Wang Yi's castle, now that I have transcended to immortality, it is time to explore the treasure grounds. Wang Yi felt a stirring of anticipation, eager to discover what treasures he could amass within the Ancestor God sect. Presently, he was in dire need of superior treasures, especially considering he possessed 4 bodies. The Ancestor God sect allowed inheritors access to 4 locations: the land of inheritance, the treasure grounds, the realm of glory, and the land of secrets. Aside from the treasure grounds, Wang Yi had already engaged with the others. In this place, renowned for its abundant treasures bestowed by the Ancestor God, Wang Yi felt a twinge of anticipation. As he stepped out, he noticed not only the 3 esteemed representatives dispatched by the mechanical, insect, and demon clans, but also numerous formidable figures from other superpowers who silently observed. Though they chose not to intervene, they were nonetheless intrigued by the prospect of a grand battle. These factions had long suspected that humanity had produced an unparalleled prodigy, and the 3 pinnacle clans nearby would undoubtedly not stand idly by as the Hunter God King ascended. Concealed in locations providing an unobstructed view of the Hunter God King's fortress were the likes of the Qi Tong and Zhu Guang elders, along with other powerful beings, all exhibiting remarkable patience. The Hunter God King had only recently accepted his inheritance and was unlikely to emerge right away. Many had already braced themselves for a prolonged wait. I have been commanded by my clan to meticulously monitor the actions of the Hunter God King, one powerful elder mused. Patience. The Qitong and the other elders exhibited no urgency. They remained unaware that Wang Yi possessed the time realm, even when faced with a limited lifespan. He could still comprehend for centuries with but a moment's reflection. Thus, his rate of enlightenment far exceeded their expectations. Now that he had transcended to the immortal realm, Wang Yi was liberated from the constraints of mortality, allowing him to squander his time at will, and his grasp of the laws would only accelerate further. Suddenly, someone emerged from the castle. The various superpowers and curious onlookers nearby quickly registered the scene. Had the Hunter God King finally made his appearance? The Qitong Elder, Zhu Guang Elder, and the other elder, resembling a mass of mud, felt a jolt of surprise. At the castle's entrance, a figure clad in dark crimson armor stepped forth, their face obscured by a helmet. Such secrecy! Even after revealing their identity, Zhu Guang Elder scoffed inwardly, struggling to contain his impatience. Now that you have emerged, there is no turning back. The anger stemming from the alliance's enforced orders was directed squarely at the Hunter God King. It was indeed a tragic sight for a distinguished elder to contemplate a mutual demise with a realm master within the confines of the Ancestor God sect. You must die today, Hunter God King. The other elder, resembling a mass of mud, silently rose and vanished in an instant. Qitong Elder hesitated briefly, sighed, then also stood up. Unable to resist the alliance's command, he could only comply. All three elders shared the commonality of not being native clan elders of the Insect Clan or other pinnacle factions, clearly indicating the Insect Clan's intent to use foreign elders as cannon fodder. Wang Yi stepped outside, smiling, yet inwardly reflecting on the impending threat from these foreign entities. His current renown far surpassed that of the former Luo Feng, earning him a reputation that echoed throughout the universe, even drawing the attention of cosmic sovereigns. Such a prodigious talent, brimming with potential, left one wondering what methods might be employed to eliminate him. The North Border Alliance, the Abyssal Clan Alliance, and the Nine Domains Alliance, each had their respective inheritors, under orders from high command to gather intelligence, all fixated on the Hunter God King's fortress. Upon witnessing Wang Yi emerge and head towards the Island Lord's palace, their spirits surged with excitement. The Hunter God King had departed his residence. However, as Wang Yi had taken only a few steps beyond the castle, without any forewarning, a colossal figure suddenly appeared before him. A beast, its body seemingly caked in mud, bore a pair of otherwise unremarkable gray eyes that now radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Boom! The beast lunged at Wang Yi without hesitation, its speed reaching an astonishing peak. Simultaneously, its surface erupted with a presence that shook the very heavens, intensifying 1,000-fold, burning the divine body. The Zhu Guang and Qitong elders, having just arrived via teleportation, were taken aback at the sight of the mud beast unleashing its burning divine form. Was that the Zhaoshi elder? They exchanged glances, but there was no time for contemplation as they flickered away, appearing 1,000 kilometers distant. Wang Yi had anticipated such an encounter, yet the sudden assault from an elder caught him off guard. So it has truly come to this. His reflexes surpassed even those of the Zhu Guang and Qitong elders. Rather than confront the Zhaoshi elder directly, he unfurled a pair of chaotic gray wings, swiftly retreating. The Zhaoshi elder's eyes glinted with madness. Having ignited his divine body, he would not allow Wang Yi to escape. Boom! A surge of ethereal divine energy surged into Wang Yi's mind, attempting to forcibly seize control of him in the wake of the burning divine energy. Meanwhile, the Zhu Guang elder, Qitong elder, and numerous onlookers observed this unfolding drama. To their astonishment, both the Zhaoshi elder and the Zhu Guang elder had conspired to assassinate the Hunter God King. In the distance, the singular eye of the three-headed Qitong elder glimmered with anticipation. Let me observe first. If the Zhaoshi elder can eliminate the Hunter God King, I shall not need to intervene. The Zhaoshi elder had indeed made his move. Renowned for his expertise in soul attacks, he had suddenly acted while igniting his divine body, placing the Hunter God King in peril. The Hunter God King faced grave trouble. Would he withstand this wave of assault? Yet, as Wang Yi confronted the threat posed by the Zhaoshi elder, he merely scoffed inwardly. Cosmic sovereigns and immortals existed on entirely different planes. The disparity in divine power alone was often hundreds of times greater, coupled with the vast chasm in understanding of the laws and the profound complexity of the secret techniques they had crafted. Their strengths could differ by thousands of times or more. Thus, Even the likes of King Veiling Mirror and King Insect Slayer relied on their innate secret techniques to triumph over ordinary cosmic sovereigns. Without such gifted techniques, even a slight advantage in divine body would be rendered moot by the immense gap in comprehension of the laws, leading to their inevitable downfall. Had Wang Yi still been a realm master, facing the Zhaoshi Elder's full force assault while burning his divine body would have undeniably posed a tremendous challenge. As the ethereal divine energy surged toward him, Wang Yi's will remained remarkably strong, rendering any temptation ineffective. In desperation, the ethereal energy sought to forcibly disrupt him. Yet Wang Yi had already refined the supreme treasure of his original soul, embedding it deep within his consciousness. The encroaching ethereal energy felt akin to a gentle breeze brushing against a fortress wall, leaving no ripples in its wake. What? The control has failed? A flicker of astonishment crossed the Zhaoshi Elder's gaze. He was a cosmic sovereign, having ignited his divine body and employed soul secrets. Ordinarily, even other cosmic sovereigns would be affected. Yet this Hunter God King had not only resisted control, but had shown no sign of even being impacted. The Zhaoshi Elder was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Swish, swish, swish. Ha! Wang Yi, propelled by the flapping of his wings, moved with astonishing speed and unpredictability, leaving the Zhaoshi Elder momentarily in his wake. Wang Yi's taunting voice echoed. You think you can kill me with such limited power? You must be jesting. In the 406th chapter, licking vigorously, yet still unable to move, Wang Yi had no intention of engaging the Zhaoshi Elder in a direct confrontation. He sought to avoid revealing his true strength on Zijing Island at this moment. Therefore, he deftly maneuvered his chaotic divine wings, employing a terrifying technique to leave the Zhaoshi Elder far behind. Meanwhile, the various onlookers were utterly astonished. The Zhaoshi Elder's soul attack had failed. The Hunter God King had withstood it. The Zhaoshi Elder had already ignited his divine body, and yet the Hunter God King, merely a realm master, had managed to endure. The Hunter God King must possess a supreme treasure. Boom! The once tranquil, multicolored aurora lake above Zijing Island trembled violently as beams of aurora swiftly descended. Clearly, the Zhaoshi Elder's attack on another inheritor had violated the rules of the Ancestor God sect, and he would face annihilation at the hands of the Aurora Lake. However, the Zhaoshi Elder saw no path for retreat. Burning his divine body, he fixated intently on the elusive human figure before him, suddenly opening his mouth. Swish! A massive, mud-slicked tongue shot forth, akin to a celestial curtain, sweeping down upon Wang Yi with a speed that was almost deafening. This was indeed a move from his innate secret technique. His tongue possessed an unfathomably terrifying corrosive power that even a cosmic sovereign's divine body of the same level could not withstand. Although Wang Yi had ascended to immortality, his wings were swift, yet how could he possibly compare to the attack speed of a cosmic sovereign who had ignited their divine body? Furthermore, he had no intention of igniting his divine body, coldly observing as the corrosive sovereign unleashed a colossal tongue to ensnare him. Death! The corrosive sovereign paid no heed to the dazzling auroras above, and the moment he ensnared Wang Yi, a dreadful wave of corrosive force assailed his chaotic wings and the infernal divine armor. The infernal divine armor was an unparalleled treasure, crafted from extraordinary materials. Even with the corrosive sovereign igniting his divine body and employing his innate secret technique, the armor's defenses were not entirely breached. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the corrosive force permeated through the armor, infiltrating Wang Yi's form. Were it a typical realm lord, no matter how formidable, they would be reduced to ashes in the face of such terrifying corrosive power. Even a sealed monarch would not endure. Hiss! Wang Yi's divine body began to dissolve, albeit at a sluggish pace. Boom! In addition to the corrosive assault, the tongue struck down like a wet cloth-turned weapon, slashing through the air. Unable to lick him into submission, it resorted to brute force. Wang Yi contemplated as he observed the descending tongue. Thunderous! Even with a divine body exceeding 500 million times and the infernal divine armor shielding him, the strength of the corrosive sovereign's divine body was undoubtedly superior to that of Wang Yi's human form. The impact contained within that tongue was terrifying, embodying the might of a cosmic sovereign who had ignited their divine power. Despite the armor absorbing some of the force, it remained immensely fearsome. In an instant, Wang Yi's divine body was shattered, obliterated to the point of 90%, yet a remnant still lingered. What? He hasn't perished? No, this isn't a realm lord. The corrosive sovereign was not the only one to sense something amiss. Other inheritors in the distance also recognized Wang Yi's anomaly. The god-hunting king is still alive? Wait, this isn't the body of a realm lord. An immortal body. The immortal form of an eternal deity. Many powerful figures acknowledged this, their hearts shaken. Was it not said that the god-hunting king was merely a realm lord? When did he ascend to immortality? Before the corrosive sovereign could launch a second strike. An even more astonishing transformation occurred. Within the armor, Wang Yi's divine body rapidly rejuvenated. In an instant, he returned to his peak state, his aura still formidable. With a powerful flap of his wings, his figure flickered, and he distanced himself from the corrosive sovereign. With 3 colossal divine bodies to draw upon, and the Void Insect clan's avatars always by his side, thoroughly annihilating Wang Yi's divine body proved exceedingly challenging. Nothing happened. The corrosive sovereign found it hard to believe. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, the multicolored auroras swiftly descended, akin to a barrage of luminous arrows. Even the surrounding space was entirely locked down, leaving the corrosive sovereign with no chance to teleport away, as this was the domain controlled by the 7-colored aurora lake. Likewise, he had lost his final opportunity to slay Wang Yi. The mission has failed. Ha 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 ha. The corrosive sovereign threw his head back in a frenzied roar. His gaze fixated on the descending multicolored auroras. To perish beneath the protective treasure of the Ancestor God sect would not be a disgrace. Wang Yi remained in the distance, coolly observing the unfolding scene. Waves of beautiful auroras cascaded down like a meteor shower, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Originally extending over 10,000 kilometers, the auroras diminished in size as they fell, ultimately resembling arrows in thickness. Puffed, 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 puffed. Numerous auroras pierced through the corrosive sovereign's divine body in an instant, akin to 1,000 arrows striking flesh, and his divine form disintegrated like foam, vanishing in an instant. Following this, the multicolored auroras ascended once more into the sky. Everything returned to tranquility, and the surrounding area fell into an eerie silence. The corrosive sovereign has perished. The light perception sovereign, the eye of divergence sovereign, and numerous inheritors from various factions felt their hearts tremble as they witnessed the recent events. Gazing at the god-hunting king, suspended in midair, the corrosive sovereign had met his demise, while that human remained unscathed. The god-hunting king had transcended into immortality. This thought echoed in the minds of many powerful beings. If the corrosive sovereign, in such a desperate attempt, could not kill the god-hunting king and instead fell beneath the 7-colored aurora lake, who could hope to slay him? The image of the auroras instantaneously obliterating a cosmic sovereign who had ignited their divine body sent chills through many. The god-hunting king has indeed broken through. The god-hunting king, who originally possessed the capability to slay a sealed monarch, upon breaking into immortality, surely attained the strength of an ordinary cosmic sovereign. Did he not? Just moments ago, the corrosive sovereign had desperately attacked the god-hunting king, yet the latter's divine body restored itself in an instant, indicating that the god-hunting king's current power was unfathomable. Some powerful figures mused silently. Only the most exceptionally gifted and monstrous among the immortals could achieve such a feat. The corrosive sovereign's demise felt somewhat unjust. Who could have anticipated that the god-hunting king would silently break through without a whisper of warning? Some powerful beings lamented. The Eye of Divergence sovereign was also somewhat bewildered. It had only recently discovered that the god-hunting king was a realm lord, and now, so shortly after, the human had broken through? What a coincidence! The Eye of Divergence sovereign hesitated, since the god-hunting king had already broken through and fortified his defenses. Eliminating him would be an even greater challenge. What the corrosive sovereign could not accomplish, it did not believe it could succeed in either. Meanwhile, the news of the god-hunting king's ascension to immortality had swiftly reached various factions. Chapter 407, Rumors. Whoosh! Wang Yi's figure appeared at the very spot where the corrosive sovereign had just perished, casually collecting the treasures he left behind, including the world ring. However, knowing his inevitable demise, the corrosive sovereign had already placed some precious treasures in safe locations, leaving behind nothing of significant worth. The corrosive sovereign's earlier assault had indeed been formidable, Wang Yi mused. Had he ignited his divine body to withstand it, it would have sufficed. But without igniting his divine body, he essentially braved the onslaught with his divine form. Were it not for the infernal divine armor being a top-tier treasure and his divine body of exceptional quality, he would have undoubtedly been obliterated in an instant. Wang Yi surveyed his surroundings. All had returned to calm. The multicolored auroras above the Zijing Island continued their serene flight, while before the castle of Wang Yi, Even the previously damaged Earth had instantly returned to pristine condition, as if some mysterious force had restored everything. On Zijing Island, countless figures had emerged. Inheritors from various cosmic races had almost all left their abodes, floating in mid-air, gazing toward Wang Yi's castle. What transpired? Most had not witnessed the earlier scene, merely sensing the energy fluctuations generated by the corrosive sovereign igniting his divine power and the spatial tremors caused by the descent of the multicolored auroras, prompting their investigation. The corrosive sovereign had attempted to assassinate the god-hunting king, only for the seven-colored aurora lake to descend and eliminate him, an informed individual explained. Then why is the god-hunting king unscathed? You still don't know? The god-hunting king is now immortal. What? Excited voices from distant places echoed among the various races. The god-hunting king had become a prodigious talent renowned throughout the cosmos. The human who had entered the inheritance realm and fought over 680,000 battles to amass immense glory points, causing envy among countless inheritors, had silently transcended into immortality and even thwarted a sovereign's assassination unscathed. Just then, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. All inheritors involuntarily trembled, lifting their heads. A magnificent figure, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, enveloped the expanse of thousands of kilometers. Its immense wings unfurled as the dragon's head emerged, casting a regal gaze upon the realm below. Instantly, countless inheritors descended, each bowing in reverence, the island master. The visitor was none other than the guardian beast god of Zijing Island. The voice of the island master thundered across the island, reverberating in the air. A cosmic sovereign dares to assassinate the Hunter King within the sacred grounds of my ancestor god sect? Such audacity! This blatant defiance of our edicts warrants eternal annihilation. The guardian beast god proclaimed, even should this corroding sovereign reverse time and resurrect, my ancestor god sect shall relentlessly pursue him. The words of the Zijing Island master sent a chill through the ranks of inheritors. How ruthless! Once dead was not enough. They would pursue, even in resurrection. The misfortune of the corroding sovereign elicited silent sympathy among the inheritors, who understood that offending the ancestor god sect, the mightiest force in the cosmos, left no room for escape. Unless one remained perpetually hidden in the shadows, any emergence would result in immediate pursuit, leading to certain demise. Other factions could not intercede on behalf of the corroding sovereign, for this was a flagrant breach of the ancestor god sect's prohibitions, provoking their ire without possibility for reprieve. Yet, whispers began to circulate among the inheritors. What transpired? Did not the corroding sovereign merely attempt to assassinate the Hunter King? Historically, there have been instances of violence among inheritors. Yet the ancestor god sect has seldom pursued retribution so fiercely. Why? Even if the corroding sovereign were to resurrect through temporal reversal, must he be hunted? Do you not comprehend? Clearly, the ancestor god sect has chosen to favor the human Hunter King. Have you not witnessed their preferential treatment towards the insect king? The guardian beast god cast a softer gaze upon Wang Yi, Hunter King. Wang Yi respectfully bowed to the celestial figure, island master. The guardian beast god reassured him. Rest assured in your training upon Zijing Island. As an inheritor of my ancestor god sect, you shall find sanctuary within our sacred domain. None shall harm you. Surveying the surroundings, the guardian beast god continued. We regard all inheritors equally. Any disturbance upon Zijing Island shall be met with the full wrath of the sect. Yes, echoed the multitude of inheritors as they bowed deeply. Then, the guardian beast god vanished from the skies, leaving the assembly to disperse, their curiosity sated. Has he departed already? Wang Yi blinked in surprise. Despite receiving special treatment, he recalled how the insect king had been bestowed with 2 treasures while he himself had yet to be granted any. Despite achieving immortality, Wang Yi mused that perhaps the ancestor god sect was still deliberating his value. The insect king, a free-spirited being with no affiliations or entanglements with other factions, had earned their esteem through unwavering loyalty. In contrast, Wang Yi, with his human origins, might require further demonstration of his worth to secure a similar rapport. No longer contemplating the sect's intentions, Wang Yi acknowledged that the assassination attempt had concluded, and his ascension to immortality was now widely known. He surmised that future assassination attempts would undoubtedly employ more formidable means. Wang Yi had no intention of concealing his newfound status. It was unnecessary, as long as others remained unaware of his true capabilities. Anyone like the corroding sovereign would be met with certain demise. What concerned him more were the threats posed by the cosmic sovereigns, the most powerful entities in the universe. Wang Yi gazed at the surrounding estates, aware that many were observing him. The recent events would surely be reported to their respective factions. With a swift motion, he activated his teleportation, departing the scene. The news of his ascension to immortality and the failed assassination by the sovereign spread like wildfire throughout the Ancestor God sect, reaching the farthest corners of the universe. In the starry expanse, amidst realms shrouded in immeasurable flames, an enraged roar reverberated, shaking the very fabric of space. The Wolf Lord of the Celestial Wolf Hall, who had personally selected the corroding sovereign for the assassination mission, had just received the grim tidings. The assassination has failed. The corroding sovereign, an ally of the Beast Alliance, was a chosen operative. The Hunter King has attained immortality? The Wolf Lord seethed, flames erupting from his form, causing the vast cosmos to tremble. What a failure. The corroding sovereign is utterly useless. To have burned his divine essence, yet still fail to eliminate the newly ascended Hunter King. He ought to remain dead. However, the Wolf Lord understood that the corroding sovereign must be revived and compensated. Otherwise, the allied factions would grow discontented, and the responsibility would ultimately fall upon him. Curse it! The human has actually reached immortality. The Wolf Lord paced restlessly within his palace, contemplating how to confront the Hunter King. Meanwhile, the news reached various human factions. The Mechanical Clan, the Insect Tribe, the Abyssal Race, and the Nine Territories Alliance. Chapter 408, The Treasure Land. Wang Yi materialized before the fountain in the palace of Zijing Island's master, stepping forward and vanishing into the shimmering waters. Upon completion of the teleportation, he found himself atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance where a multitude of peaks, some perilous, others fantastical, stretched endlessly before him. Between some mountains lay lakes varying in size, with some exceeding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Above, radiant auroras danced, indicating that this treasure-laden land was indeed within the realm of the colorful Aurora Lakes. This was the fabled Treasure Land, reputed to be a gathering place for inheritors. Wang Yi scanned the surroundings with excitement, pondering the immense wealth said to be hidden within. He possessed 3 avatars. While his human form explored the treasure land, the others would continue their cultivation, ensuring no time would be wasted. And now, the quest for treasure commenced. Wang Yi ascended leisurely into the skies, drawing the attention of several returning inheritors from other races. The Hunter King has come here, they murmured. After surviving an assassination attempt, he arrives at the treasure land in search of fortune. Such audacity! Why fear? He has transcended to immortality and possesses divine treasures. Did you not witness how fiercely the corroding sovereign attacked? Yet the Hunter King remained unscathed, his divine form not weakened in the slightest. With such formidable power, who here can harm him in the treasure land? Following the battles in the glorious world and the assassination attempt, the Hunter King had become a well-known figure among all inheritors of the Ancestor God sect. Whispers of awe and envy, curiosity and hostility filled the air as they regarded him. Yet, Wang Yi remained indifferent to the gazes of the myriad races, his focus unwavering. In truth, his power ranked among the upper echelons of the universe. He could contend with even the most formidable cosmic overlords, his level far exceeding that of the inheritors around him. To him, the earlier assassination attempt was little more than a farce. Had he desired, the corroding sovereign would have found no purchase against him. Had he not chosen to hold back and conceal his true strength. As Wang Yi soared above the peaks, he observed figures scattered throughout, on the mountains, along the slopes, within the hollows, by the lakes, and even in the waters, representing a myriad of life forms. Flesh and blood beings, rock-like entities, energy life forms, and plant life, among many others, including numerous unique species. Even the larger beings of the beast tribe and plant life had been rendered diminutive. How intriguing, he mused. It was as if a grand exhibition of countless races unfolded before him. Rumors of treasures hidden throughout the land had reached his ears. Wang Yi surveyed the area, recalling that every peak and lake was said to conceal its own bounty. Subsequently, he raised his gaze towards the distant horizon, where the towering peaks stood prominently. A formidable array of 108 mountains that soared above all others. This was the very heart of the treasure-laden realm. Hidden within these 108 summits were the most precious treasures safeguarded by the Ancestor God sect since the dawn of the universe. However, as time has passed, 42 of these treasures have already been claimed by a fortunate few. Each of the top 108 treasures possessed a value worthy of being classified as a supreme treasure. Numerous rare and invaluable artifacts, including those that significantly aid in the cultivation of the beast god path, were stored within. The more precious the treasure, the more intricate the conditions for its unveiling. Thus, the only recourse was to rely on luck. Some fortunate souls might stumble upon a treasure, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead mouse, and find themselves truly blessed. This very allure is what draws countless inheritors to the treasure-laden realm. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before soaring in that direction. Along the way, he noticed other inheritors observing him, yet none dared to approach. If Wang Yi were still a realm master, perhaps someone would have sought to provoke him. But given that all present were prodigies of their respective races, many of whom were unparalleled geniuses, they were wise enough not to court disaster from a formidable opponent who had only just transcended to immortality. A human? Not far from Wang Yi, an imposing figure ascended from a peak, immediately spotting the approaching Wang Yi. This was a venerable. Within the treasure-laden realm, there were many who had attained the status of immortal kings, yet the number of cosmic venerables was also considerable. After all, among the inheritors, many were cosmic venerables, and numerous members of the ancestor god sect's outer circle also held that rank, creating a staggering ratio of almost 1,000, one between immortal kings and cosmic venerables. As these venerables passed, the immortal kings naturally made way. Humph, I despise humans the most. The solitary figure's single eye gleamed with a cold light. Just as he contemplated rushing forward, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. That figure was the God Hunter King. Venerable Baishan hesitated momentarily. This was a well-known figure within the Ancestor God sect, and he was acutely aware of the recent incident where the God Hunter King was assailed by Venerable Zhao Shi, instilling a sense of wariness within him. Yet what of it? Venerable Zhao Shi could not kill him. Perhaps it was the effect of the supreme treasure that the human possessed that stirred Bei Shan's avarice. The demon race, insect race, and mechanical race had all issued bounties for the God Hunter King's demise, enticing many with the promise of a supreme treasure, and Bei Shan was no exception. I shall dash over and toy with him. Even if I cannot slay him, I will ensure he is thoroughly humiliated. Venerable Bei Shan's imposing figure surged forward, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi and Venerable Bei Shan were alarmingly close. With a sudden burst of speed, the distance between them diminished in an instant, and they were on the verge of colliding. Damn it! Wang Yi appeared calm, yet his heart remained vigilant. When Venerable Bei Shan charged, he quickly discerned the latter's intentions, and rage surged within him. A venerable dares to flaunt their superiority before me? The last one who tried this before me has already met their demise. Boom! Divine body resonance. Divine body ignited. Wang Yi accelerated, colliding fiercely with Venerable Bei Shan. The two figures clashed like lightning. Boom! A terrifying force of divine power surged forth. Puffed. Venerable Bei Shan's smile froze in an instant. Astonishment and fury flashing in his eyes, as if his divine body were struck by an overwhelmingly massive celestial body. The dreadful impact forcing him to spew a mouthful of blood as his figure was sent hurtling backward. Damn it! Fool! Wang Yi cast not a glance back, leaving behind a single remark before vanishing like a streak of light. Venerable Bei Shan remained rooted to the spot, his face contorted in rage, trembling with indignation. He contemplated pursuing Wang Yi, but realized that such an action would only lead to further humiliation. This human. Venerable Bei Shan ground his teeth in frustration. Chapter 409. The Venerable's Discontent. Wang Yi's Divine Kingdom. The vast and boundless divine kingdom resembled a splendid dreamland, stunningly beautiful to the point of surrealism. 9 stars hung in the sky, casting golden rays of warmth that illuminated the undulating ocean of the divine kingdom, where a magnificent island loomed. On this island, a towering chaos monument stood 100 meters high, where time flowed at a rate 1,000 times that of the outside world. Here, Wang Yi's 2 avatars, the oceanic avatar and the void insect avatar, were immersed in profound contemplation, alongside his insect race queen and other immortal kings and princes. One of the benefits of the time realm merging with the divine kingdom was that other life forms could also enter. As for how much stability this provided to the divine kingdom, Wang Yi was unaware. However, it had already surpassed the divine kingdoms of most venerables, exuding boundless power. Above the island, a grand temple radiated with the essence of fire's primal laws. Meanwhile, the entire divine kingdom continued to expand within the spatial interstice. Wang Yi's ascension to immortality, coupled with the news of his survival against a venerable's desperate attack, swept through the cosmos like a tempest, reaching the ears of the 6 pinnacle races, the Starry Beast Alliance, and other superforces. At the apex of the virtual universe's Thunder Island, amidst the endless currents, a shadowy figure stood at the center of the Grand Hall, while before him, a golden-robed figure emerged from the currents. It was the Lord of Chaos. Wang Yi had indeed transcended to immortality and emerged unscathed from a venerable's lethal assault. The Lord of Chaos inquired with keen interest. Indeed, although Wang Yi had not connected to the virtual universe during this period, rendering the system unaware of his current state. Intelligence reports confirmed that Wang Yi had indeed ascended to immortality, the shadowy figure replied. This shadowy lord was the head of intelligence for the Virtual Universe Company and the Hong Alliance, and Wang Yi's situation had been a focal point of his attention, allowing him to be the first to report back to the Lord of Chaos. After all, among the 5 pinnacle forces of the human race, Wang Yi belonged to the Virtual Universe Company. The Lord of Chaos swiftly reviewed the information, including footage from the assassination scene. Upon witnessing Venerable Zhao Shi's frenzied assault on Wang Yi, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent. Oof. The Demon Alliance is truly unrelenting, daring to strike within the Ancestor God sect. Such alien beings cannot be spared. Immediately, a bounty order shall be issued under the Hong Alliance. Any member of the Hong Alliance who encounters this alien must report it without hesitation. The human race, one of the 6 pinnacle races of the cosmos, is not to be trifled with. This time, the Demon Alliance's attack on their own genius warrants a response from the human race. Thus, the Lord of Chaos unhesitatingly issued the bounty order. Even if Venerable Zhao Shi were to resurrect in the future, facing the pursuit of the human race and the Ancestor God sect, he would not dare to show his face again. By the way, Lord, given the alien race's failure this time, they're sure to devise another plan to target Wang Yi, and their next move may be even more vicious. What should we do? The shadowy lord sought the Lord of Chaos's counsel. The Lord of Chaos replied calmly, rest assured, now that Wang Yi has transcended to immortality. Based on his performance against Venerable Zhao Shi, his power can undoubtedly rival that of a cosmic venerable. It remains uncertain whether he ranks among the mid-tier or high-tier cosmic venerables. But he possesses avatars, and he is quite safe within the Ancestor God sect. The Lord of Chaos spoke with confidence, having gifted Wang Yi a palace-grade treasure. With this treasure in his possession, even if the Lord of the Universe sought to strike at Wang Yi, it would provide some measure of protection until the Lord of Chaos could rush to his aid. Indeed, the shadowy lord nodded slightly, then chuckled. If those alien races were to realize that Wang Yi has avatars after paying such a steep price, I can only imagine their expressions. The Lord of Chaos smiled, remarking that Wang Yi's opportunities were remarkably extraordinary, shrouded in numerous secrets, some of which even he was unaware. He felt that many underestimated him, and he firmly believed that in the future, Wang Yi would deliver a tremendous surprise to those from other races. Since Wang Yi had already transcended to immortality and displayed formidable strength, it was only fitting that, according to established protocols, he could select a location to reside on Thunder Island. The Lord of Chaos's gaze flickered with interest. Meanwhile, among the human populace, particularly among the senior elites of the Virtual Universe Company, especially amongst the esteemed elders, discussions regarding Wang Yi's circumstances were fervent. The majority opined that although Wang Yi had only just entered the realm of immortality, he should possess the combat prowess of a revered elder, thus deserving of equal regard. After all, the likelihood of such an extraordinary individual advancing to the status of a revered elder in the future was significantly high. If he was already this formidable as an immortal, how powerful would he become as a revered elder? Should he ascend to the status of a cosmic sovereign, he would undoubtedly stand as a superlative existence at the pinnacle of the human race, prompting many to contemplate forging alliances with him. However, not all perspectives were aligned. Some skeptics questioned Wang Yi's capabilities, asserting that his reputation as a realm master, who had slain a peak king in the battlefield beyond the domains, was perhaps bolstered by the possession of a supreme treasure. Such prowess isn't solely a testament to his abilities. Why should he be granted a supreme treasure without having accomplished anything substantial? Exclaimed a revered elder clad in black scales, his tone laced with indignation. I have labored diligently for many years to become a cosmic revered elder, yet I possess not a single supreme treasure. Meanwhile, a mere realm master receives one. This is blatant favoritism. Even if Wang Yi is a prodigy, this is an affront to us revered elders. Indeed, look at Wang Yi now. Having attained immortality, he possesses combat strength equivalent to a cosmic revered elder. The clan will only place greater value on him henceforth. Another voiced in agreement. There were even more vehement doubters. Do you genuinely believe Wang Yi possesses the strength of a revered elder? I remain unconvinced. A single video proves nothing. At most, it demonstrates his formidable defenses. His true capabilities remain uncertain. Exactly. The path to becoming a revered elder is not so easily traversed. You underestimate us. The human race boasted over 6,000 cosmic revered elders, divided among 5 major factions, each with thousands of revered elders. And the majority were currently engrossed in discussions about Wang Yi. Some hailed him as an unparalleled genius destined to become a pillar of the human race, justifying the early bestowal of a supreme treasure for his protection. Others felt it excessive to grant a mere realm master such a treasure, particularly when supreme treasures were scarce even among cosmic sovereigns, and most revered elders lacked them, naturally sowing discontent. They viewed the clan's actions as biased and unjust. While not a majority, a significant number held this sentiment. Hundreds among the thousands of revered elders shared this perspective. The higher echelons of the human race were undoubtedly aware of these murmurs, yet chose to remain indifferent. There was no necessity to reprimand or restrain these revered elders. After all, the bestowal of a supreme treasure to a realm master was indeed a breach of protocol that could incite discontent. It was only natural for these revered elders to vent their frustrations. The Lord of the Celestial Eclipse, upon receiving this information, shook his head, recalling the treasures he had acquired during his own rise, along with the envy and jealousy from certain revered elders. However, he understood that once he ascended to the status of a superlative being within the human race, a top cosmic sovereign, such dissenting voices would eventually fade, and others would come to regard him with reverence. To earn the respect of others, one must naturally demonstrate formidable strength to silence dissent. The Lord of the Celestial Eclipse mused softly, "Wang Yi, I wonder how far you will go in the future." He turned his attention to a virtual message, noting that his disciple, Luo Feng, had not communicated for several millennia. Were it not for the information relayed through the virtual universe confirming Luo Feng's survival, he would have been genuinely concerned. The Star Tower was the location where Luo Feng currently resided. Chapter 410, Thunder Island. A land of treasures. Wang Yi had just chastised Elder Bei Shan and was preparing to ascend towards the central peak, soaring skyward among the 108 towering mountains, when suddenly he felt a stir in his mind, receiving a message from the virtual universe. "The Lord of Chaos wishes to see me." Wang Yi similed faintly, realizing that the events on Zijing Island had likely reached the ears of the human clan. With the marvel of the virtual universe, messages could be disseminated throughout the primordial universe with astonishing speed. It was likely that news of the recent happenings on Zijing Island had been swiftly conveyed. The Lord of Chaos and the high-ranking officials of the human clan must have already learned of his breakthrough into immortality. Wang Yi allocated a fraction of his consciousness to connect with the virtual universe while continuing his ascent towards the central mountain peak, atop Thunder Island, within the virtual universe. Wang Yi's figure materialized out of thin air. He scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted the Lord of Chaos waiting for him in front of a grand palace. Clearly having anticipated his arrival, "City Lord," Wang Yi greeted respectfully. The middle-aged man clad in golden robes, the Lord of Chaos, appraised Wang Yi, and it was evident that he recognized the transformation in him. With a smile and a nod, he remarked, "It seems you have indeed broken through. The time was ripe." Thus, the breakthrough occurred. Wang Yi replied with a grin. "If your teacher were aware of your advancement and the achievements you've garnered, he would surely be elated." The Lord of Chaos observed with satisfaction. "All credit goes to my teacher and the guidance of the city lord, Wang," he said humbly. "I hardly played a significant role in your education." The Lord of Chaos chuckled lightly as he stepped toward the cliff's edge. "Come with me." Wang Yi obediently followed, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. The two walked side by side to the brink of the cliff, where the Lord of Chaos gestured for Wang Yi to approach. Wang Yi stepped forward to stand alongside the Lord of Chaos, peering down into the depths below, where mist swirled, revealing glimpses of palatial structures and the distant Rainy Mountain. "Thunder Island is home to all the immortal deities of our virtual universe company," the Lord of Chaos remarked, gazing down with a sense of awe. "The countless palaces on Thunder Island are inhabited by those who have achieved immortality. The palaces nestled in the foothills of the central mountain are for the cosmic revered elders, while those at the summit are reserved for the cosmic sovereigns, including some of the most powerful cosmic overlords." Wang Yi nodded subtly, having already been privy to this information. As the most formidable and foremost authority of the virtual universe company, the Lord of Chaos naturally resided at the highest peak. A saying emerged in Wang Yi's mind: "To stand at the pinnacle is to survey all beneath." To possess a palace atop Thunder Island symbolized his standing among the universe's most elite. The Lord of Chaos continued, "Now that you have crossed into immortality, you are entitled to select a residence here. Although you have yet to demonstrate your prowess, I surmise you should possess the strength of a cosmic revered elder. Choose a location among the foothills to construct your palace." Much of the information surrounding Wang Yi's capabilities was classified, known only to the highest echelons of the human race and a select few esteemed elders. Thus, the Lord of Chaos had confidence in Wang Yi's strength, though this did not necessarily reflect the sentiments of others. Understood. Since the Lord of Chaos has issued the decree, I shall comply without hesitation. Wang Yi responded readily. Each cosmic revered elder is granted an independent spatial domain as their territory, the Lord of Chaos elaborated. In due course, I will also arrange a spatial domain for you. The Lord of Chaos regarded Wang Yi with newfound esteem, ensuring that all accommodations were arranged with the specifications befitting a cosmic revered elder. Cosmic revered elders were considered the backbone of the human race, actively participating in governance. The normal cosmic revered elders are entitled to join the highest council of our human race, the Lord of Chaos explained, casting a glance at Wang Yi. However, you are still merely an immortal at this stage. The palaces on Thunder Island and the spatial domains within the virtual universe are matters I can manage internally. I hold authority over them. However, the seats at the highest council of the human race are determined collectively, and our virtual universe company cannot dictate those. Wang Yi nodded incidente. The highest council is reserved for cosmic revered elders and above, discussing significant matters that pertain to the human race. Wang Yi recognized that to truly join the highest council, he must first prove himself through a significant battle, demonstrating that he deserves a status akin to that of a cosmic sovereign. After all, without notable achievements, who would believe in his capabilities? Take the case of the Blight Sovereign, who was vanquished at the prismatic Aurora Lake. Throughout the confrontation, Wang Yi merely dodged and withstood attacks, failing to showcase his true prowess, which naturally led to skepticism from many. Humans are not extraordinary beings, making it exceedingly rare for such miraculous existences to emerge. The distinction between a cosmic sovereign and an immortal is profound. The immortal is but a pawn, a mere foot soldier, a mentor to the next generation of formidable beings. In contrast, the cosmic sovereign represents the backbone of their race, while the cosmic overlord, the master of the universe, stands as the pillar of their kind. Noticing the contemplative expression on Wang Yi's face, the Lord of Chaos remarked, "It seems you understand. Now, go and select a suitable location on the mountainside." After bidding farewell to the Lord of Chaos, Wang Yi ascended the mountainside to identify a site for his palace. In truth, the area was sparsely populated. After all, the human race boasted merely a few thousand sovereigns, dispersed among 5 major factions, with the Thunder Island of the Virtual Universe Company housing only 1,000. The expansive and majestic mountains held clusters of palatial complexes, each spanning tens of thousands to even millions of kilometers in diameter, appearing as mere embellishments against the mountainside. As Wang Yi soared through the air, searching for an appropriate construction site, he realized he had no friends among the sovereigns and had no intention of neighboring anyone. He sought a secluded and tranquil spot for his palace. Wang Yi, a rough voice called out from behind. Turning to investigate, he beheld a tall, robust figure resembling a golden-armored, golden-haired ape-man, whose visage was quite familiar. A smile broke upon Wang Yi's face as he recognized the figure. It was none other than Jin Yin, or rather, Zhen Yin's sovereign now. Zhen Yin had been Luo Feng's first actual mentor at the Virtual Universe Company and shared a profound bond with him. The saying, "Once a teacher, always a father," was deeply embodied in their relationship. Given Wang Yi's amicable rapport with Luo Feng, Zhen Yin was aware of this friendship and had met Wang Yi several times, thus considering him familiar. As Zhen Yin approached, he grinned, revealing 2 gleaming white fangs. "I heard you've broken through to the immortal level. What brings you here? You must be selecting a site for your palace, right?" Zhen Yin deduced. "You've chosen the wrong place. As an immortal, you should be constructing your palace at the base of the mountain. Ordinary immortals lack the qualifications to fly about the mountainside. Even the servants within the palaces of the cosmic sovereigns merely walk within the palace confines." Wang Yi smiled indeed. "It was the Lord of Chaos who instructed me to seek a location on the mountainside for my palace." Zhen Yin blinked in surprise. The notion of an immortal constructing a palace at the mountainside, a domain designated for sovereigns, was unprecedented. However, given that it was the Lord of Chaos's directive, Zhen Yin, though carefree, was astute enough not to openly question Wang Yi in that moment. "What does it matter? It's none of my business," he mused. Chapter 411. Signing in at the 108 peaks in the vast and boundless treasure land, following his collision with the Beishan sovereign. Wang Yi's awareness was simultaneously engaged in the virtual universe, while his physical form soared towards the central 108 peaks. The embarrassing encounter with Beishan had been witnessed by several nearby sovereigns, quickly spreading through whispers. A group of towering, muscular beings resembling shield-bearing warriors, known as the Tabe tribe, gathered together, their 6 robust arms and 6 eyes marking them as formidable entities. They marveled at the spectacle, saying, "That Beishan sovereign has always bullied the weaker kings. He attempted to oppress that human, only to be sent flying and spitting blood. His divine body must be damaged. Is he truly that strong?" One of their companions exclaimed in astonishment. The clash between an immortal and a sovereign, resulting in the sovereign's injury, was indeed remarkable. Human Zhou certainly lives up to his reputation, a Tabe warrior remarked, shaking his head. Previously, when we claimed he was a realm lord, defeating a peak king, I was skeptical, but now, I believe it. With such strength, it is entirely plausible that an immortal could rival a sovereign post-breakthrough. This human, Zhou, is utterly monstrous. Murmurs arose from various corners. Despite being merely human, how could he achieve such feats? Many found it unfathomable. In the natural order of races, even the most elite bloodlines, such as those of the stellar beasts, only exceeded ordinary genetics by a factor of 10. Thus, the unparalleled geniuses among countless races typically reached the pinnacle of kingship, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with cosmic sovereigns. To dare challenge a cosmic sovereign or even suppress one at the immortal level was a feat reserved for extraordinary beings, those whose genetic prowess was magnitudes greater than the norm. Among the inheritors, only a select few kings, such as the Insect King, possessed the capability to surpass their rank by a staggering 5,000 times in strength, enhanced by innate secret arts and treasures, enabling them to engage in battles beyond their tier. Presently, the situation surrounding the God-hunting king suggested he might possess similar abilities, leaving the inheritors puzzled. For the disparity in divine body foundations and consciousness was notoriously difficult to bridge. Who could have foreseen that Wang Yi's divine body foundation alone surpassed 5,000 times that of the leading inheritors, outshining even the Insect King? His only shortcoming lay in a slightly lesser grasp of the loss. Yet, in terms of genuine combat prowess, dispatching a mere Beishan sovereign was a trifling matter for him. Having overheard the murmurs, Beishan found himself at a loss for composure. Despite his mounting embarrassment and anger, he dared not provoke the formidable God-hunting king further. That brief clash had made it abundantly clear that the divine power Wang Yi displayed was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Such a peerless genius, coupled with an impressive background, was not something he, a mere Beishan sovereign, could afford to challenge. The mountains stretched endlessly, and with a swift motion, a figure descended upon the vast range, landing atop the highest peak. This was the tallest mountain in the entire treasure land, and Wang Yi thought to himself, "Let us see what treasures I can sign in for here." The 108 highest peaks in the treasure land concealed the most precious artifacts, with 42 of them having been claimed by inheritors throughout history, while the rest awaited fortunate beings. Nearby, several inheritors recognized Wang Yi. After all, his assassination attempt had drawn many witnesses. The God-hunting king has arrived. Is he here to try his luck? They speculated. This human prodigy possessed grand ambitions, making a beeline for the highest peak upon his arrival. The treasures atop the highest mountain had existed since the inception of this treasure land by the ancestor god. It was said that one such ancestor had personally placed them there. Throughout the ages, even realm lord-level extraordinary beings had failed to unlock these treasures. The alien inheritors murmured among themselves, none believing Wang Yi would succeed in obtaining the treasure. Wang Yi paid little heed to their scrutinizing gazes, silently contemplating. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. Reward. Demon sealing bottle. A surge of information flooded into Wang Yi's consciousness. His expression brightened with delight. What incredible luck! To receive a supreme treasure upon arrival, truly befitting the highest of the 108 peaks. The demon sealing bottle is a pure sealing-type supreme treasure, endowed with formidable capabilities for oppression, binding, and trapping foes. It falls under the category of light attribute sealing treasures, permitting usage by immortals who comprehend the laws of light. By merging with the domain of light, its power can be significantly enhanced. Should one become a cosmic sovereign through the law of time? As the time law is a superior law of wind, thunder, and light, the time law domain can also amplify the treasure's abilities, resulting in an even greater increase in potency. Other cultivators, such as the space sovereign, were deemed unsuitable for its use. Most surprisingly for Wang Yi, this was an artifact of high caliber. While this treasure was not of immense significance to him, it still represented a considerable value, perhaps equivalent to 100 treasure points. He mused inwardly. The categories of treasures are numerous. Among them, weapons generally hold the least value, followed by armors, then sealing artifacts, domain-based treasures, soul-related artifacts, and palace treasures. The term generally is used because even within the category of weapons, there might exist exceptionally powerful treasures, with boundless capabilities, capable of surpassing other types. Moreover, there are unique types of treasures, such as those that assist in cultivation. For instance, the Heavenly Tower, which, while being an extraordinarily formidable palace treasure in its own right, also falls into this category. The source treasures are also classified as special. There are myriad variations. Acquiring a treasure was within Wang Yi's expectations. For this was the pinnacle of the treasure realm, a place where, according to legend, an ancestral deity deposited valuable items. Wang Yi pondered over the nature of this treasure, regrettably realizing that he did not meet the necessary criteria, as the peak showed no reaction to his presence. Not a shred of acknowledgement was granted to him. Wang Yi scoffed, turning to fly toward other locations. I told you, how could the Hunter King obtain the treasure? The conditions for the treasure at the highest peak must be exceedingly stringent. It is only natural that the Hunter King did not meet the requirements. Other inheritors were unfazed. It is likely that many inheritors have ventured into the treasure realm, yet it has been years since anyone triggered a treasure. Humans daring to aspire for treasure? A mere dream, scoffed some alien inheritors who harbored hostility towards humanity. This resentment was not directed at Wang Yi specifically, but was rather a broader antagonism towards the human race. The human race is a pinnacle race, having incited much slaughter across the universe, which has led to considerable hatred from numerous alien races. However, Wang Yi paid little heed to the envious, resentful, or hostile gazes. He regarded them as one would regard an ant beneath the weeds by the roadside. This was Wang Yi's perception of these alien races. The Hunter King. At the edge of a certain canyon, a hunched figure emerged, possessing a golden mane and golden eyes, yet his waist was bent, resembling a beast poised to pounce. He was a unique being known as the Howling Mirror King, who had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Wang Yi in the realm of glory. The Howling Mirror King regarded this as a profound humiliation. Especially after Wang Yi's ascension to immortality, many began to draw comparisons between him and the Howling Mirror King, which deeply unsettled the latter, naturally intensifying his animosity towards the Hunter King. Chapter 412. The Treasure Awakens. Departing from the highest peak, Wang Yi proceeded to the second highest mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: 8 treasure rotating armor. A surge of information flowed into Wang Yi's consciousness. A full set of armor, and it happens to be a top-tier heavy treasure set? Wang Yi blinked in astonishment. Heavy treasures are categorized into ordinary heavy treasures and top-tier heavy treasures, with the latter further encompassing heavy treasure sets. This top-tier heavy treasure armor, when combined, equates to an ordinary treasure armor in terms of power and value. Nonetheless, it remains a heavy treasure, not a supreme treasure. Its combined potency and worth merely approximate that of a supreme treasure, Wang Yi mused. Not only do heavy treasures have sets, but supreme treasures do as well. For example, the renowned weapon of the Chaos City Lord, the Thousand Treasure River, is a top-tier domain treasure composed of thousands of supreme treasures. In terms of value, it far exceeds that of 1,000 ordinary treasures. This is the might of the treasure set. This could be considered a supreme treasure armor, capable of providing me with a clone for use. A smile spread across Wang Yi's face. This heavy treasure set consists of 264 components, 260 ordinary heavy treasures, 3 top-tier heavy treasures, and 1 super top-tier heavy treasure nearing the power of a supreme treasure. As he absorbed the information regarding this heavy treasure set armor, he soared towards the third highest peak, his heart brimming with excitement. Currently, in terms of true supreme treasures, he possessed the Heavenly Tower, the multicolored Aurora Lake, the Robe of Calamity, the Original Soul, the Fire Spiral Palace, the Sealing Star Map, the Gale Demon Axis, the Chaos Divine Wings, and the Demon Bottle. 9 in total. Just one more, and my supreme treasures will reach double digits, Wang Yi thought with pride. Moreover, his collection of supreme treasures would soon multiply. However, each clone requires at least 7 supreme treasures to form the most formidable combat power. For instance, a clone would need weapons, armor, domain-related items, soul-related artifacts, palace treasures, and flight-related items, such as the Chaos Divine Wings. It would be best to include various other types as well. 7 is the minimum combination required. The Cosmic Sovereign, or the most elite Cosmic Overlord, would not only possess treasures of supreme caliber, but would also be able to assemble enough of these treasures to forge immense combat power. That means at least 28 treasures. Wang Yi was filled with determination. Onward, at the third highest mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Wandering Sky Spear, a top-tier weapon-type heavy treasure. Wang Yi shook his head. The results of this sign-in are heavily influenced by the location and Wang Yi's own prowess. The stronger he becomes, the greater the probability of receiving valuable items upon sign-in. Of course, luck remains the most critical factor. Wang Yi had now attained immortality, with a life gene level that defied the heavens, comparable to the combat power of a cosmic overlord. Thus, the quality of the items obtained through sign-in has risen significantly. Additionally, being in the greatest force in the universe, the treasure realm of the Ancestor God sect, which boasts countless treasures, naturally increases the likelihood of receiving exceptional items. However, the nature of the sign-in panel dictates that higher-tier rewards are increasingly difficult to attain. Beyond the 108 peaks, other locations may also yield treasures of immeasurable value. Yet, Wang Yi pondered what the highest reward from this treasure realm might be. He was not in a rush, he had ample time. Thus, Wang Yi began to meander leisurely. At the fourth highest mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Twisted Heaven and Ocean Hammer, a top-tier heavy treasure weapon. At the fifth highest mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: True Understanding of the Thunder Beast God. This secret method elaborates on the insights of the Thunder Beast God as fusion laws. If a successor of the Thunder Beast God were to obtain it, they would surely be overjoyed. For Wang, it also serves as a form of guidance. At the sixth highest mountain peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Robe of Rest and Peace. An ordinary heavy treasure armor. One by one, Wang Yi signed in at each mountain peak. To outsiders, he appeared to be aimlessly wandering. No one realized that within such a brief span, he had acquired treasures they could only dream of. Aside from the initial demon bottle and a top-tier heavy treasure set, the rest either held little value or were merely ordinary heavy treasures. Quite mediocre, Wang Yi mused. As he casually wandered, Wang Yi soon arrived at the 69th highest mountain peak. However, as soon as he descended upon the summit of this peak, before he could even sign in, the entire mountain trembled violently, drawing the attention of countless inheritors. And soon the entire treasure realm was abuzz. Wang Yi felt the mountain quaking beneath him and was momentarily taken aback. Is the treasure awakening? He had not held much hope for the treasure awakening, for the conditions set by the powerful beings who left behind the treasures were often bizarre and unpredictable. For instance, a unique being might have established the requirement for their treasures to be claimed solely by others of the same kind, or perhaps demanded the presence of a specific type of unique being. In such cases, Wang Yi would be unable to meet the criteria. Throughout the long history of the Ancestor God sect, countless inheritors had visited the treasure realm, yet only 42 treasures have been taken from the 108 peaks. A testament to the difficulty involved. Wang Yi truly did not anticipate that he would have a chance to obtain a treasure. The entire 69th highest mountain peak continued to tremble, the intensity of the quaking escalating. The treasure is about to awaken. In the distance, the heirs who were either engaged in conversation or searching for treasures suddenly took flight, all gazing in this direction. In an instant, the sky above was filled with figures from various cosmic races. On this mountain peak, aside from Wang Yi, there were 11 other heirs, all wearing expressions of shock and excitement. The treasure had been unlocked. Who could it be? Yet, I had done nothing unusual. I merely sat here as I always did. This was the 69th highest peak. Although it ranked 69th, it was still one of the legendary 108 great treasures, each possessing value that could rival the most precious of gems. Even the least among them should have value comparable to that of the most ordinary treasures. Those humans, the Howling Mirror King and the Beishan Elder, were nearby, and they immediately spotted Wang Yi atop the mountain, their hearts brimming with fury. No, it couldn't possibly be him. Impossible. The Hunter King was on that peak. Could it be the Hunter King? Many heirs of alien races fixed their envious and frenzied gazes upon Wang Yi. Amidst everyone's attention, Wang Yi lifted his head. The vibrant aurora of the lake above the treasure site, right above this mountain peak, suddenly erupted into a whirlpool of thousands of auroras. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Abruptly, thousands of auroras fell from the sky, each extending over 10,000 kilometers, manifesting in 5 distinct colors, like a myriad of multicolored meteors plummeting downwards. In mere moments, these thousands of auroras completely enveloped the mountain peak. The entire mountain, shrouded in the brilliance of the auroras, witnessed the heirs at the summit and midway being forcibly relocated by an unseen power. No, don't. The treasure is mine. The alien heirs were reluctant. Yet reality did not bend to their wills. All the heirs were instantly transported away. The mountain peak now housed only Wang Yi. Chapter 413, Sovereign of the Burning Heavens. At this moment, the vibrant Aurora Lake had sealed the entire mountain peak. Aside from the treasure guardian, the one who unlocked the treasure, and the vibrant Aurora Lake, no one knew what treasure had emerged. This was also to protect the secret of the one who had unlocked the treasure. Although the surrounding heirs were anxious and curious, none dared to intrude. They knew that even a handful of auroras could annihilate cosmic sovereigns. What immense power must these thousands of auroras possess? After all, they were the sacred treasures of the universe's foremost force, a title that was no jest. Everyone had emerged, except for the Hunter King. It seemed that indeed, it was that human who had acquired the treasure. How infuriating! The Howling Mirror King, watching from a distance, wore a gloomy expression, filled with envy and jealousy. As a distinguished being, how could I not obtain the treasure while this human did? At the summit of the mountain, Wang Yi stood there, a smile gracing his features. It appeared that I truly had acquired the treasure. The mountain trembled, and simultaneously, a massive dark green stone carving slowly ascended from the peak. This carving, nearly 1,000 meters in length, was exquisitely crafted, each line lifelike and vivid, adorned with over 100 arms resembling those of humans, adding an eerie allure. It depicted a creature with the head of an eagle and the serpentine body of a strange life form. It gazed at Wang Yi, its enormous mouth gradually opening to reveal a dark abyss from which a red light soared forth. Wang Yi eagerly anticipated the secrets surrounding the treasure, of which he had long heard whispers. Some super beings from the Ancestor God sect had concealed treasures in this treasure site, establishing specific conditions for unlocking them. Conditions that were controlled by the vibrant Aurora Lake. The lake continuously monitored its covered area, recording every action of the heirs. The vibrant Aurora Lake documented all information, collecting data until it matched certain treasures. Once an heir arrived at a treasure site, the lake would automatically unveil the treasure. This was why so many heirs wandered aimlessly in treasure sites, always harboring the hope of striking it lucky. Now, Wang Yi had also garnered recognition for a treasure, and it was one of the highest valued treasures among the 108 peaks. The dazzling red light hovered before Wang Yi, its brilliance diminishing to reveal a red ring. Wang Yi extended his hand to receive the ring, his heart filled with anticipation, wondering what treasure lay within. This was a ring without an owner, easily imprinted with a spiritual mark. Divine power seeped within. Inside the world contained within the ring, there existed only a single item, a weapon entirely crimson, with relatively slender dual blades on either side, while the central blade stretched an astonishing 20,000 kilometers in length and 8,000 kilometers in width, extraordinarily broad. Resembling a sword, purple secret patterns coiled around it like serpents, writhing as if alive. A massive crimson halo materialized around this weapon, with invisible waves emanating, exuding an ancient and eternal aura. This was an incredibly powerful weapon. A thread of indestructible power directly penetrated the weapon, and a hint of spiritual imprint fused within, causing a torrent of information to surge into Wang Yi's mind, prompting an involuntary look of astonishment on his face. The celestial glaive? It turned out to be a high-level sacred weapon. Wang Yi extended his hand, and the colossal weapon swiftly shrank, transforming into a fiery red streak of light that appeared in his grasp, revealing a delicate and exquisite weapon that gracefully rotated in his palm, a sight to behold. Wang Yi had already discerned the information regarding the celestial glaive. Moreover, it contained a set of combat secrets, the Fire God's Annihilation Secret Art. This was a combat technique utilizing this sacred weapon, but he had only acquired the first tier. To access the second tier, he would need to perfectly master the first tier to activate the celestial glaive. There were 3 tiers in total. However, the conditions for the first tier were quite stringent, requiring mastery of the laws of fire, comprehension of spatial laws, spatial confinement, spatial teleportation, and spatial strangulation to achieve a grand completion of the first tier. The second tier required one to be a sovereign who had thoroughly mastered spatial laws to utilize it. The third tier demanded the 6th stage of the Fire Sky Beast God path to be executed. This was an exceptionally formidable secret art, and when combined with the high-level sacred weapon, Celestial Glaive, along with profound insights into the laws, it could be considered extremely powerful among cosmic sovereigns, rivaling the cosmic overlords. However, Wang Yi shook his head. This treasure and secret art were not suited for him. Wang Yi, after all, was a genius who had mastered the ultimate skills of the cosmic overlord. Moreover, he preferred using blades or telekinetic weapons. Though the Celestial Glaive was impressive, it was merely a high-level sacred weapon. Had it been a peak sacred weapon, he might have considered it. Yet now, to wield the Celestial Glaive, He would need to invest considerable time to familiarize himself, adapt to it, and alter his combat habits, which Wang Yi was unwilling to do. The fact that this high-level sacred weapon and a set of secret arts that could be deemed exceptional among cosmic overlords were left behind by the treasure's owner was indeed remarkable. While Wang Yi was lost in thought, a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Wait, I haven't signed in here yet. Wang Yi realized, what was this prompt about? Ding! Congratulations, the number of sacred treasures on the host has reached 10. The sacred treasure exchange function is now activated. Wang Yi beheld a radiant panel emerging in his mind. The sacred treasure exchange function has been activated. Please familiarize yourself, host. Sacred treasure exchange function? Wang Yi murmured. The sign-in panel, aside from signing in, was continuously evolving. In addition to panel tasks, it now featured a sacred treasure exchange function. If one day a world-traversing function were to appear, he would not be surprised. Whoosh! At that moment, a rapidly shrinking aurora suddenly flew in. The surrounding space seemed to solidify, making it difficult for Wang Yi to move, while the aurora zipped through like lightning, gently brushing against the top of Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi's consciousness trembled slightly. At the moment the aurora touched his head, a message relayed from the treasure's guardian reached him, a message for future heirs destined to acquire the treasure. A coarse and domineering voice reverberated like thunder within Wang Yi's consciousness. Junior, I am a monarch of the blazing heavens. I am the first fire and void beast god of the ancestral god sect. I have buried treasures, though I am unaware of which successor shall inherit them, or in which future year they shall emerge. However, since you cultivate the laws of the fire and void fusion and have achieved countless victories in the realm of glory, you must undoubtedly be a rare genius of the cosmos. It would not be a waste for the Tiandu spear to be granted to you. The Tiandu spear has become of no use to me, so I bestow it upon you, my junior, as a modest gift. Within the Tiandu spear lies a set of combat secrets I devised. Whether you choose to cultivate them is entirely at your discretion. Fortunate one, I anticipate that you shall become a formidable force within the cosmos, allowing the Tiandu spear to shine anew. The first fire and void beast god, monarch of the blazing heavens, Wang Yi murmured. He connected to the virtual universe to investigate this monarch of the blazing heavens. Having ascended in status and authority, he was now qualified to access many of the universe's most guarded secrets. The monarch of the blazing heavens was one of the first 8 beast gods of the ancestral god sect, possessing the power of a cosmic sovereign. Ages ago, during an adventurous expedition, he had perished. Perished? Wang Yi felt a surge of astonishment. The monarch of the blazing heavens, as a founding beast god of the ancestral god sect, naturally possessed the might of a cosmic sovereign and was indeed among the stronger entities within that echelon. Yet, such a being had succumbed during an expedition. Could it be that he fell within the cosmic sea? Wang Yi pondered this possibility. Cosmic sovereigns stand at the pinnacle of the primordial cosmos, and due to the favor and protection of the primordial laws, even the strongest beings find it difficult to slay them, unless within the enigmatic and perilous cosmic sea, in some of its treacherous realms. Even the mightiest of beings may meet their demise. Sudendi, Achid Envelopet Wang Yi. The monarch of the blazing heavens was one of the 8 original beast gods, implying that he was a naturally born beast god, embodying the essences of fire and void. Wang Yi recalled that coarse and commanding voice and softly spoke. Even the mightiest of cosmic sovereigns may fall. As Wang Yi acquired the treasures left behind by the monarch of the blazing heavens, the surrounding scenery reverted to its original state. The peculiar carvings returned to the earth, and the vibrant aurora lake ascended to the skies, exposing Wang Yi to the multitude of inheritors drawn by the commotion. Look, it's the god Hunter King. Why does he stand there dazed and motionless? I wonder what treasures he has acquired this time. Wang Yi cast a cold glance at the distant onlookers, then executed a swift teleportation to a remote lake nestled within the forest of treasures. Of course, he did not forget to sign in at the 69th highest peak. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. Reward, Heart of Time. This time, he had obtained a high-grade primordial treasure material, equivalent in prestige to the heart of space. In the serene and verdant forest, Wang Yi strolled alone among towering ancient trees. First, let me explore the new features of the sign-in panel before returning to sign in again, he mused. He had signed in at only 69 of the highest 108 peaks, leaving 39 yet to be registered. Wang Yi focused his gaze on the sign-in panel, delving into the newly introduced features. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his eyes. The treasure exchange function on the sign-in panel was indeed intriguing. It resembled the ancient annex at the treasure offering site in Chaos City. Wang Yi could exchange the treasures he had acquired, at least the significant ones, for treasure points or primordial treasure points. The exchange ratio was not fixed, fluctuating similarly to that of the annex. 1 primordial treasure point for 3,000 treasure points or 4,000 treasure points. However, the sign-in panel possessed an advantage over the annex. It offered infinite possibilities. Yet, it still had its limitations. Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Currently, as an immortal, I can only exchange for treasures below the pinnacle grade according to the exchange function stipulations. Upon reaching the status of a revered one, I may exchange for pinnacle treasures. Only as a cosmic sovereign can I exchange for the most potent treasures. Indeed, the exchange function did indeed include the most potent treasures, and this alone stirred Wang Yi's interest. However, to exchange for a single most potent treasure, he would likely require 10 pinnacle treasures in return. Wang Yi shook his head. Pinnacle treasures could drive even cosmic sovereigns into a frenzy. Nevertheless, having a channel to acquire a most potent treasure was a stroke of fortune. He even entertained the notion of persuading the human race to provide him with pinnacle treasures in exchange for a most potent treasure. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. The time was not yet ripe. A notable feature of the exchange function on the sign-in panel was its customization. It encompassed a wide variety: weapons, armor, palaces, domains, and soul-related items. As long as one possessed sufficient treasure points, one could procure them. Moreover, they could be crafted according to specific requirements, though finer treasures naturally demanded more treasure points. Should the human race learn, they could commission a most potent axe for the founder of a giant axe. They would likely spare no expense, risking it all. Wang Yi contemplated. However, the required treasure points for a most potent treasure were exceedingly high. Even the most ordinary weapon of that caliber would probably start at 100,000 treasure points, not to mention other types of most potent treasures. Wang Yi took a deep breath. If I wish to exchange for a most potent treasure, I must possess a copious amount of treasure to convert into treasure points. He mulled over this. Additionally, beyond treasure points, the exchange function offered another option: slaughter points. Slaying a typical cosmic revered grants 1 slaughter point. A mid-tier cosmic revered yields 20 slaughter points. A high-tier cosmic revered provides 100 slaughter points. Slaying a cosmic overlord nets 500 slaughter points. A top-tier cosmic overlord grants 3,000 slaughter points. Killing a cosmic sovereign earns between 100,000 to 1,000,000 slaughter points. Slaying the strongest in the cosmos starts at a staggering 10 million slaughter points. Moreover, 1 slaughter point is approximately equivalent to 0.1 treasure point. This means that eliminating even a singular ordinary revered could yield rewards sufficient to exchange for dozens or even hundreds of significant treasures. An ordinary revered might only possess a few significant treasures. Clearly, the panel was encouraging Wang Yi to embrace violence. Slaying a mid-tier revered could equate to 1 or 2 of the most ordinary primordial treasures. The reward for killing a high-tier revered could be exchanged for a high-grade weapon. Eliminating a cosmic overlord would yield rewards enough for a mid-tier palace or soul-related treasure. The bounty for slaying a top-tier cosmic overlord could be exchanged for high-grade treasures in the realms of palaces, souls, or domains. Not to mention the rewards for defeating a cosmic sovereign or the strongest beings in the universe. Wang Yi felt a surge of ambition. If he were to eliminate several thousand revered beings, he might well amass enough for a most potent treasure. However, there were additional rules regarding slaughter. For instance, if one encountered a doppelganger, killing one would only yield 1/10 of the slaughter points. Only a complete annihilation would grant the full reward. Furthermore, the panel contained other hidden rules. Wang Yi licked his lips, suppressing the restless stirrings within. Unless he sought to instigate a war among the races, he could not resort to indiscriminate killing, lest he become a pariah of the cosmos. When the topic of the universe's public enemy arises, Wang Yi cannot help but recall the identity of the Blood Cloud Hall Master, assigned to his disciples for their trials by the recluse. This individual is notorious throughout the cosmos as a fearsome villain, having offended nearly all major powers within the universe. If only I could possess a treasure akin to the Blood Cloud Pearl, he mused. With such an artifact, I could don a different visage, cloaking my true identity seamlessly, thus creating a new persona to commit acts of violence without revealing my allegiance to the human race. Being the universe's public enemy is no trivial matter. One must be sufficiently formidable to evade the grasp of foes and, more importantly, unencumbered by attachments. Otherwise, one risks inviting calamity upon humanity. Perhaps I shall seek an opportunity to explore the secret realm of the Blood Cloud Hall. The remnants of the 9 calamities might be restored there. Chapter 415, The Second Treasure. After comprehending the exchange function for treasures, Wang Yi eagerly returned to the mountain, continuing to sign in at each peak. The inheritors had long since scattered, casting envious and resentful glances at Wang Yi as they noticed him. The God Hunter King had acquired a treasure and yet had not departed. What could he have obtained? Wang Yi soared to the 70th peak. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward: Feather of the Wandering Shadow. A top-tier treasure. At the 71st peak. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward: Silver Light Box. 72nd, 73rd, 74th. As Wang Yi continued his sign-ins at each mountain, he did not scurry about like the other inheritors, desperately searching for methods to unlock treasures. Instead, he would land for a moment before departing, giving the impression of merely going through the motions. Upon reaching the 88th peak, just as he descended, a thunderous rumble resonated throughout the mountain. This familiar scene left Wang Yi momentarily stunned. Again, the inheritors in the distance were instantly drawn to the commotion of the treasure being activated. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew over or appeared in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, countless inheritors, alerted by the news, flocked to the site, filling the skies above the trembling peak with shadows that obscured the sun. What? A treasure? Another treasure has been unlocked? Hadn't one just been opened? Who was it this time? Look, isn't that the God Hunter King? How'd he end up here? Could it be that he activated this treasure as well? How is that possible? The golden-eyed king stared in disbelief as he spotted Wang Yi among the inheritors standing on the distant peak. Impossible, it cannot be him. The golden-eyed king's eyes turned red with fury. One of the legendary 108 treasures, each one possessing a value comparable to that of a supreme treasure. Even the least valuable among them should rival the worth of the most ordinary supreme treasures. Yet he, the golden-eyed king, possessed only a single ordinary supreme treasure and could not accept that the God Hunter King had received two. However, reality does not bend to the will of the golden-eyed king. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The scene from the 69th peak repeated itself, vibrant auroras, akin to countless colorful meteors, cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the mountain in mere moments. The dazzling spectacle left the inheritors exhilarated and envious. Even more astonishing was the possibility that the treasure was triggered by the God Hunter King. Is it truly him? If so, it is utterly outrageous. Throughout the history of the Grand God Sect's treasure locations, there seems to be no record of a single individual obtaining treasures from the 108 peaks on 2 separate occasions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the inheritors, at the 88th peak, numerous inheritors were displaced. Despite their unwillingness and cries of protest, they could not alter the fact that the treasure was not theirs to claim. The entire peak was now left with only Wang Yi. The throngs of inheritors surrounding the peak erupted in commotion. It is indeed the God Hunter King. Why? Why is it him again? Some inheritors glared with envy, their eyes aflame. I have lingered in the treasure realm for countless millennia without securing a single treasure, let alone one from the 108 peaks, which are at least comparable to supreme treasures. Just moments ago, the God Hunter King acquired one, and now he has obtained yet another. The 7-Sword King, the 1000-Rain King, and the Radiant King stood nearby, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the peak ensconced within the vibrant auroras. Due to the concealment of the colorful auroras, they could not discern the specifics of the peak, but knew that Wang Yi had commenced yet another treasure acquisition. Each treasure from the 108 peaks is extraordinarily precious. Since the inception of the Grand God Sect, only 42 peaks have been unlocked over the ages. The Radiant King found it hard to believe that Wang Yi had managed to unlock 2 upon his arrival. The 7-Sword King also bore a look of astonishment. Renowned on Zijing Island, the 7-Sword King's fame stemmed from acquiring a treasure within the treasure realm, a legacy left by a superlative figure of the Grand God Sect. In battles within the honor world, he might be considered average, yet in reality, with his enviable 7-Sword legacy and the Beast God's powerful inheritance, he becomes a formidable force when unleashed, particularly with his unparalleled survival abilities. His fortune incites envy among many powerful beings within humanity. The mere existence of a 7-Sword legacy has made him and the Dreaming Flame King 2 of the most promising talents nurtured within this generation of humanity. Just as Wang Yi had obtained the Burning Heaven Monarch's treasure at the 69th peak, a high-grade supreme treasure that contained the Monarch's legacy, granting the potential for cosmic dominion when fully cultivated, the 7-Sword King's treasure, while not among the highest valued of the 108 peaks, pales in comparison to Wang Yi's. The 7-Sword King felt a tumult of emotions, pondering what treasures Wang Yi could have obtained from his 2 acquisitions. The specifics of the treasures can only be known to those who have acquired them, leaving others to speculate. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was in the midst of receiving his treasure. He gazed at the silver ring in his hand, which resembled a serpent devouring its own tail. The material of this ring was astonishing. Even the sovereign of the universe would struggle to destroy it. Wang Yi felt a surge of surprise. The material dictates the value of the treasure. A top-tier treasure would certainly be beyond the destruction of even a universe's sovereign. It would take considerable effort to obliterate such an artifact. The ring before him, based solely on its material, undoubtedly surpassed that of a top-tier treasure, rendering the assertion that a universe's sovereign could not destroy it far from mere hyperbole. Given the ring's intrinsic value, one could only wonder what treasures lay within. Wang Yi infused his spiritual imprint into the unclaimed ring, subsequently permeating it with immortal power to begin his investigation. Within the world ring, there existed but a single item, a silver wheel, its shape reminiscent of a flying saucer. Could it be a treasure for flight, or perhaps a palace? Wang Yi speculated, while a thread of divine power slipped into the silver wheel, merging with his spiritual imprint. And a torrent of information flooded his mind. A silver moon wheel? It turns out to be a telekinetic weapon of supreme treasure grade. Wang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the silver moon wheel is indeed a supreme treasure, it is merely of ordinary supreme treasure grade, significantly inferior to the high-grade supreme weapon he had just acquired. Nevertheless, obtaining a supreme treasure is still a fortunate occurrence, and a smile graced Wang Yi's face. Were the other inheritors privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly lament their misfortune and curse him for his audacity. How shameless! Chapter 416, Bestowed Treasures. Though the silver moon wheel is a supreme treasure, it requires sufficient strength to wield. Should one lack the requisite power, the speed at which they can activate this treasure may falter, potentially leading to it being seized by a superlative powerhouse. A swiftly diminishing aurora swept towards Wang Yi, gently brushing against his head, and then a soft voice echoed in his mind. This enchanting voice was imbued with magic, akin to the soothing sound of flowing water under moonlight, effortlessly calming his spirit. Young one, I am the sovereign of the silver moon. You may have heard my name, or perhaps you have not. I was once an ordinary being, born of a feeble race in a remote corner of the universe. Through the passage of countless years and the fortuitous joining of the divine ancestor sect, I endured great hardships to become the sovereign of the universe, later being bestowed the title of guardian beast god. The silver moon wheel is a creation of my own hands, accompanying me in battles across the cosmos for many years, claiming countless lives. Now, it has little use for me. Considering the treasures of the divine ancestor, I leave it here as a gift for one who is fated. You have cultivated the path of the water sky beast god to the third major perfection during your time as a realm master, and even devised an ultimate technique of your own. This makes you a rare talent in the universe. Thus, this treasure is yours. In the future, should fate allow, we may meet again. As the voice gradually faded, Wang Yi absorbed all the information. Sovereign of the silver moon, guardian beast god, Wang Yi murmured. The divine ancestor sect boasts 3 great ancestral gods and 8 directional beast gods, alongside over a dozen guardian beast gods and 72 divine generals, with 3,000 divine envoys. Each guardian beast god possesses the power of a universe sovereign. Their strength may not necessarily be inferior to that of the 8 great beast gods, as some simply choose not to inherit the title of beast god. For instance, the Lord of the Nine Nether can rival the Lord of Chaos, yet is merely one of the guardian beast gods. Of course, this reflects the current state of the divine ancestor sect. Historically, its mighty figures far exceeded this. After all, even the strongest may fall. The sovereign of the silver moon, this guardian beast god, should still be alive. Wang Yi felt an instinctive certainty. She bestowed upon me a treasure, which can be seen as fate. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall return the favor. Wang Yi silently vowed. At present, he was merely immortal, his strength still lacking compared to a true universe sovereign, but that may change in the future. Upon acquiring the treasure, the surroundings returned to normal. Yet the other inheritors did not depart. Instead, they gazed at the figure standing atop the peak, whispers echoing around. Hunter King, a resounding voice called out. A foreign king from the Mechanical Alliance stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations on acquiring another treasure. We are quite curious. What artifact did you just receive?" All eyes turned to Wang. Thousands of kings, including many esteemed ones, fixed their peculiar gazes upon him. What treasure did he obtain? Wang Yi stood calmly, his eyes coldly sweeping over them, before breaking into a grin. Curious, are you? Why should I divulge that to you? The treasures buried in this land are a secret. Those who acquire them tend to remain silent, as they pertain to personal matters. No one would casually speak of them. Just like the Seven-Sword King, who received an inheritance in the treasure land, yet chose not to disclose it. Seeing Wang Yi refuse to reveal any information, the other inheritors were not surprised. After all, concealing one's trump card is entirely normal. It would be unusual for the Hunter King to disclose such details. Whoosh! Wang Yi transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward another peak. However, the inheritors who had originally gathered began to disperse, but remained engaged in fervent discussions. That human has truly struck gold, obtaining 2 treasures from the 108 peaks. Many inheritors displayed envy, even the esteemed ones. Although they held esteemed titles, many possessed little or even no treasure at all. Most esteemed beings lacked artifacts, while those who did often had substantial backgrounds or fortuitous encounters. It was akin to how an immortal king obtaining a heavy treasure would be viewed. For the esteemed ones, an artifact holds value comparable to that of a heavy treasure for kings. Wang Yi acquiring 2 significant treasures likely meant he possessed 2 artifacts, which certainly stirred feelings of imbalance among these esteemed beings. Damn it, I am an esteemed one, yet I do not even have a single artifact. Yes, there have been rumors that the Hunter King possessed an artifact, and now he had acquired 2 treasures. Did that not imply he had at least 3 artifacts? The Hunter King was becoming exceedingly affluent. Moreover, let us not forget the bounties from the 3 peak races, which collectively amount to 3 artifacts. If anyone could slay the Hunter King, they would seize 6 artifacts. 6 artifacts would surely entice many super beings to target the Hunter King. Alas, this is the Divine Ancestor sect. No one could do anything against him. Most from other races merely watched the spectacle, while the powerful from alliances like the Insect race, Demon race, and Mechanical race gazed at Wang Yi with fervent hostility. Unlike other factions, these esteemed beings were undeterred by the human race and the Divine Ancestor sect. Do not underestimate them. 6 artifacts would be enough to drive the rulers of the universe to desperation. Even the sovereigns of the universe would be tempted. Meanwhile, news of Wang Yi's acquisition of treasures from the Divine Ancestor sect spread across various factions. In a virtual universe on Thunder Island, the Lord of Chaos was somewhat taken aback upon receiving this news, yet soon smiled. I knew it. Wang Yi must have encountered great fortune. Given the numerous opportunities in the inheritance grounds of the Divine Ancestor sect, it seems they're truly nurturing a super powerhouse for our human race this time. I wonder what gifts the 2 treasure lands shall bestow upon him, the Lord of Chaos pondered. Meanwhile, the other esteemed beings of the human race swiftly learned of this astonishing news. Wang Yi had obtained 2 treasures from the Divine Ancestor sect, and both were among the most significant of the 108 peaks. Yes, I hear that each treasure from these 108 peaks is said to rival an artifact in value. Is that so? Wang Yi's fortune truly seems extraordinary. The esteemed ones were filled with envy. Is this the treatment befitting a peerless genius? Can he stumble upon treasures wherever he goes? Those who had previously harbored grievances against Wang Yi found their discontent waning, even without being favored by their race. Such prodigies would naturally attract attention wherever they went. They were not oblivious. Rather, they felt a tinge of imbalance in their hearts. Now that Wang Yi continued to acquire artifacts, they became less concerned. After all, he truly possessed remarkable talent. Otherwise, how could he acquire treasures when so many powerful beings from the Divine Ancestor sect had not? While the humans rejoiced, there were certainly those who were displeased. In the domain of the demon race, amidst the starry expanse, white flames billowed forth. An enraged roar reverberated through the cosmos, flames soaring to the heavens. And an overwhelming pressure caused the very fabric of space-time to tremble. The universe sovereign of the demon race, the Lord of the Celestial Wolf, was in a foul mood. Damn it, that human Wang Yi has actually obtained 2 treasures from the Divine Ancestor sect. The previous failed assassination attempt by the swamp-esteemed one from the Demon Race Alliance had already left the Lord of the Celestial Wolf feeling humiliated. And now learning that this human genius had fortuitously acquired 2 treasures from the Divine Ancestor sect only intensified his fury. This human must be exterminated. The Lord of the Celestial Wolf felt an instinctive compulsion. If he did not eliminate Wang Yi promptly, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. However, with Wang Yi now within the Divine Ancestor sect, assassination attempts by esteemed beings were no longer feasible. Contemplating the next steps for an assassination, the Lord of the Celestial Wolf found himself in a dilemma. No matter how he considered it, it remained a highly challenging endeavor. Chapter 417. The reaction of the Divine Ancestor sect. Wang Yi disregarded the envious, hostile, and curious gazes around him. And after completing the sign-in at the 88th peak, he proceeded to the next one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, Pillar of Karnas. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, Blood Tide Map. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, Thousand Ring Green Kanken Bird. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, 10,000 Thunder Demon Mystical Score. With each successive sign-in, the rewards paled in comparison to the previous treasures, the Demon Bottle, the 8 Treasure Rotating Armor, and the Heavenly Capital Spear, alongside the Silver Moon Wheel. Undoubtedly, the most valuable was the Demon Bottle, followed by the Heavenly Capital Spear, then the Silver Moon Wheel and the 8 Treasure Rotating Armor, forming a top-tier treasure set. As Wang Yi inscribed his name on the peaks, a multitude of successors followed closely behind him. Their curiosity piqued. They yearned to discover whether Wang Yi could indeed unlock the treasures of the next mountains. The 101st and 102nd. Soon, he arrived at the 106th peak, where he initially believed he could unveil its treasures. However, upon reaching this height, he paused momentarily, only to find the mountain utterly unresponsive. My current circumstances far surpass those of the historical Luo Feng, Wang Yi mused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Unless it is imperative that the one who arrives here must be a realm master? Luo Feng had indeed been a realm master when he successfully unlocked the treasures of the 106th peak, acquiring the Silver Chiu illusion ship, a supreme flying palace of immense value, comparable to the most precious of treasures. Yet Wang Yi, having achieved immortality, found himself unconcerned about the Silver Chiu illusion ship. The sovereign of the Silver Moon demanded that a realm master create the ultimate supreme technique and attain the 3rd level of the path of the water and sky beast to perfection. Perhaps the requirement was merely that one had previously fulfilled such conditions. Wang Yi pondered to himself. Though he had not acquired the Silver Chiu illusion ship, he was indifferent, for he already possessed the superior flying palace, the Fire Spiral Palace. The Silver Chiu illusion ship was now inconsequential to him. Sign-in complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful sign-in. Reward, Silver Chiu illusion ship. Wang Yi was not particularly surprised by the outcome of the sign-in. The rewards were often significantly influenced by the location, yet the possibility of receiving a reward depended heavily on luck. With a whoosh, Wang Yi took to the skies, and the gazes of the nearby successors followed his ascent. In short order, he traversed the remaining 2 peaks. The Hunter King had already reached the 108th peak, concluding his quest without acquiring further treasures. Upon learning this result, a collective sigh of relief escaped the hearts of all the successors. They had harbored concerns that should the Hunter King trigger a 3rd treasure, their mental states might shatter. Despite Wang Yi's numerous acquisitions, he remained unsatisfied, opting instead to continue signing in at other locations within the treasure-laden realm. He resolved to explore the ancestral God's trove during this period. Of course, the expanse of the treasure realm was vast. Even with his speed, a thorough exploration would require considerable time. My mastery of the 3rd level of the Path of the Beast God is now complete, and I have begun to accept the inheritance of the 4th level. Wang Yi reflected as he soared above a massive mountain range. Following the conclusion of his challenges, he sought to embrace the inheritance once more, now qualifying as a 4th level inheritor. Grasping the 4th level of the Beast God path poses no difficulty for me. A sense of certainty enveloped him. In no more than 10 millennia, or perhaps as little as 1,000 years, he would transcend to the status of a venerable. In the realm of time, that equates to merely a year. A faint smile graced Wang Yi's lips. Within a year at most, I shall ascend to venerable. If others were to learn that I achieved immortality and then ascended to venerable within a single year, they would surely be driven to madness. This was primarily due to Wang Yi's profound foundational strength, complemented by the sea of laws within the Heavenly Tower and the secretive pathways of the Heavenly Tower's inscriptions. The temporal realm of the ancestral gods, Trove, merely served as a catalyst to expedite his progress. With the addition of over 60 billion years of time within the Heavenly Tower, his rise to venerable within a year would be nothing extraordinary. Wang Yi marveled at the rapid growth afforded by the temporal realm, establishing an immensely solid foundation. He had even forged a unique path, completing the requirements of a realm master, thus achieving the remarkable feat of creating an ultimate supreme technique of the Cosmic Lord. This granted him an astonishing growth rate in the eyes of others. Otherwise, no matter how remarkable his innate talents, it would have been impossible for him to reach such heights in a mere 10,000 years. A glint of determination shone in Wang Yi's eyes. First, I shall transcend to venerable, then continue my diligent training to attain the status of Cosmic Lord, while others might find the pursuit of becoming a Cosmic Lord daunting. For Wang Yi, it was merely a matter of perseverance. When the time was ripe, he would naturally ascend to that pinnacle. Upon achieving the status of Cosmic Lord, armed with the heavenly tower and his array of supreme treasures, along with his 3 powerful avatars, he would become an indomitable force within the primordial universe. As for the time before reaching Cosmic Lord, Wang Yi held no interest in venturing out. When I emerge as an invincible force, I shall sweep away all challengers. For now, he resolved to cultivate in seclusion for a while longer. Wang Yi, in his human form, continued signing in at various locations within the treasure realm, while his avatar of the flame, Star Beast, cultivated within the sea of laws of the heavenly tower. Meanwhile, his Void Insect Clan avatar and the Phantom Sea avatar accelerated their training within the Divine Kingdom, contemplating how to eliminate Wang Yi, the looming threat they perceived, unaware that this formidable adversary was rapidly evolving into an unassailable existence. In the treasure realm of the ancestral god, amidst a vast expanse adorned with icy white mist and a surging purple river, Wang Yi stood above the waters. Over the past few months, he had roamed the treasure realm like the other newly arrived successors, leaving traces of his presence in countless locations. To his delight, he had managed to sign in 2 additional supreme treasures. The sheer abundance of locations available for signing in, coupled with the profound heritage of the ancestral god's teachings, ensured that surprises were bound to emerge. In total, Wang Yi now possessed several supreme treasures, which could be exchanged for supreme treasure points and subsequently traded for the items he desired. My current exchange limit is for top-tier treasures, yet I still lack a weapon, which should require at least 80 treasure points. I wonder if I can gather enough of these items. Wang Yi mused to himself. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with interest. A message from the world of glory? Wang Yi had maintained simultaneous connections to both the virtual universe and the world of glory, a feat that posed no burden on his formidable consciousness. Among the messages, some were from various successors of the Hongmeng, but one caught his attention. It was an email from the system of the world of glory. Hunter King, you are among the elite of the ancestral god's millions of successors. Your performance has garnered the attention of our ancestral god. Soon, the Thunder Beast God from the 8 directions of the ancestral god will personally appear on Zijing Island to bestow treasures upon you. Wang Yi blinked in surprise at this message. The ancestral god has finally decided to bestow treasures upon me? He felt rather indifferent. He was already laden with treasures, and they would only continue to multiply, so he hardly cared for a mere gift from the ancestral god. I'm not a member of the ancestral god. They're not so generous. At most, it will be an ordinary supreme treasure, with little anticipation. Wang Yi remained acutely aware of this reality. However, when the Thunder Beast God descended, he might have the opportunity to make other requests. Chapter 4:18. Wang Yi's request. The announcement of the Thunder Beast God's descent upon Zijing Island to publicly bestow treasures did not leave a significant impression on Wang Yi. Previously, the top 3 successors of the ancestral god had bestowed 2 supreme treasures upon the Insect King. Yet Wang Yi was different. His first allegiance lay with the Hongmeng and the human race, and only thereafter with the outer members of the ancestral god. This distinction meant that the ancestral god could not extend him any substantial favor. The Insect King, having not joined any other faction, had solely pledged loyalty to the ancestral god, thus receiving such preferential treatment. A review of the records of numerous extraordinary successors would reveal that only those who fully devoted themselves to the ancestral god received the best treatment. Those with affiliations to other factions, while still receiving gifts, would be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it was clear that the ancestral god held Wang Yi in high regard. Even as a member of the human race, the ancestral god still chose to bestow treasures upon him. This grand gesture was simply a means for Wang Yi to express gratitude and remember the favor bestowed upon him. Let us wait and see what treasures the ancestral god will grant me. Wang Yi set this matter aside. Days passed, and Wang Yi continued to wander throughout the treasure realm, signing in at various locations while his other avatars engaged in training, occasionally visiting the inheritance sites to receive teachings. The days unfolded with an almost carefree joy. Soon, it felt as if he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Following yet another acceptance of a legacy, Wang Yi's heart brimmed with anticipation, driven by his desire to transcend the status of a revered elder. He now devoted himself to the cultivation of the fire and void fusion law. Focusing on a singular fusion law undoubtedly accelerated his progress manifold compared to the simultaneous practice of the 8 major fusion laws. The Hunter King had appeared before me numerous times within a year. Even the elder Jiu Feng, stationed at the legacy site, found himself somewhat puzzled. However, having undergone numerous legacies himself, he regarded such indulgence as his prerogative. Ordinary inheritors, aside from their complementary legacy attempts, struggled to muster a single opportunity to enter the legacy site, resulting in lengthy periods of cultivation and preparation for their rare visits. Precious resources indeed. Wang Yi, however, stood apart. His glory points exceeded 6 million, translating to nearly 70,000 legacy attempts. With such a bounty, even if he were to accept a legacy daily, it would sustain him for 2 centuries, provoking envy among countless inheritors. Moreover, equipped with the Tower of Celestial Insight and the legacy pearl that amplified comprehension tenfold, his cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Thus, Wang Yi fervently enhanced his understanding of the fire and void beast goddess laws, while his grasp of other laws progressed at a markedly slower pace. On the 18th day, following the receipt of the message from the ancestral god cult, an imperceptible yet profoundly oppressive force descended upon the skies above Zijing Island, instilling trepidation in all inheritors. The might of this pressure was so formidable and domineering that it eclipsed even the guardian beast god of Zijing Island. What was happening? Inheritors sensed the weight of this force and swiftly emerged from their palaces. Within Wang Yi's castle, as the pressure manifested, the servants and attendants immediately communicated through their spiritual connection to inform Wang, who was leisurely exploring the treasure grounds. In a heartbeat, Wang Yi's figure materialized at the fountain in the plaza before the palace of the Zijing Island Lord. The beast god of thunder was about to descend. Wang Yi soared into the air. Above Zijing Island, a multitude of inheritors, over 100 million, gazed upward in unison. The skies roared with an endless tempest of thunder, momentarily shrouding the entire island in a cacophony of lightning, obscuring the view of the rainbow Aurora Lake. Within the storm, an enormous silhouette loomed, the very source of the overwhelming pressure. A cold snort echoed through the air, and the heavens trembled as the pressure intensified, causing the myriad inheritors suspended in the air to plummet to the ground, unable to withstand the force, including those of cosmic reverence. Gradually, the colossal figure descended, revealing its true form. Clad in azure fur that resembled the whips of a thunder god, its 3 claws seemed to trample and dominate the very fabric of space. Its slightly unfurled wings surged with the boundless currents of lightning, while its elevated head showcased a pair of immense eyes akin to oceans, brimming with endless thunder. The Eye of Thunder. Gazing down, none dared to meet its formidable gaze. This was the beast god of thunder, one of the contemporary 8 beast gods, embodying the fusion laws since attaining its divine title. Wang Yi sensed the immense, terrifying presence above, as if it were an integral fragment of the primordial laws of the universe. The irresistible force of the cosmic essence compelled countless inheritors to submit involuntarily. I am the beast god of thunder, one of the 8 beast gods. Its voice reverberated like thunder, the gust from its nostrils transforming into the very sound of thunder that echoed across Zijing Island. Inheritor, Hunter King. As the words of the beast god of thunder resonated, an invisible force descended, binding Wang Yi and elevating him slowly into the sky. The multitude of inheritors from various cosmic races below looked on in astonishment at the ascending figure of the Hunter King, quickly comprehending the significance of the thunder beast god's descent. It was for this human, the Hunter King. As Wang Yi rose amidst the gazes of countless inheritors, he radiated like the sun, capturing the attention of all. Was this mastery over time and space? Wang Yi felt the intangible force constraining him. It was neither time nor space, but a power of a higher order. This force surpassed his own mastery of time and space through his innate secret arts by an unfathomable margin, for it was the might of the universe's sovereign. The beast god of thunder. Hunter King. The beast god of thunder slowly opened its mouth, emitting a thunderous rumble. Wang Yi, suspended in midair, bowed respectfully. Your strength and progress have pleased me. The beast god of thunder regarded the diminutive Wang Yi below with a benevolent gaze. I possess a treasure I wish to bestow upon you. Below, the multitude of inheritors erupted in astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock and envy. The beast god had personally descended to publicly grant a treasure. The Hunter King was indeed fortunate. Thank you, beast god. Wang Yi was not surprised by the actions of the ancestral god cult. Although he did not emulate the legendary Luo Feng from history who had slain the Howling Mirror King, The Rainbow Aurora Lake's collection of information on all inheritors ensured that the ancestral god cult was acutely aware of a portion of his strength, making their decision to publicly bestow a treasure to elicit his gratitude entirely understandable. Boom! Endless lightning converged around the beast god of thunder, forming a colossal sphere of electric energy, measuring thousands of kilometers, descending like a meteor towards Wang Yi. As it fell, the lightning gradually dissipated, ultimately revealing a massive, elongated object that resembled the azure depths of the ocean, adorned with intricate secret patterns, emanating a formidable and vast aura. This is the treasure bestowed upon you. I trust it will prove invaluable. Accept it, declared the beast god of thunder. Yes, Wang Yi replied respectfully, receiving the elongated artifact into his world ring, before turning his gaze once more to the beast god of thunder. Great beast god, I have a humble request. Chapter 419, Signing at the Ancestral God Palace. Great beast god, I have a humble request. The voice of the Hunter King drifted through the skies above Zijing Island, prompting billions of inheritors to instinctively look up in astonishment. Oh, the beast god of thunder inclined its head slightly, its singular eye, larger than several hundred kilometers in diameter, filled with boundless lightning, fixated solely on Wang Yi, intrigued by what request this little one might present. What is your request? Speak. The voice of the beast god of thunder boomed across the heavens, resonating with a thunderous echo in the ears of countless inheritors. Many were astonished, marveling at the audacity of the Hunter King to boldly make a request of the beast god. Wang Yi bowed slightly, addressing the beast god with utmost reverence. Great beast god, I have always held the ancestral god cult in high esteem, particularly the legendary ancestral god palace and the 8 beast god temple. I wish to enter and pay my respects. I wonder if this humble request might be granted by the esteemed beast god? A moment of silence enveloped the sky. Is that all? The colossal silhouette of the beast god of thunder shifted slightly amidst the sea of thunder. Well, since you express such intent, I shall grant it. Present your beast god legacy token. Yes. Wang Yi's heart soared with joy as he produced the already refined beast god legacy token, which floated before him. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed as a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking the beast god legacy token. The brilliant azure glow erupted and gradually faded, revealing a crimson token resembling crystal artistry, now marked with a streak of azure lightning-like patterns, exuding a formidable aura that resonated with the roar of thunder. As if a beast god had awakened, sending shivers down the spine. The booming voice of the beast god of thunder reverberated across Zijing Island. I have inscribed my mark upon your beast god legacy token. From this day forth, you may traverse the many sacred sites of the ancestral god cult. However, certain forbidden areas remain inaccessible without permission. Thank you, great beast god. Wang Yi bowed with joy, accepting the transformed beast god legacy token. With the beast god legacy token in his possession, he could traverse many areas of the ancestral god's secret realm with ease. Hunting God King, I have acquiesced to your request. Do not let me down, the thunder beast god intoned, a hint of mirth gracing his voice. Indeed, Wang Yi replied respectfully. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the heavens trembled as the enormous figure of the thunder beast god vanished into thin air, and the previously oppressive aura dissipated, restoring Thunder Island to its normal state. The numerous inheritors who had been constrained to the ground suddenly erupted into animated conversation, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Hunting God King, congratulations! Hunting God King, you have obtained another supreme treasure. Many inheritors of various races approached him directly to offer their congratulations. The current Hunting God King was markedly different from before, evidently favored by the ancestral god sect, attracting many who were eager to forge alliances. Wang Yi smiled slightly, choosing to disregard the attention as he instantly teleported back to his castle. Master, congratulations! You have acquired yet another supreme treasure, the loyal servants of the castle exclaimed joyously. Wang Yi chocolate heartily, elated not only by the bestowal of a supreme treasure by the Thunder Beast God, but also by the newfound privilege to roam freely within the ancestral god's secret realm. Now he could approach the ancestral god palace, the 8 Directions Beast God Temple, and the Divine General Palace. Even if access to certain areas was restricted, it would suffice. Wang Yi's joy knew no bounds. Meanwhile, atop Zijing Island, a tumult of voices erupted as over 1 billion inheritors engaged in discussions regarding the recent arrival of the Thunder Beast God and the bestowal of treasures upon the Hunting God King. Many speculated about the nature of the treasure acquired by the Hunting God King. This news quickly spread throughout the cosmos, reaching various factions. Some powerful beings, upon learning of it, merely shook their heads dismissively. The ancestral god sect had consistently employed the same few tactics since the dawn of the universe. Observing the remarkable prowess of the human hunting god king, they began to court him. The fact that the ancestral god sect sought to ally with the hunting god king was a testament to his potential, suggesting that the human race would soon gain another superlative powerhouse. However, the reaction of the insectoid races towards this development remained uncertain. Within Wang Yi's castle, he sat cross-legged, his consciousness delving into the world ring to experiment with the newly acquired treasure. After a while, he withdrew his consciousness, a smile gracing his face. The supreme treasure was named the Sea God Shuttle, a dual-purpose artifact for both flight and combat. Its value could be compared to that of a high-grade supreme weapon. Wang Yi mused, the ancestral god sect has proven to be even more generous than I anticipated. Treasures could be categorized into offensive weapons, telekinetic weapons, defensive armors. Escape artifacts such as wings, battle boots, ribbons, etc. Sealing artifacts, confinement artifacts, origin artifacts, flying palaces, soul artifacts, and domain artifacts. The restoration of a divine body fell under the category of origin artifacts. Among these, in terms of preservation, flying palaces and soul artifacts were exceptionally formidable. One offered nearly 100 resistance to physical attacks, while the other provided almost complete immunity to soul attacks. Artifacts such as the Fire Spiral Palace and the Stellar Tower were considered flying palaces. There was also another category, the domain artifacts, which rivaled flying palaces and soul artifacts in potency. The treasure bestowed upon him by the ancestral god sect was undoubtedly tailored to suit his needs perfectly. Wang Yi rose and approached the castle window, gazing at the distant, colorful auroras. The Sea God Shuttle resembled the teleportation shuttle, a telekinetic weapon that could serve for both evasive maneuvers and enhancing combat capabilities. However, he pondered, having already acquired the Chaos Wings. The Sea God Shuttle held limited utility for him, and would likely be exchanged for supreme treasure points through the panel. In recent days, Wang Yi had acquired no fewer than 10 treasures through his sign-ins, although not every artifact proved beneficial. Such treasures would invariably be transferred to the panel for conversion into supreme treasure points. Nevertheless, he still faced a considerable gap before reaching the minimum requirement of 80 points needed to exchange for a top-tier supreme weapon. The cost for the finest top-tier supreme weapons was even more exorbitant. These weapons were typically wielded by the masters of the universe, while high-grade supreme weapons had become almost negligible in the battles of such beings. Wang Yi's subsequent goals were crystal clear. Firstly, to expedite his breakthrough to the status of a respecter or even a master of the universe. Secondly, to amass treasures, develop secret techniques, and enhance his combat strength. His ultimate skills could only be regarded as a nascent entry into the realm of universe masters, far too immature when compared to the intricate techniques forged over countless epochs by veteran universe masters. If the ultimate skills of universe masters were to be ranked, Wang Yi would barely qualify as a first-tier practitioner. Many newly ascendant universe masters could achieve similar feats with only a modicum of effort. The pinnacle. Fourth-tier techniques represented the most formidable secret arts of the universe masters, while the fusion of these supreme skills constituted the fifth tier. The sixth tier could only be conceived by the most powerful beings in the universe. As it stood, no universe master within the primordial universe, including the cosmic sea, had managed to create such transcendent arts. Wang Yi recognized that the path ahead, as a seeker of strength, remained long and arduous. I must employ every means at my disposal to elevate myself, he declared, clenching his fists. Only with sufficient strength could he ascend to the zenith of the universe, unafraid of any challenge. Fortunately, he had secured the Thunder Beast God's permission, paving the way for him to sign in at the Ancestral God Palace and other locations. A flicker of anticipation danced in Wang Yi's eyes.